Our protagonist this time is Beck Uziel. The story begins with the game Mythical World, released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed at female players. Surprisingly, it attracted a massive male player base instead. The game allowed players to choose from a variety of characters, ranging from easy-to-play, highly effective ones to extremely difficult, inefficient ones. Among them was a trash character, notoriously hard to level up and equipped with utterly terrible abilities. Yet, one masochist mastered this character over 10 grueling years, Beck Uziel. Now, he was cracking his knuckles to warm up, the very player who chose this trash character. On a beautiful day with fresh, warm air, Beck Uziel sipped a cup of warm tea, his eyes glued to the computer screen. He was browsing posts on the game's forum, where new threads suggested something exciting was happening. Clicking a post, a flood of player comments appeared. The game spawned a stupid dragon out of nowhere, and it wiped out all my game data. What the? How did the black demon dragon kill my character, and now I can't log in? What the hell's going on? My character got deleted for no reason. Reading this, Beck Uziel was baffled. A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game ended when two characters got together. Scrolling further, he found a trending post. Guys, help. This boss is unbeatable. The half-horned black demon dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldowns, counters me with magic absorption, and shoots some kind of spell. How do I kill it? It's gotta be a bug. Beck Uziel realized this was from a famous ranker. Curiously setting down his tea, he exclaimed, "This final boss sounds wild." Propping his chin, he analyzed another player's post. Weird, huh? A magic-immune monster in a magic-filled world? That's illogical. Is it really a bug? People are saying their characters are vanishing without a trace. A notification popped up on his screen. The Black Demon Dragon, Dark Knight 13 Moons, has appeared. Beck Uziel clicked it, rereading the game's lore. In Mythical World, a cult called the Black Demon Cult aimed to help another world, known as the Persona Gate, dominate the world. Once they succeeded, the Black Demon Dragon would appear, and 90% of the continent would fall to the Persona Gate. Reading this, Beck Uziel's jaw dropped, exclaiming, "I only played PvP and ignored the story, but this is chaos." He pondered, haven't I been avoiding it? Maybe I should give it a shot. Acting on impulse, he moved his mouse to the status bar. Do you want to fight the Black Demon Dragon? Please select yes or no. Without hesitation, he chose yes. I'll show off the skills I've honed for 10 years. Beck Uziel declared confidently. A quick rundown on his character. Beck Uziel is the only character unable to use magic. In a game where everyone wields magic, even seasoned players avoided this trash character. To be blunt, he was worse than a side character. Still, he could use one spell, just one. Back in the game, the Black Demon Dragon was charging a massive fireball in its mouth. It opened wide, unleashing the projectile at incredible speed toward Beck Uziel. In this critical moment, he remained calm, smirking. Using his elite flash skill, he dashed forward, slashing the dragon's neck, repeating the move, flash, then flash again. Beck Uziel's flash allowed him to teleport 3 to 10 meters instantly. However, the teleport's location was random, and poor distance control could kill him due to the intense speed and impact. Plus, the skill had a ridiculous cooldown and mana cost, along with a 2-second immobilization penalty after use. Anyone could learn it, but no one bothered. Beck Uziel, however, was on another level. He mastered flash, controlling both direction and distance. Miraculously, he negated the skill's penalty, using no mana at all, since his character had no mana stat. Unlike other spells, flash was merely a movement skill. But Beck Uziel was obsessed with this character, as everything depended on skill mastery. For 10 years, he played this non-magic character exclusively. Now, he charged, carving a long gash across the Black Demon Dragon's face. With a powerful, decisive strike, he cleaved the beast in two. Truly formidable. Standing tall like a descended god, a notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss, Dark Knight 13 Moons. In reality, Beck Uziel was stunned, exclaiming, "What the? I killed the Black Demon Dragon, the final boss? I know I'm decked out in rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. Unreal. Still, it felt amazing. I've got to brag to the online community that I killed the Black Demon Dragon." Before he could post, his screen flooded with red notifications. Due to reaching a glitched ending, 90% of Mythical World has been destroyed. However, you are very close to the true ending. Staring at the messages, Beck Uziel's jaw dropped, shouting, "Holy crap, what's this?" Before he could process, another notification appeared. "Please reach the true ending." Panicking, he yelled, "What the hell?" Then, our protagonist mysteriously vanished from his room. When he opened his eyes, he was in an unfamiliar place. Beck Uziel lay sprawled on the ground. Groaning, he sat up, head spinning. Clutching his head, he muttered, "What just happened?" His body trembled as he looked around, exclaiming, "Where am I?" A glint of light caught his attention. He realized it was a mirror. Approaching it, he peered in. What he saw shocked him. His current appearance was the face he'd known for over 10 years. Beck Uziel. Before he could comprehend, a notification appeared. Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. Beck Uziel realized. Isn't this Beck Uziel's opening quest? No way. Am I dreaming? He reached into his pocket, feeling something. What he pulled out froze him for seconds. A Stella Academy admission certificate. Though reluctant to accept it, he could guess where he was. This is definitely mythical world. So from now on, I'm Beck Uziel. Clutching his face in despair, he wailed, but I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a true ending. It has countless possible endings. His eyes widened in panic. Wait, has no one unlocked the true ending in 10 years? Damn it, but I don't have time to think. If I recall correctly, right after Beck Uziel wakes up, the Black Demon cult comes charging into the house. He rushed to the window, peeking out. Before him were people in identical black outfits. Under the snowy rain, they frantically searched, shouting, "Damn it, where's that kid?" Seeing this, Beck Uziel's heart raced, hiding behind the door. Peeking out, he thought, this is bad. They're already here. Outside, a white-eyed man spotted something. Pointing to a house in the distance, he yelled, "Guys, there's a house over there. Let's search it." They shouted in unison. Understood. Realizing the urgent problem, Beck Uziel panicked, unsure what to do. He recalled, there's a time limit to evade them, but alone, I can't fight them. As he floundered, the system displayed, "You can use Flash." Beck Uziel exclaimed, "Huh? I can use Flash." Born with mana leak syndrome, Beck Uziel, a person unable to accumulate mana, could only pin his hopes on one thing, the spell he'd spent his entire life mastering. Back in the present, outside, snow fell relentlessly, blanketing the forest in white. Inside the dilapidated house, Beck Uziel was still pondering the system's hint. But right now, his Flash skill was only at level 0, with a maximum range of 3 meters. Utterly confused, he muttered, "How's this damn system telling me to use Flash? I'm not playing a game with a mouse in front of a computer screen. How do I flash like that?" Outside, the Black Demon cult members were charging toward the house, like maniacs. The sound of their footsteps grew closer, making Beck Uziel panic. Damn it, they're here already? I've got to act. No time left. Fine, let's do this. On their side, they spotted something, their eyes blazing with rage. One shouted, "Boss, I found that bastard. Chase him down and capture him alive." They frantically pursued, yelling, "Stop. Don't let him escape. Grab him." Meanwhile, Beck Uziel ran for his life. This was the first challenge of the tutorial. Use Flash to lose your pursuers. As he ran, he thought, they're wearing magic boots, so they're faster. The only way to escape is Flash. Calm down. I've used it countless times. I know how to time it perfectly. The cultists were now hot on his heels, shouting, "You little punk, stop running." Glancing back, he realized, holy crap, they're right behind me. But Flash had a weakness. If the user misjudged the distance, they'd crash into objects and die instantly. Not me, though, Beck Uziel thought as he ran. At that moment, the cult leader closed in right behind him. Brandishing his sword, he roared, "I'll send you to hell. Die, you dog." At this life or death moment, Beck Uziel used Flash to escape. Elated, he thought, yes, it worked. The Black Demon cult members were left stunned, jaws dropped. What was that? Flash? Is that kid a mage too? Seeing his dim-witted team lose their cool, the leader turned to calm them. Don't falter. Flash has a weakness. The user's paralyzed for 2 seconds. That's our chance. He turned toward Beck Uziel but was shocked beyond belief. Wait, how's that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Beck Uziel kept sprinting. Encouraging himself, he thought, careful, gotta be more careful. Come on, I need to use this rough terrain to escape. If a player couldn't master Flash at this point, they'd die. In fact, 99% of players who chose Beck Uziel failed the tutorial. The remaining 1% passed, but couldn't grasp how to control Flash's distance or chain flashes. With this in mind, Beck Uziel frantically used Flash, then Flash again, zipping from one spot to another. The cultists were awestruck. Whoa, he's using Flash on terrain like this? Is this kid insane? But the leader turned to his team, saying, anyone who can use magic, step up. We'll hit him from range. 3 stepped forward, faces brimming with murderous intent. Noticing they'd stopped chasing, Beck Uziel glanced back, a new worry surfacing. Oh no, they're using magic? The second part of the tutorial was to use Flash to dodge magic arrows. Damn it, in the game, I could see behind me on the screen, so dodging wasn't hard. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Mana Leak Syndrome skill activated. Mana Leak Syndrome disables Sixth Sense and boosts perception speed. Upon receiving it, Beck Uziel suddenly sensed Sword Aura approaching, even without looking back. With ease, he dodged the attacks. At the same time, a massive dark energy surged toward him. He realized, this is the moment for my final flash. He narrowly escaped the lethal attack. A deafening explosion rang out. Boom, 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 like a meteor crashing to Earth. Its overwhelming force knocked Beck Uziel off his feet, forcing him to brace himself with his hands. As the smoke cleared, the blast left a massive crater. Only then did he snap back, thinking, holy hell, I almost died. But now's not the time to rest. He bolted again. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. Before him was a deep chasm. One misstep, and he'd be meeting his ancestors. This was the tutorial's third challenge. Use Flash to cross the chasm. He thought, the only way to the other side is to time Flash perfectly. Then I'll encounter some passing mages and escape. That's the tutorial's end. But to pass, I need to activate Flash in 0.1 seconds. One failure means death. 2 floating rocks were there, but damn, only 0.1 seconds? Easier said than done. Who the hell wrote this tutorial script? So damn brutal. But it's not impossible. The issue is, a shout from the cultists interrupted. There he is. Right ahead. They caught up. Beck Uziel glanced back, thinking, they're closer than I thought. The gap's about 100 meters, and Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds. I won't make it to the other side in time. My only option, kill them all. Beck Uziel crouched behind a tree, hiding to plan his fight. He thought, this is insane. Why did I think I could handle this right after a battle? If this were the game, the system wouldn't let pursuers spawn back to back, but this is reality. There's no rule forcing me to blindly follow the game's system. Killing one guy doesn't bother me. It's not because they're my parents' enemies like in the game's story. Finally, they arrived. Beck Uziel gripped his sword tightly, ready to defend. His face radiated determination. Come on, bring it. I'll take you all. Within moments, the cultists caught up to his position. The leader, still fuming, his face red with rage, roared. That's him. That little punk. Grab him. They shouted, understood, and charged with fury, each one visibly enraged. Beck Uziel remained calm, unshaken. Noticing the kid's boldness, one of the Black Demon cult members sneered. You dare fight us alone? What a fool. You're done for, kid. But Beck Uziel stayed focused, observing to make precise judgments. He realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. Immediately, he unleashed his flash skill, darting toward the black-robed cultist. The cultist barely registered what happened before he was as good as dead. The leader beside him gaped in shock. But Beck Uziel's face burned with unyielding resolve. His speed was too fast, too dangerous, causing the cultist to spew a gush of blood that splattered onto Beck Uziel. Blood dripped from his fingertips, but he felt no guilt. If they don't die, I will. I have to kill them all to survive. With that thought, he slashed the cultist hard, then furiously kicked him for good measure. The seemingly light blow sent the cultist flying back into the others. This enraged them further. After taking down one, Beck Uziel bolted. Since his flash needed time to recharge, he couldn't take risks now. The cultists noticed him fleeing, their anger boiling over, shouting, damn it, he's running. Don't let him escape. Beck Uziel thought as he ran. I took one down, but it won't be that easy next time. What do I do? Wait, why is it so quiet? Are they not chasing? Just then, they appeared right in front of him. There was no time to escape. He thought, they're not using magic again, are they? If I can dodge these bastards, the cult leader barked orders. Do it. Instantly, a sinister spell materialized, heading straight for Beck Uziel. A massive spark shot toward him. He tensed up, not just one but multiple fiery arrows hurtling his way. Facing this, he didn't know how to escape, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that cursed spell. But then he exclaimed, wait, I've got it. A tree branch protruded from a rock crevice in front of him. In this critical moment, he used flash to dart toward the branch. A massive explosion followed. Boom, boom, boom. It left a huge crater, dust swirling around. One of the cultists smirked smugly. Serves that punk right. But his glee was short-lived as he noticed no body in the crater. Confused, he muttered, where'd he go? While he was baffled, Beck Uziel had not only escaped their spell but used flash to charge at the boss. By the time the leader noticed, Beck Uziel was face-to-face with him. They locked eyes. The ultimate flash technique required equal momentum before and after use. Without hesitation, he flashed again, slashing the boss hard. Only a piercing scream echoed into the distance. The cultists were stunned. What the hell's happening? Not stopping, Beck Uziel drove his sword deeper, piercing the boss's body, causing him to spit blood and die on the spot. The cultists couldn't comprehend. Where'd this kid get such powerful magic? Why is he so brutal? After dealing with 2, Beck Uziel was exhausted, covered in blood. He thought, 2 down, but I need to hurry before they recover. A scarred cultist spoke up. You freak. Your reaction speed's too abnormal for a mage. Who are you? Beck Uziel thought, my reaction speed's probably unmatched among players, but that's in the game. Here, I can't dodge forever at this range. I need to take them out fast. With that, he recklessly charged. The scarred cultist, observing, shouted, I've figured out your moves. This kid only uses flash and that dagger. If I guard my face and neck, he can't touch me. He gripped his sword defensively, taunting, come on. Then he roared, Frost Dimension. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel showcased his stunning flash skills. The scarred cultist unleashed a powerful surge toward him, confident in his strength, thinking, haha, I'm about to catch you. Let's see you writhe in pain. But his triumph was cut short. Beck Uziel, unscathed, flashed toward another cultist, beheading him instantly. The scarred cultist's hair stood on end, trembling as he gasped, damn it, you were just scurrying like a rat before, now you're fighting back. Blood-soaked, Beck Uziel replied coldly, yeah, that was the old me. Thanks for making me stronger every day. Enraged, the scarred cultist retorted, you damn dog. We were going easy on you. Beck Uziel's powerful steps closed in, his face brimming with killing intent, terrifyingly fierce. He swiftly hurled a spear at him. Seeing the spear, the scarred cultist calculated, flash targets unguarded spots. He's throwing the spear to make me block, then strike from behind? Dream on. As the spear neared, he casually swung his sword, slicing it in half. Smirking, he thought, now I'll turn and finish him. But his prediction was wrong. He froze, muttering weakly, huh? Then he gritted his teeth, face contorted in agony. Beck Uziel hadn't attacked from behind as expected, but struck directly from the front. With full force, he pierced the cultist's heart. In disbelief, the scarred cultist, unwilling to accept defeat, weakly roared. Damn it. He planned to attack head-on all along. Thus, Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, was completed. After killing the entire group, a system notification appeared. You have gained additional experience and received a reward from the Constellatio project for advancing a unique storyline. Beck Uziel, exhausted, slumped down, his breathing rapid and ragged. Huff, huff. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, then scanned his surroundings. Like many transmigrated protagonists, he initially thought it was a dream. But no, this was reality, not a dream. Beck Uziel recalled the fight for survival that had just unfolded. It was his first flash in this world, his first battle, and his first time killing. The truth is, I killed people to survive. After a moment, he slowly stood up. Brushing the dirt off his clothes, he gazed at the path ahead, muttering, since I've transmigrated here, I need to get out of this place fast. A thought suddenly struck him. He turned to look at the bodies he'd defeated. Hesitant, his eyes tinged with sadness, he crouched down, rummaging through their pockets and clothes, thinking, this might be a bit low, but I need to be practical. I don't have a single coin on me. After searching, he found a pouch of gleaming gold coins. Elated, he thought, this must be about 200 gold cats, maybe more. Talk about luck and misfortune. But his joy was short-lived as a new worry emerged. He looked at the path ahead, dismayed. A deep chasm loomed before him. One slip, and he'd be done for. Standing on the edge of life and death, Beck Uziel panicked, thinking, how am I supposed to cross this cliff? Suddenly, a loud voice called from the other side. Is anyone there? He looked up, spotting a group on the opposite side. Beck Uziel waved frantically, shouting, hey, over here. We're here. He recognized them as the mages from the tutorial. He yelled like mad. I'm here. I'm here. A voice from the other side responded, but there's no bridge nearby. Can you make it across? Beck Uziel replied, is that so? I'm on my way. Hearing his signal, a girl on the other side turned to the group, saying, let's wait for him. He says he can cross. A green-haired guy, skeptical, said, crossing this cliff isn't easy. He'd need to be at least a third-rank knight to manage. Can that young guy do it? The girl replied, I'm not sure. Then her eyes widened in shock. He's jumping from rock to rock so smoothly and skillfully. The group watched, jaws dropped, observing with bated breath. Beck Uziel, hyper-focused, crossed segment by segment. Quick as lightning, he was halfway across. The onlookers, unable to believe their eyes, exclaimed, what's that move? Some kind of jumping spell. A voice clarified, that's Flash. It came from a cute, green-haired girl standing behind them. The purple-haired girl turned to her, then back at Beck Uziel, bewildered, saying, that's Flash? But Flash can't be controlled so precisely in direction and distance. That's nearly impossible. He makes it look effortless. To outsiders, it seemed so, but Beck Uziel was struggling. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl saw something, her eyes widening in panic as she stammered. Who are those two? Are they with him? At the other end, two black-robed figures approached the cliff. While the group was confused, one of them raised a magic staff, emitting an orange glow. He aimed forward, conjuring a sinister spell array, then fired it at Beck Uziel. A shout rang out, hey, watch your back. Sensing the terrifying power hurtling toward him, Beck Uziel cursed inwardly. Damn it, son of a... As it closed in, he used Flash to teleport away, narrowly escaping. A massive explosion followed. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Turning back, he saw his attackers through the fading smoke, the two black-robed mercenaries from before. He thought, they've revived. This is too dangerous. Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds. Dodging all those spells is impossible. I need another floating rock to stand on. His eyes widened in panic. Oh crap, what's that? The Black Demon cult wasn't letting him escape easily. They instantly cast another spell, firing it at him. Luckily, Beck Uziel tilted to dodge the surge. But the real trouble was just beginning. The rock beneath him split in two. He tried to balance, but it was futile. He fell backward. Yet he didn't give up. Struggling between life and death, he told himself, I have to survive. I must. But reality was harsh. The floating rocks were too far from his fall. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he prayed to land on one. Miraculously, his eyes lit up as he spotted a nearby rock. Luck was on his side. Using Flash, he lunged toward it, grabbing hold. Clinging tightly with both hands, he glanced back, exclaiming, I actually survived? Before he could catch his breath, another terrifying orange surge shot toward him. He thought, or maybe I'll die here. As it reached his feet, despair set in, certain of death. But a green surge intercepted it, causing a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The force was overwhelming, but he held on. After the storm, the sky cleared. Only the explosion's dust remained. He was alive. Thought a protagonist would die that fast, he mused, stunned. What was that spell? Ice spears wrapped in lightning. Who could combine two moves like that with such pinpoint accuracy, wasting no mana? Who could pull off such a perfect strike? In the distance, the group stared at the green-haired girl in the center. Her face remained impassive, utterly cold. Everyone watching was pale with shock. One stammered, "No way. She did that." The two mercenaries on the other side, realizing their inferiority, turned and fled. Beck Uziel watched their retreating figures, sighing in relief. "Phew. Thank God. I'm alive." Soon, he reached the other side. The group warmly welcomed him, except for the green-haired girl, who turned to leave. Beck Uziel ran after her, thanking her profusely. "Hey, friend. Thanks for saving me." She glanced back coldly, saying, "I didn't do it for gratitude. No need to thank me." She walked away. Beck Uziel felt a bit deflated, replying, "Oh, okay." Watching her leave, he thought, "She's interesting. I've never heard such a cute voice. Though she seems hard to approach. Those guys were bandits, plundering villagers. They deserved it. Most such acts are done by the Black Demon cult. But thankfully, that ends here. I just survived a life-or-death moment, and crossing this cliff, I've reached mage territory. The cult can't follow me here." He sighed. "Those bastards still don't know who I am." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy. Staring at it, he exclaimed, "Chapter 2? Not bad, huh? But, damn it, how am I supposed to go to school at this age?" The group boarded a carriage heading to Stella Academy. Night had fallen. The area they passed through was quiet and desolate, with only the clopping of the horses' hooves breaking the silence. Inside, Beck Uziel, exhausted, slept deeply. Suddenly, he let out strange sounds. Ugh. Lost in a dream, memories flashed before him. A cute young boy tugging at his mother's dress, cheerfully calling, "Mom, Mom." His mother smiled warmly, replying, "My precious son, when you grow up, you'll become a mage. I believe in you, my dear Uziel." But according to his mother's diary, his parents had struggled greatly to raise him. Back then, he vowed to study hard to make them proud. When he fell asleep at his desk late at night, his mother would gently drape a blanket over him. But one day, after hearing the doctor, she was distraught. "Doctor, you're saying my son has mana leak syndrome?" Young Beck Uziel, devastated, refused to accept it. "No, it can't be." The boy burst into tears. But were these Beck Uziel's memories, or his own? Snapping awake, Beck Uziel felt dizzy, clutching his head. He looked out the window. Dawn had broken, the sun peeking over the horizon. A fellow passenger noticed he was awake and said, "Oh, you're up? Looked like you had a nightmare. You were mumbling something I couldn't understand. I almost woke you." Outside, someone announced, "We'll head to Lazoica, a satellite city of Arcanium, soon." The carriage slowed, and another voice called, "Let's take a break here." The group quickly disembarked to stretch. Beck Uziel, sore, stretched his arms high. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide. By chance, the green-haired girl was staring at him. He raised a hand to greet her, but before he could speak, she turned and walked away. Feeling awkward, he gave a sheepish smile, muttering, "Man, she's cold." But things were going relatively well. Considering how worried he'd been, he was glad this world's timeline was closer to modern times than medieval. Magic existed in mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads were built for convenient long-distance travel. They'd reach Lazoica via a state-of-the-art airship. Lazoica was a stop en route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, the city of magic, everything truly began. Magic towers, mage conferences, and 5 prestigious academies were all there. The academy with the most powerful mages and brightest students was Stellar Academy, filled with geniuses and nobles from across the world. Yet Beck Uziel couldn't fathom why the character he'd transmigrated into was admitted to such a prestigious school. "Wait, I haven't checked my skills." Hurriedly, he opened his system. A status panel appeared. Mana leak syndrome, level 1. Strength, plus 3%. Speed, plus 5%. Agility, plus 10%. Sixth sense, consumes mental strength to detect mana within a 12m radius. Acceleration wave. Looking at the status, he silently thanked the skills Beck Uziel possessed. Sixth sense and acceleration wave? Without these, I'd be dead in this game. A cursed condition, unable to retain mana leak syndrome, was Beck Uziel's innate curse. Yet it allowed him to detect mana via sixth sense, sensing attacks even without looking. Acceleration wave let him perceive everything as if time slowed, reacting faster than a normal human could. These are essential for Beck Uziel since he can't use mana. But everything has a downside. Overusing sixth sense drains mental strength, potentially causing unwanted side effects. He swiped to the stats. Name, Beck Uziel. Stats. Strength, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 97%. Speed, 1 star, 81%. Stability, 1 star, 51%. Endurance, 0 star, 97%. Mental strength, 1 star, 43%. Mana remaining, 0. Skill, Flash, level 0. Trait, Mana Leak Syndrome, level 1. After reviewing, he thought, the starting stats aren't bad. The original Beck Uziel had low agility, but in my hands, it's different. I need to push this. In this game world, there are levels for skills and stats, shown as levels and stars. The max stat level is 9 stars, but that's nearly unreachable. I've played for over 10 years and only hit 8 stars in stability and agility. I should focus on agility to boost sixth sense and reaction speed. I can improve stability and flexibility other ways. The issue now is mana leak syndrome. If I don't train it, I won't survive long. I need to level it to reach the true body secret. Stella Academy is the way to suppress this syndrome. I have no choice if I want to prevent this world's end and cure my chronic illness. He sighed helplessly. Phew. I really don't want to go there. Someone save me from this. Suddenly, the system chimed. You've missed some notifications. Surprised, he exclaimed. Oh, I haven't checked these. But before he could, an urgent voice called. Hey, kids, let's go. Beck Uziel shelved the notifications for later. The green-haired girl was still watching him, but remained coldly silent. Before them hovered a massive, modern airship. Everyone on board seemed excited and eager. A loudspeaker announced, Attention, we're approaching Arcanium. Please remain seated. Someone spotted something, exclaiming in shock, then mocked. Hey, look at that guy gawking like a kid. Never been on an airship before? Huh. Their gazes pointed to Beck Uziel. He was looking around, everything unfamiliar. They continued. Is that guy some country bumpkin? Looks like a hick in the city. TCH, how does Stella let trash like him in? Beck Uziel overheard their whispers about him. He glanced at them but ignored their mockery, sighing and turning away. His indifference surprised the mocker. Beck Uziel thought, just a bunch of brats. I'm an adult. I won't stoop to their level. His nonchalance embarrassed the young noble, who shouted, Hey kid, you dare look at us like that? Tired of living? Frowning and grinding his teeth, he added, You nobody. Stop right there. A gentle voice interrupted. Hey, what's with the racket? The noble jumped, turning toward the voice. His eyes widened in shock. In the distance was a girl with long hair. Trembling, he stammered, Princess Bayan. Beck Uziel turned, thinking he said Bayan. Following his gaze, a stunningly beautiful princess stood before them, exuding cold elegance. Princess Bayan Adalabit of the Adalabit Kingdom. She said nothing more, gliding past the group. As she passed the noble, he smiled warmly, placing a hand on his chest, greeting politely. Your Highness. Before he could continue, her icy glare silenced him, and she walked on without a care. Embarrassed, he stood speechless. She strode inside, leaving the group stunned and deflated. As she passed Beck Uziel, he realized she's the world's enemy in the story. Hong Bayan is a main character in the game. She and the heroine are always at odds, but she's the one who dies. In most endings, she's killed brutally or forced to take her own life after being bullied by the Academy. She endures the most humiliating things in front of everyone, as if the developers despised her and wanted her to suffer. He grew somber, thinking, I heard she's super famous among players. She's gorgeous, but so cold, like she'd kill me if I tried talking. His stomach growled loudly. Rubbing it, he decided to fill it first. At a stall on the second deck, he saw dazzling pastries. Picking one, his face paled, thinking, why is it so expensive? Still, he ate to satisfy his hunger. After eating, Beck Uziel stepped out, dazed. Damn, is eating in Arcanium always like this? I'm screwed. The loudspeaker blared. Attention, attention. We'll arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the main deck. Repeating, we'll arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the main deck. Thank you. Hearing this, Beck Uziel smiled, thinking, it's finally starting. This is my reality now. Excited, he exclaimed, let's do this. Soon after, the group arrived at Stella Academy. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Beck Uziel felt out of place. He took a deep breath. At least I've dealt with the immediate problem. The Black Demon cult can't follow me here. But can I survive in this place? Surviving this world isn't easy. I wish I had something useful for this situation. A thought struck him. I still haven't checked those system notifications. He opened the system. The message read, The Constellatio Project grants you a special reward. Options. 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower level. 2. A skill you acquired in the game with reduced power. 3. Experience. Staring at the status, he mused, this system has some morals, doesn't it? But what should I pick? Should I go for Twin Lightning Reflector? As if reading his mind, the system responded. Based on analysis, such equipment is too high tier and will be downgraded. He pressed, What about Hyper Flash? The system replied. Based on analysis, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be granted. However, you may use the reward to enhance your Flash skill. Stunned, he cursed inwardly. This damn system. Really forcing a downgrade. Sensing his complaint, the system explained. Due to insufficient narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize such items. Huh? What's that? He asked, confused. The system continued. Narrative energy influences the story's progression. By exploring hidden storylines, you can accumulate it. For now, as a newcomer, you cannot possess overly powerful items. He waited eagerly for more, but nothing came. He asked, What about the crest glasses? The system replied. Based on analysis, this item can be provided. I'll take it. With that, the system tossed him the crest glasses. Holding them, he examined them. Thinking glumly, I never thought I'd actually have to wear this damn thing. Note, the crest glasses store all information a player has gathered in Mythical World. Players cannot recall or access details about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge on their own. Thus, various items were developed to store information uniquely. Beck Uziel is no exception. He uses the crest glasses to store data. Excited, he put them on to test them. A blue glow emanated from the glasses, displaying Crest glasses, level 0. Description: can't remember last night's dinner? No problem. These glasses record everything you've seen and learned. Special feature: sealed Crest archive. Activate with mental strength. He opened another section, and the system showed alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Satisfied, he thought. This place feels just like real life, so I'm not sure what I can do with the system. But with these glasses, I can regain half the abilities I used. Suddenly, whispers came from behind. Hey, isn't that Izal Malf? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Malf Duchy? How dare she show her face here? Shoo, quiet, she'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name from the story, Beck Uziel grew curious. Izal Malf? Oh, right. The Crest glasses let me register or check character info. Let's see. A panel appeared. Name: Izal Malf. Description: false heroine, ice lightning mage, enjoys pickle juice before pizza. Eldest daughter of Malf Duchy. Her father's death led to her family's downfall. Fate will die? Reading this, he thought. So she's the false heroine? Let's talk about Izal. One thing stands out. Though this is mythical world from the game, it's based on a romantic novel, Don't Love the Princess. That novel follows heroine Izal, who loses her family, grows by facing the villain Hong Baiyan's schemes, and ends happily with the male lead. Her revenge fades, and other male characters protect her. But it has a tragic ending after mixed reader reactions. The issue is, while the game is based on the novel, the story differs. In the game, a character named Flame was added, replacing the heroine's role. Flame has her own storyline. She was a modern woman who loved reading Don't Love the Princess and was reincarnated here. So, unlike the novel, Izal is the false heroine, while Flame is the true heroine. No matter how hard players try, Izal cannot survive any storyline, a result of being pushed out as the heroine. But that's got nothing to do with me. Though, I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Probably my imagination. Time to face this reality. After a tumultuous day, dawn broke. Bright sunlight bathed Stella Academy. Inside, students in uniforms lined up neatly for a speech. The principal spoke. As you know, the Black Demon cultists are witches who gain power from another world, turning into monsters. They continue their invasion by opening persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to seize the magical world. Our duty as mages is to protect it from these evil forces. Whispers arose below. Starting the term with this lame speech? Yeah, so boring. The principal continued. Now, we'll hold the oath ceremony for the 4 highest scoring students, representing the freshmen. Please come forward. The standout students stepped up, handsome boys and beautiful girls with radiant faces. Watching them, Beck Uziel thought, they're all shining, like they're the protagonists. But who's the brightest? Write him. The principal announced, representing all freshmen here, Ma Yuziong. Please give your speech. Girls below swooned. He's the top scorer? So talented and handsome. Beck Uziel nodded, acknowledging, so that's the famous Ma Yuziong. Game note, Ma Yuziong epitomizes I alone am supreme, with a 9-star mana stat, nearing godlike potential. A genius among geniuses, he can control all elements. Even if I don't reach the grand finale, I must avoid bad endings by pulling my Yuziong to the good side. But that short-haired, cute girl, probably Flame? He delved into speculation. It depends on how she acts from now. She's a transmigrator like me. Teaming up might be smart, but what if she sees me as an enemy and rejects me? I have an info advantage, so I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame's a reader of the romantic novel, while I'm a player of this fantasy game. I swear I'll act accordingly, even if my role's smaller than a shop villain. Plus, Flame has a unique ability, purifying black demon cultists. But she also brings misfortune to those close to her. Staying near her will affect me. My role is to support the protagonist from afar and avoid involvement as much as possible. As he thought, my Yuziong's speech ended, met with enthusiastic applause. The principal declared, I hereby conclude today's entrance ceremony. Right after, Beck Uziel's system displayed. Congratulations on completing Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy. After the entrance ceremony, the students gathered in a lecture hall, each choosing a seat at random. Beck Uziel, looking somewhat glum, thought, I graduated college ages ago, and now I'm suddenly a high school student again. This feels so weird. But he consoled himself. At least there's something pretty cool about this place. He held a watch in his hand, musing, this is it. Having this is awesome. The Stella Watch, proof you're a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. With it, you get privileges and better services than other mages. Grinning, he tucked the watch into his pocket, thinking, hee, gotta make the most of this. At that moment, someone entered. A stern-faced man walked to the podium and announced, all students, remain seated. We'll begin the exam now. Except for writing tools, put away all items. If you're wearing glasses, I need to inspect them first. Beck Uziel thought glumly, an exam right after the ceremony? Stella's curriculum is tougher than most Korean universities. A placement test on the first day to evaluate and assign classes. After distributing the papers, the teacher returned to the podium, declaring, attention, you have 45 minutes. Begin. For someone like Beck Uziel, who'd long returned borrowed knowledge to teachers, the questions were daunting. Sweating, he thought, damn, I can't even understand these. What am I supposed to do? So hard. The placement test is unrelated to the entrance exam and notoriously brutal. Students are ranked from F to A and S based on scores. Of course, most playable characters are in Class S. But Beck Uziel ranks dead last among 1,141 students. Staring at the paper, he wavered. Should I just turn in a blank sheet? I'm already admitted. Surely they won't expel me. I'll just volunteer for Class F. Glancing around, everyone seemed focused except my Uziel, casually propping his chin, lost in thought. Beck Uziel felt a pang of disappointment. He's already chilling? Did he finish? No wonder he looks bored. In the game, my Uziel's personality is jaded. Born into the continent's strongest family, with a genius mind and top-tier talent, everything's easy for him. Depending on the heroine's actions, he joins the good or evil side. The Black Demon cult, bent on wiping out humanity, is obsessed with him. His family's the biggest issue from the start. Watching a genius like him makes me question myself. Suddenly, he realized, wait, why am I so dumb? I can use the Crest glasses. I use them to store library knowledge. They're perfect for this. Nothing to lose. Let's try? He reached into his chest pocket for the glasses, but as he was about to put them on, the proctor noticed, approaching sternly. Hold on. What's with those glasses? I said glasses need inspection first. Hand them over. Startled, Beck Uziel thought. Oh right. Damn, I forgot. He handed over the glasses, panicking as the teacher examined them closely. Sweating bullets, he thought. I'm screwed. What do I do? If they detect these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled. Looking up, he prayed, please let me survive this. Suddenly, the system blared, detected a missing component of the Crest glasses. Would you like to summon it? Terrified, he thought, no. Stay quiet, system. The proctor used magic to inspect the glasses, but found nothing, returning them, saying, no mana detected. Ask first next time. Relieved, Beck Uziel replied, yes, sir. Thinking, thank God. If the original functions were active, I'd be toast. He put on the glasses, looking more scholarly. Answers appeared before his eyes. Copying them, he thought smugly, jackpot. Maybe I'll top the class. At this rate, I'll escape Class F, maybe even hit Class A. As he copied, the teacher announced, time's up. Stop and submit your papers. The proctor used magic to collect them, preventing any extra writing. Watching the papers fly to the teacher, Beck Uziel groaned. What? I only answered 3 questions. The teacher scanned the stack, eyes suddenly widening in shock. Beck Uziel, dejected, I thought I'd escape Class F. Guess it's too much for me. Removing his glasses, the teacher noticed something, shouting, you, hand over those glasses. Beck Uziel froze, stammering, why yes, sir. The teacher studied them, muttering, strange. Impossible. Turning to him, he ordered, call Dr. Gran. Beck Uziel replied, yes, sir, but panicked. What's wrong with him? I wrote carefully to avoid suspicion. Am I busted? Later, in the professor's office, the teacher's urgent voice rang out. Dr. Gran, what do you think? Dr. Gran, professor of magic engineering, held the glasses, replying, the boy answering that question is suspicious. The teacher pressed, did he cheat? Dr. Gran said, cheat? No. I detect no magical energy from the glasses or any item. He did it on his own. Beck Uziel feigned innocence, looking wronged. Dr. Gran chuckled, patting his shoulder. Haha, fascinating. I never expected this in my lifetime. Professor Lee Hanwall, apologize and guide him. Embarrassed, Lee Hanwall said, yes, sir. Turning to Beck Uziel, he added, I misunderstood you. Sorry. Beck Uziel grinned, thinking I did cheat. But if the glasses' original functions worked, I'd be done. He replied, it's okay, sir. Later, in Professor Lee Hanwall's office, teachers graded the exams. Reviewing one paper, Lee Hanwall paused, staring in disbelief. A voice called, oh, Professor Lee Hanwall? These are the freshman exams. He replied, yes. The woman, Professor Edeltaiman, an elder council member, said cheerfully, I hear we have many outstanding students this year. Lee Hanwall agreed. Indeed, we have talents from the most prestigious fire magic family, Princess Hong Baiyan of Adalabit's Fire Kingdom, Jeremy Selvin of the Scalvan Empire, who outshone his brothers in the Throne War at 12 with magical talent, and Hei Waryong, heir to the world's grandest magic tower, Full Moon Tower. Edeltaiman nodded. Setting questions for such elite students must be tough. This year will be exciting. Lee Hanwall replied, I'm glad you approve. As you said, this year's test is new. The first 3 questions are tricky riddles testing agility. If students can't solve them, do they move on? Second, how do they handle problems not in books? Rote magic learning is over. Now, it's about quick judgment and creative thinking. But those questions don't need answers. Over 1,000 of 1,141 students left them blank. The other 100 tried, but got them wrong. Only 3 freshmen answered correctly. Ma Yuziang, a once-in-a-century genius from an unknown family. Flame, a commoner recommended by the principal, nearly as talented as Ma Yuziang, and Beck Uziel, a nobody. Ma Yuziang and Flame being geniuses is no surprise, but Beck Uziel had a low entrance score. Yet he solved all 3 tough questions, leaving the rest blank. A nearby professor, seeing Lee Hanwall's puzzlement, asked, what's wrong? Worried about their scores. Lee Hanwall replied, well, I can't explain some students' results. Edeltaiman said, that's normal. Those formulas don't solve everything. If the kids don't know, you can. But do you think this kid's a genius? Lee Hanwell asked. She replied casually. Maybe just luck. She left, leaving Lee Hanwell baffled. He sighed, checking Beck Uziel's file, finding a note. Specially admitted for exceptional flash control. Reading this, Lee Hanwell accepted it, thinking, admitted by the principal himself, huh? Using flash for combat magic? Intriguing. We'll soon see if this is luck or if he's truly special. After the results, the school assigned students to classes. Everyone eagerly checked their placements. Voices echoed. The results are posted. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get Class A, don't come home. Beck Uziel trudged behind, thinking, unbelievable. Checking class rankings in person? Back then, I'd just click a mouse. At the bulletin board, a boy in blue stared at him like an alien. Whispers followed. Is that Beck Uziel? I heard he scored 0 in practical magic. No way. How does trash like him get into Stella? What are their standards now? Beck Uziel ignored the chatter, focused on finding his class. Nothing else mattered. Approaching the board, he scanned it, panicking. Where's my name? Shocked, he thought. Did I fail for only answering 3 questions? No way. I'm dead. The crowd kept gossiping. Beck Uziel? Must be a mistake. Uslak from Marquis checked Balin's family ranked 29th and got Class A. Even Kyle, with perfect theory at 17th, is in Class A. So why am? Hearing his name mentioned vaguely, Beck Uziel grew curious. What's going on? Should I check? I'm already screwed. He approached the crowd, then froze, eyes wide. What the? My name's there? No way. A mistake? What the hell? The most coveted rank, Class S. Home to Stella's 41 top students, a single elite tier. Rubbing his head, he thought, Class S? I hope this is a mistake. This is insane. Now I'll run into the game's protagonists constantly. Getting tangled with them will only shorten my lifespan. I can't change this. Guess I'll have to live quietly. There's gotta be a way. Outside the academy, everything seemed calm and quiet, but in a secluded corner, a woman angrily slapped Princess Bayan hard across the face. Frowning, she shouted, You got all 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Izal from the Fallen Duchy answered 2 correctly. This woman was Professor Hong Yil, a fire element mage and Bayan's mother. She continued, You couldn't answer questions even vermin could solve. That means you're lower than vermin, Bayan. Reflect on yourself. Do you understand? The girl replied weakly. Yes, mother. Still furious, her mother glared sharply, then sighed, choking up. Listen, Bayan. You cannot become like me, expelled from the kingdom and stuck in this foolish professor position. You must not be the kingdom's disgrace. She leaned down, gently placing her hands on her daughter's cheeks, saying, You must surpass your sister. Then she smiled warmly, like any loving mother, gazing at her child. You understand, right? Bayan's cheeks flushed red. She thought for a moment before replying. Of course, mother. But in truth, her heart was in turmoil. She didn't understand it all. She'd lived as taught, solving everything mechanically. But this time, the problems involved magic, spells, and formulas, things she'd never studied. What am I supposed to do? Tears welled up, and she broke down crying. Why? Why must you torment me like this? Meanwhile, in the Class S lecture hall, the students had gathered. Beck Uziel sat alone at the top desk, sulking. I'm screwed. Of course I'd end up in a place full of weirdos. It's not like I'm trying to befriend them. Whispers arose around him. Why is he here? That's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Did you know? Our family protested, asking why he's in Class S. They just said Beck Uziel qualifies. Seriously? That's so weird. Though they whispered, Beck Uziel overheard. He thought dejectedly, looks like I'm the outcast. Makes sense. They've trained hard since childhood, so they'd be devastated to see someone like me in their class. Class assignments shift based on performance, so this is normal. Even Class S isn't exempt. You can drop to a lower class, or some guys climb from Class A to S later. Guess I'll talk to them then. He glanced around. These were familiar game characters, yet somehow, he was their classmate. It's surreal. Game characters are standing before me. In a few years, most of this class will be famous across the continent. 5 could betray the Magic Council. Ma Yuxiang's one of them. If only Flame could stop that from the start. Professor Lee entered, announcing, Hello, students. Settle down. Recognizing the familiar voice, Beck Uziel looked toward the podium. The authoritative professor spoke. I'm honored to meet you. Some may know me, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Professor Lee Hanwall, your Class S teacher. Whispers erupted below. One said, So that's the famous Lee Hanwall? Another replied, He's hunted nearly 1,000 black demon cultists. Insane. They call him a 7th-rank magic warrior. He's on another level. Seeing the students' excited chatter, Professor Lee called for order. Quiet down. This year, we have many talented students, including a specially admitted one. As you know, this academy trains combat mages, or magic warriors. You'll face a rigorous 3-year curriculum. I expect you to keep up. Show me your best during your time here. Any questions? The class stayed silent. He smiled. Good. Let's begin. At that moment, Princess Bayan entered from outside. Seeing her bruised cheek, everyone was shocked, including Beck Uziel. Bayan, who follows rules more than anyone, is late? What's wrong with her? She approached the professor, apologizing and explaining, her face weary and disappointed. Curious, Beck Uziel checked his crest glasses. A panel appeared. Hong Bayan, villain, fire mage. Hoards red ginseng candy. Occasionally self-critical. Only drinks a Kalia-style sofa coffee. Has a cruel mother. Fated to die. Reading this, he thought, not much different. She's doomed to die. If Izal dies because of flame, Bayan will too. It's the unavoidable fate of a villain. I'd save her if I could, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. Feeling a pang of sadness, he removed the glasses. After hearing her explanation, the professor said, "Find a seat." Beck Uziel sighed. "I feel bad, but I can only keep my distance." Lost in thought, he didn't notice Bayan approaching his desk. Her eyes, filled with resentment and sorrow, locked onto him. He was clueless about what was happening. Then, Bayan sat next to him. Stunned, he thought, what? What's going on? Why do I feel like this? Has everything gone wrong from the start? Once everyone settled into their seats, the professor announced, "Before we begin class, we'll hold an inheritance ceremony for you to receive your magic wands. Classes S and A will participate together. I'll explain the details later." Beck Uziel, slightly bewildered, thought, an inheritance ceremony? Sounds like a hassle. But then he smiled, a spark of anticipation for the event. At Stella Academy, two major events stand out: the Oath of the Century and the Inheritance Ceremony. For a prestigious institution like Stella, the Inheritance Ceremony holds a special significance. Soon after, students from classes S and A gathered in a mystical area. Professor Lee spoke. "Is everyone here? We've prepared wands ranging from the lowest to mid-tier. Your task is to approach the wand you like and take it. Changing wands after selection is complicated, so choose carefully." Beck Uziel thought, "He says that, but we don't choose the wand. It chooses us." In this world, wands only respond to those they recognize, creating a resonance effect. You can't just use a high-tier wand because you want to. With that in mind, he approached the floating magic wands. He looked around, hesitating. Which one should I pick? He stood there, lost in thought. Before, I'd grab a low-tier wand and be done. But since I'm in Class S, I can't pick something random and let them look down on me forever. His eyes caught a simple wand. In this world, wands are divided into two types: magic wands and staves. Wands are used by knights for quick casting magic, while staves are for bishops, focusing on powerful single spells with longer casting times. Suddenly, whispers came from behind. Which one do you think he'll pick? Since he's in Class S, he shouldn't have trouble resonating, right? Beck Uziel realized they were talking about him, but ignored them, thinking, "Say what you want, kids. I don't care enough to get worked up." Then someone called from behind. "Hey, Iku." Confused, not knowing who was addressing him, he turned. A stranger's face appeared. Beck Uziel asked, "What's up? Who are you?" The boy, with an arrogant smirk, replied boldly, "I'm Uslek." Beck Uziel didn't recognize him, thinking, probably some minor character. First time hearing that name. Whatever, just answer and move on. He replied casually, "Oh, got it." Uslek crossed his arms, continuing, "Which wand are you picking?" Beck Uziel shrugged, "I'll just grab one." Uslek sneered mockingly. "Better pick something fitting for a commoner like you. Don't aim too high and fall hard, causing trouble for Professor Lee." "Man, what a joke." Beck Uziel's expression screamed, "As if I'm scared of you." Ignoring him, he turned away, throwing in a jab, "Sure thing. Don't cause any trouble yourself." Uslek, provoked by the taunt, fumed, his face turning red. Losing it, he shouted, "Damn it, you punk. You want to fight? Such a pain." Beck Uziel was ready to brush it off, but this kid kept pushing. Sighing, he pulled out his crest glasses and put them on. Uslek's info appeared. Uslek Czech Balin, son of Marquis Czech Balin, follower of Prince Jeremy. Dissatisfaction level 3. Removing the glasses, Beck Uziel thought, disappointed, "That's it? Lame." Looking at Uslek, he sighed. "Does this guy have anything special?" Uslek pointed at a wand, boasting, "Anyway, I'm picking that one. Watch closely." Following his gesture, Beck Uziel saw it was a staff, Edamuri Edamirai, the highest tier item here. A high mid-tier staff is typically used by professional mages. Even with talent, low mid-tier is the limit for students. Professional mages rarely use low mid-tier staves. The Edamuri Edamirai, the only high mid-tier staff here, was mostly for show. No student could claim it. The professor spoke again. "Students, stand before the wand you want." One by one, students approached their chosen wands. They seemed to have made their picks. Blue lights glowed around them. The crowd gasped. "Wow, isn't Hay One's wand the Hayden Amicaton? That's a mid-tier staff." Prince Scalvin picked a mid-tier wand too. Observing, Beck Uziel commented, "Princess Bayan chose Suaviter Lahaven, also mid-tier. How many can pick mid-tier wands? This year's wild." Uslek, even more enraged, gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Just watch, I can do it too." With resolve, he marched toward the staff. The crowd watched, stunned, murmuring, "That's Uslek? Can he resonate with a high mid-tier staff?" Meanwhile, Beck Uziel, our story's protagonist, remained prideful. Uslek reached for a mid-tier staff, grinning smugly. "I'll make you all gape. See a true Class S talent." He grabbed it. Instantly, small electric sparks flashed. Then, a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The force was blindingly intense. Beck Uziel, unfazed, blinked. As I predicted, he failed. Uslek was flung back by the staff's power, crashing to the ground, grinding his teeth in defiance. Onlookers panicked. "Oh no, he's badly hurt. Someone get the professor." A high mid-tier staff is impossible. Why is this guy so reckless? Beck Uziel sighed. Who's the one aiming too high and falling now, huh? Should have given up from the start. Then, another student approached the staff, whistling confidently. It seemed the staff's true owner had already been decided. And the confident figure was none other than Ma Yuziang. He stared intently at the staff before him, a smug smile spreading across his face. He seemed quite pleased with his decision. But his action sparked an uproar among the surrounding students. Oh my gosh. Is he going for a high mid-tier staff? No way he can resonate with that. Ignoring the chatter, Ma Yuziang coolly reached out and gripped the staff tightly. Instantly, it emitted a blinding light, yet he stood unfazed. The overwhelming aura forced everyone to shield their eyes. As expected, Ma Yuziang resonated with the staff. Holding it, he flashed a bright smile, radiating brilliance. The students, unable to believe their eyes, exclaimed, "Unbelievable. No way. How can a first-year claim a high mid-tier staff? My god, is this possible?" Beck Uziel, unsurprised, sighed. I saw it coming. From now on, more people will see how talented he is. Suddenly, Ma Yuziang glanced at him. Confused, Beck Uziel wondered, what's he looking at? Then Ma Yuziang approached with a friendly smile. Beck Uziel froze, hair standing on end, thinking, what the hell? Is he crazy? Why is he smiling? But then he recalled the game's storyline. Ma Yuziang also possesses another high mid-tier staff, Terry Vaughn. This moment is a turning point. If Flame claims Terry Vaughn, Ma Yuziang will take an interest in her talent, setting him on one path. But if she chooses another staff, he'll follow a different one entirely. I need to use Flame to pull Ma Yuziang in. Spotting Flame, Beck Uziel saw her approaching a staff, still hesitant. It was Terry Vaughn. His heart raced as he watched her closely. Flame inched toward it. Staring at her back, he urged silently, "Yes, take it." Then Ma Yuziang will notice Flame, and we'll get a perfect ending. But before he could celebrate, Flame abruptly turned away. Shocked, he nearly choked. What's that? She doesn't want Terry Vaughn. What's going on? Doesn't she know? Relax the info. This isn't good. Flame can resonate with any staff. She's the protagonist. But what if she picks some random one? We'll lose a great option. No way, I have to act. I need to push Terry Vaughn toward her. Focusing, he targeted Flame's position and used Flash to zip behind her. Quick as lightning, he appeared at her back. Sensing someone, Flame spun around, thinking, what the heck? When did he get behind me? Beck Uziel raised a hand, grinning. Hello? Hi. Just curious which staff you're picking. Confused, Flame replied. Why do you care? What's it to you? Embarrassed, he said. I just wanted to help since you seem unsure. Unimpressed by his flimsy excuse, Flame replied coldly. That's not your business. If you've got nothing else, I'm leaving. She turned to go. Beck Uziel called out. Wait, but sensed something off. Flame's supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's outgoing, right? Why is she so cold? I can't give up. My whole life depends on this. Gathering courage, he shouted. Hold on. I really just want to help. Flame, now annoyed, snapped. Nosy jerk. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked a staff yet. Undeterred, Beck Uziel pressed. No, wait. I feel like there's a staff perfect for you. Furious, Flame yelled. You think you can tell me what to do? What do you know about staves? Intimidated, he thought. What's with her? Did I mess up? Or does she just ignore side characters like me? Stammering, he replied. Oh well, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could take that staff? Flame, puzzled, asked Terry Vaughn. Seeing her calm slightly, he grinned. Exactly. That's the one. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted, wiping the smile off his face. A massive explosion rang out, its force overwhelming. His eyes widened in panic as a staff inexplicably flew into his hand. Blinking, he yelped, what the hell? Examining it, his face paled. Why is this in my hand? Flame was supposed to take it. Damn it. Speechless, he stood awkwardly. Flame, stunned for a moment, then smirked. Well, what now? Beck Uziel, creeped out by her odd reaction, stammered. Nothing. But internally, he panicked. It's over. I'm done for. This makes living quietly impossible now. The inheritance ceremony had ended, but its buzz lingered. On the school courtyard, Flame trailed behind a group of students. By chance, she overheard two guys talking ahead. One said, Hey, heard the hot news? 2 students claimed high mid-tier staves this year. The other, shocked, replied, No way. Only 5 people have ever done that. And now 2 more. Yup. But get this, one of them only used Flash in the practical magic test. Flash? That's basic magic. My parents said Flash is rare, though. This is weird. Their conversation made Flame ponder. She didn't get it either. Later, in the study room, Flame arrived, feeling at ease. She sighed. Finally, some peace. All day, I've heard whispers about that. News of 2 students grabbing high mid-tier staves is everywhere, but I still don't get who that guy is. Why could he claim Terry Vaughn? I read the original novel 3 times before transmigrating, and Beck Uziel never appeared. They say no one can take Terry Vaughn, yet he resonated with it so easily. No, he's probably just showing off to me. Whatever. Thinking about it's useless now. Suddenly, someone called, Flame, here to study too. Turning, she grinned. You kids think I'm a bookworm? The blonde girl teased. Nah, you always say you're bored, then study anyway. Flame, embarrassed, said, Hey, not true. Another girl asked, But why call us kids? We're the same age, right? Flame made up an excuse. Oh, just a habit. Where I'm from, People treated me like an old lady, haha. In truth, she knew she was in a novel. How could she act childish? Another voice asked, studying alone today? It was a cute red-haired girl. Flame thought, is that Jackie? Her fashion sense is so like mine. She replied, nah, I'm heading to a meeting. Gotta go. Cool, let's grab a drink next time. Flame waved, bye-bye. Her cheerful facade dropped, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. She mused, being an adult acting like a student is tough. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone ahead and bumped into them with a thud, clutching her head. Ouch. A warm voice said Flame. Surprised, she looked up. Hey Wonryang, is that you? He asked, you okay? What were you thinking, walking so carelessly? Flame replied, I'm fine. He studied her, then said, you look off. Something wrong. His warm concern made her eyes sparkle. He's worried about me? Blushing, she said, no, I'm good. Changing the topic, he said, all right, good. You here to study? She nodded, yeah. You heading to the Class S training room again? He grinned, daily training, can't slack. You're dedicated too. She teased, don't say that. He laughed, oh really? A playful cat and dog banter ensued. Then, Hey Wonryang smiled warmly, waving, I'm off. See ya. He left, leaving Flame confused. She'd imagined a romantic moment, but nothing happened. Disappointed, she muttered, humph, boring guy. Suddenly, she froze, spotting a purple-haired girl peeking from behind a door. Flame waved, but the girl left without a word. Puzzled but shrugging it off, Flame thought, it's late, not worth chasing her. Soon, she reached the study room. Standing at the door, she mused, a special supplementary meeting? In the novel, Izal and Bayan attend this. I'm curious how the heroine and villain face off. She opened the door and stepped in. As expected, all the key characters were there. She scanned the room. The meeting's host, a Class A student, seemed surprised by the attendees. Flame quickly took a high seat to observe. Sitting down, she thought, this is for students aiming to advance. No wonder so many famous Class S students are here. Her eyes caught Ma Yuziong and Baek Yuziel chatting happily, which shocked her. In this world, Ma Yuziong was intrigued by the unknown Baek Yuziel. Flame thought, this isn't just chance. Baek Yuziel not answering anything but those 3 hellish questions is absurd. Maybe from the start, he knew solving them would land him in Class S. If Baek Yuziel really knew the future, his actions back then were downright terrifying. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel sighed wearily, thinking, I wish someone would just yeet this guy out of my sight. Ma Yuziong, on the other hand, grinned brightly, looking at Yuziel and asking, hey, Yuziel, why are you here? With your skills, you don't need this class. Got some secret reason? The protagonist forced a laugh, replying, haha, no reason really. Just felt like checking it out. But inside, he was a mess. He was forced into this class. Who said my scores were bad? He thought, staring at the guy, baffled. Why is he so interested in me? A voice interrupted. All right, settle down. Let's wrap up the chatter. Today, we'll discuss the recent ranking test issues. As you know, this test was tough. So tough, even upperclassmen called its 3 questions Hell's Riddles. I'll explain them slowly. The speaker, Kai, was secretly nervous. He didn't understand why so many famous students were here. His goal was just to boost his reputation by helping the dumb kids in this class. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kai's mind. Glancing at Baek Yuziel, he thought, no, this is my chance. I heard Baek Yuziel had the lowest entrance test score. If I show I'm way better than him, I'm set. Confidently, he continued. Everyone, pay attention. I'll guide you through the first question. Writing on the board, he explained, this is actually a trick question. It tries to lead you into a dead end. First, you need to do this. The students below listened intently, scribbling notes. Ma Yuziong glanced at Yuziel, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, what do you think? Is his explanation right? Caught off guard, Yuziel looked up. Ma Yuziong was grinning, eagerly awaiting an answer. Freaked out by this odd behavior, Yuziel thought, what the hell? He's asking if I think Kai's right. I don't even know what's being explained, let alone Hell's Riddles. But honesty's a virtue. He replied, no, I don't know. His words triggered whispers among nearby students. What? Baek Yuziel? He's saying Kai's wrong. It seemed some were deliberately twisting his words to smear him, knowing his low entrance score. Kai, writing on the board, overheard and paused, visibly annoyed, grinding his teeth. Yuziel sensed something off, looking around. Huh? What's going on? Why is everyone staring? Kai stopped writing, snapped the chalk, and said, yes, I got it wrong. Yuziel was stunned. What's happening? Kai smirked triumphantly, adding, so, Baek Yuziel, why don't you come up and explain it? Yuziel's hair stood on end, panicking. What the hell is he saying? Then he caught Ma Yuziong's encouraging smile, as if saying, you got this, go for it. It clicked. Kai and the others were setting him up. Stealing himself, Yuziel walked to the board, thinking, fine. If you want to humiliate me, you're mistaken. I'll make you all gape in awe. All eyes were on him. At the podium, he pulled something out, reviewing Kai's solution. It was the crest glasses. He thought Hell's Riddles? More like wordplay nonsense. The questions like this. A mage chants. Oh Mother Earth, shed your tears, doubling the dust from the start. Why? The answer's simple. Dust is crying. It's just a state of separation. Yuziel rubbed his head. Who the heck comes up with this garbage? To him, it was laughable. Yet here, it was a major unsolved problem. Kai hadn't approached it like a normal math problem, but as dust crying to produce more dust. Hard to explain. His method was wrong but fluked the right answer, likely by luck. Another similar question would stump him. Now it's my stage. Uziel turned to Kai, saying, I can't teach you how to solve it, but I can show where you're wrong. Kai jolted. What? Uziel continued. It's about the Earth's foundation. But what if it's water or wind? Would your method work? If not, I'd use a simpler approach. But that needs multiple methods for the same question type. You just got lucky with the right answer, not the questioner's intent. Kai tried to argue, stammering, but conceded, you're right. Seeing Kai's defeated look, Uziel felt uneasy. Did I crush him too hard? He added. Anyway, here's how to solve it. Kai listened, jotting notes. The other students followed suit. Flame was stunned. Why is everyone writing down what he says? Aizao and Hong Baiyan should be debating, not analyzing his solution. Is this possible? What a joke. By now, dusk had settled outside. Inside, Ma Yuziong waved goodbye to Uziel. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. He flashed a bright smile and left. Uziel reluctantly waved back. See ya. As Ma Yuziong's figure faded, Uziel clutched his face, groaning. Damn it. If I keep getting tangled with my Yuziong, I'm screwed. I don't want it tomorrow. I never want to see him again. Lowering his hands, he stared at his slender fingers, thinking, must be the phone's fault. Can't use it anymore, and my hands feel restless. But catching my Yuziong's attention? Damn it. Why do I keep running into him? Oddly, besides Flame, no character had ever used Flash before. As he trudged home, he spotted Baiyan lingering nearby, her face tinged with sadness. He thought, what's up with her? She looks off. But it's none of my business. Why bother? He walked past her. Suddenly, she called, Beck Uziel. Startled, wondering if he misheard, he turned as she continued. I need to ask you something. The protagonist was floored. He couldn't believe someone as perfect as her had a question for him. He replied, Baiyan? What's up? Cutting to the chase, she asked. Why didn't you explain your answers earlier? Uziel froze at the question, thinking, I didn't explain? Honestly, I don't even know how to explain that nonsense. A question with no answer. How do you explain that? Is she misunderstanding something? Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, I didn't really explain anything. Baiyan interrupted, I get it. You didn't want to reveal it there, right? More confused, he thought, no, that's not it. She continued, then I'll compensate you. Shocked, he blurted, what are you talking about? Baiyan clarified, I'll reward you properly. Uziel's mind reeled, stammering, Moments later, they sneaked into Professor Lee's office. After rummaging, they found their tests. Glancing at Baiyan's, Uziel said, I don't get why you're paying me to explain the 3 ranking test questions. Baiyan replied, I have my reasons, not convenient to share. Just tell me. Yes, ma'am, he said. Reviewing her test, he remarked, you only got those 3 wrong. I flunked all the others. And you're asking me? Aren't you embarrassed? Baiyan replied coolly, no. The only thing I'm ashamed of is not understanding those answers. If you can clear that up, I'll do anything. Stunned, Uziel thought, she's the model student, right? He asked, but why me? You're a princess. Don't you have tons of friends to ask? Hesitating, she said, well, out of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 answered those hell's riddles correctly, including you. Uziel's jaw dropped. What? Say that again. Slightly ashamed, she continued. Those questions have no answers. Yet you, my Yuziong, and Flame solved them. That's what I'm most embarrassed about. Uziel lost his cool, hands trembling. No. Hold on. Standing abruptly, he shouted. Those 3 were trick questions? No one could solve them. How didn't you notice? Baiyan was silent. Suppressing his anger, he sat down, thinking, this is insane. Now I get why I'm in Class S, and why Flame blocked me. I didn't know the game's full setup. I had no clue about those trick questions. But Flame's different. She read the whole novel. Even without knowing the game's plot, she'd know the story's setup, like those trick questions. But since a side character like me, absent from the novel, showed up, Flame had to acknowledge my existence. Damn it. No wonder she acted like that. Baiyan, puzzled by his reaction, asked, what's wrong? Uziel brushed it off. Nothing, don't worry. Don't forget you owe me if I explain. She nodded. Of course. He added, I've got one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. Your kingdom's blacksmiths can do that, right? Surprised, Baiyan said, but only low-tier mercenaries use those. A future mage like you, why? Cutting her off, he said, it's my style. You can't call that a flaw. Looking at her expectantly, he asked, so, can you do it? After a moment's thought, she replied confidently, obviously. That's easy for me. Best answer of the day. Uziel, thrilled, cheeks flushing, thought, hell yeah. He began, all right, I'll explain the first question. Pointing at the test, he said clearly, you need to change your perspective. Confused, Baiyan asked, change my perspective? Uziel knew her weakness. Her magic was too mechanical, trapping her in rigid thinking. In the novel, she only realized this in her 2nd year after losing to Flame. I doubt I can make her see it now, but I hope to nudge her the right way. So what I need to do is, he continued, do you know what a nonsense riddle is? Before this question, Baiyan was a bit taken aback, then quickly responded, a riddle? I think I've heard of it. The male lead continued, all right, let's try an example. What's between a knee and a knee? Right away, she propped her chin on her hand, racking her brain, and answered, "The inside of the knee, right?" The male lead casually replied, "Nope, you got it wrong." Bayan, still confused, asked, "Huh? Why's that?" He emphasized the question again. "I'm asking which letter is between the word knee and the word knee. Got it now, right?" Realizing she'd been tricked, Bayan was furious. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel, seeing her fuming, got a bit nervous and said, "Whoa, easy. Don't glare at me like that. Just calm down, sit, and check out this question. It's got its own tricks and patterns you haven't figured out yet. What I mean is, when you face a problem, you need to tackle it more creatively. But can you do that just with your own creativity?" Bayan fell silent, feeling ashamed, and replied, "No, that's impossible." At this, the male lead let out a relieved sigh, smiling as he continued, "Exactly. While understanding spells and how to use them is crucial, for a mage, the most important thing is how you view the world. Magic is unpredictable, even with the smallest changes. But you're only thinking about what you've seen or read in books. That's all theoretical, not practical. Spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most critical thing for a mage, creativity." After Beck Uziel's long analysis, Bayan grew quiet, reflecting on his words, unable to deny them or hold back her emotions. Her hands trembled. She was in a state of deep despair. Seeing her serious expression, the male lead, now sweating, scratched his head awkwardly and said, You get what I'm saying, right? It might sound a bit complicated and abstract." Bayan confidently replied, "Of course I understand." The male lead gave a sheepish grin, thinking, "Man, that's rich. I don't even know what the heck I just said." He got serious again and said, "I'm glad you get it. Ready to start? Here's a riddle. What does a man say to his horse when he takes it to bed?" Bayan, a bit flustered, put her hand on her chin, thinking, what does a man say to his horse when he takes it to bed? After struggling, she sadly admitted, "I don't know." The male lead answered, "It's simple. Time to go to bed." Then he rolled out more riddles. Why don't they work harder? No idea, because they're always lying down on the job. What happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know either. My answer, rock rolls, but scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't let them. At this point, he glanced at Bayan, not daring to say more. Her whole body was trembling, clearly beating herself up. She was so frustrated, her brows furrowed, teeth grinding. Seeing her like this, the male lead got goosebumps, thinking, "Whoa, what's this? She looks like she's about to lose it." Mustering his courage, he asked another riddle. "So, what does a cloud say to the sea?" What does a cloud say to the sea when it rains?" Bayan focused hard, calming herself, thinking, "Come on, you got this. Stay cool." After some internal struggle, she hesitantly answered, "I'm falling into the sea." To her surprise, the male lead exclaimed, "Whoa, you got it right." Finally, she answered one correctly and was recognized for it. Overwhelmed with joy, it showed all over her face. Bayan beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her reaction caught him off guard. It was the first time he'd seen her smile, in game or in real life. The male lead, sharing her joy, grinned proudly and said, "Just as I'd expect from a princess. Your creativity's on a whole other level." Blushing at the flattery, she tried to play it cool, saying, "All right, enough. What's the next question?" The male lead smirked and said, "That's the spirit, huh? Here's the next one." And so, they kept chatting until it was pitch dark. Outside the school courtyard, a few students lingered, chattering away. By then, the male lead was heading home alone, looking exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, thinking, "God, I'm an idiot. I spent 3 whole hours throwing silly riddles at Bayan to challenge her. I don't even care if she remembers what I said." Speaking of Bayan, she's got the potential to be an amazing witch with that brilliant mind. But her weakness is thinking too rigidly. If I wanted to poke at that flaw to mess with her, even though she's a villain, why do I feel so guilty? Whatever, I need to focus on forging Terry Vaughn into a magic sword. I've got to step it up. Man, it's not like the old me who could do everything on my own. Ugh, why overthink it? I should just grab the books I need for the next class. A bit later, he arrived somewhere, looking around for something, muttering, "No, it's got to be around here, right? I didn't remember it wrong, did I?" Then his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "There they are, the shoes. This is the place." Before him stood a rather old and dilapidated house. Inside, everything was covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping in and taking in the scene, he thought, "Man, this place is falling apart." Looking at the shopkeeper, he mused, "But I know one thing. The owner of this bookstore has a weird habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. If I'm not mistaken, this no-name shop holds Myla's notebook. She was the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago. Back in my old world, I could have just clicked a mouse to check it out. But here, you need the actual book to learn. Plus, the books you study affect your leveling speed. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I realized the good ones are hidden in unmarked, obscure shops like this." With that thought, he ventured deeper into the store, starting his search. As he moved, he grinned to himself, thinking, studying magical engineering with Myla's notes? That's a guaranteed A+. Sure, wearing crested glasses would get me decent grades, but I might uncover some secret formula. Suddenly, something caught his eye. a green book tucked away in a corner of the shelf. He exclaimed, "That's what I'm looking for." As he reached for it, another hand reached for the same book at the same time. Their eyes locked. Surprised, he blurted out, "Acel?" She looked confused and replied, "Wait, how do you know me?" "Come on, you're famous," the male lead answered. Then it dawned on her. He continued, "Oh right, you're in the supplementary group too. Your name's Beck Uziel, isn't it?" Hearing this, he felt a pang of disappointment, thinking, "Ugh, she doesn't remember meeting me before we got to the academy?" Acel went on, "I really liked that debate you did. Just a shame you couldn't explain all the answers." He suddenly recalled that Acel also struggled with those riddles. She added, "Anyway, nice to see you," before turning away coldly. Her attitude caught him off guard. But the pressing matter was, lucky me, the book's still here. He grabbed it and glanced at Acel, wondering, why is she here? She was browsing books but seemed hesitant to buy, carefully checking prices. After looking at one, she sighed in frustration and put it back. Beck Uziel caught this and pieced it together. That's why? This shop sells used books, so it attracts poor students like me. Someone like Acel, from a fallen noble family who's lost everything, can only shop here. Her father was probably killed by the dark mages. He felt a twinge of pity. It's sad, really. A princess like her, stuck buying used books and checking prices because she can't afford them. Plus, in the original novel, Acel has a tragic ending. She dies even before Flame, the main character in this world. She's probably the unluckiest character in the game. With that, he found the books he wanted, thick and heavy ones. He placed them in front of the shopkeeper and said, "I'll take these." At the same time, Acel reached the counter. Seeing the stack of books he'd chosen, she looked envious. She hadn't expected him to buy so many. Even the shopkeeper was surprised, asking, "All of these?" The male lead just nodded, glancing at Acel. She looked a bit melancholic. He asked, "You okay?" She replied indifferently, "You seem. You picked some great books." He was thrown off, thinking, was she about to roast me? Then he responded, "Which ones?" Acel continued, "All of them. Why are you reading about advanced sealing theory? Sealing's an ancient art that requires artifacts. Nowadays, with alchemists and magical engineers so advanced, hardly anyone uses it." He replied, "Oh, this book? Yeah, it's pretty useless." Thinking he must be crazy for picking it, she said curiously, "So you know that?" He casually answered, "Yup, that's why I got it." Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" Hugging his stack of books, he smirked and said, "Because everyone thinks like you. This class isn't easy. Catch you later, bye." As he walked away, he thought smugly, Izel's right. Nobody wants to take sealing theory. But that's exactly why it'll take less time and be easier to ace than other classes. With these books, this semester's gonna be a breeze. He left Acel standing there, stunned. She was puzzled. She wanted to ask more, but was too proud to speak up. The scene shifts to the next day at Stella Academy, where Acel nervously walked down the hallway. It was her first void theory class, her first lesson since enrolling. She thought, this class is supposed to be an EA system. Arriving at the classroom, she found many students already there. As she sat in an empty seat, she overheard nearby classmates. "Hey, you're taking void theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm screwed. I signed up because everyone said it's easy, but word spread. All the smart kids are in this class. We're toast." Acel sighed, thinking, "Oh well, I'll just have to try harder in other classes." After the lesson ended, everyone shuffled out, looking exhausted and grumbling. "Ugh, my butt's numb from sitting. I'm starving. What's for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria and figure it out." Acel walked alone, trailing behind, feeling dejected. She thought, damn it, how am I supposed to get a scholarship with this class's competition? Her stomach growled loudly. Holding her wallet, she hesitated. Maybe I should eat first. Let's see. I've only got 60 meal vouchers left, so I'll grab a sandwich today. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. On her way to the cafeteria, she passed a room and spotted a familiar figure, Beck Uziel, sitting there. At first, Acel wondered, what's he doing here? But when she saw the professor lecturing, she realized this was the class Beck Uziel had signed up for. Oddly, the class had very few students, and they all seemed to be underachievers. This professor's probably on the verge of getting fired, she thought. Then it hit her. If she took this class too, she could score high grades without much effort, saving energy for other subjects and maybe even securing a scholarship. Wait, does Beck Uziel already know this class is an easy A? No way. Did he plan out which classes to take for a smooth ride? No, that's impossible. What am I even thinking? It's probably just a coincidence. With that, she left. The scene shifts to the next morning, with the sun high in the sky. In a corner of the academy, students were attentively listening to a lecture. The professor said, "Surely you all know the origin of magic. The creator mage, White Robe Mage, spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned to wield it." This was Professor Ludin, an expert on divine artifacts, who continued. He taught the elves natural magic, dwarves material magic, and humans elemental magic. Then, he ascended to the heavens, blah blah blah. What followed was an abstract and confusing lecture. The male lead listened, baffled, thinking, damn, how am I supposed to survive 3 years of this? In the game, I could have skipped all this with a single button. But this class might actually be important. It could reveal the true ending. Of course, that's just my guess. Suddenly, he noticed someone familiar sitting nearby. Turning, he thought in surprise, Izel's in this class too? I don't recall any main characters taking this class who were connected to me. Meanwhile, the professor continued passionately. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world, secretly learning the magic of other races. Still, they weren't satisfied and couldn't learn more. The creator mage left behind the 12 divine artifacts and vanished without a trace. Anyone know about the 12 divine artifacts? A clear voice spoke up. They're said to be guardians that maintain the balance of power on the continent. It was none other than Acel. She added, I heard they're hidden across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor, impressed by her answer, continued, exactly. They hold special powers to protect the continent. For example, the divine artifact of summer, the 6th artifact, Red Summer, bears a blazing red flame. They say that flame never dies. If you go to the depths of the Alaman Sea, you'll still see it burning. Curious students can check it out. The male lead, hearing this, thought he must have misheard, shivering as he mused. What the hell? Is he joking? If a living creature enters the Sea King Alaman's territory, they die instantly. Up at the podium, the professor went on. There's Luvine Shore, a massive whirlpool in the ocean, frozen by the 12th artifact, Green Winter. Each divine artifact has its own power, but true magic happens when they combine. A student below asked, What's that magic, sir? The professor grew solemn and replied, Well, no one knows. They've been dormant for 1,000 years. The male lead felt the professor was onto something, thinking, At least in the game, I encountered a few divine artifacts. I saw 5 during limited time events, piecing together info from other players. No gamer's seen more than me. If I'm right, the 12 divine artifacts are tied to the true ending. No one's found it in 10 years. The answer must lie in unknown content. I only saw 5 artifacts after risking my life multiple times. If I want to see the true ending, I guess I'll have to start from scratch. Meanwhile, in an outdoor class, a massive fireball hurtled toward a dummy. A green-haired woman in a red dress stood in the center, saying, Power isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack, it's useless if it misses the target. This was Professor Hong Yil, teaching the fire class. As she walked, observing students apply theory to practice, she sensed something coming. Suddenly, a huge fiery surge shot toward the dummy. Then, boom boom boom, a massive explosion erupted. The professor, initially pleased with the power's source, was stunned when the smoke cleared. Despite the blast, the dummy stood unscathed. Professor Hong Yil, disappointed, exclaimed, That was poor, Bayan. Hearing this, Bayan trembled with frustration. Bayan sat down on a bench, her eyes betraying deep disappointment. She thought to herself, I've let Mother down again. She must be so disappointed. Suddenly, a voice called out, Princess. Looking up, she saw a cute girl with red hair tied in twin braids. It was Fo Ma Kei, who smiled brightly and asked, Are you okay? Sitting beside Bayan, she continued, Don't be sad. You looked amazing out there, Princess. Bayan responded indifferently, What do you mean? If someone used magic like mine, but way stronger, what's the point? I didn't even hit the target. The girl replied, But your magic was incredible. Super cool, honestly. I've known about you since I was a kid. Bayan realized this girl, Wang, was also a fire mage like her. She vaguely recalled hearing about a rumored fire magic prodigy. Even so, her magic's nothing compared to mine, Bayan thought, then said aloud, Your accuracy is impressive. Wang blushed and replied, But if you practiced more, I couldn't possibly compare, Princess. Bayan stood up abruptly and said, That's only enough for the week. Anyway, talking to you made me feel better. But, with that, she walked off, leaving the braided girl sitting there, stunned. The scene shifts to a tidy, well-kept castle. Bayan was there, looking exhausted. A voice spoke up, Princess. A strong, dignified woman stood behind her. It was Ye Terran, Bayan's personal guard. Welcome back, Your Highness, she said, adding, Some warm tea and snacks have been prepared. Bayan replied, Thanks. Ye Terran continued, Regarding the wand appearance adjustment you tasked me with, since the wand is of high quality, they say it can be crafted into a high-grade magic sword. Bayan, nibbling on a snack, asked skeptically, Really? Ye Terran hesitated. However, there's a concern. Bayan, surprised, asked, What concern? Ye Terran stammered, I heard it constantly drains mana from its owner. Bayan, shocked, stood up and spun around, exclaiming, What? Isn't that a dark artifact? Ye Terran clarified, Not exactly. It resonates with natural energy. Bayan, utterly confused, muttered, No way. Something that drains its owner's mana can resonate with natural energy? Then why is the wand only mid-tier? Ye Terran explained, That's exactly why it's mid-tier. What do you think, Your Highness? Its core ability is to greatly enhance the user's mana, making it stronger or even high-tier. But because it only absorbs and doesn't release, it's downgraded to mid-tier. Bayan, losing her composure, jumped up and shouted, What? High-tier? How could a student use it? Even Ye Terran was surprised by her reaction. Still rattled, Bayan clutched her head and continued, I know it doesn't resonate with everyone at first, but I didn't think anyone would use it unless they had an insane amount of mana or none at all. I don't get it. Any normal person would know that. After her long rant, her throat felt dry. She sipped some hot tea to soothe it, then added, But whoever they are, they're definitely special. The scene shifts to a few days later, at the start of the new semester. In a classroom, a professor was passionately lecturing. For you students, attack magic requires more understanding than any other type. Our male lead, Beck Uziel, was listening attentively in this class, taught by Professor Carliam, a bald mana guidance instructor. He continued, that's why mana guidance is mandatory. From now on, in your duels, you'll focus on casting and aiming accurately. Acel was also in this class, listening intently. Up at the podium, the professor went on. Casting means releasing magic from the caster's body. Aiming means targeting a stationary object. Now, let's discuss trajectory formulas. From 760 meters north, if Kyolsu moves south at 12.6 meters per second, what's the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance Yongi needs for water-based magic? The classroom fell silent. Below, two students whispered. One said, for attributes, what about water? The other cautioned, if you're not a water specialist, don't answer. Is the professor trying to trick us? Meanwhile, Beck Uziel was bored, yawning and thinking, this is so dull. Why is it more time-consuming than a Korean language class? Suddenly, the bald professor called out, student Uziel, please stand and answer. Beck Uziel, exasperated, replied, yes, sir, but inwardly cursed. Damn it, me again. After fumbling through his explanation, he finished confidently, turning to say, I'm done, sir. Seeing Uziel's work, the professor was astonished, exclaiming, excellent. You solved it so easily. Is your primary attribute water? Uziel waved it off. No, sir. Wow, that's impressive. Let's move to the next question. Uziel's performance made Acel see him in a new light. Soon, the class ended, and everyone rushed out. A clear voice spoke up. Excuse me. Turning toward it, Uziel responded. Yeah, you talking to me? It was Acel, who continued. Yes. I have a question for you. Acel couldn't help but wonder about Beck Uziel as she observed him. It wasn't about his ranking, but his intelligence, even compared to top rankers. He solved the professor's problem so quickly and accurately. It was almost unbelievable. That question was at least university level, no, professor level. Even at Stella, a hub for geniuses, who was Uziel, really? At first, I didn't think so, but now I'm sure. He's definitely got a strategy for picking classes, she thought. With that, she continued, I want to ask, what's your next class? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Uziel stayed calm and replied, why do you ask? Got a crush on me or something? Acel, annoyed, shot back. What the heck, dude? You think I'm a creep? Gross. Uziel, fuming, retorted, I'm the one who's grossed out here. But then he thought, I'm the adult here. What am I even saying? Scratching his head awkwardly, he asked, so, why do you want to know? Acel answered seriously, I've looked into the classes you're taking. They seem like ones where you can easily score high. I'll cut to the chase. Where'd you learn this strategy? It's important to me. Uziel thought, so that's what she was getting at. Waving dismissively, he laughed. Haha, what do you mean? The classes? Just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm out. With that, he turned to leave. Shocked by his nonchalant attitude, Acel exclaimed, what? Watching his back as he walked away, she called out, hey, wait. But he ignored her. Gathering her courage, she lowered her pride, ran after him, and shouted, please, wait. Hearing her, Uziel stopped. Acel, panting, said, please hold on. Uziel replied, what's up? Why were you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy me. You said you already studied my classes. Acel stammered, but everyone in Divine Artifact classes gets an A+, so it's not a big deal. If I join your class, it might hurt your grade. Her eyes turned sad. She felt guilty, thinking, if he misses a scholarship, it'd be a huge loss for him. Yet, even now, he's worried about others' grades. Seeing her pitiful expression, Uziel thought, she's kind of a hassle, but a heroine's still a heroine. Suddenly, Acel put on a cute, innocent act, saying, can you at least suggest a class? One that's easy to score high in. Please, I'm begging. Uziel smirked. You think that look will sway me? She touched her cheeks, feigning confusion, and said, weird. Usually when I look at myself, all my worries vanish. Her overconfident act made Uziel cringe, and he deadpanned. Are you serious? Izel's cheeks flushed, and she laughed. Haha, just kidding. I knew you'd react like that. So, I've got something cool to make up for it. Uziel thought. Make up for it? With me? Shocked, he mused. No way. Kids these days are into that. Just offering stuff like it's nothing. Acel continued. Do you know about the seventh magic? Uziel jolted, replying. Yeah, I know. She added, really? Not many do. It's a lost tower, and there are barriers keeping people away from where it once stood. But as she eagerly explained, she paused, noticing Uziel's odd reaction. Concerned, she asked, wait, you okay? Uziel, struggling, clutched his head, thinking, I'm losing it. This is huge. This info lets Flame boost her influence over the male lead. In the original story, only Flame knew this, and Acel only shares it with the protagonist, not a side character like me. Wanting to avoid it, he waved her off, saying, sounds like a creepy story. I'm not interested, it's boring. Then he walked away. Confused, Acel called after him. It's not that scary. Scared at your age? Uziel reluctantly replied. Fine, fine. I'll tell you. She teased. Whoa, you acted like you wouldn't, but you flipped fast. Yeah, I do what I want, Yusiel shot back, thinking, besides, ISEL offering something is enough. He spoke up. This won't help your grades, but it's super useful. Sign up for Journey of Void Meditation as an elective. ISEL, puzzled, asked, meditation? As an elective? Are divine artifacts and meditation prioritized? You into training? Not really, Yusiel replied, unsure how to explain. Thinking fast, he made up, my master was a bishop like you, and through meditation, you can boost your magic skills. ISEL, shocked, said, just meditation? Drawing on his 10 years of all-night gaming, Yusiel explained, it's not fully explored, but for bishops wielding large-scale destructive magic, meditation is key for precise casting based on formulas and equations. Above all, it's the mind that controls mana. I haven't told anyone this, but you're an exception, 'cause you're kinda cute. Flustered, ISEL wasn't sure whether to believe him, saying, didn't you just call me ugly? But girls love hearing that. Smiling brightly, she added, thanks anyway. It won't boost my grades, but I'll sign up. Yusiel shrugged, your call. Do what you want. Having achieved her goal, ISEL left happily. Watching her go, Yusiel felt uneasy, thinking, I told her everything. I'm kinda scared how this'll change the future. But if I ignored her, ISEL would face tragedy in this world. If meditation helps her, that's good. Then it hit him. I'm a mage too, aren't I? Why haven't I thought about training? In the game, Beck Yusiel trained rigorously, building stamina, delaying mana, and growing fast. In the game, I'd gain XP with a button. Now, I have to do it for real. It's late, and there's no grinding or quests for XP. But I owe ISEL for this. Later, Beck Yusiel returned to the Stella Academy dorms. All students lived in the dormitory system, a side feature in the game where players could decorate their rooms. For Yusiel, though, this was his only home since his village had been burned to the ground. The dorms were divided by rank. Rooms were the same size, but the number of occupants depended on class level. Naturally, Class S students got the top floors. Alone in his room, Yusiel thought, it's kinda lonely, but I can finally make use of it. He took a deep breath and said, time to get started. Sitting in meditation, Yusiel focused intensely, thinking, training stats isn't the top priority. Since this is reality, I need to get used to this body. In the game, Yusiel was a genius who wielded aura blades by cycling infinite mana in and out of his body. No one noticed him, so his talent went unrecognized, but Beck Yusiel was a swordsmanship prodigy who reached the pinnacle. I have to walk that path again. My breathing controls the mana flow in my body. If I can gradually increase the mana I take in with each breath, I'll eventually gather enough in one go. Skills don't level up just by collecting EXP. They improve through constant use. That means training. And so, he trained through the night. By 4 a.m., as dawn broke, Yusiel was still at it in his room. A shimmering golden light radiated from his body. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, and he raised his hands, feeling a refreshing energy coursing through him. Amazed, he thought, this must be what Yusiel felt. As someone with mana leakage syndrome since childhood, it's faint, but I can still sense it. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Mana leakage syndrome skill leveled up. Flash skill leveled up. Checking his status, Yusiel grinned. Awesome. I'm one step closer to my goal. I'll find the true ending no matter what. The scene shifts to a serene place with endless green meadows and fresh air, an idyllic space within Stella Academy. Flame, immersed in the atmosphere, thought, the grass and breeze are artificial, but it feels so real. So relaxing. Stella's dorm system is a pocket dimension within the campus, letting people manipulate its elements and properties. That's why sports events, other activities, dungeons, portals, and monster training happen here. Back in reality, students had gathered in the area. Flame, standing at the back, scanned the crowd, thinking, there are 141 students, 50 from classes A1 and A2, and 40 from Class S. In the novel, there were 39 Class S students. I thought I made it 40, but there's one extra. Right, where'd Beck Yusiel come from? The novel had 1,140 first years, 1,141 including me. So, Yusiel was in the original novel. I'll figure it out slowly. No big deal, I've got this. I'm the only one in this world who knows the novel. The class was about to start. Suddenly, the students in front of Flame buzzed with chatter. One said, Prince Jeremy, you registered for your classes yet? A blonde young man, likely the one mentioned, looked smug and replied, of course. We signed up for soft magic research since we heard you did too. He grinned, adding, really? Let's help each other out. Flame, watching him, thought, that's Prince Jeremy from the novel. He was crazy in love with Acel, but she rejected him. After that, he changed, becoming a villain. He seems nice, but every move is calculated. I need to watch him carefully to avoid trouble. Spotting Flame, Jeremy, ever the charming prince, waved and flashed a bright smile. Flame waved back, thinking, he's pretty hot though. No wonder he's got so many followers. His clique's full of the school's most popular kids. With that, she turned to leave, determined, I need to gather them together. From now on, this world is my reality. I have to prepare for the future. Her actions caught Jeremy's eye. He smirked, thinking, so much drama. Then, the teacher's voice rang out. Attention, everyone. We'll start with basic training before today's lesson. I need to assess your abilities to teach you properly. I'll be your instructor. Don't complain if you don't like it. As you may know, we professors can deduct or add points. Remember, you'll be expelled if you don't meet the point requirements. Now, I'll explain today's training. We'll simulate a dungeon. I'll use real dungeon scenarios, traps, and monsters to test you. You'll earn 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 for a level 2, and 20 for securing the staff of points. The top 5 students will get a small reward and shopping privileges. Those with 0 points will lose points. If you're scared of failing or going alone, you can form groups, but points will be split evenly among members. If you eliminate another student, you take their points. With that, the teacher vanished, his voice echoing. That's all. Good luck. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The students screamed, "What's happening?" The ground's moving. Then, the earth split open, and something emerged. Flame, wide-eyed, stared in shock. A massive tree sprouted, and the surroundings transformed. She realized, this is the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery turned dense and overgrown with trees. The students began splitting off in different directions. Some chose to go solo, others formed groups. In the distance, Flame walked alone, gripping her magic staff, thinking, all right, I'm ready to jump into this game. Suddenly, a voice called out, Flame. Turning, she saw the red-haired girl, Jaya, who continued, "You're going alone for the training?" Flame replied, "Oh, Jaya." She thought to herself that while teaming up in a dungeon battle had advantages, going solo was better for earning more points. With that, she said coolly, "Sorry, but this time I want to test myself, so I'm going alone." Jaya grinned mischievously. "Yeah, I get it. You'd have to share points with teammates, so it's understandable." Flame nodded, exactly, but then she wondered, am I overthinking this? Is she throwing shade? Whatever, let it go. Flame said, "We'll team up next time." Jaya didn't reply and walked off. Watching her leave, Flame felt a bit annoyed, thinking, am I imagining things? Why does it feel like she's mimicking me? Oh well, back to business. Things will be different later. An hour after the dungeon opened, in a corner of the area, a green light glowed. Flame, looking exhausted from a recent battle, muttered, "Man, I'm beat. When's this training gonna end?" Suddenly, she sensed something off. A massive vine shot toward her. Quick as a flash, she raised her staff to counter it. A powerful green energy burst from the staff, striking the vine directly. After a moment, the vine was defeated, shrinking back. Looking around, Flame thought, not just monsters, plants attack too. This is next level. Even training's no joke. I've got 18 points so far, not bad. But to catch up, 1 staff of points would do it. Gotta keep moving. She ventured deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. In the distance, a faint figure appeared, but the glaring sunlight made it hard to see clearly. She thought nervously, a monster? No, it's a person. But how's a student hiding so well in this realm? Either way, I'm using nature's camouflage to stay hidden. With her unique abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, Flame mused, ambushing someone doesn't sound bad right now. She crept forward quietly, approaching the figure. As she got closer, she realized it was Beck Uziel. He's alone? I thought other students wanted to team up with him. Did he turn them all down? So weird. I can't figure out what he's thinking. What shocked her more was the staff of points in his hand. A bold idea struck her. This is the perfect chance to test him. Unaware, Uziel was yawning as he walked forward. Flame raised her staff, creating a bright glow. At about 15 meters, she figured he couldn't defend. A sinister magic circle appeared, and an intense orange energy radiated from her. Locking eyes on Uziel, she shouted, "Light bullet." A bolt of lightning shot forward. As it neared Uziel, he noticed the sneak attack. He used flash to teleport to another spot. When the dust from the explosion settled, Flame was stunned, muttering, "Where'd he go?" Uziel's gone. Her hands trembled with frustration. No way. How? How'd he dodge a tier 2 spell from that distance? Damn, that's unreal. Meanwhile, Uziel, using flash repeatedly, moved behind the attacker. Breathing a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Was she trying to kill me? Just throwing out a light bullet like that. Good thing my mana leakage syndrome leveled up, or I'd be in deep trouble." His flash skill had reached level 1, with a max range of 12 meters. I've got 2 more flashes. If I use the terrain, I could take her out, but avoiding her's safer. With that, he used flash again to distance himself from Flame. Looking back, he thought, this should be far enough. My goal's 5th place. No need to take big risks. 5th place rewards are easy to get and boost stamina and strength significantly. The top 4 are probably main characters anyway. They'd only need 3 more staffs of points. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Yo, guys, check out who's here." A group of students appeared before him. One of them smirked, saying, "Well, look at that, Beck Uziel from Class S." At that moment, Uziel recognized the guy, Ridden, a rising name in the academy lately. Glancing at the goons beside him, Uziel thought wearily, and he's got Ussel's crew, Jeremy's weakling posse. Bunch of trash. But then he noticed something else. They've got 3 staffs of points. For losers like them, how'd they rack up so many? One of Ridden's cronies piped up. Heard he's a failure who cheated his way into Class S. The blonde guy laughed mockingly, getting into Class S by solving 3 dumb questions? Stella must have been fooled. Uziel, fed up, thought, goddamn, they keep harping on the same crap. Don't they ever get tired? Seeing Uziel stay silent, the blonde smirked. "Yo, since we're here, hand over your staff of points." Yuzio replied coldly, hell no. The blonde found it amusing, saying, oh, you're gonna fight back? With a sly grin, he added, think you can take us all alone? Huh, you're gonna use that mid to high grade staff? Pathetic. Can't even cast magic properly, let alone use a staff. Unsure how to handle the taunts, Yuzio thought, with just low-level flash, I can't take on a guy from a big shot family. But with 3 flashes, I've got a plan. Use the staff of points in my hand. Plus, this is a dungeon, which gives me an edge. With that, Yuzio held out his staff, saying, here's what you want. The blonde, thinking Yuzio was scared and giving up, looked pleased. Good call, kid. That's what I like. Yuzio thought, don't get cocky too soon, karma comes quick. Seeing the blonde lower his guard, Yuzio darted forward like lightning, snatched one of his staffs of points, and grinned wickedly. Using the staff as a weapon, he struck the blonde's magic circle, cracking it. The blonde gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, damn commoner. Right after, he was flung back, crashing into a tree. Ridden, enraged, roared, you filthy dog. But the group was stunned to see Yuzio had vanished. Before they could process it, a familiar voice called, over here. Ridden whipped around to see Yuzio standing there, smirking, that was close, but thanks. Now holding 2 staffs of points, Yuzio had the upper hand. Ridden, losing it, screamed, give those back, you bastard. Like a master troll, Yuzio taunted, Naya, I don't wanna. Pleased with his plan, he thought, the staff of points really worked. In the game, I learned by chance they're glitched items, basically worthless. But their absurd durability means student magic can't break them. They carry the power of most magic tools. While they're better for casters, for a physical attacker like me, a weapon with high attack stats is perfect. Ridden, seething, spat, damn it. That jerk? How dare he steal my staff? Turning to his crew, he yelled, what the hell are you doing? Attack him. Just then, the dungeon shook again. Ridden thought, damn it, why's the dungeon changing now of all times? He shouted frantically, everyone, stick together and prep your magic. We can't lose that punk. But this was Yuzio's perfect chance. He bolted. One of Ridden's crew spotted him, yelling, Beck Yuzio's running, guys. They fired a green energy blast from their staffs, shouting, you're not getting away, bastard. The terrifying energy surged toward Yuzio. He thought, damn, these guys are better than I expected. But they're still green. Just as the blast seemed to engulf him, he used flash to escape. Ridden's group was furious but helpless, one muttering, that jerk. He flashed again, damn it. He's too fast, I can't see him anymore. While they stared ahead, Yuzio had zipped behind them like lightning. Confident, he thought. 10 years of game experience means I can use terrain to my advantage like it's nothing. Ridden, livid, growled, damn it, we just need to hit him once. Suddenly, the dungeon shook violently again. Seeing everyone's tense faces, Ridden calmed them. Chill, guys. He's still nearby. Wait for the quake to stop, then hit him together. But if our magic fails, it'll backfire. So we gotta be careful. Scanning the area, he locked eyes with Yuzio standing right in front of them. Before they could attack, Yuzio moved faster, smashing their magic circle with his staff. The force shattered it, and the circle backfired on Ridden's crew. Explosions rang out, boom, bang, as their own magic circle blasted them back. This was the unintended side effect, magic backlash. Yuzio dashed away, watching the group get hit by their own spell. Smirking, he thought, it's over. As the dust settled, Ridden looked up, cursing, damn you, Beck Yuzio. Yuzio held up 3 staffs of points, gloating. I'm taking these. Grinning cheekily, he added, oh, if I get a girlfriend, I'll give her one. Bye, cuties. Ridden, stunned, yelled, would you take those? Give them back. Yuzio, thrilled with their pathetic state, thought, that's enough. Taking their last one would be too much hassle. He said, that was fun. I'm done playing. See ya. With that, he flashed away, leaving Ridden's crew trembling with rage. Ridden roared, you dead dog. The scene was witnessed by another female student from start to finish. Yuzio, now far from them, cheered, I got lucky. In a straight fight, they'd have taken my stuff. But in a dungeon, it's different. That's the power of experience. Still, something feels off. Too late, he realized a massive fireball was hurtling toward him. Seeing this, Yuzio was floored, exclaiming, what the hell is this? A firestorm out of nowhere? Flames rained down on his position, one after another, like a meteor shower. Explosions erupted everywhere. Unable to fight back, he could only use flash to dodge. Running for his life, his calm facade crumbled. Goddamn, what kind of terrifying magic is this? Holy crap. Looking back at the forest reduced to ash, he was still shaken, thinking that was close. But what's with this magic? Who's trying to kill me? From behind the smoky haze, a figure approached. She stood before him, shouting, hey, commoner, why didn't you take another staff from them? It was none other than Princess Hong Bayan, a fire magic wielder. Yuzio, surprised, thought, why is she here? Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, you got it wrong. I can't just take whatever I want. And what's it to you if I took those staffs? Bayan, embarrassed, realized she might have overstepped. But Yuzio caught on. Wait, you wanted me to take their staffs so you could steal them from me? What's this crazy plan of yours? Don't forget I taught you a thing or two. Bayan, hand on her chest, explained, I'm royalty. I'd never want to rob a commoner. But in this battle, I have no choice. I'll take you down and get what I want. Yuzio, nearly fainting from shock, replied, whoa, what's your deal? Why are you picking on someone weaker? You calling yourself weak? Bayan continued, but I saw you fight and mess with them. You used magic and beat them, didn't you? Despite her words, she thought, I need to hurry. If I don't want Mother scolding me, I've got to score high. Suddenly, she sensed movement nearby. It was Ritten's crew catching up. One shouted, Beck Uziel. Where'd he go? Damn, that guy's too slick. Bayan recognized them. Meanwhile, Uziel started running. She hesitated, thinking, should I attack them now? Even if I'm strong, I can't take on 6 people. Right, I'll wait for their magic to weaken. Then I'll strike. Uziel, not one to sit and wait for death, attacked Ritten's group from behind, striking their magic circle with his staff. Bayan, watching from afar, was stunned. She hadn't expected this commoner to use anything beyond flash. Sure, those guys are weaker than me, but they're no slouches. Shouldn't they be way better than this country bumpkin? Resolved, she pursed her lips. A magic circle formed around her, enveloped in fiery energy. She thought, time to use fire magic. A powerful spell shot forward. Uziel sensed the terrifying magic, using flash to dodge instantly. The spell's pressure grew closer and fiercer, a massive flame hurtling toward him. He flashed again and again, leaping up and down. Bayan, focused on the flames, watched as explosions erupted, boom, boom, boom. Breathing a sigh of relief, Uziel thought, her magic's insane. Good thing my instincts are sharp, or I'd be toast. But I've used 2 flashes already. How do I face her now? Bayan spoke up. Why aren't you using your staff this time? Uziel, speechless, replied, you've got my staff already. What about the one we got at enrollment? Bayan continued. Realizing, he said, oh, right, didn't think of that. Seeing his fake innocence, Bayan scoffed. How long you gonna hide your skills? Her eyes turned a fiery, menacing red. Glaring at Uziel, she thought bitterly, I'm dead serious in this fight, and this commoner thinks it's a game? Furious, she said, fine, if you won't fight seriously, I'll take you down right here. Uziel, chilled to the bone, thought, I'm fighting for real. I'm not messing around. Bayan went on, if you're not serious, you might die here. A blazing sea of fire roared behind Hong Bayan. Her face glowed with determination as she thought, today, I'll crush him. With that, she directed the flames straight at Beck Uziel. Unable to stay calm, Uziel frantically dodged, weaving left and right. After scrambling to defend himself, he collapsed, stunned by the scene before him, thinking, holy crap, even with flash, her attack range is insane. What do I do? Suddenly, he heard a sound. Glancing back, a bold idea struck him. He activated his flash skill, leaping high up like lightning. The flames hadn't reached this spot yet. Looking down, he saw the fire growing fiercer and spreading wider. Hiding behind a boulder, he narrowly escaped, thinking, got lucky this time, but it's still tough. Even if I get close to Hong Bayan, her surrounding flames will flare up to protect her. I know this from fighting tons of fire mages, but her level's way higher than I expected. If this were open terrain, I'd have lost in under a minute, no fight at all. Watching the flames shoot like a meteor shower, an idea hit him. What if I use the staffs of points in my hand? His eyes hardened with resolve, we'll see who gets taken down. With that, he boldly charged into the blazing inferno. Countless sparks flew at him. His mana leakage syndrome kicked in, activating his 6th sense and boosting his time perception. Time seemed to freeze, letting him easily slice through Bayan's magic. Seeing her powerful flames deflected by a commoner, Bayan couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, no way. How's he countering magic with a weapon? That's impossible. Uziel, still battling fiercely, felt the moment vividly. This isn't a keyboard and mouse game. It's moving my body to face a mage head-on. The mana around me is getting stronger. My 6th sense is as clear as sight or hearing. Bayan, baffled, thought, how's this possible? In this forested terrain, my fire should have the advantage. She muttered, fine, I'll just crank up my magic's power. Pouring all her strength into her staff, she unleashed it. Uziel frantically slashed through the magic, fighting for his life. He ducked behind a rock to catch his breath, thinking, I can't keep defending like this. Right. I need to break Bayan's magic shield with the staff of points. He charged through the flames, closing in on her. His steps grew faster and more urgent. Nearing Bayan, he used flash to zip right to her. She was stunned, gritting her teeth in frustration. Uziel had entered her fire magic circle. Their eyes locked, sparks flying. He calculated, when you get close to fire mages, their magic explodes, repelling enemies within a 2-meter radius. Smirking, he thought, that might stop others, but not someone with 10 years of experience like me. I've been through this plenty. Her magic blasted him back, leaving Bayan gaping in shock. Undeterred, Uziel surged forward again, decisively striking her shield with the staffs of points. Cracks formed on the barrier. Bayan, incredulous, thought, what the hell? How's he doing this? Uziel didn't let up, hammering the shield relentlessly until it shattered. The force sent Bayan flying back, badly injured. She whimpered, ow, ugh. Uziel approached, flashing a bright smile, crouching down. I win. Bayan felt humiliated. A princess, defeated so disgracefully. Bitterly, she asked, who the hell are you? Uziel stood, replying, just an ordinary student. Then, with a knowing tone, he added, but the one hiding over there can come out now. Realizing she'd been spotted, Flame stepped out cautiously. She cautiously approached them, looking startled, and said, you didn't need to hide there, did you? But how'd you know I was there? Uziel, unsure how to explain, gave an awkward laugh. Let's call it a hunch. In truth, he knew it was simple, his intuition for sensing mana. Flame, unconvinced by his flimsy excuse, replied blankly, a hunch, huh? Then how'd you break a magic shield with a basic staff? Uziel froze, thinking, damn, she's sharp. Flame pressed, why not explain? Gonna say that was a hunch too. Uziel thought, as expected, stuff like this wouldn't show up in a romantic novel like the original. Her curiosity makes sense, but I can't tell the truth. Thinking fast, he pointed to the staff of points, grinning. Oh, this? This staff's super sturdy. Flame, irritated, snapped. Sturdy, my ass. What's that got to do with anything? You think swinging it breaks a magic shield? If that's the case, knights would have wiped out mages in this world already. Uziel had to admit she had a point, thinking she's right. His dodging only made Flame more confused. She exclaimed, I've always found you weird, but never got to ask. Beck Uziel, who are you really? Hong Bian, ignored like a ghost but eavesdropping, was equally shocked. Facing Flame's relentless questions, Uziel was sweating bullets, thinking, is this it? Less than a month and my identity's already in question? Should I reveal the truth? No, that's too risky. Flame doesn't trust me at all. He said, even if you suspect me, I'm not some bad guy. Flame, baffled, replied, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Uziel, chuckling nervously, continued, just what I said. I'm just trying to help you. This confused her more. Help me? With what? Why are you being so cryptic? It's annoying as hell. But Uziel didn't elaborate, turning to leave. He waved, I'd say more, but I'm out of time. Catch you later. His exit left Flame fuming, practically steaming. His actions that day shifted Hong Bian's view of him. She seemed to be plotting something wild. Uziel thought, all right, time to bail. Hopefully, they'll let me off. Suddenly, thwack, thwack, thwack. Staffs of points were thrown at him. It was Hong Bian. After tossing them, she froze, surprised. Whoops. Uziel, reeling from the hits, clutched his head and yelled, what the hell? Just say it outright. Why so sneaky? Bian retorted, I thought you'd catch them. You dodged all those spells and traps, can't handle this. Uziel, speechless, thought, I've got no choice. Mana leakage syndrome has limits. How am I supposed to keep that intuition up forever? Feigning pain, he groaned. Ouch. That hurt. My mana leakage syndrome depends on mental strength. I'm drained, so my reflexes are shot, and now I've got a headache. Curious, he asked. Why'd you throw these at me? Bian, without hesitation, replied, you won, so take them. Though the staffs were valuable, Uziel thought, is she sore about losing? If I take them all, my score will skyrocket, but they're not that useful to me. He picked up one staff, stood, and said cheerfully, all right, thanks, but I'll just take this one. Keep the rest. I'm off. Waving goodbye, he left. As he walked, he daydreamed smugly, they're probably in awe of my generosity. What a kind guy, sparing the defeated. Hope they think so too. But reality was harsh, they didn't. Flame scoffed, ugh, that guy's got issues. Total nutcase. Bian, nodding, sighed, must be a commoner thing, his brain's wired wrong. Yet deep down, she wondered, who is Uziel, really? Outside the dungeon, Professor Lai and other instructors closely monitored the students' every move. The vivid, lifelike projections captivated them. Someone exclaimed, wow, this year's Class S freshmen are rare talents. Professor Li Hangen, stroking his beard, turned and said, not bad to watch, huh? The speaker was Teles, an elder of the Magic Council. A woman beside him agreed, indeed, quite fascinating. Smiling, she thought, I was even better at their age, hee. She was Zarina Aeon, a member of the Green Tower Council. Their presence surprised Li Hangen, who thought, the Magic Council, the Tower Council, all these big shots for a mere training session? Makes sense, they're scouting talent. Most professors are probably watching too. Suddenly, the crowd gasped. Look at that. Li Hangen turned to the screen. 2 male students were gearing up to fight. The crowd quickly identified them, shouting, He Won Young and Ma Yuziang are facing off. He Won Young struck first, unleashing a powerful spell from his staff. Ma Yuziang, unfazed, calmly observed, then leaped high, dodging the magic with 3 consecutive jumps. The crowd was in awe. Zarina Aeon exclaimed, holy crap. 3 consecutive tier 3 mana leaps at his age? Incredible! Teles, equally shocked, said, exactly. At 17, he's doing that. Professor Lai, eyes glued to the screen, thought, normally, an average mage hits tier 3 at 25. Yet Ma Yuziang, at 17, wields tier 3 magic so skillfully? Unbelievable. Someone shouted, look, they're both mastering 3 elemental attributes. The duel grew intense, 2 equally matched rivals clashing. Lai, amazed, thought, most mages control 1 attribute. 2 takes grueling effort. Controlling 3 is proof of innate genius, a gift from birth. Suddenly, Li's eyes widened. What the is that the final insect boss? A massive eagle appeared, its eyes radiating killing intent. Ma Yuziang and He Won Young froze, stopping their fight. Before they could react, the eagle screeched in agony, its cry echoing through the dungeon. It plummeted, crashing lifelessly before them. Both were speechless, unsure what had happened. A gentle voice spoke. Oh, are you 2 fighting? It was Acel, standing above. Sheepishly, she added, sorry for interrupting. Lai, lost in thought, wondered, who's that girl? Hidden bosses only appear under specific conditions. They're hard to find and defeat, yet she took it down alone. Despite her feat, the professors seemed disappointed. One said, the eldest daughter of the traitor M. Such a pity. If her father hadn't done that awful deed, her talent would have shone brighter. Another gasped, huh? What's that? The Princess of Adel this? But who's her opponent? His face is unfamiliar. Lai, losing his cool, exclaimed, what? That magic. Is it Flash? Flash, over centuries, had eluded scholars. Attempts to master it led to death or disability. Yet this kid wielded it like an extension of himself. Teles, equally stunned, thought the same. In the stunned silence, someone asked, who's that boy? Lai replied, that's Beck Uziel. a unique student who uses Flash as his signature magic. The crowd was floored. Another gasped, no way. Flash has a signature spell? That's different from the innate talents of Ma Yuziang, Yiwon Yang, or Acel. Telly's, bewildered, said, really? But why is he just toying around instead of using other magic? A proper spell would have ended the duel already. I don't get it. Someone entering added, no, he's fighting for real. All turned to see Letmund Eltwin, shocking them. Why you're... Letmund Eltwin? He continued, he's been serious from the start. Didn't you see? It's fascinating. His fighting style reminds me of the ancient Knights of the Way. Someone gasped, Knights of the Way? How's that possible? Telly's, stunned, said, you mean the Knights of the Way, lost with cold weapons? Note, cold weapons are non-explosive, non-gunpowder weapons. But a kid that young? Incredible. Lie. Eyes fixed on the screen, realized. So that's it. Knights of the Way aren't bad. They were warriors who fought evil with swords in this magic world. Heroes from ancient times wielding magic blades. But fighting with a sword? Impossible. Yet this kid swings his staff of points like a true sword. If Letmund Eltwin, Stella's headmaster and one of the continent's 10 great sages, thought so, Uziel was a rare talent. The first dungeon training ended. At the Class S training ground, a student was diligently practicing. He used his staff to unleash mana, attacking a dummy. Exhausted, he panted, noticing his staff's mana was nearly depleted. Still unsatisfied, he thought, damn it. This isn't enough. I'm still far off. Of the 141 students in the dungeon training, 39 failed. Acel, who killed the final insect boss, ranked first. He was second, Ma Yuziang sixth. But he didn't feel victorious. Recalling the dungeon fight, he thought, when the final boss appeared, if Acel hadn't stepped in, I'd have seen Ma Yuziang's true strength. Gritting his teeth, Yiwon Yang fumed. I've disliked that guy since we met. He's so casual, yet everything he does exceeds expectations. He'd set up magic circles and calculated their movements. But Ma Yuziang easily blocked and countered them. How can I not beat him? Is his talent an impenetrable wall? No, I can't blame myself. I need to work harder. At that moment, Hong Bian entered the training room. Seeing a male student create a massive vortex of energy with his staff, she thought, Yiwon Yang? That calm guy's training like a maniac today? But that's not what I'm here for. She cast a fire spell, her body glowing with orange flames. Aiming at the target, she unleashed a fiery blast, triggering a massive explosion boom. Bang. Her mood seemed off, as if she was venting frustration. The flames raged on, and the explosion caught Yiwon Yang's attention. He stopped, turning to see who unleashed such power. Bian, fuming, thought, damn it. Third place? Even with bonus points, Mother's pleased. But if I don't regain my form, I'll be punished. Damn commoners acting all high and mighty. So annoying. She unleashed another powerful blast, a blinding light erupting. Exhausted, she panted. Yiwon Yang, intimidated, thought, whoa, what's up with the princess today? Is it her mood? Or is her magic more precise than before? Her fire magic's destructive power is insane, and she's controlling it so well in such a short time. Bian, surprised by her own progress, thought, damn, I hate to admit it, but Uziel's special lecture worked. Using those wordplay riddles, my magic's improved a lot. He's just a commoner with lousy grades and personality, but he's the only one who knows how to fix my flaws. Why am I still so pissed, though? A voice called, Your Highness. Bian looked up. Yeah, Terran? What's up? The woman replied, the Terran scepter you requested has been repaired. Should I inform Beck Uziel now? Examining the scepter, Bian said, looks good. Yet Terran replied, understood. I'll head back. But Bian, recalling something, tapped her shoulder. Wait. Yet Terran, confused, asked, what is it, Your Highness? Later, at the second main tower, Bian clutched Beck Uziel's scepter, her mind conflicted. She thought, I heard Uziel's here, so I came. This is the second main tower, where the professor's research rooms are. But what's he doing here? Meeting professors? Suddenly, she jolted, eyes wide, turning away hesitantly. Wait, why am I even here? I could have just given it to him at the training ground. Ugh, this makes it look like I'm chasing after that commoner. No way, I gotta head back. Lost in thought, a voice interrupted. Oh my, what's the princess doing here? Startled, Bian looked up, stammering, Professor Heyman. Greetings, Professor. It's been a while, Heyman replied. Teaching you magic feels like yesterday, yet you've grown so much. Time flies. But what brings you here? Flustered, Bian answered. I had some business. But something came up, so I'll come back later. Noticing the princess's awkwardness, Heyman casually said, fair enough. It's a bit chaotic in there now, so later's better. Bian, shocked, blurted, huh. Heyman continued, right now, magic officials are here because of that student, Uziel. This stunned Bian even more. Curious and confused, she asked, why are they after that commoner? Heyman replied, you know he doesn't use magic, right? Bian nodded hesitantly, yes. But inwardly, she felt dejected and embarrassed, thinking, of course, she saw that match. Why did I have to look so pathetic in front of the teacher I respect most? So humiliating. Seeing Bian's expression shift, Heyman comforted her. No need to blame yourself, princess. He gave it his all. Bian muttered, but he didn't even use magic. Heyman laughed. Aha. No. It's his conviction. Conviction? Bian asked, surprised. Yes, Heyman explained, the headmaster, after watching the training, believes he's trying to revive the lost Knights of the Way. Bian couldn't believe it, exclaiming, Professor, what? Uziel and the Knights of the Way? How's that possible? She froze for 5 seconds, recalling Uziel's fighting style. Unbelievable. But it's true, he used the scepter like a sword. He broke my shield with just a staff of points. Even this magic sword is the same. Feeling glum, she stammered. But not using magic at a magic academy means heavy penalties, right? During practicals, you lose points and more. Heyman's tone grew serious, true. He knows this, but still chose that path. Isn't that admirable? Despite excelling with Flash, he's pushing so hard. I can't believe such conviction exists. With that, Heyman said goodbye and left, leaving Bayan lost in thought. She believed anyone claiming to pursue the Knights of the Way would be mocked, a ridiculous joke in this era. Yet Uziel wasn't joking, he genuinely aimed to revive it. She'd angrily told him to stop fooling around. Suddenly, Uziel's voice broke her thoughts. What are you doing here? He was casually chewing on his 5th place prize, Edley herbs. Flustered, Bayan's cheeks flushed as she snapped. I'm not here for you, okay. Unprompted, her denial made Uziel chuckle. Who said you were? Her icy glare shut him up. Bayan thrust a box at him, saying coldly, fine, take it. Seeing the box, Uziel lit up, eyes sparkling. Oh, the Terran? Thanks a ton. Opening it, he marveled at the stunning sword, thinking, wow, the invisible sword. Adelvis's craftsmanship is unreal. Helping the princess was worth it. I couldn't afford this. He asked, can I keep the box? His real intent was clear. This sell for a lot. Bayan sighed, whatever. Uziel, thrilled, thought, yes. I'm making bank, kinda wild. Bayan shook her head, such a commoner, only thinking about money. But she hesitated to ask something directly. Mustering courage, she said, hey, Uziel. Startled, he replied, yeah, what? Bayan pressed, do you really not use any other magic? Caught off guard, Uziel froze for 5 seconds, unsure how to respond. Bayan, realizing her question was awkward, blushed and turned away. Never mind. I'm leaving. Uziel watched her go, then turned to leave, thinking, other magic? Professor Lee Hangen said something similar. He seemed to respect my choices, but I don't get it. What's so great? With this magic sword, I'm set. He exclaimed, oh, right? I should test how awesome this sword is. At the Class S training ground, holding the sword, he muttered, let's see, just channel mana into it, right? A fiery light glowed around his hand, forming a sharp blade. He gasped, wow, it's gorgeous. Better than I thought. But his mood dipped. If Flame held it, it'd be different, way more vibrant. As the heroine, she's special. Though human, she wields elf, dwarf, and fairy magic. That one alone drains mana constantly, unusable for most. But Flame recovers mana with natural energy, using it as a signature move. And me? I've got no mana. Despite absorbing it constantly, mana leakage syndrome pushes it out. In other words, the mana in my breath is Terran's key. Remembering the neglected system, he opened it, muttering, time to check my status. A panel appeared. Beck Uziel. Stats. Strength, 77%. Senses, 29%. Agility, 87%. Stamina, 55%. Precision, 97%. Mental strength, 43%. Mana. Remaining EXP, 0. Skills, Flash, level 1. Traits. Mana leakage delay, level 2. Strength, plus 5%. Agility, plus 8%. Senses, plus 15%. Sixth Sense, activated by consuming mental strength. Detects mana phenomena within 18 m, with auto-accelerated perception when danger is detected. Blood circulation speed, plus 1%. Reading it, he grinned, awesome. The 5th place herb boosted my strength a bit. With this weapon, I can gain EXP directly. Got a train sword play now. Things are gonna get busy. The scene shifts to the next morning at the academy, where a mage's voice echoes in a classroom. Starting today, we'll begin proper magic practice. Everyone, spread out and raise your staffs to train. The instructor was Professor Barena, who taught defensive magic. After explaining, he walked around observing the students practice. They were highly focused, shouting, magic shield. Magic shield. Barena, pleased, smiled and thought, this year's students are impressive. Ranking them by class was a good call. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. While everyone practiced diligently, Beck Uziel stood idle, doing nothing. Barena thought, is that the rumored Class S student? A commoner with a mid-tier staff, ranked 5th in the dungeon training. Damn, he's an eyesore. Approaching with a fake smile, Barena asked, hey, you're Uziel, right? Why aren't you practicing? Unsure how to explain, Uziel gave an awkward laugh. I'm studying a different defense method, so I don't need basic magic practice, sir. Barena replied, oh, really? I'm curious about this different defense method of yours. But inwardly, he fumed. Damn arrogant kid. If it was Princess Hong Bayan with Adalovit's inherited magic, fine. But a commoner daring to dismiss my class? Bold move, brat. Still, he recalled, they say Uziel only uses Flash, no other magic. Oh, this'll be fun, haha. With an overly warm smile, he continued, why don't you demonstrate your amazing defense skill for the class? Let's open their eyes. Your opponent will be, he paused, glancing back, then added, more so from Class B. What do you say? Following his gaze, Morso stood smirking, brimming with excitement and arrogance, awaiting Uziel's response. Barena thought, haha, as a defense magic instructor, personal connections matter to stay at Morden Academy in the Canon Empire. If Morso shines, I'll look good too. Even better if he outperforms a Class S student. After thinking, Uziel replied, sure, sir. If you want, I'm game. Barena, thrilled, said, to the arena, then. Both stepped into the arena. Morso grinned smugly, while Uziel seemed nonchalant. Morso's friends cheered. Yo, Morso, crush that kid. Humiliate him. You got this. Morso, confident, replied, obviously, watch me. The commotion caught Uziel's attention. Recognizing them, he sighed, damn, what's this? Now I see, it's Ussel and Ridden's crew from before. Bunch of jerks. Fine, this is a mandatory class anyway. Can't use magic, so nothing else to do. If they want a show, I'll give him one. Reflecting, he recalled, Barena's bad rep has been around since freshman year, ridiculous. Smirking, he thought, might as well test my training results. Not bad. The professor announced, this match is attack versus defense. No other magic allowed. Morso assumed a defensive stance, ready to fight. The students whispered, Morso's got the edge in attack, right? Defense is just defense. Didn't he train in earth attack magic? That's tough to break. But Prince Jeremy Kelvin watched calmly. Barena's voice rang out, get ready. Show your best skills. Morso instantly formed a magic circle with his staff, summoning a massive boulder. The students gasped, damn, that's tier 2 magic. In basic practice, the unspoken rule is tier 1 only. Is Uziel okay? Unfazed, Uziel focused, observing Morso's every move. Morso, enraged, thought, damn arrogant class S kid. Take this. He shouted, boulder, strike. The boulder hurtled forward. Its overwhelming pressure radiated. Uziel sprang into action, channeling mana into his staff. A sword materialized. Without hesitation, he slashed forward. The strike seemed light but was devastating, shattering Morso's boulder into dust. Even Barena froze for 5 seconds, speechless. Jeremy Kelvin wasn't too surprised, but Morso, trembling, stammered, what the? No way. My magic's gone. Yup, Uziel sliced it to oblivion, buddy, haha. The students buzzed. One said, it's like he cut the magic with a sword. Another, baffled, replied, but it really vanished? That's insane. Barena, heartbroken, thought, no, it can't just be a slash and poof, gone. That's impossible. Had Uziel nullified Morso's magic? Every spell leaves mana traces. If mana is disrupted, the spell collapses. Is that what he did? Uziel, admiring his sword, smiled. Better than I thought. I only nullified tier 2 magic, but a few days at the training ground paid off. Awesome. This is my stage. Morso, fuming, gritted his teeth. Damn commoner, blocking my magic? Barena schemed. If Morso loses, it'll be hard to explain. I can't just watch. He said, Uziel, your defense method works, but it's limited to single spells. What about a barrage? His words tipped Morso off, who grinned slyly. Uziel thought, this guy loves spouting nonsense, huh? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Morso was acting, summoning multiple boulders, a formidable opponent. He unleashed them all at Uziel, radiating terrifying magic. The students panicked. Isn't this too much? He could get hurt. Why isn't the professor stopping it? Morso smirked, thinking, game over. Baby. Boulder blast. Go. The tension spiked. Uziel's eyes widened in shock. In a split second, Uziel effortlessly sliced through Morso's initial attack. After his first failure, Morso took Barena's hint and switched tactics. He conjured a larger magic circle with his staff, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Uziel. Caught off guard, Uziel watched the mix of large and small boulders hurtling toward him, thinking, 11 boulders incoming. If I can't use flash to cut them down, there's only one option, block them all. As the boulders closed in, Uziel stood firm. With a graceful swing of his sword, he blocked them. His movements seemed effortless, but the boulders exploded on impact. Seeing his advanced magic thwarted so easily, Morso went from shock to rage. Eyes red, teeth gritted, he exclaimed. What? Fuming, he thought. My strongest magic. Block that easily? How? By what power does this filthy commoner do this? Damn it, I'm losing it. Meanwhile, Barena was panicking. He thought, damn it, what the hell? What's Morso doing? This is bad. If he loses, I'm screwed. What do I do? Uziel, surprised by his own magic, said, I tried mimicking something from another game, and it's not bad. Pretty cool. This is the panning Terran technique. Downside is, it takes way more mental strength to maintain than normal power. My stamina's dropping fast after using it. Plus, it's weaker against single targets, so it's tricky to use. Good thing this is just practice, or who knows what had happened. The students below buzzed, wow, first time I've seen that. It's like a magic shield, right? There's a spell like that? Wild. Morso's gonna lose quick. Morso, clearly unhappy, fumed. Damn it. Me, a noble, humiliated by a commoner? I won't accept this. He poured mana into his staff, a powerful aura surrounding him. Seeing Morso's reckless move, the students whispered behind the professor, huh? More magic? Wasn't his attack turn over? Barena, hyper-focused on the match, ignored them, thinking smugly, that's it. Keep attacking. Crush that commoner. Morso roared, die. I won't let this slide. I can't stand this humiliation. A voice interrupted, Professor. Barena, grinning, jolted, huh? What's up, Jeremy? Prince Jeremy Kelvin, smiling slyly, said, why isn't Uziel getting an attack turn? Caught off guard, Barena froze for 5 seconds, then stammered, WL, the students piled on, isn't this a basic freshman match? He could get seriously hurt. Wasn't it over? What kind of irresponsible professor is this? No right to teach. Barena felt cornered. He thought, damn, I got too focused and missed the students' reactions. How'd I screw up like this? What now? Jeremy pressed, Professor, will you give Uziel an attack turn? Barena stuttered, attack magic? While everyone focused on him, Uziel seized the advantage, positioning his sword at Morso's throat. The outcome was clear, Uziel won. The defeat left Morso humiliated, forced to accept his loss. The students gasped, wow, Uziel won. He's better than I thought. Uziel had caught Jeremy Kelvin's eye, who flashed a dangerous smile, a bad omen for the future. The scene shifts to the opulent royal palace, where screams echoed, Ack, please, spare me. A mysterious figure appeared. It was Morso, beaten to a pulp after losing to a commoner like Uziel. Blood splattered around. The culprit? Jeremy Kelvin. After tormenting Morso, Jeremy wiped blood from his hands, saying to a girl, Verzin. She replied, yes, your highness. What are your orders? Glancing at Morso, crumpled on the floor, Jeremy said, that classmate's pretty banged up. You didn't neglect him, did you? I'd be heartbroken if something went wrong. His words carried a threat. Handle it, or you'll end up like him. Verzin replied, understood, your highness. I'll take care of it. Jeremy added, good. I'm counting on you. As Jeremy walked away, Verzin thought nervously, not a vassal, but a classmate? Weird. In the Scalvan Empire, where magic determines power, Crown Prince Jeremy outshone all his siblings by 12 to claim the title. Not a vassal means the Dordan family's been permanently exiled from politics. The political elite are cutthroat. Not just Morso, but Uziel's quiet commoner life was about to get turbulent. The next day at Stella Academy, things ran smoothly, no rush, no Swundu vibes. In a magic class lab, experiments were underway. Students still gossiped about Uziel's bold fight. Yo, heard Uziel from Class S is chasing the Knights of the Way? Wild. Knights of the Way at a magic school? Is he trying to be famous? He beat Morso from the Dordan family. Guy's got skills. Really? The Dordans have clout in Scalvan. This is gonna be good. Overhearing, Flame sighed. Ugh, Uziel's name is everywhere. I don't care, but it's annoying. Who is that guy? A stern professor's voice cut in. Focus, everyone. Stop chattering. Holding a vial of liquid, he continued. Alchemy requires precise timing and perfect temperature control. This was Professor Mazen Tyron, the alchemy instructor. He added, today, we'll practice making my Tyron fatigue recovery potion. Focus. Flame, experimenting, grumbled. Damn, this sucks. One tiny mistake and it's ruined. Alchemy's too hard and complicated. I'd avoid it if I could. The professor shouted, Aunt, that's dangerous. How will you become an alchemist like that? The blonde girl stammered, I am sorry, sir. Watching from afar, Flame thought, Professor Mazen said I'll become a dark mage and even greater. Gotta gather materials and prepare. No choice but to study hard. I believe I can do it. A smug laugh caught Flame's attention. Hee hee. Uziel, successful, grinned proudly. Haha. Nailed it. This is the stuff. Flame thought. Why's Uziel acting crazy? Laughing like a maniac? I thought he took this class to get close to A-Cell, but he's just a weirdo. What am I witnessing? Sighing, she muttered. Whatever, not my problem. Time to grab more materials. Soon, impressive experiment results emerged. Exhausted, Flame wiped her sweat, thinking, phew, finally done. Good thing my grades are solid, so I finished fast. How's A-Cell doing? Seeing A-Cell working steadily, Flame relaxed. Good, she's doing fine, normally. Wait, normally? If I recall, in the original story, A-Cell stumbles on Maella's coded notebook here. Shouldn't this class produce something like the Tyrant Potion? Why is her potion so ordinary? Lost in thought, the professor's angry voice rang out. Uziel, who told you to change the experiment materials? Uziel replied, sir, this way the results are better. Shocked, the professor stammered, but the result isn't my Tyrant Potion. Seeing Uziel's vial, Flame couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, what? That advanced potion was supposed to be Izel's. How'd Uziel pull off something extraordinary like that? The next morning in the alchemy class, Uziel got carried away, altering the experiment materials on his own. Professor Mazen Tyron, the alchemy instructor, quickly noticed and didn't hold back. Flame was equally shocked. Staring at Uziel's vial, she thought, something's off. Why did Uziel make Tyron poison instead of someone else? Meanwhile, Mazen, trying to keep her cool, lest she overheat, rubbed her forehead and groaned. Unacceptable. This attitude is utterly improper. Typical commoner. Can't do anything right. Flame, recalling the original story, thought, that line was supposed to be that's why your family was destroyed, haunting A-Cell for her family's loss until the story's end. If Uziel knows this, is he drawing Mazen's criticism to protect A-Cell? Mazen held significant sway at Stella. Her disapproval could tank grades. Flame thought, damn, why's that kid going so far? For who? Dying for a girl is a grim fate. Furious, Mazen shouted, Beck Uziel, what's with your insolent attitude? Didn't your parents teach you manners? Get them here now. Realizing the mess he'd caused, Uziel thought, crap, I forgot. Got too into alchemy and missed the trouble. Why'd I do that? Timidly, he replied, I don't have parents or family, ma'am. Mazen, even angrier, face red, snapped, you. Doing it like that means you don't respect me. Trying to outshine me. Uziel thought, she's got a point. I'm already getting chewed out, so what now? Oh right, tomorrow, I'll mix kimchi poon and cola poon. The results will be even better. Weeks later, their clashes continued. Mazen said, how many times have I told you? Don't use untaught materials. Uziel countered, but tweaking your method got way better results. Mazen, fuming, yelled at the defiant student, you've got some nerve. Uziel activated his insight lens to analyze her. A notification appeared. Mazen Tyron, dark magic corruption, 21%. Feelings of inferiority, envy. Dark magic contractor. Alchemy professor, volume 8, confirmed dark magic boss. Seeing her trembling with rage, Uziel thought, good, it's going as planned. Volume 8, dark magic boss, Maizen tyrant. She's a villain consumed by her emotions, turning to dark magic. If corruption exceeds 90%, she'll fully transform. Below 50%, current magic can't detect it. At 21%, I can't prove or report her. No choice but to push her corruption past 50% to alert the dark magic suppression team. Normal dark magic corruption could be reversed before total control, but Maizen, a contractor, willingly bound herself to it. The dark seed was sprouting, irreversible. Uziel thought, volume 4 hasn't started, but I need to prepare for a boss this strong. Otherwise, other students could turn dark and threaten Stella. Maizen threatened, change your attitude, or don't expect good alchemy grades. Uziel sighed, fine by me. If I draw attention, no one else gets hurt, right? Should I train muscles during assignments? Haha, gotta make her lose it. Later, Maizen split the class into groups. Uziel, in his group, clutched his head, thinking, didn't expect a group practical exam. Damn it. His teammates looked miserable, no exceptions. Sensing the tension, Uziel thought awkwardly. Geez, everyone's suffocating. Why so serious? Smiling nervously, he said, hey, I'm Beck Uziel. The group responded, I'm Kasaun. I'm Maliwan. And I'm Acel. Maliwan wailed, we're doomed. Why this group? Maizen will tank our grades. She hates her students, so even good work's pointless. Uziel, dejected, thought, damn, my fault. I feel bad for them. Acel spoke up, come on, cheer up. Are we giving up already? Someone stammered, but Acel continued. In the practical, at least 3 alchemists will judge compatibility. Maizen can't sabotage our scores then. Kasaun and Maliwan perked up, eyes sparkling. They smiled brightly, hope igniting. Someone said, all right, let's work hard. Man, I want to try this. Uziel, admiring Acel, thought, my savior. Acel, ignoring him, continued. D-Vitality Fortis isn't too hard with what we've learned. But we need top-notch materials. Who'll get the main ingredient? Crested lizard tail? Without hesitation, Uziel raised his hand. I'll do it. I'll find it. Monster corpses are key in alchemy, right? Freshest ones get the best results. The group nodded. Someone said, cool, it's settled. Uziel's on it. Acel thought, he's confident. I can trust him. Uziel grinned. Lizard tail? I'll head to Sword Mountain. In the alchemy professor's office, a student entered. You called, sir? The professor held up a paper. Can you deliver this to the freshman alchemy group C, except group 12? The student replied, yes, sir. The practical exam would be judged by professional alchemists. Poor performance could block an alchemy career. The professor thought, Uziel, you'll see the price of defying me. At the Class S training ground, Flame practiced magic. A voice called, Flame. A male student handed her a note. They told me to give you this. Alchemy notice. Here. Flame took it. Thanks. He added, one more thing. Don't tell any students. You'll get why. As he left, Flame sighed. Other students? He means don't tell Uziel's group 12. Like I'd bother. Reading the note, she was shocked. Notice, the practical exam will change from D-Vitality Fortis to Tyrant before. Please take note. Her eyes widened. Wait. If Uziel knows the original story, he'd counter this, right? Instead of lizard tails for D-Vitality Fortis, we need Atalic spider shells for Tyrant before. This is my chance to test that kid. A few days later, to gather materials for the practical exam, Uziel arrived at the Durably Grand Arena via a teleportation gate. Stepping out, he clutched his head, wincing. The gate's handy, but it makes me dizzy. My poor head. A cheerful voice greeted him. Welcome, Mage Uziel. It's an honor to have you at Durably. It was a warm welcome from a staff member. Uziel, embarrassed, replied, I'm not a full mage yet, just a student. The staff smiled. As a Stella student, you get the same privileges as a full mage. Hearing Stella, nearby students buzzed. Look, a Stella student. Really? First time seeing their uniform. So jealous, it's super cool. The staff added, what do you think? Need any help? Just let me know. Uziel grinned. Thanks a lot. As he walked inside, he thought, with a Stella pass and pocket watch, I'm treated like a full mage anywhere. Stella's awesome. Plus, free teleportation gates. Normally 100,000 credits. Lucky me. I've been visiting nearby cities every weekend, and it's exactly like this world. Venturing deep into the forest, he scanned his surroundings, muttering, this should be the spot. Today's target, fire lizards, tier 2 monsters. Slightly stronger and tougher than regular beasts, but their magic defense and speed are formidable. Need tier 2 magic or higher to take them down. He added, I've hunted tier 1 monsters before. No big deal, so tier 2 should be fine. Soon, he sensed their presence nearby. Channeling mana, he transformed his staff into a sharp sword, thinking, here they come. Standing alone, he focused intently. Across from him, a pair of glowing red eyes locked onto him, ravenous. The fire lizard charged, but Uziel was no pushover. With sharp instincts, he spotted the enemy instantly. Without wasting a move, he spun and struck a fatal blow. The lizard, dead before it knew what hit it, collapsed in a pool of blood. Uziel gave it a cold glance. Not bad. One down in a flash. He shouted, one done. Any more want to join my team? I'll take you all. Suddenly, he froze, stunned by the sight. Several fire lizards crawled closer, all fresh and lively. Uziel smirked. Time to collect materials. He charged, attacking fiercely. The results exceeded expectations. On exam day, Acel gasped. Eyes wide, so fresh. Uziel, unfazed, said, obviously. Who do you think I am? Heh, Acel teased. All right, don't overdo it. You've got a knack for picking materials. Uziel shot back. Know it, then shut it. Acel, excited, said, good. Now we just combine them. Let's do this. The group's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Professor Mazen Tyrant spoke. Everyone ready? Beside her stood 3 alchemists who'd judged today's exam. She continued. As announced, this test is under the Alchemists Guild's supervision. Perform well, and your alchemy path will open wide. Let's begin. Today's task, Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion. Uziel's group froze, stunned. What the? Is she screwing us over? Mazen asked. Have you prepared your materials? Acel, panicked, said, sorry, Professor, we thought it was D Vitality Fortis. Mazen smirked. True, but I announced the change to Tyrant Supplement Potion, didn't I? The truth was, the whole class knew, except Uziel's group, left in the dark. Frustration and betrayal surged. Uziel thought, she's playing dirty. I'm fine, but if my group fails, it's bad. Was this in the original story? Flame glanced at Uziel's group, feeling a pang of guilt before looking away. Her unease puzzled Uziel. Flame thought, what's going on? Doesn't Uziel know the original plot? Why didn't he stop this? Mazen said. Acel, did you prepare the wrong materials? Acel stammered. WL, Mazen snapped. An alchemist pursuing truth. Mixing up materials and losing focus? Unacceptable. Smirking slyly, she added, looks like Group 12 is out. Uziel raised his hand. Hold on. Making Tyrant Supplement Potions no big deal. Mazen, shocked, said what? Uziel, brimming with confidence, declared, I'll make it with different materials, better than your recipe, my usual style. His arrogance infuriated Mazen, but she was powerless. She thought, Tyrant Supplement Potion needs italic spider shells for their nutrients. He's using fire lizard tails? Insane. Perfect chance to end his alchemy path publicly. Just wait, arrogant brat. Mazen announced, fine. You have 1 hour to complete the Tyrant Supplement Potion. Acel, staring at the lizard tails, panicked. Uziel, are you crazy? What can these do? Uziel grinned awkwardly. We're in deep, so we go all in. Trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than get eliminated. Maybe luck's on our side. His words rallied the group, who cheered. I'm in. Let's try. We'll make them see. They dove into the task. Uziel said, all right, listen up, here's the plan. Reflecting on it, alchemy was the field Uziel excelled at most in conquering the game world. He meticulously recorded every recipe, down to the smallest detail. The Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion recipe was no exception. Initially, he hadn't planned to use it, as it was something the future Mazen Tyrant painstakingly researched and invented. With confidence, Uziel said, italic spider shells are nutrient-rich because they're vital for reproduction. Fire lizard tails have a similar organ. Pointing to a spot on the tail, he continued, this is the blood vessel. See it? I heard the Alacer tribe in the southern desert uses fire lizard blood vessels to boost their chieftain's health. They live long, so these can replace italic shells. Mollywan raised a hand. I know a bit about the Alacer tribe's material processing techniques. Should I handle this part? Uziel grinned. Sure, that's perfect. Now, this mistletoe needs to be dried using the desert's special method. Anyone know how? Kasahun replied. Solar drying, right? I learned it from my dad. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry it in 5 minutes. Before he finished, Acel volunteered. I'll take care of the next step. Uziel smiled. Thanks, you're on. The group dove in, working seriously and diligently. Each handled their task, giving their all, knowing this was their only shot. No one could afford to fail. Watching their effort, Uziel smiled, thinking, they're pretty great. This is beyond my expectations. He said, let's mix it according to my instructions. Go for it. Moments later, Mazen Tyrant froze, eyes wide, stunned by the potion Uziel's group produced. Uziel, confident, said, Professor, here's our Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion. Please check it. The other alchemists, witnessing it, couldn't believe it, thinking, unbelievable. These kids did this. Though the exact results were unclear, Mazen fumed. Ridiculous. Even I took years to develop the Tyrant Supplement Potion. How did these kids pull it off so easily? One alchemist, curious, said, let me test it first. Absorbing the potion's energy, she felt its power and gasped. In all my years, I've never seen such a marvel. Another alchemist asked, what are you doing? Regaining composure, she said. There are some flaws, and materials were wasted, but the effect surpasses my Tyrant Supplement Potion. The group's eyes lit up like headlights, thrilled by the unexpected success. Luck had smiled on them. The other alchemists tested it, praising, outstanding. You young folks bring fresh knowledge. But one person was livid. Damn it. Mazen's face twisted in frustration. Poor her, but oh well, huh? Mazen snapped. Let me see it. I'll verify it myself. Holding the group's potion, she was floored. She thought, this can't be wrong. This potion uses my technique to convert monster nutrients into human energy. A perfect tyrant supplement potion. How did they make a better version so quickly? This is absurd. But then she schemed. Whatever, I'm the greater. Hee hee, I'll fail them for missing materials right here. But life isn't that easy. Her plans crumbled when another alchemist said, A+4 group, 12 seems too low. Don't you think, Professor Mazin? Mazin thought, damn those old geezers. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, group 12 passes. The group erupted from nervous anticipation to joy. Hell yeah, we did it. Pepsi, we nailed it. They aced the practical. But someone was probably having a heart attack. Damn it. Mazin's face contorted, thinking, I'll deal with you later, Beck Uziel. Just wait. Her dark magic corruption rate was rising. Days later, at the Class S training ground, students practiced diligently. Flame, exhausted, said, Ugh, finally done. But I've still got classes, tiring as hell. Suddenly, her eyes widened. From afar, she heard, It's okay, He-Won Riang. You did great. You're still better than the princess. Don't cry. Following the voices, Flame saw a group comforting He-Won Riang, a red-haired girl. Flame thought, that girl's a fire magic prodigy. But she said his progress is terrifying. I've trained for years, yet the princess might soon surpass my control. Overhearing this, Flame was shocked. Uziel's control was supposed to develop in year 2. How's he doing it in year 1? Is it because of him? Recalling the alchemy practical, she found it odd. The Tyrant Type B supplement potion recipe was Izel's future discovery, stolen and refined by Mazin. Yet Uziel knew a recipe not in the original story. This wasn't in the plot. Wait, he knows future info, but not the original story's details. Is he not a transmigrator, but a regressor? That explains everything. If Uziel's from the future, he'd know future knowledge, but not every minor event tied to Acel. Flame speculated. In the original, Mazin also regressed once. The 11th moon, a unique entity controlling time. That power's terrifying. Lost in thought, a voice interrupted. What's up, Flame? It was He-Won Riang. Flame ran over. Perfect timing. You know Uziel, right? What's your impression of him? Surprised, He-Won Riang said. What do you mean? He's just a bit unique. Flame pressed. Nothing else? No other feelings. He-Won Riang shrugged. Nope. Flame, disappointed, palmed her forehead. Ugh, really? He-Won Riang asked. Flame, what's your deal with Uziel? Flame admitted. Well, kinda. She thought. Uziel's like me, knowing the original plot. Muttering, but this won't do. I can't stay stuck. He-Won Riang, confused, asked. What's that mean? Flame replied. I mean standing still isn't my style. Since we're talking about Uziel, maybe I should meet him and spill everything? He-Won Riang froze, baffled. Spill everything? Flame's words left He-Won Riang stunned, frozen for a few seconds, speechless. As she walked away, she waved. Thanks for listening. I'm off, leaving him with a whirlwind of questions. His eyes clouded with a hint of sadness as he watched her fade into the distance, his hands slowly dropping. Flame's words echoed in his mind. Confess what? Does Flame have feelings for Uziel? Damn it, this is driving me nuts. A long day passed. The next morning, Uziel sat alone, sipping bitter coffee, lost in thought. He sighed, what now? Mazin Tyran's dark magic corruption is at 37%. Less than 3 months until that event. Her corruption could randomly affect a student. Maybe Flame's friends like Jackie, Ars Huang, Bian's loyal knight, or even He-Won Riang, heir to the Shadow Moon Tower. If He-Won Riang gets corrupted, it's a disaster. Though unlikely, his corruption would be the worst outcome. Gotta be extra careful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Flame stood before him, visibly annoyed. She spoke first. What are you doing? Uziel, flustered, replied. Doing what? Flame pressed. You didn't answer my question about your identity last time. Uziel thought. That question? You're putting me on the spot. How do I explain? It's a long story. Should I just tell Flame the truth? Maybe it'll lead to something better. All or nothing. Let's try. He started. But before he could finish, system alerts flooded in. Warning. Insufficient plot power. Warning. Do not reveal transmigration identity to this character. Warning. Do not share known information with this character. The barrage of alerts startled him. Exhausted, he thought. Damn, this is maddening. What the hell? He said. Let's do this. Everyone has secrets, so we'll share half-truths. Sound good. Flame nodded. Fine, I'm in. Relieved, Uziel thought. Phew, if Flame pushed harder, I'd be screwed. She went first. Do you know the future? Uziel, briefly hopeful, grimaced. Half-truths, and you go straight for that? He countered. You're asking like you know it too, right? Why were you at this school? Flame was blunt. To stop the world from ending. It's in danger. Uziel sighed, thinking good. True or not, I don't want the world to end either. Flame continued. My turn. Why do you act like that? Uziel thought. Act how? I don't get it. Let's dodge. He replied. No reason. I just do what I think is right. Thinking, that should do it. But Flame snapped. Damn it, don't lie. Why are you so kind? You've got some goal, right? Flustered, Uziel said. No, really. It's not what you think. Well, who doesn't want something? Honestly, I'm not sure. Flame, frustrated, said what? Not sure. Uziel added. Yeah, I just want to survive. Shocked, Flame froze. Survive. Feeling tactless for pressing, she stammered. Guess so. Sorry, my bad. Uziel, confused, said what? That's it. Tears in her eyes, Flame turned away. I'm going. See you later. Uziel was floored. What the hell? I didn't even ask anything. Why's she crying? I didn't do anything. Suddenly, a furious voice roared. Uziel. A chill ran down his spine. Oh crap. It was Hee-Won Riang, eyes like daggers, radiating menace. Without preamble, he shouted. Damn it, answer. Why's Flame crying? Lie and you're done. Terrified by his fury, Uziel thought. Holy crap. A glare from the strongest character's rival is chilling. Now I remember. Hee-Won Riang has a one-sided crush on Flame. I'm screwed. But I didn't do anything. A misunderstanding's trouble. I gotta clear this up. He said. There's nothing shady with me and Flame. Why were you asking? Hee-Won Riang frowned. You expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, you better believe there's nothing. Got it. Uziel awkwardly said. Alright. Nothing shady, I swear. Hee-Won Riang, pensive, suddenly looked down. Is that so? My bad, sorry. His apology sent shivers through Uziel, who stammered. No problem. I'm off. Hee-Won Riang walked away. Uziel sighed, relieved, thinking, what was that? So unlike him. Hee-Won Riang, always cold and rational. Acting unstable? I'm getting bad vibes. That evening, Acel closed her book, exhausted. Damn, why can't I focus today? She recalled her talk with Uziel in the lab. Uziel, about that recipe, did you come up with it on the spot? He'd said, something like that. She'd been shocked. I thought I was a genius, unbeatable. Guess not. Snapping back, Acel gasped. What? What's wrong with me? How can I avenge my father like this? Those who framed him as a traitor, driving him to death. The vile, despicable Adalovit family. I can't just be this weak to take revenge. Damn it. Calming herself, she vowed, no. I can't give up. I have to try harder. One day I'll do it. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Flame's bed. She woke, but lingered lazily, reluctant to get up. She thought, I chose a 4-person room for the lively vibe. Should have picked a solo Class S room. She'd picked the shared room for fun and socializing, but now regretted it. Flame muttered. Uziel said he doesn't know his purpose. No doubt, he's a regressor. I recall in the original story's end, the 11th moon told Ma Yuziang, I can send you back in time, but you'll lose most memories and recollections of that period. After completing your mission, you'll vanish from this world. No one, not friends, not loved ones, will remember you saved it. Will you sacrifice to start over? Ma Yuziang had replied. If that's my fate, I'll save the world again. But Acel, desperate, interjected. Wait, I'd rather see the world end than live without you. Let's go together. Her plea melted Ma Yuziang's icy heart, making him abandon regression. Ultimately, the world was destroyed, ending tragically. Sitting up, Flame thought. If this world differs from the original, and Ma Yuziang doesn't know Uziel regressed via the 11th moon, then after his mission, he'll vanish. No one will know he existed. With most memories gone, driven only by duty, he just wants to survive? As a regressor, his courage must be his sole shield against erasure. Flame reflected, he could have run. But with his mission, Uziel returned to save the world, knowing death awaits. Despite fear, he accepted it. I shouldn't doubt him anymore. We share the same goal. I'll help him save this world. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed. Jackie burst in, panicking. Flame. Lord Hee-Won Riang's looking for you. He's waiting on the dorm's first floor. Flame flopped back, feigning exhaustion. Tell him I'm not here. Say I'm sleeping. Jackie hesitated, but Flame cut her off. I don't care. Just say that. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. Jackie relented, but envy flickered. She was jealous of the attention Flame got, but didn't cherish. She hurried to the first floor. Outside, Hee-Won Riang stood, eyes tinged with the sorrow of unrequited love. Jackie called, Lord Hee-Won Riang. He perked up, but seeing Jackie, his face fell. The one he wanted didn't show. Instead, a stranger did. His cold demeanor embarrassed Jackie. Her eyes sparkled with budding one-sided love, but he said icily, Who are you? His words hit like a bucket of cold water, snapping her back to reality. Her heart shattered. Damn it. Seeing her silence, he asked, Where's Flame? Jackie replied, She's tired and sleeping. He thought, maybe she confessed to that loser and got rejected, so she's upset. What's he got that I don't? Coldly, he said, Got it. I'll come back later. And left, leaving Jackie staring blankly. Jackie, disappointed, thought, Why? I love him, but he doesn't even know my name. It's always like this. Everyone only notices Flame, her talent shining, basking in glory and affection. She's beautiful like an angel. Even Hee-Won Riang loves her secretly. I'm just a nobody. Life's so unfair. Jealousy surged. She clenched her fists, fuming. Damn, so frustrating. The next morning at Stella Academy's first main tower, a man spoke. I heard Professor Mazen Tyron was humiliated by a student. Mazen Tyron bit her lip. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I have no excuse. The man turned. You know I have high hopes for you, right? It was Vice Principal Aki Hayden. He continued. By the way, how's the alchemy magic fusion research with the Shadow Moon sex doctors going? Mazen Tyron, confident, said, Very well. I won't let you down. Aki Hayden patted her shoulder, whispering, Good. I trust only you. She replied, Yes, leave it to me. I'll go now. After she left, Aki Haydn sneered. Stupid, brainless, pathetic fool. She doesn't know she's being used. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She craves status and honor, blinded by it. Hilarious that a mage researching anti-dark magic works for dark magic. Haha, I can't wait for the alchemy magic fusion to be complete. Elsewhere, a slender figure struggled under a towering stack of documents, trembling. Bystanders ignored her. Suddenly, a kind soul approached. Uziel. He grinned. Teaching assistant, you okay? Let me help. With his aid, the documents reached Professor Mazen Tyron's office. The assistant sighed. Thanks. Without you, I'd get scolded again. Uziel smiled. No big deal. Small stuff. Seizing the chance, Uziel glanced around. The room was a mess. Crumpled papers everywhere, from desk to floor. He thought, total chaos. His eyes lit up, fixed on a board. Whoa, what's that? The assistant explained. Oh, that's the formula Professor Mazen Tyron's researching with other doctors. Something called random spatial transposition calculus. Uziel jolted. Random spatial transposition? That's the first formula for alchemy magic fusion. In Mazen Tyron's corruption arc, dark mages complete it with her, causing massive destruction, engulfing the world in flames. A flower of hope blooms on Inthara's barren land. If she cracks this before the dark mages, what then? He thought. She's the only light in the darkness. With her genius and brilliant ideas, she created items dark mages couldn't dream of. An idea sparked, and he said, Assistant Altarisha. She started, huh? Want some coffee? Uziel laughed. No, not that. Professor Mazen Tyron's a pain, right? If there's a way to get satisfying revenge, would you try it? Altarisha, flustered, said, I'm just a lowly assistant. How could I help with revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired, end up homeless, and then what? Uziel pressed. So what? Got any ideas? You could become an alchemist greater than Professor Mazen. Altarisha, stunned, said, What? Uziel continued. Then no one would dare look down on you. His words sparked hope in her. She murmured, If only. As Uziel predicted, Altarisha was fed up with her job, tired of tending to Mazen in a dusty room. Her long-held dream was to become an alchemist, creating groundbreaking inventions. She had the talent. Later, Altarisha would become a legendary alchemist with genius intellect and remarkable creations, deserving of the best. For now, harsh reality forced her to shelve that dream, but Uziel thought, I'll help her achieve it soon. After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Uziel visited Altarisha, offering a few suggestions. She caught on quickly, excitedly saying, Oh, you think so too? I thought about adding a color-changing button to the magic pen, plus an eraser. Like a mechanical pencil, super convenient. Uziel, pleased, thought, great. Altarisha's invention is progressing, but the core formula's still missing. I need to guide her to surpass my Uziel. Not easy. As Uziel strolled out, a snarky voice called, Hey, what's with that dazed walk? You'll bump into someone. It was Flame passing by. Uziel, arms crossed, puzzled, said, Huh? Who are you calling that? Flame shot back. Who else but you, Grandpa? Playing dumb or just clueless? Uziel, speechless, thought, Damn, so tiring. I never mentioned my age, did I? At least she's talking to me more now. He said, Anyway, perfect timing. I've got something important. Remember your roommate, Jackie? At Jackie's name, Flame's face soured, and she snapped. That's illegal. Uziel, startled, jumped back. Whoa, what are you thinking? I haven't said anything. I mean, keep an eye on her. Jackie's not in a good state. He thought. If Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she'll be unstable. Flame replied, I don't know, but we're hunting this weekend. I'll check then. Uziel said, Thanks. But he thought, hunting? It's hunting season. Targeting Martivis Graveyard. Chapter 4 start. Main characters like my Yuziang, Acel, and Flame are involved, even facing a Tier 5 Necromancer. I won't interfere, but grabbing the hidden reward could help secure a Familia contract. Hours later, Uziel visited Professor Lee for an outing permit. Lee, holding the form, said, Training? But you can't learn swordsmanship or Knight's Way in chat. Uziel froze, unsure how to respond. Spotting my Yuziang's outing form, he thought. As expected, they're hunting, matching my memories perfectly. He persuaded. Sir, lots of people are hunting lately. Lee replied. Seems they're heading to Martivis Graveyard for club activities, probably treasure hunting. Ma Yuziang and He-Won Riang are diligent. Ma Yuziang's visiting her family, and He-Won Riang's with Flame. Uziel, shocked, said what? Without Ma Yuziang, we can't beat the Necromancer. Why's she going home? This lineup can't handle a Tier 5 Necromancer. What now? I can't request help without proof, and the plot won't let me spill everything. But I won't let this happen. Days later, at Martivis Graveyard, a male student defeated a giant fish, now writhing on the ground. It was second-year Do Kielwang. He cheered. Hell yeah. Tier 2 threat. No match. Predator fish is tough, though. A grumpy voice snapped. Hey, dumbass. Don't screw this up. You listening to the captain? It was second-year Kashif Derek. Do Kielwang scratched his head, grinning. Hee, my bad. Kashif fumed. Damn, this idiot's still laughing? A girl called from afar. Forget it. Save your breath. It was second-year Bandian. She turned to Acel. Don't mind them. Ignore him. Acel replied. Yes, ma'am. Kashif spun around. I heard that. Got a problem? Too loud. Watch your mouth in front of freshmen. Acel thought. I joined the club for an open spot. Good thing they're not bad people. Lost in thought, the captain shouted, Acel, let's go. She responded, yes, sir. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from afar. The group froze, looking toward the sound. What's that? A fight nearby? Bandian asked. If it's a hunting overlap, should we greet them, Captain? Kashif, dazed, said, yeah. With that, the team marched toward the noise. Izel's eyes widened, spotting Uziel, Flame, and an unfamiliar group in the distance. The group was arguing. Hong Bian shouted, I clearly took down the giant piranha first. Flame retorted, nonsense. It was in our hunting zone, so it's ours. Before Acel lay the dead giant piranha. She thought, a giant piranha? A rare tier 3 monster. They're fighting over the loot. Getting involved will only cause trouble. Plus, I don't want to face the sister of my father's killer. I need to get out of here. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Hey, juniors, what's the issue? Spill it to your senior. It was Kashif Derek, approaching cheerfully. Hong Bian and Flame snapped in unison. Shut up and get lost. Kashif, annoyed, said, talking to your senior like that? Hong Bian shot back. Act like a proper senior then. The team captain, bewildered, stammered, what? Suddenly, a loud rumble shook the ground, and a mysterious energy surged. Flame thought, this energy, bad news. A skeletal hand burst from the ground. Everyone froze, eyes wide. Flame gasped, no way. Skeletons already. Countless dry corpses charged, their eerie wails echoing. Meanwhile, in another part of the graveyard marked, do not enter alone, Uziel's system updated. Skill experience gained. Stats increased. He sighed, why's my only magic flash of all things? Dead fish littered the ground. He muttered, about time, huh? Spotting tombstones, he said, found it. His expression darkened. I don't have my Yuziong's OP skills to wipe out skeleton armies or overwhelming power. I'll fight like a gamer. Chapter 4, Necromancer's Assault begins. The ground trembled. A bone general, a tier 2 sub-boss appearing thrice in this chapter, emerged swiftly. With glowing red eyes and grotesque teeth, it glared at Uziel. He thought, with my current strength, facing it head-on is suicide. But that's not my plan. Grabbing its head, he punched hard. Get back down. Comic logic says you stand still during transformations or summons, but that doesn't mean I'll just wait. Completing the bone staff, he gained control of the bone general. Now the world's mine. Let's roll. Elsewhere, skeletons multiplied, surrounding the group. A chilling aura spread. Flame thought, I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter. Damn, something's off. If I remember right, my Yuziong handles this. Why's Acel with this group? Where's my Yuziong? Am I stuck facing a tier 5 Necromancer with them? Seeing Flame rattled, he won Riang reassured. I sent a distress signal to Stella via pocket watch. We just need to hold out. Do Kielwang added, yeah, stall until the professors arrive. Even if we can't beat the Necromancer, we'll escape. Hong Bian snapped. No time for comfort. This is a graveyard. The longer we wait, the more skeletons come. We need to get to base. Jackie, terrified, backed away from the grotesque skeletons. Don't come closer. One lunged, jaws wide, ready to devour. A sudden force struck from behind, stopping it. Acel asked, you okay? Jackie stammered, why yeah. Do Kielwang praised. Not bad, freshman. Acel said, this necromancer's prepared. He's using an energy vessel, mana storage technique. Normally, tier 3 or 4 necromancers summon up to 15 skeletons. Controlling a whole area like this? He's no ordinary foe. Do Kielwang added, skeletons are swarming here. This was planned. They want to kill us to make mage skeletons. Kashif Derek forced a laugh, thinking, as captain, I gotta show my strength. Wipe them out with powerful magic. But reality bit. A skeleton grabbed his leg. Pale, he gasped, oh crap. Before he could react, Do Kielwang charged, striking cleanly. Damn it, you're not escaping. But a hand appeared before Kashif. Unable to resist, he froze. Do Kielwang shouted, damn, they're casting a counterspell. Duck, a terrifying force formed, its oppressive pressure threatening to explode. Everyone panicked. Hong Bian yelled, no, if that goes off, we're... Before she finished, boom. A massive explosion rocked the graveyard, leaving a giant crater. Many were injured, but luckily Flame was unharmed. Yet the necromancers kept charging relentlessly. Flame thought to herself, this is wrong. This is my limit. I'm exhausted, and things are looking bad. My mana's drained, no time to recover, and the enemy numbers are insane. A skeleton opened its jaw, roaring as it closed in. Flame, terrified and feeling faint, muttered Bojox muttered. Oh crap, I'm done for. Gripping her staff tightly, she scanned the scene. Am I going to die here? But suddenly, the skeletons froze, as if under control. Flame couldn't believe her eyes. What's that? The skeletons stopped? What the hell is going on? In the distance, Uziel's figure emerged, like a god descending to save the day. Flame was stunned. How is he here right now? Her eyes caught the skull in Uziel's hand. That's a skeleton general. Way stronger than regular bone soldiers, usually escorted by elite ones. And he took it down alone? Unbelievable. Do Kielwang came to. Thanks. You saved us. Uziel brushed it off. No big deal. Acel asked, but how did you get the skeleton general's skull? Uziel smirked. scooped it from a bone stew. But he thought to himself, no need to mention I ambushed it at the summoning spot. His joke left Acel speechless. Uziel stayed calm. Anyway, we need a new plan fast. If the necromancers directly control the skeletons and ignore the skeleton general, we're in trouble. Dok Kielwang asked, Kid, got any plans? Uziel replied, on my way here, I saw the necromancers controlling things near their base. No way we're breaking through the encirclement. Our only shot is to hit their main body directly. The others were rattled by his boldness. Someone blurted, hold up. Are you sane? Uziel shrugged. Didn't we learn this in school? Necromancers control strong bone soldiers, but their main body's weak. Bandian fretted. But he's got a whole guard. Uziel pressed. His control range is too wide. If we don't hit the main body, we're trapped. He thought to himself, the necromancer's guard has 1 skeleton general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regulars. The numbers will keep growing. Now's our only chance. But how do I convince them? Someone spoke up. He's a bit reckless, but when it comes to fighting and tactics, he's got more experience than us. Uziel added, honestly, in this mess, we can't break the encirclement. The necromancers won't expect us to hit their main body directly. The 2 seniors exchanged glances. It might be our only way to survive. No idea what you're banking on, but we can't split up. I'm in. Bandian cheered. All right, let's do it. Before the necromancers catch on, we've got a shot. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Martivis graveyard, a figure appeared. He spoke. Running into Stella's newbies here is my lucky day? Turn them into skeleton mages, and even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare underestimate me. It was Sabe Hyuk, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Tower. He laughed. 7 years of storing mana in my flask. 700 skeletons resting here. No one will underestimate me now. Haha. Suddenly, he froze. What's this? I've lost my connection? Did my general get taken out? A crack echoed as a force struck the shield behind him. He stood dumbfounded. My level 4 magic shield cracked? How the hell? Furious, he snarled. You bastard. You won't escape. But quick as a breeze, he couldn't react in time. Boom. A massive explosion obliterated the skeletons. The flames were the combined power of Uziel's group. Sabe Hyuk stood frozen, stunned. Damn it, I got cocky. I didn't expect them to hit my main body directly. Even if they're newbies, Stella's still Stella. Can't underestimate them. He thought, I hate to admit it, but this is too dangerous. Time to summon the elite bone soldiers. Biting his finger till it bled, he spread his arms. Evil ones, heed my call. The ground split open, and skeleton warriors emerged, grinning wickedly. An army quickly surrounded them. But Sabe Hyuk spat blood, his body heavily damaged. Wiping the blood, he cursed, damn it. Wiping the blood, he thought bitterly. Summoning those bone soldiers hurt me, but it's enough. Hold them off. Kill them so I can claim my reward. The skeletons roared and charged, while he watched from afar. Smirking, he said, good. Fight well. Now I can relax. But life's never that simple. Uziel flashed in with a blink, appearing right behind the necromancer. Sabe Hyuk sensed someone, turned, and shouted in panic. Damn it. Who are you? Uziel just smirked, not bothering to answer. Sabe Hyuk quickly sensed someone behind him, whipping around and shouting in panic. Damn it. Who are you? Uziel just smirked, not bothering to answer. The necromancer, now terrified, thought to himself, I had the positions of all 12 Stella Academy students tracked through my bone soldier's vision. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what Uziel held in his hand, blurting out, no way. Isn't that my skeleton general? How is it in your hands? But then, Uziel casually dropped the skull, letting it hit the ground with a thud. Not stopping there, the protagonist slashed it with a fierce strike. With the skeleton general destroyed, Sabe Hyuk's internal injuries worsened. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he clutched his wound. Furious, he thought, damn it, I was too cocky. So this is the true strength of Stella Academy students. Meanwhile, Uziel, sweating, thought, Dok Kielwang and Bandian were supposed to take out the skeleton general and back me up. But those elite bone soldiers held them up. Am I really fighting alone? I'm the weakest in the group. Should I just run? He felt this move was a bit off. Suddenly, Sabe Hyuk coughed up more blood. Uziel snapped back to reality, noticing the necromancer's condition. He muttered, looks like he's badly hurt too. He must have overexerted himself summoning those elite bone soldiers, causing internal damage. Maybe I can do this. A confident smile crept across his face. Out of nowhere, Jackie ran up, panicking. Princess, we're in trouble. The necromancer's fighting Uziel one-on-one. He-Won Riang flinched. What? She looked ahead, where Uziel and Sabe Hyuk were locked in combat. A powerful aura radiated around them, the fight intense. He-Won Riang mumbled. This is bad. This wasn't the plan. For some reason, Uziel's the only one facing the necromancer. Right now, the Stella trainees are scattered, probably to divide his forces and take out enemies one by one. Can Uziel hold him off until we get there? If he dies, I'll never forgive him. Hang in there, Uziel. Uziel kept using his blink skill, moving nimbly. Eyes wide, he observed to find a smart solution. His precise judgment and blink skill let him dodge Sabe Hyuk's attacks for now. But knowing he couldn't keep evading, Uziel switched to a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, like in his gaming days. He blinked right up to the necromancer. Saw Baihyuk, a level 5 necromancer, saw Yuziel's bold move and gritted his teeth, snarling. Humph. You won't take me down that easily. Dream on. A cage of bones enveloped him. Yuziel smirked, thinking, is that all? I've got Cola, the bone soldier's kryptonite. Ready for this. Haha, this battlefield's mine now. With that, Yuziel hurled 2 cola vials at him. Instantly, the bones corroded. Saw Baihyuk's eyes widened in disbelief as his prized magical shield dissolved. Recalling his earlier boasts, his face flushed with embarrassment. He roared, you bastard. How dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him now. Sharp bone spikes shot toward Yuziel, but he had already blinked behind Saw Baihyuk. Gripping his sword smugly, Yuziel thought, now's the moment. Thinking he'd land a fatal blow, he was shocked when Saw Baihyuk turned, grinning wickedly. Got you. It was all part of his plan. He'd sensed Yuziel's approach. Yuziel realized, damn it, I'm the one who got played. A sharp bone spike shot up from the ground, brutally piercing his leg. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yuziel, in agony, thought bitterly. Crap, it hit. Gritting his teeth, he staggered back. Saw Baihyuk laugh triumphantly. Ha, you fool. Keep struggling, but here's your bitter end. Go on, keep talking big. Feeling the searing pain in his leg, Yuziel panted, thinking, I was too cocky. Even injured, he's a legit level 5 mage. But I can't die here. He's got to be exhausted. Constant spellcasting is wearing him down. In other words, this is all he's got. Level 5 or not, what do I do? If I can land one more hit, I might take him out. But the pain's too much. I can't focus. Even my 6th sense skill isn't working. My head's pounding, and blinking's near impossible now. What do I do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yuziel's mind. That's it. As he hung his head in thought, Saw Baihyuk closed in, ready to strike with a smug look. Die. Yuziel reacted instantly, bolting forward without a word. But his injury made him stumble, face planting into the dirt. Seeing the protagonist's pathetic state, Saw Baihyuk cackled like a madman. Haha, look at you running for your life. How pitiful. But Yuziel ignored the taunts. In his mind, he told himself, just a bit more. He dragged himself forward. Saw Baihyuk kept mocking. Haha, struggling's pointless. I'll kill you right here. But Yuziel didn't see it that way. He smirked and declared, I've won. The distance between Saw Baihyuk and Yuziel was 13 meters, meaning he didn't need to cancel his blink skill. As the necromancer stood puzzled, unsure of Yuziel's next move, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. In less than a second, Yuziel blinked right in front of him. Bracing against the searing pain in his leg, Yuziel mustered all his remaining strength into his sword and delivered a fatal strike, piercing Saw Baihyuk's heart. Blood sprayed everywhere. At the same moment, with the necromancer dead, the bone soldiers attacking Yuziel's teammates froze, leaving everyone stunned. The skeleton army disintegrated into the wind. Seeing this, Doak Kielwang gasped. Did Yuziel actually defeat the necromancer? As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, no way. Yuziel really took down a level 5 necromancer. His words triggered an explosion of emotions, like returning from the brink of death. The group shouted in unison, we're alive. We're alive. No one understood how a first-year student defeated a necromancer, but it didn't matter. They were alive, their hearts pounding with the vivid truth. Someone cheered joyfully, tears streaming down their face. Cutting to Yuziel, after defeating Saw Baihyuk, he collapsed from exhaustion. A while later, he stirred, sighing, I'm beat. I just want to go home. Soon after, the Magic Knights of Stella Academy arrived at Martivis Graveyard, gathering intel and escorting everyone back to the academy. Upon arrival, Yuziel was called out by Professor Lee, who scolded him. Yuziel, you said you were training in some scenic, fresh air spot, but you ended up in a graveyard? Pretty fresh air there, huh? Yuziel, at a loss for excuses, bowed his head. I'm sorry, I got off the transport because I sensed something was off. The professor nodded. I get it. But rules are rules. You'll face punishment, no exceptions. That said, your bravery in jumping into battle to protect your friends, even if it broke academy rules, is commendable. You did well. The academy will reward you with points and recognition. Look forward to it. Yuziel replied. Thank you, sir. Professor Lee walked away, leaving Yuziel to sigh, thinking, time to head out. The doctor said I need a few days rest to recover from the thigh wound. As he walked and thought, soft footsteps approached. Yuziel turned, expecting someone to thank him. It was Acel, the story's heroine. Always smiling brightly despite her burdens, she stood strong through adversity, a remarkable character. Noticing Yuziel staring, Acel spoke. I'm really grateful for today. Yuziel replied lightly. Sure, treat me to a meal next time. But Azel's expression seemed off. She thought to herself, this event, and even before, taught me there are so many people out there better than me. I always saw myself as a peerless genius. That hasn't changed. But joining Stella showed me the truth. The world is vast, full of extraordinary people. I came here to be the best, but it's not easy. Suddenly, Acel asked, can I do it? If I try, can I be like you? Caught off guard, Yuziel thought, this isn't good. The old Acel wouldn't ask that. She's like this because of me. In the original story, Acel faced every challenge as the protagonist and miraculously overcame them. The Necromancer raid was the same. She turned the tide with her own strategies. But my interference meant she only faced the challenge without the triumph. She's still relying on others, so despite everything, her spirit's fragile. Uziel didn't know how to respond. Empty platitudes would only hurt her more. So, he spoke from the heart. You don't need to ask me. You've already shown what others thought impossible. That's your miracle, your success. Acel was surprised. How do you know that? Uziel replied softly. Because I've always been watching you. His words threw her off, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Uziel panicked. Wait, doesn't that sound like I'm a stalker? What did I just say? Flustered, he stammered. I'm heading out, and left, muttering to himself. Man, that was close. Holy crap. Meanwhile, Acel reflected on his words. He said he's always watched me? No one's ever cared about the daughter of a traitor like me. If they did, it was just to nitpick and criticize. No one truly cared. But he's been watching me. Uziel's words pierced her icy heart, flowing through her veins, lingering in her mind. Her heart raced, reigniting her passion for magic and her seemingly lost goals. Before anyone noticed, the sun rose on the horizon. A new day began in the city. At the Magic Council, the hub of the world's greatest mages, obsessed with magic, a major event was brewing. People buzzed about Stella Academy students defeating a level 5 necromancer. This is insane. Necromancers in this day and age? Haven't dark mages faded into history? Though sensational, the news was true. Hearing the chatter, Uziel thought, it's just an award ceremony. But there are magical reporters and nobles here. They're hyping it up. Wait, why is Princess Hongbian so excited? She's practically glowing. Sensing Uziel's gaze, Hongbian turned, her face cold as ever. What are you staring at? Uziel fumbled. Nothing. Professor Lee addressed the crowd. Quiet, everyone. Today, we honor 13 brave students who fought a dark mage. The award will be presented by the headmaster himself. The 13 students were shocked. The headmaster personally presenting? Uziel hadn't expected Elman Elwin, a level 9 mage and humanity's pinnacle, to be there. Known in the game as nearly a protagonist, he was supposedly 300 years old, but looked 18 to 19, always smiling kindly. Yet, he was the world's strongest mage, nicknamed Slaughtering Devastator. As the crowd reeled, Elman Elwin approached each student, patting their shoulders. Well done. Keep striving and stay brave. Then he reached Uziel. His youthful eyes belied his 300 years, younger looking than the students. Standing before him, Uziel felt immense pressure, swallowing hard. Thinking, just meeting his eyes is overwhelming. This is a level 9 mage. Only 10 exist worldwide. I can't look away now. Man, this is intense. The headmaster, puzzled by Uziel's tension, smiled brightly. Still as diligent as ever, just as I expected. He walked off, leaving Uziel confused. What did he mean by that? Soon, the loudspeaker announced. The award ceremony concludes here. Back at the dorm, Uziel stared at the check and certificate in his hand, jaw dropping in shock. Whoa, a 5 million Hao Fong credit reward. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. Never dreamed the academy would give out such a huge sum. It might not mean much to rich kids like Hongbian or Hee-Won Riang, but for someone poor like Uziel or Acel, it was a massive deal. Plus, the final reward from this incident was the Death Mage's mana vessel, the Necromancer's heart. He thought gleefully. It's tough now, but with Italics, I'll soon create my own space. Carrying items will be way easier then. First, I need to crack the Chaos Algorithm's interference formula. Good thing the other trainees happily let me have the reward. What a relief. Next came the system reward. A notification chimed. The Necromancer Raid chapter is complete. You've earned a large amount of experience for progressing the story uniquely. You'll also receive a reward from the Constellation project. 1. A downgraded version of an in-game item. 2. A downgraded version of an in-game skill. Or 3. Experience points. Uziel was surprised. There's this too. He wasn't complaining, but he realized how weak he still was and needed this boost. He thought, gotta choose carefully. Skills are key right now. I'll put the experience into Blink. That fight showed me how weak I am. Matching others' effort is pointless. I need to get ahead with my knowledge. After choosing, the system announced, reward granted. Blink skill experience maxed. Skill upgraded to Blink level 2. Max range 12 meters. 3 charges, 3-second cooldown. Uziel felt the change in his body. Though the range didn't increase, he was satisfied. This'll do for now. Clenching his fist, he grinned. Finally, 3 Blink charges. I can use it more freely now. With some free time, he turned to the next issue. Izel's not doing great. Originally, she grew through all sorts of hardships. But the Necromancer event seems to have shaken her. From what I recall, the original scenario was worse, and things aren't much better now. He wanted to help Acel unlock the brilliant talent she didn't even know she had. Cutting to the dark meditation class, Acel and the others were there. She felt like she was floating in a dreamlike world. It wasn't bad. A cold breeze passed, and she sensed something stuck inside her. She tried pushing it out, over and over, unaware she'd been startled by a call. Trainee Acel. She looked around, seeing others meditating cross-legged like her. Acel thought, oh no, did I fall asleep? A translucent butterfly flew by her ear, carrying the professor's voice. Why are you using magic during meditation? Look above your head. Acel glanced up, eyes widening in shock. A lone ice pillar hovered in the air nearby. She'd unknowingly cast magic. Stunned, she thought, wait, when did I make that? I didn't use any formulas or calculations. She wondered, did the others not notice? Even if it's just level 1 magic, they should have sensed the mana flow. If this is the effect of Uziel's meditation technique, it's incredible. She'd been skeptical before, but the results were beyond good. They were amazing. Other meditating trainees were distracted or dozing off. But whenever they cleared their minds and focused, their concentration spiked, and their spellcasting speed improved noticeably. Acel thought, did Uziel plan for this too? After the session, trainees rushed to the cafeteria. Instead, Acel grabbed a red bean cake, savoring it. Thanks to the reward money, I can enjoy a 1,500 credit red bean cake with cream. Pure bliss. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, Acel. It was Prince Jeremy Scalvin, smiling lightly, almost playfully. His sparkling, pure smile, not masculine but charming, made her heart skip. He continued, joined any clubs yet? Acel was surprised. No, not yet. Jeremy added, really? Why not join ours? Acel wasn't naive enough to jump at such a tempting offer. There had to be a catch. She narrowed her eyes. What's the condition? Jeremy laughed. Condition? There's none. I just like you. But his answer made her think harder. As a genius among geniuses, level 3 at 17 with good looks, attention wasn't new. Yet, her daughter of a trader label kept people away. So why was Jeremy different? She thought, he's lying. He clearly wants to use me as a pawn. Seeing her hesitation, Jeremy stepped closer. Come on, don't you trust me, Acel? No strings attached. Just join the club and stay by my side. I'll do anything for you. You know who I am. Acel, sharp as ever, understood. The Scalvin Empire was at odds with the Adalovit Kingdom. With Prince Jeremy's backing, her struggles could end. No more rejoicing over a mere red bean cake or enduring shame as a trader's daughter. Though she knew better, she stammered. Oh, as she opened her mouth, eyes blank, Jeremy smiled, sensing victory. But then, a hand shot up. Flame stepped in and slapped Acel hard across the face. Both Acel and the prince froze, confused. Unlike Izel's blank expression, Flame snapped. You said you wanted to be with me, and now you're flirting with someone else? You said you liked me, and now you're ditching me. Without waiting, Flame grabbed Izel's wrist and pulled her away. Come with me, we need to talk. She dragged Acel off, leaving Jeremy intrigued by this fiery girl. Later, behind the campus, Flame sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. Acel, still confused, asked, what's going on? What do you need to say? Flame replied, you should thank me. If you'd refused him without a reason, he'd harass you forever. Sorry for hitting you. I'm out of here. Waving, Flame left, leaving Acel stunned. As Flame walked, she thought, did I do the right thing? If Acel followed the story and joined his club, Jeremy would destroy her. He'd spread humiliating gossip no woman could bear, and her achievements would go unrecognized. Her depression would worsen. I tried not to interfere, but seeing Uziel, I figured stepping in isn't always bad. Even with most of his future knowledge gone, he's still changing murky events. Flame glanced back, worried. But will my lie get caught? Cutting to Jeremy Scalvin's room, he sipped fragrant tea, musing, Flame's adorable. The way she hid her emotions in front of me was so fun. More than Acel. I want her. And so, the prince shifted his target. The scene shifts to the next day, with the sun high and a new day beginning. In the classroom, Professor Lee's voice rang out. Starting today, we'll conduct a combat simulation against monsters. This test isn't about weak level 1 or level 2 monsters anymore. Instead, you'll face mid-tier level 3 monsters, far more dangerous and tougher. I know an average trainee can't take them down alone, so the goal is to form teams, find their weaknesses, and defeat them with your group's tactics. The rules have been shared. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-tier monster as your target. You'll have plenty of time to practice against it. Head to the Stella Dome. The north has the blazing valley, the south has the frozen sea, the west has the barren desert, and the east has the swamp with dense foliage. Pick the terrain that suits your team best, hunt a mid-tier monster that matches your fighting style, and take it down. He continued, classes A and S will train together. The evaluation is in 4 days. You'll showcase your battle against your chosen monster then. Form groups of up to 6, and submit your list to me. Hearing this, Acel stood alone, isolated. No one wanted to team up with her. Feeling a bit dejected, she thought, ugh, I hate group work. This evaluation is critical. If I don't do well, I won't get a scholarship. Without that, I'll have to work weekends or holidays. That cuts study time, making scholarships even harder to get, and slows my magic progress. A grim future awaits. I've got to try harder. Suddenly, a voice ahead caught her attention. Princess, will you team up with me? Her thoughts interrupted. Acel looked up to see countless trainees swarming Princess Hongbayan, each boasting why they were better than the rest. As expected of royalty, Hongbayan could pick anyone she wanted. In stark contrast, Acel was completely alone, with no one approaching her. Her gaze lingered on Hongbayan with a hint of envy, thinking, before Adalovit ruined my family, I was surrounded by flattery like that too. We started at the same level, my ice-attuned family at its peak, rivaling Adalovit's fire-attuned royals, both fiercely competing to dominate the magical world. Neither outshone the other. That's why Hongbayan and Acel were born with prodigious talent. Acel once conjured an ice needle, while Hong Bian sparked flames from her fingers. This wasn't just innate talent. Their ability to use magic at birth without training was a divine gift, granting them access to the celestial realm every mage dreamed of. The world once watched them, believing they were chosen, born into noble magical families with unmatched talent. Acel had believed she'd become a great mage until Adalovit destroyed her family. Clenching her fists, she thought, no need to get angry. Back then, I thought I was chosen. Can I take revenge on Adalovit now? Lost in her thoughts, with seeds of anxiety about to sprout, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, you're all alone? It was Uziel. Seeing his bright face, Acel sighed. What's up? Uziel knew he'd come at the right time. Izel's confidence hadn't yet been consumed by darkness, and this was his chance to help her reclaim her light. Under the watchful eyes of Stella Academy's mages, Uziel flashed a radiant smile, pointing at himself. Team up with me. Meanwhile, Hong Bian noticed Uziel's arrival. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she thought, Uziel, huh? She wondered, why'd he pick Acel when he had so many other options? Acel, equally shocked, asked, you said team up? Uziel explained calmly, there's no minimum team size, right? 2 of us can form a team and earn bonus points for a smaller group. Acel flinched, are you crazy? How can just 2 of us handle a mid-tier level 3 monster? But after speaking, her mind started to shift. A thought sparked. For some reason, with Uziel, I believe I can do it. Seeing she didn't refuse, Uziel grinned confidently. So you in? Acel froze for a moment, pondered, then nodded. Fine. I don't have anyone else anyway. Uziel laughed. Haha, smart choice. I'll go submit our list. He turned to leave, leaving Acel watching his back. Just then, footsteps approached. Acel was startled by Hong Bian's appearance. Arms crossed, Hong Bian snapped, hey. Acel jumped, what? Hong Bian cut her off. What's with the nonsense? Worry about yourself, you shameless pig. Hong Bian's scorn cut Acel like a knife. Then, Hong Bian turned and left. Acel realized why Hong Bian approached, not out of fear of her potential, but because Uziel had been stolen by her. Grasping this, Acel clenched her fists and gave a bitter laugh. So, in Hong Bian's eyes, I don't even exist. Hong Bian kept walking, thinking, so annoying. Am I really losing to a failure and a commoner? I could team up with anyone, but I need the strongest knight to gain an edge. Her eyes scanned the room, landing on Ma Yuziang, who was debating whether to go solo or join a team. Without hesitation, Hong Bian approached. Seeing the princess, Ma Yuziang asked, hello, princess. What's up? Hong Bian replied, got a team yet? Ma Yuziang raised an eyebrow, nope. Planning to go solo. Surprised but composed, Hong Bian said, team up with me then. Ma Yuziang smirked. Is that necessary? It was a clear rejection, but Hong Bian didn't back down. She pressed. Uziel and Acel already teamed up. You know smaller teams get more bonus points, right? She glanced at Uziel's group. Ma Yuziang followed her gaze, seeing the 2 chatting happily. Hong Bian continued. I think they're not aiming for a standard mid-tier monster, but a special mid to large one. I'll say it again, team up with me. Ma Yuziang pondered. Though he knew Hong Bian was provoking him, her challenge to compete against Uziel's group ignited his competitive spirit. Finally, he grinned. I see. Sounds fun. I've wanted to face Uziel. Let's beat them. Hong Bian sighed in relief. Great. I'm counting on you. Her sharp gaze fixed on Acel and Uziel as she thought. Just wait. I'll crush you both. Time passed, and after 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation officially began. Professor Lee's voice echoed. All right, we're starting the evaluation test for classes S and A. Each team can choose their monster, from easy to difficult. As Flame warmed up, whispers buzzed around her. Oh, Group 16 picked a mugsaw? That mid-tier monster looks manageable. Flame steeled herself, thinking, no big deal. I've trained hard. I may not be able to hunt a special monster for attribute bonus points or a massive special beast, but taking down this mid-tier level 3 monster solo should earn me max points. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a mid-tier level 1 monster. With attribute advantages, solid experience, and a favorable environment, defeating a higher level monster is doable. Flame thought, my Radiance magic doesn't counter any attributes, so I'll just deal with it. She decided to steer clear of special level 2 monsters and focus on scoring high with her skills. While waiting her turn, she spotted Acel. In the original novel, Acel was pressured by Hong Bian and her clique, unable to train or form a team, forced to compete alone, and scored poorly. Without a scholarship, she worked side jobs, endured humiliation, and her magic stagnated as her spirit crumbled. But now things were different. Flame and Uziel, time travelers from the future, had altered the original story. Uziel teamed up with Acel, despite remembering nothing of his past. Through care and patience, Azel's future brightened. Just then, a loud explosion snapped Flame's attention to the arena. A monster had been defeated. Professor Lee announced, Group 16 has completed their test. Well done. The crowd cheered. Flame knew her turn was near, her heart racing with a mix of nerves and determination. After congratulating the last group, the teacher called, Group 17, prepare for your test. Flame shouted, yes, I'm coming. She hurried toward the testing platform, passing Uziel and Acel. She strode by coolly but, unluckily, tripped over her loose shoelace and stumbled forward. In that critical moment, a hand grabbed her collar from behind, saving her from a painful fall. The sight of a petite girl dangling by her collar sparked laughter from the crowd. Haha, so cute. She's shorter than my little sister. It was Uziel who caught her. A bit embarrassed, he asked, "You okay?" Flame, flustered at being held like a kid, was speechless. Uziel let go. She turned to thank him awkwardly, but he pointed at her foot. "No big deal. Tie your shoelace." Looking down, Flame saw one lace in a mess. She recalled Jackie tying it tightly earlier. As she fumbled, Uziel offered to help, but she quickly refused, fixing it herself, thinking, "Good thing I caught it, or I'd flunk the test." After tying her lace, Flame stepped onto the platform, exuding confidence. Seeing her alone, the crowd murmured, "Is she by herself? Looks like it. No way. She's taking on a mid-tier monster solo?" Some trainees whispered about those who couldn't form teams due to a lack of connections. In the magic world, relationships mattered. Flame's test began against a massive mid-tier monster. She looked like an ant before it, the size difference overwhelming. Whispers continued. That monster has no special attributes, so it can't be countered. The teacher's voice rang out. Group 17, test begins. At the signal, the monster charged at Flame with terrifying speed. But she stood still, focusing on her incantation, despite the crowd's worry. Look at that reckless stance. How can she handle it alone? Finishing her spell, she whispered, petals on the wind. A golden magic circle appeared beneath her. With determined eyes, Flame trusted her ability. Powerful vines sprouted from the ground, binding the monster tightly, immobilizing it. She then cast a matter transmutation spell, hardening the vines into stone, weakening the monster as it trembled in frustration. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to finish it. She summoned 3 radiant halos above her head, condensing power for the final blow. Just then, the beast went berserk, breaking free of the vines in a second. With blood-red eyes, it charged, jaws wide to swallow her. At that moment, Flame's spell activated. A massive beam of light shot out, piercing the monster and leaving a gaping wound in its body. Exhausted, having used nearly all her mana, Flame panted. The giant beast finally crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. The watching trainees were stunned. Teachers and guests removed their glasses, then put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. Those who'd mocked Flame fell silent. Whoa, that's insane. Our 5-person team couldn't even take down a mid-tier monster. Who is she? Professor Lee declared. Group 17's test is complete. He praised Flame. She bowed in thanks, left the stage, and thought, phew, finally done. Returning to her seat, she spotted someone, her eyes widening in shock. Am I seeing things? Up next, the following group took the stage. The teacher announced, now, Group 31's test begins. An intense showdown between the Academy's strongest was about to unfold. All eyes were on them, especially the first-year trainees, who screamed like they were seeing K-pop idols. It's Princess Hongbian, the princess of Adalavit royalty. And her teammate is Ma Yuziang, the top scorer in the entrance exam. He's so hot. How can someone be that handsome and smart? This is going to be a flawless performance. Go, princess. Go, Ma Yuziang. Meanwhile, Flame leaned against the wall, thinking, Hongbian, who was supposed to form a 6-person team with her clique, is now with Ma Yuziang. In the original novel, these two had nothing to do with each other, but now they're a team. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. What kind of bizarre combo is this? As Flame puzzled over it, the monster summoned by Hongbian's team appeared. Its body was covered in diamond-hard scales coated in slime, with 2 fin-like wings letting it glide through the air. It had arms, legs, and a carp-like head, giving it a grotesque look. The crowd gasped in awe. Wait, is this real? No way. A phantasmal fish, for heaven's sake. That's a special mid-to-large tier monster. I can't believe they're tackling an impossible cross-element beast like that. Are they insane? Some professors and mages in the stands hurriedly pulled out magic charts, checking Ma Yuziang and Hongbian's attributes. Many teams had tried special mid-tier monsters and failed miserably, even with magical advantages. Hongbian's team ditched all those advantages, clearly aiming for bonus points. Some spectators marveled. As expected of Adalavit's princess, incredible. Finding a phantasmal fish is hard enough, and they're going all in like this. In the original novel, Hongbian used fire attributes, while Ma Yuziang wielded earth, lightning, and fire. But those were secondary. His true attribute was hidden, a secret he couldn't reveal. Ma Yuziang only showcased the attributes he was most confident in. The phantasmal fish, a water-attuned monster with tough scales, once ruled the seas with intelligence and numbers. A centuries-old curse stripped their intellect, reducing them to mere beasts. Still, they retained their aerial agility, immunity to lightning, a usual weakness for flying creatures, and clashed with Ma Yuziang's typical attributes. Not only were the two targeting a special mid-to-large tier monster that everyone else failed against, they also abandoned attribute advantages, clearly aiming for a perfect score. But that score depended on success. As the crowd buzzed, Professor Lee signaled the start. The phantasmal fish soared high, roaring, its foul breath spreading across the stands. As it approached, Hongbian raised her staff. Let's do this, stick to the plan. Ma Yuziang nodded. Got it, princess. He twirled his wand, stepping back to observe from a distance. A trainee wondered, what are they doing? Another, confused, said, I thought they'd attack. Why's the knight retreating? What kind of mage is this? As the crowd watched closely, Ma Yuziang suddenly used a speed boost, leaping into the air to face the phantasmal fish head-on. Do Kielwang, stroking his chin, remarked, huh, for a first year, his speed boost is impressive. Bandian nodded, yeah, the kid's got skills. But at that level, he can't reach the monster. Speed boosts don't work midair. What's he planning? Amid the skepticism, Ma Yuziang summoned a square stone platform beneath his feet with his wand. Then, a fireball cast by Hong Bian exploded at his position post-speed boost. The shockwave propelled him forward like a rocket, straight at the phantasmal fish. The crowd gaped at the coordination. Their teamwork is perfect. Unbelievable. As he closed in, Ma Yuziang conjured a massive stone fist in the air, smashing it into the monster, sending it crashing to the ground at breakneck speed. When the dust settled, the phantasmal fish lay still, its hard scales cracked from the immense physical impact. Seizing the moment, Ma Yuziang cast another spell. A green magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless stone pillars rose, locking the phantasmal fish in place. But his control wasn't perfect. The monster quickly broke free. Ma Yuziang landed, unfazed. His goal was to buy time, as Hong Bian's destructive spell was ready. A massive fireball, like a miniature sun, crashed into the phantasmal fish, making it scream in agony. The explosion engulfed the area. The crowd couldn't believe it. Holy crap, that's just a level 3 spell? How's a fire spell making it scream like that? I don't believe my eyes. Seeing the phantasmal fish still standing, Ma Yuziang cast a lightning spell. As it completed, he smirked. It's over. The moment he spoke, a cylindrical lightning bolt struck the monster. Despite its water attribute, raw power rendered resistance meaningless. After the 2 hits, the phantasmal fish died, its body dissolving into dust. The crowd erupted, clapping wildly. The phantasmal fish went down without a fight. That's insane. This year's freshmen are unreal. Especially that first-year girl who soloed a mid-tier monster. She's amazing. Their skills rival class as seniors. After their performance, Hong Bian and Ma Yuziang returned to their seats, basking in envious and admiring stares. Hong Bian felt triumphant, her overwhelming power making her feel like the test's protagonist. Glancing at Yuziel and Izel's group, she thought, can you beat me? No matter what monster you pick, you can't outshine us. That was just her inner thought. But when Yuziel stepped onto the stage, his next words silenced the entire arena. Please summon 5 monsters for me. The crowd was stunned, shock evident on Princess Hong Bian's face. Unlike her calm demeanor, the other trainees buzzed with chatter. Did I hear that right? Aside from Hong Bian's group and Flame, every other team needs 5 people to barely handle 1 mid-tier monster. And now these 2 are taking on 5 at once? I've heard rumors about Yuziel, but is he crazy? All eyes locked onto the protagonist. A flurry of green lights enveloped the pair, and the summoning completed as 5 mid-tier monsters appeared on the arena. Yuziel and Acel were surrounded, looking like tiny ants amidst the beasts. At the special observation corner, 2 teachers were slightly surprised. Monster researcher Barena spoke up. The monsters Yuziel's team summoned are a Heimer Raiden poison frog, a black sand buffalo, a Kaden, a Nami slime, and a falling beast. Nearby, Princess Hong Bian turned to Ma Yuziang, puzzled. Hey, notice anything? Ma Yuziang glanced at her, mildly surprised, then looked to the stage with a smile. Not really. I'm just curious about Yuziel's plan. I'm looking forward to his performance. As the monsters appeared, Professor Lee, the host, asked skeptically. One question, who picked this monster lineup? Innocent and carefree, Yuziel replied. I did. Knowing the participants chose the lineup, Professor Lee continued. You're a knight, so scoring points in this situation is easier for you, but not for a bishop. This strategy seems too much for a bishop. The 5 monsters now surrounded the pair. Despite the crowd's concern and doubt, Yuziel flashed a confident smile. Not at all. This strategy was designed specifically for a bishop. Acel, standing beside him, was caught off guard. Hearing his response, Professor Lee sensed something and said, all right then, let's begin. At the signal, the monsters closed in on Yuziel and Acel. Acel, anxious, heard Yuziel whisper, you got this. She replied, of course, just trust me. But inwardly, she scoffed, trust you? That's such a cliché line. To boost her morale, Yuziel said something that made her cringe, I believe in you. A top-tier pep talk from her teammate. Acel sighed, thinking, Yuziel's so hard to figure out. Flashback to an evening. Acel trailed behind Yuziel, full of doubts. She decided to ask, hey. Yuziel turned, surprised. Seizing the moment alone, Acel pressed. Why me? Honestly, you're a skilled knight. You could have picked anyone else for your team. Faced with the tough question, Yuziel scratched his head, searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke. It's true our class has tons of talent. For fire magic control, no one beats Princess Hong Bian. For precision, Flame's unmatched. Ma Yuziang's called the strongest first year, no question. Even He-Won Riang would have been a great teammate for me, with her single target attack skills. Yuziel knew his classmates well. Acel grew more skeptical. So why? Yuziel turned away, calm as ever. I still think you're the best teammate for me. That's all. He turned back, flashing a bright smile. All right, let's keep going. As expected, Acel watched his back, her face slightly flushed. It was the first time she'd seen him so serious yet smiling. If he's that sincere, my responsibility just got heavier. Back to the present, Acel gripped her mystic staff tightly. Thoughts crystallized. I don't fully get his reasoning, but he chose me for a reason. I'll show him. She channeled magic around her feet, her staff floating before her. Closing her eyes, she sensed her surroundings, focusing her mana. In danger lies opportunity. Only in opportunity could she unleash her full talent. The watching trainees noticed the shift. Wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? Another added, no way. That's a special ability that only happens when a mage above level 6 enters an unconscious state. But if focus slips, the mana flow reverses, potentially crippling them. She's just a first year. As the crowd debated, Acel was enveloped in a mana aura. A blooming flower appeared on the stage, stunning everyone. Uziel watched her, a flurry of thoughts in his mind. As expected, she's a prime candidate for the Winter Queen title. He smiled. Let's do this. 2 first years against 5 mid-tier monsters. All he relied on now was himself. Uziel charged forward, activating his blink skill, his sword glowing with aura. He slashed at the Heimer Raiden Poison Frog's belly. His eyes burned with focus, his precision evident. A long gash appeared on the frog's belly. As if feeling the pain, it croaked. Ouch. Ouch. Uziel glanced aside. Step 1 for attacking the frog is done. Next, the black sand buffalo. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the buffalo turned toward the croaking frog, its eyes bloodshot. Its target was the frog, not Uziel. The buffalo inhaled deeply, its front legs pulling back. Anticipating this, Uziel smirked. Keep charging. Perfect. Just as I predicted. The way to handle 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to create a special atmosphere, turning them into each other's enemies. The battle grew more intense and thrilling than ever. Witnessing the scene, every trainee in the stands was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Before them, the 5 monsters were tearing into each other. They muttered, "Holy crap, what's happening? I can't believe my eyes. They're fighting among themselves." Seeing his plan succeed, Uziel flashed a victorious smile. Just as I predicted, the strategy to make them hostile and slaughter each other worked. In other words, this is the borrowing a knife to kill tactic, a dirty but common trick, using the enemy's strength to destroy them without lifting a finger. Uziel explained further. Pro gamers in EW racked their brains. How can a bunch of newbies handle a pack of strong monsters? After countless trials, they found the answer. Exploit the monster's traits and attributes. He analyzed. First, when I attacked and wounded the Heimer Raiden Poison Frog, its forehead glowed red. That light triggers the black sand buffalo's frenzied attack instinct. Then, as the buffalo moves, it sprays sand everywhere. When the sand hits the Nami slime, it gets irritated and releases a ton of water to stay moist. He smirked. Nice, the plan's on track. Thanks to the simulation arena's barrier, the water's rising fast. As if recalling something, Uziel glanced at the Kaden bird with a sly grin. Your turn next. He continued. A unique trait of the Kaden bird is that it screeches above 7 octaves when it senses moisture. As the water rises, it gets annoyed and screams. That screech drives the falling beast, sensitive to sound, into a frenzy, attacking its enemies. As predicted, the screech sent the falling beast into a rage, pummeling the Kaden bird. A supersonic kick deformed the bird's face, knocking it back into the Nami slime. Furious, the Nami slime splashed water in the Kaden bird's face. Everyone expected a counterattack, but instead, the bird glared at the falling beast with murderous intent. The falling beast glared back, as if saying, "Plenty of blood here, come get some." The two clashed for hundreds of rounds. The other monsters started picking fights, attacking each other. In the stands, scholars and professors were stunned. One scholar exclaimed, "Unbelievable. How does a student like Uziel know every trait and weakness of these 5 monsters? Even I, a monster studies expert, didn't think of this plan. They're reckless and impulsive, but worth learning from." A female professor added, "I agree. They're reckless and crazy. But what amazes me is Izel's focus. She's maintaining her mana flow amid this chaotic monster brawl. That's extraordinary. She's clearly put all her trust in her knight." On the simulation stage, the monsters kept attacking each other, ignoring everyone else. Sand swirled, water surged, and the red glow intensified. Amid the chaos, Uziel fulfilled his knightly role perfectly. A knight's duty is to protect and suppress enemies until the mage's spell is ready. Whenever a monster blindly charged Acel, Uziel blinked to her side, slicing its ankle with his sharp sword, making it collapse. As the Kaden bird struggled to its feet, it was attacked by the others, too dazed to react. Uziel realized his attacks were enraging the monsters. He quickly returned to his position, resuming his knightly duties. Suddenly, his sixth sense screamed danger. Eyes wide, he saw a massive boulder hurtling toward Acel, who was locked in her mana resonance, unable to move. Without hesitation, Uziel blinked to shield her. With deft skill, he cleaved the boulder in two. Watching, Ma Yuziang chuckled. "Hey, Princess Hongbian, doesn't Uziel seem like the ideal knight? Like a fairy tale knight protecting his princess?" Hongbian's eyes widened. Her ruby-red gaze sparkled as she watched Uziel on the battlefield. He danced like a warrior of light, his sword and blink afterimages mesmerizing. East, west, not a performance, but a knight shielding Acel from all directions, like in a fairy tale. Under his absolute protection, Acel remained unscathed. As the battle intensified, the monsters grew exhausted, covered in wounds. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared around Acel, glowing like a meteor or a droplet in a still void. Her sapphire eyes opened. Gripping her staff, she declared, "Crystal flower." Instantly, the pooled water froze. A massive ice flower bloomed in the sky, radiating a cool glow from its petals. The crowd was captivated by the dazzling spell, forgetting the test's purpose, wondering, is there a finer work of art? No one judged it as a trainee's magic anymore. They admired a true mage's craft. Izel's spell was simple, but on another level, unmatched by any mage. As time passed, the water reached the monsters, frozen by Izel's magic, immobilizing them. Exhausted from their brawl, they couldn't break free immediately. But soon, they'd shatter the ice and attack in a frenzy. Knowing this, Acel cast Shatter Magic. The radiant flower broke into thousands of ice spears, piercing the 5 monsters like giant lances. Their skin tore, froze, and necrotized. Struggling, their wounds fused with flesh, making them scream in pain. The crowd buzzed. What's happening? I don't know. Wait, you think they actually beat 5 mid-tier monsters with just 2 people? Suddenly, someone gasped. No way. Look over there. All eyes turned to see the Caden bird's ice melting. Its eyes glared, steam rising from its body. As Izel's defiant roar faded, a bolt of lightning crashed from the sky to the ground. The thunder's echo reverberated across the starry dome, deafening everyone. The world bathed in brilliant gold light. A flower bloomed, not a phoenix flower or any famed species, but the radiant blossom, more dazzling and splendid than anything. On the stands, people wondered, can the pure beauty of magic be called art? If it resonates with the human soul, no one can deny it's an exquisite masterpiece. Then, countless electric currents erupted, transforming into myriad lightning bolts that surged into 5 monsters, making them scream in agony as the electricity ravaged them. Witnessing the lightning ice fusion magic she created, Acel stood awestruck at the grandiose spectacle. Her eyes reflected disbelief. Is this my magic? I actually did it, like he said. Memories flooded back. She recalled her shock at Uziel's crazy plan, asking, are you insane? Expecting annoyance, she was met with his sincere smile. You can do it, and I believe in you. So trust me, I've always believed in you. His heartfelt words made Acel clench her fists, thinking. Uziel's smile was serious, his tone and expression no joke. A weight pressed on her chest. I've never had anything. No faith in my path. No friends saying I'm on the right track. I've lived in fear and anxiety, clinging to faint hope. When that hope nearly faded, Uziel appeared. He was the first to reach out and save me. Can I really do this? She felt adrift in an endless ocean, struggling through storms, unsure of her direction. But that question no longer mattered. On the distant horizon, Uziel had gone ahead, leaving footprints of light in the vast sea. A guiding star for sailors, a lighthouse steering ships from danger. Acel felt the light whisper. Follow me. I'll lead you. Professor Lee announced. Group 32's test ends here. Congratulations on your outstanding performance. Standing center stage, Acel smiled, radiant. Her self-doubt and insecurity vanished, leaving a confident, joyful Acel, though still lost in thought. From the south, Uziel hovered midair, thinking, phew, almost got caught in that. At least warn me before casting such dangerous magic. The next day, the monster combat simulation results were posted. First place, Group 32, 199 points, Uziel and Acel. Second, Group 31, 127 points, Ma Yuziang and Hong Bian. Followed by third, fourth, and so on. Staring at the board, Ma Yuziang said bitterly, we lost. Hong Bian nodded, the point gap is huge. Breaking 100 is incredible, especially against a mid-tier special monster with a type disadvantage. No one's done that. But 199 for Uziel's group? We lost, no question. Ma Yuziang hadn't expected the proud, icy princess to admit defeat. He teased, didn't expect you to accept it so fast. Hong Bian, haughty, snapped, humph, shut it. No one asked you to talk. Ma Yuziang added, I hate to admit it, but you're a better Vanguard knight than me, and Izel's a better long-range mage than you. Though partly agreeing, Hong Bian couldn't accept losing to Acel. Seeing Ma Yuziang's handsome face, Uziel's image flickered in her mind. She consoled herself. If Uziel were my knight, things would have been different. He protected Acel throughout, strategized, positioned the mage, and set the stage for her to shine. She thought, I know my Yuziang's talented, but Uziel's Stella's best knight. With his support, I could cast magic rivaling Izel's. Why is that commoner so devoted to her? If a perfect knight exists, it should be mine, the perfect queen. The more she thought, the less she could accept someone so perfect serving another. Her face darkened, menacing, as she wrestled internally. Admitting defeat was a lie. I can't accept this. It's baffling. I need to investigate Uziel. With that, she bid my Yuziang goodbye and left. On her way, Hong Bian's eyes widened. spotting a black-haired woman with an icy expression, clear eyes untainted, nearly her height, wearing a third-year badge. It was Ceylon Orkin, heir to a dukedom and best friend of the Adalavit Empire's current queen. Passing by, Hong Bai and fumed. Is she here because I lost to a commoner and a traitor? So annoying. Ceylon smirked, young and naive. Haven't you realized your petty actions are laughable and weak? Still so green. As the princess's figure faded, Ceylon looked on with disdain. At Stella's library, Flame wrote in her journal, thinking, can't believe Acel cast Radiant Blossom so soon. It's her signature, her trump card after countless struggles. She perfected and performed it publicly. In the original plot, Acel should have collapsed from the simulation's shock, trapped by Prince Jeremy Ceylon Orkin, withering over time. But that dark future changed, likely because of Uziel. She continued, in the original romance novel, my Yuziong and Acel faced doomsday together. But what if there's an unwritten side story? What if Uziel's an unknown figure who loved Acel unrequitedly until the world's end? Too far-fetched. After reading many romance novels, odd thoughts swirled in Flame's mind. An answer emerged, regressing to find love and protect the world where his beloved lives happily, even if it costs his existence. Did Uziel have regrets in his final moments? Her heart tightened, emotions overwhelming. Can't believe I'm seeing a tragic story in real life, not a movie or book. What's it like to trade existence for time reversal? In Uziel's room, he stared at the system panel. Chapter 5 Monster Combat Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host, for earning massive experience by steering the story positively. Constel Project grants an additional reward. Uziel exclaimed, what to pick? I planned ahead but haven't decided. Flash was upgraded last chapter, so I should prepare for the next. So many options. Suddenly, an idea sparked. He grinned. That's it. How'd I forget? He told the system, I want J. Fannel's leaf key. The system replied, evaluating host. Please wait. Ding. Evaluation complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining J. Fannel's leaf key. Seeing the key appear, Uziel jumped. Awesome. Not as classic as my old gear, but this is a rare item only high-level players get. It unlocks communication with a special spirit, but its only function is opening a specific dungeon. I need to go outside, but after the graveyard incident, Stella's tightened restrictions. What now? Pondering, Uziel recalled leaving Stella in the game. Back then, the academy had similar restrictions. What did I do? His eyes lit up, right? The club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun rose high, casting warm rays. Uziel began writing in his growth journal. Growing up, my family was poor, rarely eating out like others. When mom worked, I stayed home alone, cooking instant noodles. When I got sick of them, I begged for something tasty. Mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of R.A. Jong noodles. I was so happy. Though she ate with me, I didn't understand why she didn't touch her chopsticks. She said she didn't like R.A. Jong. After pestering her, I finally got it. Finishing, he slumped over, arms crossed, eyes stinging from writing so long. He smiled, thinking, all right, I'm almost done with this assignment. Time to find a club to join. Uziel headed to the school bulletin board, covered in club advertisements. He observed carefully, hand on his chin, muttering, but which club's the best? The notices left him torn. Writing club, study for college. Chess club, the ultimate mage sport. Cooking club, inspiration for young chefs. Scanning the info, he thought, there are tons of clubs here, but few allow off-campus activities. Gotta think this through. Just then, he noticed something, his eyes flicking sideways. He muttered, haven't joined a club yet? Someone was standing nearby. Uziel asked, who's that? The person glanced over. What? So what? Sensing their irritation, he switched topics. Shouldn't you be getting tons of club invites? Acel shot back, don't you know who I am? To her odd question, Uziel replied casually. Sure, you're Acel. You're pretty famous these days. Not denying it, Acel said. Well, yeah. Noticing her slightly downcast look, Uziel thought, after the test, Azel's reputation changed a lot. She must feel it too, like me. As she waited for him to choose, Acel closed her eyes, mimicking Uziel's earlier demeanor. He thought, gotta pick a club carefully. Suddenly, Ma Yuziong approached, slapping Uziel's shoulder with a grin. Uziel, that you? His friendly vibe surprised Uziel, who thought, Ma Yuziong? Why's he? Uziel brushed his hand off. All right, hands off first. But Ma Yuziong kept smiling. You're awesome. I saw your test. Heard you even led the necromancer takedown. Impressive. Uziel blinked. Just got lucky. As expected, Ma Yuziong stared intently. You're really something else. His cold demeanor flipped completely. Uziel, startled, swallowed hard, stammering. As you know, I'm just a commoner, always gotta outsmart others. To his clever reply, Ma Yuziong grinned. You use your time way better than me. Out of nowhere, Uziel asked, what are you doing this weekend? Ma Yuziong, caught off guard, said me, then answered curtly, studying. Both paused, dumbfounded. Uziel laughed. I asked just to ask, and you answered just to answer. Thanks. Ma Yuziong waved it off. No, I'm really studying. Study, then train. Uziel faltered. You don't usually act like this, so why the constant grinning? Ma Yuziong replied, huh? Oh, yeah, I've been like this lately, don't know why. One all smiles, the other skeptical, Yuziel thought. His eyes are always so annoyingly handsome. Tone it down. Ma Yuziang continued. Trainings for later. What's the reason this time? Acel jumped in. The dungeon practice, right? Ma Yuziang added, yeah. If the lady hadn't stepped in, I might have been in danger. Acel snapped. Don't call me lady. Yuziel summed it up. Right. In the original story, Ma Yuziang teamed with Flame, easily beating He One Riang. But since I intervened, Flame got stuck with me, leaving Ma Yuziang to face He One Riang alone. Is that why He One Riang's acting weird? Either way, it's fine. They'll train harder, unlike me. Their growth will lead to a positive ending. Ma Yuziang got to the point. Hey, Yuziel, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since we enrolled. His tone was slightly annoyed, busy as he was. Ma Yuziang grinned like a tonic, pointing at himself. Join my club then. Yuziel glanced away. We'll see. If you meet my conditions, I'll consider it. Ma Yuziang asked, what kind of club do you want? Yuziel launched into a speech. Quiet, small, no private gatherings, full 4-part insurance, lunch with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom for off-campus activities, respects individual pursuits, allows going out. Acel was baffled. What club like that exists? Yuziel, knowing full well, chuckled. Of course none. I'm joking. Ma Yuziang suddenly said, interesting. If I make a club like that, will you join? Both froze, stunned for a moment. Yuziel asked, trying to stay calm. Wait, you can actually start a club with special off-campus permissions? Ma Yuziang beamed confidently. Absolutely, I can. Yuziel calculated internally. Right. Ma Yuziang has wide connections, tied to powerful hidden factions in Stella Academy. Scary, but useful. Off-campus freedom, health insurance, daily beef cutlet, no pointless restrictions. But he thought further. There's no free lunch. Ma Yuziang and I aren't close. Even with my game knowledge and genius act, is that enough for him to create my dream club? Yuziel got serious. Great idea, but what's in it for you? Ma Yuziang's eyes sparkled, seeing Yuziel like a gem. Plenty. You're special. Yuziel wondered, what does he know? Then recalled, Ma Yuziang's biggest issue is his extreme loneliness. With no other choice, Yuziel nodded. Fine, start the club. Ma Yuziang lit up, really? Yuziel replied casually. Yeah, but she's joining too. He pulled Acel in, surprising her. Huh? Me too. Smirking at his plan's success, Yuziel thought. In the original, they're a fated pair. With Acel, she can support Ma Yuziang's mental state. He's like a pufferfish, dies or goes crazy without water. I can't rely on Flame. She's always with He One Riang. Ma Yuziang cheered. Having Yuziel's great, and adding the lovely Miss Acel? I'm all for it. Acel fumed. Stop calling me miss, it's annoying. Hearing their cat and dog banter, Yuziel wondered, was this the right call? Ma Yuziang asked, so what's the club's name? Yuziel was ready. I'll handle it. Soon, a form appeared, club registration form. Name, Culinary Club, President. Yuziel, members, Ma Yuziang, Acel, purpose, exploring global cuisine. Acel hesitated. Is this okay? For a special activity seal, you need at least 1 advising professor and 5 members. Ma Yuziang's lips curled into a savior-like grin. Leave the members and seal to me. But finding an advising professor's tricky. Yuziel turned. You can get a special off-campus permit, but a professor's hard? Ma Yuziang smirked. No big deal. That smile sent chills down Yuziel's spine. With everything settled, Ma Yuziang took the form. I'll get the seal for the club registration. Yuziel replied. Cool, it's all on you. Watching Ma Yuziang's back fade, Yuziel thought. A special activity seal isn't easy to get. If they approve it for him, they're definitely his people. The scene shifts to Stella's main tower, the vice principal's office. He was admiring a porcelain vase when the door opened. His expression changed as Ma Yuziang entered. Seeing the heartthrob face, the vice principal gave a respectful smile. Well, what brings you here? Welcome, young master Ma Yuziang. Noticing the flattery, Ma Yuziang grinned warmly. Yes, it's been a while. Ma Yuziang flopped into the vice principal's chair, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Wow, this seat's comfier than I thought. I'm liking it, haha. Despite the audacious remark, the vice principal only gave a faint smile, bowing respectfully. Thank the heavens, it's an honor that the young master approves. I'm delighted to see you've grown so much. Ma Yuziang waved it off casually. Is that so? Life at Stella Academy's great. I've met tons of interesting people, way better than home. His smile was radiant, but the vice principal frowned inwardly, thinking, what's this crazy kid doing here? Regaining his composure, he asked, so, what brings you here? Ma Yuziang didn't answer immediately, sliding a sheet of paper across the desk with a sly smirk. This is a club registration form. I need your stamp. The vice principal froze. What? His eyes locked onto the paper, disbelief clear. A weirdo like Ma Yuziang wants to start a club? If his family knew, they'd be floored. After a moment's thought, he sighed and nodded. I see. A club registration? First, I'll check if it meets the criteria. There's a minimum member requirement. It's the rule. But as he reached for the paper, Ma Yuziang slapped his hand over it. The room fell silent. The vice principal froze, looking up. Ma Yuziang's bright smile vanished, his eyes darkening like an abyss, his low voice carrying an invisible pressure. You don't need to check it. Your job is to stamp it. The vice principal's throat went dry, sensing something terrifying in the teen's gaze. Swallowing hard, he thought, I can't resist. More accurately, I have no right to refuse. As long as this kid is the heir of that great man, I can't say no. Cold sweat ran down his back as he reached under the desk for the stamp. Yes, of course, I'll stamp it. But please keep this quiet. He subtly reminded as he stamped. When the final seal hit the paper, Ma Yuziong, goal achieved, dropped his icy demeanor. Got it. Thanks. I'm off. He left the office, the door closing behind him. The vice principal sat still, then slumped into his chair, exhaling. Damn it. A half-baked prodigy dares act cocky in front of me. Like father, like son. He clenched his fists, eyes darkening. He's so much like that man. But this'll end soon. One day, I'll crush that arrogant kid's neck myself. The next day, the bell signaled the end of class. The professor announced loudly, All right, class is over. Don't forget your homework. He left quickly. The class buzzed. Did you see that? That professor always nitpicks during presentations. Yeah, especially with commoners. After packing up, students trickled out, leaving Jackie staring at her presentation, filled with regret. Damn it, I could have done better. I messed up because I was nervous. Seeing Jackie linger, Flame, knowing her regret, offered a comforting smile. Jackie, your presentation was better today. Don't mind the professor's harsh words. You did great. Jackie snapped. Shut up. I don't need your fake pity. Flame, stunned, then annoyed, retorted. You little brat. I came to cheer you up because I was worried, and you don't even appreciate it. Suddenly, a voice from behind chimed in. She's got a point. Flame yelped. Can you stop sneaking up like that? You scared me. She crossed her arms, frowning. What do you want my help with? Uziel scratched his head awkwardly. Not a big deal. Do you know any professors well? I'm starting a club and need a free professor as an advisor. Can you help? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why not do it yourself? Uziel sighed. The professors seem to hate me, so it's better not to ask directly. Flame froze, then burst out laughing. Haha, no surprise. With your attitude, arguing with professors, sleeping in class, even cheating, you're lucky you haven't been expelled. Uziel coughed, looking away. Ahem, no need to list it all. Flame closed her eyes, thinking, being a club advisor's a hassle. Finding a willing professor isn't easy. Then it hit her. Wait, aren't you close with Professor Mason Tyron's assistant? I've seen you at her lab. Uziel's eyes lit up. Yeah, you're right. Why not ask her? Flame crossed her arms, looking at him like he was an idiot. Are you dumb? This is Stella Academy. Assistants can be advisors too. Uziel's jaw dropped. I can't believe I ran around everywhere and missed the easiest path right in front of me. Too focused on the game's storyline to notice this detail. He said goodbye to Flame and bolted to the assistant's lab. As he walked, he rehearsed his pitch. But nearing the lab, he stopped short. Professor Mason Tyron stepped out, holding a stack of papers, her smile sinister, her sharp eyes hiding something unpredictable. Uziel narrowed his eyes as she disappeared, thinking, why is she here? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, cheerful. I'm here. But his smile faded. In the middle of the room, Alterisha looked pitiful, wiping tears, flustered. Uziel, you're here? Uziel approached, concerned, softening his voice. What happened? Alterisha sobbed, trying to explain. It's like this, seeing her evasive eyes. Uziel knew she was lying and said sternly, Assistant, what about the research you worked so hard on? Alterisha clenched her fists, giving a bitter smile. Well, about that. I gave it to Professor Mazen. You know the alchemy conference is coming up. She said she'll present it for me. Her eyes sparkled with hope. It's great. My research will be presented to the world's top alchemists. But Uziel cut her off, angry. I get it. Assistant Alterisha, your research was just stolen. Is your name even on it? Alterisha froze, hesitated, then smiled bitterly. Haha, it's fine. It's experience. That's how alchemy works. Everyone's had their work taken. It's an unspoken rule. Uziel bristled. This is how they endure to become alchemists. He sensed she was hiding more, but through some unspoken understanding, he got it. The alchemy community was small. Everyone knew each other. Crossing a senior alchemist meant abandoning the field. As Alterisha said, all followed this dark side of the discipline, bound by its cold traditions. The upcoming conference was her lifelong dream, her first chance to present her work. So she endured Mazen Tyron's pressure. But Mazen crushed that hope. Uziel recalled Mazen's usual line when stealing research. Wait another year. You'll get your chance, right? Alterisha accepted it, as it was the reality she faced. He thought, even if Mazen's close to cracking the formula, I want Alterisha to finish it first. Seeing her research stolen, I can't sit still. Uziel asked, Assistant, what about the other research you're working on? Alterisha was surprised. The one we solved together? You mean the random number interference technique with Qigong? She sighed. That technique's 300 years old. No one solved it. I tried your unique idea, but it's still not working. Uziel smiled confidently. If we solve it, it'll be a breakthrough. Actually, I've already cracked that part. Alterisha's eyes widened, pupils shrinking in shock. What? You really solved it? Uziel nodded firmly. Yeah, let me explain. Though he didn't fully grasp how it worked, he wrote the enhanced formula on the board. Alterisha stared, her eyes reflecting the technique and alchemy formulas. She gasped as he finished, and he looked at her confidently. But with you, it'll be different. Altarisha muttered, stepping closer. So, if we add the dispersion and reflection ratio to the formula, combine the Panu's flow with the Chini coefficient, she was engrossed, forgetting Uziel's presence. He marveled at her insane focus. Unlike me, who just copies and memorizes, her genius brain must be sparking with ideas. I shouldn't finish this research. Altarisha needs to complete it herself, become its true author, and regain her confidence. I'm just support. I don't aim to be an alchemist. I lack the skill or ideals. But Altarisha's different. She's a genius who could change humanity's future. Uziel quietly left the room, closing the doors silently. His role here was done. The rest, he trusted to Altarisha's talent, and he waited. After some time, with the help of assistant Altarisha and Ma Yuziang, Uziel successfully established the culinary club. As president, he requested permission to leave campus and arrived via a teleportation gate. Though the process left his joints aching and Professor Lee grilled him repeatedly, his prior preparation helped him pass the check and secure easy travel permits, as long as he stayed out of trouble. Along the path, Uziel was captivated by the dreamy scenery. A colossal tree, the Third World Tree, towered into the clouds, its thousands of branches spreading like an umbrella over the vast garden below. The World Tree's signature emerald glow, also called the Nam Hoa Spirit Garden, gently enveloped everything, bringing a sense of peace and joy. The surrounding garden, dubbed the Dreamy Tree Garden, was open to all for picking and enjoying fruit. From above, it looked like a fairy tale, making it a famous retreat and a must-visit photo spot in the game. Uziel marveled. Wow, the game's graphics are nothing compared to this view. Just then, a beautiful girl with pointed ears and snow-white skin approached. Seeing the Stella Academy emblem on his uniform, she gave a friendly smile. Welcome, mage from Stella. We warmly welcome human mages here. Uziel grinned back. I'm thrilled to meet such a lovely lady. Another passerby chimed in enthusiastically. May your sincerity reach Mother Earth. Uziel nodded earnestly. Yes, I offer my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for this stunning garden. They greeted him with the Elven salutation, which he recalled from his knowledge lens. He thought, I heard the Elman and Elwyn once saved them when the Second World Tree burned and collapsed. That must be true, since many elves recognize Stella's uniform and are so friendly. In reality, few mages mastered offensive magic, and the test to become a magic warrior was brutally tough, so those with the title were rare. Notably, many elves had striking, heart-stealing appearances. Uziel admired them as he walked. However, not every elf was jaw-droppingly gorgeous at first glance. Their beauty ratio was just higher than humans. He likened it to Uzbekistan on Earth, full of striking people, but none overwhelmingly superior. Among them, Elf Queen Hoa Siren stood out, her goddess-like beauty captivating countless players. She was the game's most popular character and one of Uziel's favorites. He thought, elves are born genderless, only gaining a gender through true love, based on their beloved. Hoa Siren, with her stunning feminine appearance, has never loved, so per the game's lore, she's still genderless. Later, saved by Flame, she falls for her and chooses to become male to stand by her side. What a wild twist. Who wrote this plot? No matter the storyline players pick, Hoa Siren never becomes female, breaking male gamers' hearts. Hilarious and tragic. Uziel wondered, what would Hoa Siren be like as a man? I didn't like her just for her looks, but for her charm curse. Those enchanting eyes make anyone, regardless of age or gender, fall into intense, soul-consuming love, dying in anguish from unrequited longing. Lost in thought, wandering the World Tree's outskirts, Uziel found a hidden labyrinth, the Garden of the Celestial Spirit Leafinal. He calculated, my skills have improved a lot. Time to prep for the upcoming event. He opened his inventory, pulled out Leafinal's light leaf key, and grinned. Heh, good thing I can use this sooner than planned. He inserted the key, about to turn it, when a notification popped up. Opening this gate may alert other key holders. Uziel flinched. I've seen this warning in the game. It had the same message, but players were disappointed since no special event triggered. He thought, screw it. What's the worst that could happen? Uziel turned the key decisively. In an instant, the gate to the Celestial Spirit's garden opened. At the same time, in the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Wood, home of the Elf Kingdom, on the highest peak of the primeval mountain range, a majestic, ruined castle stood. Though dilapidated, it blended strangely with the grand nature. At a glance, it could be mistaken for a tree in the vast forest. At the castle's peak, a bedroom lay in darkness, with only faint light seeping through a window slit, sparking curiosity. Does sunlight not reach here? As if stirred by the light, a slender woman rose from bed, slowly approaching the window. Her snow-white hair cascaded like snowflakes on the ice-cedar range. Gazing at the stunning natural scenery, her golden eyes widened, gleaming like molten gold, radiating brilliance. Anyone who saw her would lose reason, overwhelmed by beauty beyond any sentient being's endurance. She was Elf Queen Hoa Siren, often overly sleepy in the morning with low blood pressure. Even after waking, she sat quietly by the window, watching birds soar freely, a pang of envy rising. When will I fly free like them? But I can't leave this place. I'm so jealous. Suddenly, a strange sensation in her chest startled her. She touched her head, frowning. Did someone enter the secret garden? That was the resting place of the 1,000-year celestial spirit Leafinal. Hoa Siren couldn't believe it. That's a forbidden land. No one can enter. Who dares trespass? Setting aside how they got the lost key, she was curious about the intruder's identity. Deciding to investigate herself, despite knowing she couldn't leave her room, she grabbed the door handle. At that moment, her heart clenched, a pain like hundreds of needles piercing her, making her freeze. I've hidden my face for decades. I can't act rashly. What if the curse activates and drives someone mad? Clenching her fist, she suppressed her emotions. Wait a bit longer. The World Tree's birthday is near. As Elf Queen, I must appear before my people. Then, I'll find out who it is. Resolved, Hoa Siren gazed out the window. Sunlight caressed her face. She lived in this dark, secluded place for many reasons, always fearing someone might glimpse her nation-toppling beauty. Back to Uziel, who just entered the dungeon. A pungent floral scent hit him, making him sneeze uncontrollably. Damn these pollen clouds. The sound attracted the dungeon's magical beasts, tree roots, which lunged at him. Uziel ran for his life, but couldn't keep fleeing. Stopping, he steeled himself to fight. The battle was fierce, but wood-type beasts were resilient and hard to kill. Uziel pulled out an alchemical bomb. Fire's their weakness. That's why I picked alchemy as a minor. I can't combine gunpowder and magic like high-level alchemists, but a level 1 fire bomb should do. He threw the bomb at the roots. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion made the beast scream in pain. Seizing the chance, Uziel drew his sword, blinked closer, and quickly found its weak point. Without hesitation, he stabbed the root's head. It collapsed, dissolving into nothingness. The system chimed. Congratulations, you've earned experience points. Uziel sighed. Phew, at least weak beasts give decent points. Looking ahead, he pressed on. The real goal's up ahead. No time to waste. The system announced, you're entering the labyrinth's boss room. A massive wooden door closed behind him. A gentle breeze passed. The scene before Uziel was like a fairy tale, a mystical night sky, a full moon brighter than Earth's, enveloping an endless field of flowers. Countless stars adorned the night, adding romance. Moonlight bathed the petals, shimmering like silver. Uziel took a deep breath, steeling himself, and stepped toward the labyrinth's center. His eyes lit up. That woman praying on the stone pillar. Is she the celestial spirit Leafinal, this labyrinth's boss? The most mystical beings in the world are celestial spirits, pure souls that, after eons of cultivation, comprehend the truth and evolve into new entities. Even in the ether world, such beings are exceedingly rare. But the figure before Uziel wasn't a perfect celestial spirit. This woman, on the verge of becoming one, had her heart stolen, forever frozen in this state. Uziel approached cautiously, each step wary. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, throwing him off balance, his face pale with panic. A second later, his body gave out, and he collapsed. Uziel realized, this is the pressure of mana. Even in death, a celestial spirit is still a celestial spirit. But he couldn't give up. With that thought, he locked eyes on the celestial spirit and charged forward. Despite the crushing weight on his legs, he pressed on. The distance between them closed. As he reached her, his legs buckled from exhaustion, and he knelt, panting heavily. Then, the system chimed. Mana leak suppression trait experience increased. Ability stats boosted. Uziel sighed in relief, his breathing easing as the pressure lifted. Right, this place is a supreme training ground left by the celestial spirit. A rare opportunity mages worldwide would kill for, yet no one's found it. The mana flow here amplified normal training 100-fold by absorbing the celestial spirit's aura through the body. Natural harmony skyrocketed. Simply put, this grueling effort was to find a perfect gym. I never touched a gym in real life, but here I have no choice. As he mused, Uziel's gaze caught a branch in the celestial spirit's hand, emitting purple energy. Without hesitation, he grabbed it. The system announced, you've obtained a special artifact, Branch of Resentment. Rank high. Description, resentment doesn't fade with time, it burns fiercer. Special functions. 1. On first contact, inflicts resentment status on the target. 2. On second contact, resentment explodes, dealing damage. 3. Resentment accumulates daily, max storage 3 months. 4. Damage halved against targets with risk level 6 or higher. Uses, 1 time. Reading it, Uziel grinned, satisfied. With this, I can take on Maze and Tyron, the insect in Volume 8. Got the artifact, now time to train. Weeks later, through diligent training here, Uziel's stats soared. Mana leak suppression, LV.3, muscle strength, plus 8%, reflex speed, plus 12%, sensory acuity, plus 20%. Sixth sense, activates with mental effort, senses mana phenomena within 24 meters, boosts perception speed in danger, auto-triggered, mana circulation rate in blood, plus 2%. Checking his stats, he sighed, I'm around mid-tier 2-star. Still a long way to go. The main characters are already past 4-star. No one here teaches swordsmanship, so I can only aim for precise strikes, targeting enemies' weak points. I need to train until I'm carving bone, flaying flesh, and spitting blood. During practice, Uziel felt a shift in his body, something pierced his chest. He coughed violently. Hack, hack. His sword dropped. The system announced, "You've mastered a special mana breathing method. Skill acquired. Breath of the Celestial Spirit." Uziel's vision blurred, his eyes half closed, as if losing consciousness. Everything faded into a mystical haze. Suddenly, a strange voice snapped him awake. "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't hear me? Ignoring me on purpose? I hope so. Can you hear me? Answer, I'm waiting." Uziel jolted. Ack. What the hell? Where's that voice coming from? The voice continued. "Oh, you heard me, didn't you?" Composing himself, Uziel turned, muttering. "Are you Celestial Spirit Leafinal?" A huge question mark formed in his mind. Did Leafinal just talk to me? Shocked, he blurted. "What? A talking corpse?" Leafinal snapped. "TCH, I'm not dead. You rude human." Uziel, still reeling, asked, "How can you talk?" Leafinal replied, "I've been talking all along. Your ears were just deaf to it. Why didn't you hear before, but can now?" "Oh, probably because you're starting to resemble me. Just now, you breathe like I do." The more he heard, the more confused Uziel became, thinking, wait, the system mentioned I acquired a skill. The system displayed, skill, Breath of the Celestial Spirit, LV.1. Merge with nature through Celestial Spirit breathing. Greatly boosts mana circulation in blood when used, but triggers Divine Beast erosion. Effects: 1. Strength, plus 107%. 2. Reflex speed, plus 125%. 3. Sensory acuity, plus 147%. 4. Endurance, plus 101%. Duration, max 15 seconds. Erosion level, 1%. Uziel thought excitedly, what is this? Insane skill. Short duration, but stats jump to 4-star level. Hold on, Divine Beast erosion? Does that mean I'll lose my human body? Divine Beasts maintain form with mana, but with my mana-leaking physique, losing my body means death. Does using this shorten my lifespan? He reassured himself, think positive. It's a clutch skill for emergencies. Silent until now, Leafinal spoke. Strange, you're the second human to breathe the Celestial Spirit's breath. You're like that person. Your presence so faint it's barely noticeable, your body void of mana, like you don't exist in this world. Uziel, surprised, asked, who was that? Leafinal continued. He wielded a sword like you, cutting through magic, even slaying celestial spirits. Uziel was stunned. What? He thought. The game never mentioned a swordsman like that. Someone strong enough to kill a celestial spirit must be a true master. He asked, can I meet them? Leafinal shot back, no. The first Grand Mage's disciple killed him. Uziel felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The first Grand Mage? That guy's long dead. How's he alive? Leafinal continued. Want me to teach you? I fought him and recorded his breathing and techniques. Uziel, skeptical, asked, for real? Leafinal added, but there's a condition. I can't leave or talk to anyone else. I'm as good as dead. Find my heart and revive me. As expected, Uziel was blunt. Sorry, with my current skills, I can't get another celestial spirit's heart. After a pause, Leafinal relented. Fine, it doesn't have to be a celestial spirit's heart. A pure divine beast's heart will do. Uziel, confused, said, but that'll strip most of your power. Leafinal replied, doesn't matter. It's better than being trapped here, living alone forever. Hearing this, Uziel agreed. It's a win-win. He said, if it's just a regular divine beast's heart, it's not impossible. I can do it. Leafinal asked, really? Uziel thought, I'm training here for the upcoming Family Contract ritual, where I'll face tons of divine beasts. Compared to a celestial spirit's heart, this is way easier. Confidently, he said, I'll do my best within my ability. Leafinal cheered. Thanks. I'll wait. Oh, I've got something for you. Uziel, surprised, asked, what? Leafinal said, look behind me. Uziel asked, what's this? Leafinal answered, the garland of Aphabil, symbol of the bond between Leafinal and their fated companion. Ability, none. Uziel had never heard of it in the game. At best, it's kindling if there's no fire. He tucked the garland into his pocket, but froze. Wait, you're a celestial spirit. Examining it, he exclaimed, a celestial spirit's symbol? This might be more useful than I thought. Heh. Meanwhile, in Alterish's lab, she was finalizing the formula based on Uziel's guidance. After intense focus, she paused, staring at the result. Did I do it? No time for complacency. She copied the formula from the board to paper. Later, Alterisha beamed. Tomorrow, a new era begins. If Uziel knew, he'd be thrilled, right? The capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, was vast, towering, and eerily desolate. It boasted two resources any empire would covet: gold and iron mines, literally wealth and steel. The buildings soared so high that staring up too long could strain your neck. Intertwined like a concrete jungle, they exuded a gritty cyberpunk vibe, as if stepping into a sci-fi dream. Above, countless steel cables stretched like harp strings, with electric trains zipping back and forth like a weaver's shuttle. From afar, it resembled a giant spiderweb, earning the name Spider City. The air was gloomy, almost post-apocalyptic, as if you'd better stay home unless you had business here. But don't be fooled by the grim exterior. The dwarves were vibrant, bustling, and full of life. Amid this strange city, protagonists Uziel and Altarisha arrived. Stepping in, Uziel grinned brightly. We made it. Altarisha, beside him, glanced around and nodded. Yes, indeed. Today's the All-Realm Academic Conference, a major event with a new venue each year. This year, it's at the Optical Alchemy Academy, renowned as one of the world's top alchemy schools, right here in the Dwarven Kingdom. As dwarves pioneered material magic, this year's conference promised an unprecedented scale. Rumors swirled that the greatest alchemist, while Sukko, the golden alchemist, would attend. A thought sparked in Uziel's mind, tinged with satisfaction. This is the perfect stage for Altarisha's latest discovery. But his gaze shifted to Altarisha, who spoke, worry etched on her face. But Uziel, is this okay? This is what that professor spent half her life researching. Uziel thought, is she too kind or just naive? Her research was stolen, yet she's still making excuses for them. Sensing the mood, he lightened it. Don't worry, Altarisha. I didn't copy Professor Mazin Tyron's work. You just outdid her. Altarisha hesitated. Thank you. They kept walking. Uziel, with a playful tone, said, all right, let's head in. That red carpet looks intimidating. How about the back door? Altarisha nodded eagerly. Oh, good idea. They slipped through a side entrance, dodging the spotlight and prying eyes of ambitious, balding scientists. As they entered, a broadcast boomed, grabbing the hall's attention. Greetings, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. I now declare the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference open. The enthusiastic, slightly humorous voice made top professors raise their brows. The host continued. For our opening, we're honored to present a new medical invention. Click. The sound of high heels echoed. A spotlight swung to a figure in a white coat striding confidently. None other than Professor Mazin Tyron, whom Altarisha had mentioned with respect and guilt. The host announced grandly. First, please welcome Professor Mazin Tyron from Stello Academy to present the latest medical drug. Mazin stepped to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the room before displaying her first slide. Greetings, I'm Mazin Tyron from Stello Academy. Today, I present a new experimental drug, Alpha of the Crimson Potion. She paused, clicking a remote to show images. First, take a look at this. Her presentation began, long, detailed, and hyper-technical, requiring more patience than knowledge. The audience listened intently, though most wouldn't grasp her jargon, which could fry anyone's neurons. Those less patient might slip into open-eyed sleep. After a tedious spiel, she concluded, that's all for my presentation. The hall snapped out of its trance. Applause erupted, paired with dramatic nods. A wave of chatter followed. My God, Professor Mazin Tyron's a genius. That breakthrough on the Crimson Potion is incredible. At the room's edge, Uziel watched, arms crossed, eyes sharp like he was analyzing a chessboard. He thought, presenting Altarisha's thesis like it's hers. Convincing, but the real show's just starting. There are many ways to retaliate, and the main course is coming. As expected, the main event arrived. Another figure stepped up. The host adjusted the mic, booming. Next, please welcome Assistant Altarisha from Stello Academy. The room paused. Altarisha stepped lightly to the podium, standing where Mazin had just been. She scanned the crowd, took a deep breath, and spoke. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Altarisha, an alchemist from Stello Academy. But no one paid much attention. The audience buzzed like a tea stall. Is she from a pharma company? I loved Mazin's cell regeneration extract. Brilliant. Amid the chatter, only Uziel watched Altarisha's every word. She hesitated but pressed on. My topic today is... A faint smile curved Uziel's lips, as if he knew what was coming. Altarisha's next words silenced the hall. This is a summary and complete understanding of the mixed variable interference technique. Silence engulfed the room, time frozen. No whispers, no murmurs. Everyone turned to her, eyes wide, as if saying, what did she just say? No one dared interrupt, but the tension broke when an elderly man slammed the table, standing with a sharp voice. Do you know where you're standing? The hall quaked, eyes on Altarisha. Under pressure, she faltered, her voice trembling but steady. Yes, I know. This is a precious position, especially for someone like me. Her humble, yet resolute reply stunned them. But the professor pressed. Then explain what that incantation meant. Altarisha clutched her chest, calming herself. She took a deep breath, meeting the expectant eyes. Please understand it as an alchemist would. The hall exploded like a disturbed beehive. Whispers surged. Mixed variable interference technique. Impossible. Magic and alchemy principles can't merge. Exactly. For 3 million years. No one's resolved that contradiction. A renowned silver-haired professor in the front row, eyes deep, coughed lightly to compose himself. As tension peaked, the host's voice rang like a saving bell. Please maintain order and let the speaker finish. But a deep, authoritative voice cut through. If you think it's impossible just because others failed, how can you call yourselves alchemists? Silence fell. The voice belonged to a man in a white gold-trimmed coat, with lightly curled golden hair, while Sukko, the legendary golden alchemist. He smiled, stepping forward. I'm eager to see what you'll present. I want to witness the truth hidden in magic deemed impossible. He gestured encouragingly. Come, brave young lady, Share your discovery with us. Altarisha froze, but a flush spread across her cheeks, her eyes gleaming with gratitude and emotion. She bowed slightly, whispering, "Thank you, sir." Next should be Altarisha's presentation, but I object. A thunderous shout stunned the hall. It was Mazen Tyron, her eyes sour as if she'd swallowed vinegar, teeth gritted like she wanted to bite the mic. Before Assistant Altarisha's presentation begins, I have a concern about the thesis in question. The room buzzed. While Sukko tilted his head, eyes sharp as lasers. What do you mean? Mazen spun, glaring at Altarisha, her voice slicing the air. I suspect plagiarism. The hall erupted, chatter crashing like waves. Plagiarism? The gravest accusation in academia. While Sukko laughed, a mix of amusement and readiness to sue. How amusing. Do you know what happens if you accuse plagiarism without proof? Mazen replied, Of course I do. She approached Altarisha, arms spread like a magician. As everyone knows, the mixed variable interference technique has 5 unsolved problems. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic harmonize. So far, our academy has solved 2, and only partially. Uziel, arms crossed, listened, eyes narrowed. Mazen continued, brimming with pride. But I, Professor Mazen Tyron, have solved 4 of the 5. And this assistant is my assistant. The room roared. Someone whispered amid the noise, If true, this thesis. Mazen raised a hand, cutting them off. Yes, this thesis is undoubtedly mine. She tilted her head, smirking challengingly. Even if my assistant somehow solved the 5th problem, so what? Her icy gaze stabbed Altarisha, sharp and chilling. Mazen's face twisted into a triumphant sneer, her thoughts venomous. Altarisha, you insolent fool. You're a genius, I won't deny it. But so what? This is your end. A talented idiot is nothing without recognition. Your talent will always be mine. Leaning close, face to face, her voice rang like a judge's gavel. So, Assistant Altarisha, do you dare claim you solved all 4 remaining problems? The hall held its breath. Altarisha froze, eyes wavering, stepping back, heart pounding. I knew this would happen. My hair's going gray. God, what do I do? But a voice like a gentle breeze echoed in her mind. If you feel alone and overwhelmed, call for me. Altarisha's eyes widened, light sparking, fear dissolving like rain under sunlight. She took a deep breath, lips pressing into a calm smile. Her right hand rose slowly. I have a request. I'd like to invite my co-author to join me. The hall detonated, gasps echoing. What? A co-author? While Sukko raised an eyebrow, surprised. Who's that? Altarisha lowered her hand, her gaze cutting through the crowd to a young man. My co-author is Uziel. Uziel nearly fell over, mouth agape, eyes wide as if his brain had crashed. Co-author? I just gave a few tips, right? No, wait. How do I even react to this? After Altarisha introduced Uziel as her co-author, Professor Mazen Tyron's gaze fixed on him. Uziel stepped forward, moving steadily toward the podium. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. Ridiculous. A kid that young? I doubt this changes anything, despite all their talk. Golden Alchemist Waysek Gordon, intrigued, crossed his arms in anticipation. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. As Uziel approached the podium, his eyes briefly dropped to the floor, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He drew closer to Professor Mazen Tyron, locking eyes with her, showing no fear or hesitation. As he passed her, a sudden surge of magical energy burst from the branch of resentment in his hand, striking Mazen's arm. A system notification flashed. Special skill resentment of the branch of resentment activated. Target, Mazen Tyron. Unaware, Mazen merely bristled, muttering, Humph, how rude. Seeing her obliviousness, Uziel gave a faint smirk, thinking, all right, it worked. Taking his position, he faced the scholars below, his face expressionless. Uziel spoke first. Let me begin by addressing Professor Mazen Tyron's argument. They say seeing once is worth hearing 100 times. So, let's tackle the cross-training technique here. A smile crept onto his face, sparking more chatter. A debate between a professor and her assistant over this report? Sounds exciting, one said. Totally agree, another echoed. Altarisha, anxious, stammered. Uziel, seeing her worry. Uziel glanced at her, turning the question back. Hey, assistant, don't you trust me? Altarisha blinked, flustered. And no, I do. To reassure her, Uziel added, I've been by your side all this time. Don't worry, Altarisha, you can do this. I believe in you more than anyone. Her cheeks flushed at his warm smile, thoughts racing. Can I really do this? She gripped her collar, adjusted her glasses, and resolved. Uziel's right. I have to trust my work. She tidied her hair, composure restored. Mazen, stunned, couldn't control the situation. Confident now, Altarisha stepped forward, facing Mazen, and said, Let's begin. Bolstered by Uziel's encouragement, she radiated assurance, introducing new insights on the mixed variable interference technique in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist claimed, I found a miraculous formula to solve this equation, a wondrous array to crack the anomaly, but I need the bathroom urgently. He died there, making the formula infamous. Countless alchemists failed to solve it, deeming it impossible. Now, someone claimed to crack the random interference array. A cold-faced smoker remarked, Interesting. His info appeared. Kane, captain of Bone Moon Tower's 13th Annihilation Team. A girl in similar attire yawned nearby. Interesting? More like boring. Her info. Heijin Macaron, vice captain, both cloaked in invisibility. After yawning, Heijin glanced up, half judging. Captain, is that professor really a dark mage? Someone nearby muttered. Do I smell cigarette smoke? Watching Mazen and Altarisha write on their blackboards, Heijin added. This mission feels like a total scam. She glanced at Kane, silent. Ellipses filled her mind. Sighing, she rubbed her head, muttering, what can I do? The captain trusts that old man's every word. Her eyes snapped open, drawn forward, as did Kane's, to where Mazen and Altarisha faced off. A thought formed. The atmosphere's shifted, hasn't it? The host announced, we've just finished the first tough problem. Now, to Golden Alchemist Waysec Gordon. Gordon, stunned by the blackboard details, remarked, similar, yet a completely different approach. Kane, observing, thought, the assistant's explanation is simpler than Mazen's, with a slightly different result. The host continued, next, the second tough problem. Both scribbled on their blackboards. Spectators focused, surprise and anxiety evident. Many have solved the second problem. But this approach, it's a first. A problem needing 200 lines was solved by Altarisha in just 12. They discussed her. Uziel, arms crossed, smiled, thinking, the audience's reaction is great. His smile lingered, thoughts shifting, but now's the real deal. The host said, we're now on the third tough problem. Can the third problem, unsolved until now, be cracked here? Both wrote, sweat beading on Altarisha's brow, Mazen showing greater worry. They stopped, and Gordon, astonished, declared, she solved it? Mazen, cracking the impossible third problem, is impressive. Despite the praise, Mazen showed no joy, only shock and confusion. Gordon added, but Altarisha's approach is even more remarkable. Seeing her hidden results, Mazen grew furious, thinking, what's that explanation? Uziel, smiling smugly, heard relentless chatter. How could she devise that approach? I can't believe my eyes. New info emerged. Past alchemists treated the 5 problems separately. Altarisha saw them as a whole, solving them integrally. Her key difference from Mazen. The problem-solving continued. Mazen's hand trembled, calculations faltering. Wait, what's the next formula? She cursed. Damn, no space. Shouting at a host. Get another board now. But a familiar voice cut through, dissolving the tension. I'm done. Mazen froze, glaring at Altarisha, who calmly turned from her blackboard, facing the crowd. Altarisha explained the random interference array fully, her voice resonating, light gleaming from her. That was the complete analysis. The crowd erupted. Insane. Noise overwhelmed. This is madness. A historic moment here? I'm so moved. A once-in-a-century event. Altarisha, hearing this, beamed, confidence surging. I did it. Looking at Uziel, she thought, thank you, Uziel. It's all thanks to you. Her smile lingered, but a dark voice broke through. Altarisha. Mazen's ominous aura loomed. Altarisha, anxious, said, Professor. Uziel stepped forward, standing beside Altarisha, raising one arm as the dark mana emanating from Professor Mazen Tyron grew palpable. Her voice, unsteady, cut through. Altarisha, followed by a confession. How long will you keep humiliating me? You stole my thesis, revised it, and claimed it as yours. Feeling proud, Uziel moved forward, shielding Altarisha. His face showed no emotion, but his thoughts raced. Is she turning into a dark mage right now? It's earlier than expected, but this works. He continued, eyeing Mazen. If she becomes a dark mage in front of everyone, her rage-fueled dark mana won't be contained. Mazen called out again. Altarisha, Altarisha. Her eyes burned with fury. Altarisha, anxious, struggled to stay composed. Biting her lip, Altarisha steadied herself. I've been holding back my emotions all this time. She shouted, I told you to admit it. Confidence surged back. She declared clearly, my thesis surpasses yours. Wasn't my presentation enough? How much more of my work will you steal to feel satisfied? The audience and scientists gasped, whispering. The Crimson Potion thesis was hers? No wonder. Altarisha's newfound confidence wavered briefly. Professor, Professor. Her emotions erupted again, her voice louder. You're even more foolish than me. Uziel, stunned, glanced at her, the shock spreading to Kane and Heijin nearby. Mazen, now the center of attention, froze. To break the awkward tension, Golden Alchemist Waysec Gordon spoke, chuckling. Well, this is quite the conference. His hearty laugh, ha, truly fascinating, cut through the air. Mazen snapped back to reality, shaken, realizing she'd let a sliver of dark mana slip. What? She stared at her trembling hands, thinking, what did I just do? That was dangerous. Pinpointing the source, her anger and glare turned toward one person as she rushed toward Altarisha. Her threat materialized. Altarisha, how dare you? Altarisha flinched, shrinking back. But the surprise shifted to Mazen as a familiar figure blocked her path. Beck Uziel. His voice was calm but firm. Professor Mazen, take a step back and assess the situation. Mazen's face froze, then slipped into dazed disbelief, overwhelmed by an invisible pressure as countless eyes from the audience judged her harshly. The silent alchemists awaited the outcome, some hoping to clarify the situation and ease doubts. Meizen turned aside, stammering, No, that's not it." At her breaking point, she raised a hand to her chest, voice rising. "That girl stole my thesis." The crowd below, grasping the situation, murmured. Waysek Gordon, composed, signaled someone, "Take her out." A prompt yes followed, and 2 elven overseers escorted Meizen away. She protested, "No, I didn't do anything wrong." The 2 members of the 13th Annihilation team watched her leave, her voice persisting. "Let me go." With the major threat gone, Altarisha collapsed to the floor, the burden lifted. Ugh. A hand extended slowly before her. Her sparkling eyes met Uziel's confident smile. He said, "Assistant, you worked hard today." His encouragement left her momentarily stunned. Then she beamed, dispelling her worries. MHL. The golden lights outside added a radiant glow, shifting to the 13th Annihilation team of Bone Moon Tower. The 2 were heading somewhere. Heijin, eyes closed, started a new topic. "In the end, we got nothing." Kane, catching her vague remark, replied, "If her emotions flared that much, there should have been signs." He added, "The dark mana sensor showed no response." Heijin chimed in, "True, Bone Moon Tower's psychic detection isn't perfect." Glancing at Uziel and Altarisha, surrounded by scholars, she asked, "Is that kid really the high school co-author they mentioned?" Looking at Kane, she mused, "Kinda cute, huh?" Kane shot her a sidelong glance. "Have you checked his background?" Heijin, flustered, replied, Just got the intel from Maya." She shared details. Before Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He's a commoner with the lowest grades, yet he's in Class S at the world's top magic academy, without using magic. Super weird. He also requested his name be removed from the paper. So much info for one kid. Kane, calm, looked ahead, noted. His eyes widened at something. Uziel was staring directly at him, focused yet oblivious. Deciding not to dwell, Uziel looked forward, smiling brightly. Kane, puzzled, thought, did our eyes just meet? Heijin, skeptical, said, "No way." She glanced at Uziel, adding, "Your perception dampening spell and my shadow barrier? Pierced that easily? Just an illusion." Kane focused ahead, silent for seconds. Uziel's smile seemed untroubled by the earlier glance. With no words left about him and no abnormalities detected in Meizen, Kane moved on. "Let's go. We're done." Heijin, hands behind her back, followed. "I'm sick of this boring place." The scene shifted to an ornate noble carriage, where someone, Meizen Tyron, was furiously biting her nails. She cursed, "Damn it, if not for Beck Uziel, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this." A figure reading a book, eyes closed, spoke calmly from the front. "It's come to this. Deal with Uziel. Calm down." Meizen, startled by the presence, exclaimed, "Raiden?" He opened his blood-red eyes, displeasure clear. With a fiery glare, Raiden slammed his book shut at Meizen's remark. "That's not the issue." Professor Meizen Tyron's face betrayed deep shock, while Raiden's expression grew more displeased. He glanced at her, adding, "Almost." Luckily, the contract suppression kicked in. A bit more emotion, and the chaos could have ruined our plans. Realizing she nearly caused a disaster, Meizen froze, stammering, "I'm so sorry." Seeing her weak apology, Raiden, stowing his book in a spatial pocket, closed his eyes and sighed. "You think sorry fixes this?" The leader is furious. "Get your emotions under control, now," he said. "You're close to losing your value as a Stella professor." Unwilling to accept this, Meizen shouted, "No. I have connections on the plagiarism review board. I can smooth this over. I'm not fired yet." Hearing her ramble, Raiden shut his eyes, cutting her off. "Be quiet, stand still, bow your head, and walk away. That's the most useful thing you can do." The reprimand silenced her, the atmosphere heavy. Raiden added, "Don't move or speak until the leader gives orders." He teleported away, leaving Meizen with her instructions. Alone, Meizen clenched her fists, fury directed at one person. This is all Uziel's fault. Her face twisted with menace, a plot forming. Recalling Uziel and Altarisha before being dragged away, she thought, just wait a little longer. Uziel's image burned in her mind. Beck Uziel boarded a train heading somewhere. In a compartment, he sat, arms crossed, staring at Assistant Altarisha, who looked dazed, as if just waking up. His gaze shifted, thoughts forming. It's a pity. If Meizen had used dark magic during her presentation, it could have stopped the collapse in Volume 8's disaster. I guess things will stay calm until the story explodes, he mused, leaning back, eyes closed, but thoughts persisted. Nothing else to do but avoid rushing. The conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment activated. His eyes snapped open. "One thing bothers me." He recalled a moment when his gaze drifted to where Kane and Heijin stood, cloaked in shadow invisibility. Kane had stared back, prompting a realization. That was definitely Kane. Details emerged. An elite mage unit, rigorously selected, from Bone Moon Tower, famed for hunting dark mages and witches. Kane led their top destruction unit, the 13th. If not for my sixth sense, I'd have missed them until the end. I can guess why those dangerous folks were there, likely watching Meizen. Either way, it'd be great to engage them positively. His thoughts paused as he noticed Altarisha's sleepy expression. A new conversation began. Sorry, can you spare a moment? A figure appeared near Altarisha. Surprised, she asked, who are you? Before he answered, she gasped, wait, are you? The man in a white suit, with distinct elven ears, doffed his hat with a warm smile. Pleasure to meet you. His info appeared. Melion, chairman of Nebula Corporation. Context added. As the game's chapters expand, so does its world. As Flame matures, other characters become targets, including Melion, tied to the Southern Crescent Plains heart. Melion, fated by his golden ratio destiny, was the world's richest. Despite being over 50 with a daughter, he was a coveted target, not for wealth or looks, but because of his daughter, the villain Jellion, a high elf who tormented the protagonist. Players, enraged, targeted Melion to hurt Jellion by marrying him and ruining their family. Uziel sighed, summarizing. Sounds like a joke, but everyone's hyped for this drama. He glanced forward, half disinterested, thinking, I expected it, but didn't think he'd show up. Overthinking kicked in. I need to make a good impression today for future chapters. Melion, smiling, addressed them. You must be Alchemist Altarisha, and this is the unnamed alchemist, yes? May I have your name? Uziel, prepared, thought, clever question. He replied, I'm Beck Uziel, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Melion, surprised, said, oh, a Stella student. Honored. Reaching into his coat, he added, the reason I'm here. He presented a meticulously prepared document, explaining, this is an exclusive contract proposal for Altarisha's technique with Nebula Corporation. The terms are generous. Would you like to review it? Uziel wasn't surprised, but Altarisha, holding the document, trembled, ellipses filling her mind. Opening it, her eyes lit up, voice brimming with excitement. Unlimited materials and technicians. I've never seen this much funding, she thought. With this, I can create my dream inventions. Uziel will love it. She glanced at him, but Uziel looked puzzled. Huh? Altarisha, noticing, paused and asked Melion, can I have time to think? Sensing hesitation, Melion added, not enough? Name any condition. Altarisha interrupted, no, it's more than enough. Focusing, she clarified, I need to discuss with my co-author. Uziel, stunned, couldn't believe he was the reason for this critical decision. What? He thought, bewildered. Melion chuckled, thinking, co-author? I thought that was just talk. Observing them, he mused, solving a 300-year problem at that age? An extraordinary genius, but still just a student. Melion extended the contract to Uziel. Want to review it? He thought, genius or not, in business, he's just a kid. Uziel examined it closely, as Melion assumed. He can't refuse these terms. But Uziel replied, I decline. Melion, floored, stared at him. May I know why? If the terms aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them. Uziel gazed ahead, thoughts unraveling. An exclusive deal with Nebula, the world's largest corporation, is tempting. But Melion, despite his business prowess, is stubbornly possessive. If this technique is bound to him, only cheap, mass-produced items will result, limiting diversity, individuality, and performance. Plus, exclusivity would block many mages from accessing these tools, skewing tech toward commerce and letting dark mages catch up. From the game, players who chose this path got rich, but faced a tragic end. He voiced a new concern, unrelated to terms. I simply don't want an exclusive contract. Melion faltered. You mean? Holding the document, his face blank, Uziel continued. This technology, blending magic and alchemy, will revolutionize daily life and mage equipment. We want it accessible to more mages. Melion, hearing this, acknowledged. You have grand dreams and ambitions. That's good, but money is essential to realize them. Uziel countered. I just negotiated with several investors, including you, Chairman Melion. Understanding, Melion asked, so, you'll sign with them and me? Most of my terms would be cut. Uziel, eyes closed, smiled exactly. Frankly, I'm tempted by your terms. Opening his eyes slowly, he said, make it a premium product line. A new smile formed. That's my proposal. Uziel aimed to distribute items as widely as possible, but high-end, hard-to-craft items would be exclusively contracted to the Starlight Guild, a matter of branding. Seeing his confidence, Melion, standing opposite, narrowed his eyes slightly. As a seasoned merchant, Melion understood his intent, extending a hand with a smile and asking, great, but will those luxury items really sell? I'd never do anything to harm myself. Knowing his concerns, Uziel lowered his gaze, responding calmly. Right, so I won't ask you to sign immediately. His cold yet confident eyes gleamed. 6 months from now, let's hold a press conference for investors with you, Chairman Melion. Melion's expression shifted in surprise at Uziel's words. If you like the product I present, please sign the exclusive branding contract. Seeing Uziel's calculated approach, Melion closed his eyes, flashing his usual smile. Yes, that's right. Absolutely splendid. Altarisha smiled, realizing Melion had initially agreed. To seal the collaboration, Melion pulled out something like a business card, saying, this is a message scroll, including my contact details. Uziel accepted it. Thank you, sir. Additional info appeared. A message scroll, written on paper and sent, always reaches its recipient. With business concluded, Melion donned his hat, smiling in farewell. All right, I'll take my leave. Uziel's face showed slight surprise. Meanwhile, Altarisha maintained a faint smile. Uziel, now trembling despite his calm, clutched his chest, checking if his heart had stopped. His voice shook. God, I thought I'd die from nerves. Altarisha, concerned, asked, Is that normal for someone so anxious? Uziel, bewildered, replied, I was really nervous. Her natural smile followed with praise. As expected, Uziel, you're amazing. Caught off guard, he blinked. Huh. Noticing his confusion, Altarisha shifted her tone. Oh, nothing. Uziel's gaze drifted to the door Melian had exited, a smile forming with his thoughts. One issue resolved. When I return, I'll treat the club to a nice restaurant. Additional info. The science conference ended safely. Classes at Stello Academy continued normally. A professor on the podium addressed the students. Professor Mazen is unwell, so I'll teach today. Uziel, wearing glasses, glanced with half-lidded eyes, his thoughts deepening. Gone without a trace, huh? His contemplation intensified with images of Professor Tyrant's corruption. If things follow the plan, Mazen will fully awaken in Chapter 8, causing major damage to the school. I don't know how this will alter the future. His gaze grew sterner. Could this chapter happen sooner? I hope it's at a level I can handle. Further note, not just Mazen, but Altarisha hasn't been at school either. Class ended, and Uziel walked down a hallway. She's probably happy, enjoying her retirement benefits. A student ahead spoke up. Hey, did you hear? Uziel tuned into the conversation. Assistant Altarisha. Isn't she the one who solved that super complex spatial interference formula? The talk continued. Yeah, but wasn't there a co-author? They say their identity's a secret. Why hide it? Uziel ignored it, looking forward. Good. Maybe they think the co-author's hideous? Haha, really? Outside the campus, his overthinking persisted. Keeping my role as co-author's secret reduced attention at school. His steps paused. I first gave hints using knowledge from these special glasses. All focus should be on Altarisha for the best outcome. Stopping, he noticed something nearby. Found it. Isn't that Ma Yuziang? Look at that giraffe. After a while, Uziel and Acel reappeared. People noticed Ma Yuziang watching Acel, whispering, her high grades and beauty. Cheating, right? Is she a subject or something? She looks like a doll. Humph, she's not that great. Sure, she's pretty. Uziel, hands on hips, thought. No peaceful day to draw their attention. He called out, I'm here. Ma Yuziang smiled brightly. Hey, Uziel. Uziel waved. Sorry, did I keep you waiting? Acel added, not really. She asked, so what are we eating? Didn't you say you'd decide? Knowing Izel's family limited her access to good food, Uziel grinned confidently. You'll see when we get there. At the restaurant, 3 sat at a table with only 2 plates. Bit stingy. Pizza, I bet. Sparkling lights and aromas filled the air. Izel's eyes gleamed with longing, her face flushed, excited for the delicious meal. Uziel noticed her cuteness, her gaze fixed on the food. His thoughts wandered. Izel's explanation mentioned ordering a drink like a sub, maybe pickle juice, with pizza. He handed her a glass, saying, Here, try this. Acel looked puzzled. What's this? How do I eat it? Her anxiety surfaced, question marks multiplying. Uziel's mind added ellipses. Is this her first time at a pizza place? He said, Yeah, exactly. Acel sipped, her face lighting up in surprise. Oh, it's good. Her cheeks reddened. Ma Yuziang, noticing her drink, tried it too, a pleasant sensation washing over him. Yeah, it's really good. Uziel stared blankly, thinking coldly. Take a photo, capture this moment. He's drinking like he's posing for a food magazine. After sipping, Uziel held up a slice, smiling. Try this too. Acel, eager, grabbed a knife and fork. Uziel, unsurprised, closed his eyes. Oh God, you're sticking a knife in the pizza? No one does that. He demonstrated, eating a slice. They say it tastes better this way. Acel hesitated, puzzled. That's odd, isn't it impolite? Ma Yuziang laughed brightly. Oh, isn't that fun? He casually bit into a slice. Let's see, you don't know till you try? Acel followed, biting her slice, eyes closing tightly. Her body trembled, drawing the boy's attention. She touched her cheek, joy spreading. The sweet cheese melts, bell peppers dancing, olive oil and bacon with onions, like a symphony. Uziel asked, so is it good? Acel, startled mid-bite, blushed, looking at her slice. Yeah, it's really good. Both boys smiled at her. A suggestion followed. Let's come here often. Can I join, or is it up to you? Don't. The scene shifted to a sunset field, where a peculiar rift signaled looming danger. Back in the classroom, Flame was walking when her steps halted as someone called out. Hey, Flame, have you heard about it? Her gaze shifted, a faint smile forming. Yes, I've heard. The female student hesitated. Oh, really? She quickly left. See you later, then. Flame watched her disappear, then stood silently, sighing. I guess she came to talk about the rumor that Assistant Altarisha solved the interference formula. But as far as I know, it was all Uziel's doing. His image surfaced in her mind, sparking new thoughts. How did he solve that formula? To return, most future knowledge, except key events and stories, should have been forgotten. Could he remember those things? Or is he just that brilliant? Nearby, students were chattering, but someone approached, greeting her. Hello, Flame. It was Jeremy Scalvin, smiling brightly, continuing, Want to practice the persona gate with our group this time? Seeing him close, Flame avoided his gaze. Why are you acting like this? If you go, do I have to follow? Her eyes widened, voice firm. Go find another girl. Don't flirt without reason. Flame left. Jeremy's face flashed a peculiar, striking smile. The scene shifted to a nearby notice board, displaying official Persona Gate notice. First-year students, please select a Persona Gate for group practice. Everyone looked up at it. Flame stood, lost in thought. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has it really started? Additional info surfaced. A different dimension created by Dark Mage's power, called a Persona Gate. If not conquered quickly upon appearing, it becomes a dead zone where no creature survives. Unlike dungeons cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core, Persona Gates require analyzing and breaking their patterns and magic. Pondering, she thought. From analyzing focus to distorting space, structure, and soul entrapment, it demands knowledge of thousands of patterns and the ability to recall them. And ultimately, combat strength. Training magical warriors aims to counter Persona Gates, making this the most critical subject. Flame's fist clenched. If it follows the original story, something real is mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let Uziel handle it alone. Determination surged. This time, I must prevent major losses. The scene shifted to the 9th Star Tower, the Cloud Layer Cafe. Princess Hong Baien's group gathered, their table laden with pastries and fragrant tea. A sudden question arose. Have you tried the new dessert? Responses followed. You mean the pumpkin pie without cream cheese? It's got a unique flavor. Hong Baien sipped her tea as chatter continued. Yeah, I tried it once and was surprised. But her thoughts disagreed. It's bland. Her eyes widened when someone mentioned recent news. By the way, Stella's assistant solved the random spatial interference technique. Rochelle added, I heard it from my dad. Apparently, the co-author is actually a Stella Academy student. Her friends gasped in unison. No way, really? Definitely. Rochelle's dad is the intelligence agency director. Doubt crept in. Who could solve an unsolved formula as a student? You're right. Hong Baien set her teacup down, thoughts overwhelming her. Even the intelligence agency director doesn't know who it is. Images of Uziel and Altarisha flashed in her mind. So Uziel is the co-author of the spatial interference technique. Her expression darkened. Unable to hold back, her hand gripped the teacup's edge. Questions raced through her mind. Why did Uziel hide it? Is he deliberately boosting Altarisha's reputation? Or does he have feelings for her? She stood abruptly, prompting a friend to look up and ask. Hong Baien turned, leaving immediately. I have to go, her friend added. But it's tea time. The three others stared, confused, as she hurried off. A question arose. Why's the princess acting like that? The scene shifted to the school courtyard, where Hong Baien walked until a figure appeared before her. She looked down, not yet recognizing them. A voice spoke, Hong Baien. Recognizing the voice, she replied, Princess Hong Siwa. Siwa covered her mouth, laughing. Goodness, didn't I tell you to call me sister? Additional info. They're fated enemies due to one being legitimate and the other illegitimate. My half-sister, Hong Siwa Adalovit. I hate her to death. Interrupting her thoughts, Hong Baien asked, What are you doing here? Siwa smiled brightly. Haha, don't look at me like that. I'm here for a reason, right? Lately, a fascinating commoner appeared in the first-year class, didn't they? The question startled Hong Baien. She's talking about a commoner upholding the knightly spirit, nearly lost to this world. Uziel's image surfaced. Noticing her odd reaction, Siwa crossed her arms, adding, From your reaction, you're interested in him too, huh? Her voice grew pensive. A knight sacrificing everything for a mage. A cold gaze and mocking smile followed. Isn't that every princess's dream? Hong Baien's fist clenched. So, will you introduce me to him? She wasn't pleased. Hong Baien stepped past, replying, Sure, thanks. Try it yourself. Siwa laughed loudly. Look at you, getting upset. So cold. Then, recalling something, she raised a finger. You weren't like this before. Is it because of our eldest sister's death? Hong Baien's face darkened, her eyes visibly sad. She continued walking, saying, I'll take my leave. Siwa's gaze followed, tinged with sadness. Her thoughts shifted. Maybe I was too harsh this time, going too far. It's too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister. A guard, Sarah, appeared, adding. Seeing her sudden arrival, Siwa asked, Huh? What's up? Sarah handed over documents. Info on the person you requested. Student Uziel. A copy of his class assignment and a brief background. Siwa took the documents, saying, Really? I didn't expect to get this without digging. Great job. So there was such an assignment. She opened it. Let's see what it's about. Title. To my mother. Mom, I miss you. Reading this, Siwa laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. Haha, kids are still kids, huh? Moments later, her hands holding the documents trembled. Sarah, surprised, watched as Siwa's tears fell, her hand covering her mouth. I see. Uziel's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles. Sensing something wrong, Sarah apologized. My apologies. Siwa turned away. Are you crying? Siwa replied. Oh, it's nothing. Wiping her tears, she added thoughtfully. I never deeply considered poverty. He lived in that environment, yet kept his knightly spirit. Her gaze softened. Uziel's hometown was invaded by dark mages, right? She smiled. I'm sorry, Hong Baien, but I'm growing more curious about him. The scene shifted to the final training day. Students gathered on the lawn. A professor stepped forward, explaining, We'll now begin the Persona Gate training for first years. Students, enter the gates as assigned. Uziel stood in a corner amid murmurs. It's just like the textbook. I'm getting worried. He thought further. So it's finally starting. Melian. Before the upcoming events, Uziel began a new train of thought, connecting to his system interface, as a reward for completing an academic presentation. We can also activate the portal analysis function from these glasses. I've trained in Leafinal's garden and enhanced my abilities, so this should be enough. His stats appeared clearly. Snow White Uziel, physical stats. Strength, 2 stars 61%. Perception, 2 stars 45%. Agility, 2 stars 42%. Endurance, 2 stars 12%. Durability, 0 stars 97%. Mental resilience, 1 star 59%. Mana, undetermined. EXP, undetermined. Skill, Flash Step level 1. His expression was pensive, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. At that moment, a teacher nearby pointed toward the portal, gesturing. Students heading to Portal C7, please proceed this way. Flame, standing beside Uziel, replied curtly, yes. Her captivating tone made him glance at her. Others appeared, including Princess Hong Bayan and Acel, lost in thought. So these are my companions? Uziel thought. This persona portal training would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18. Cooperation was key to overcoming the challenge. His gaze lingered on the group. First-year students at Stellar Academy, averaging Class 2 skills, won't easily conquer a persona portal set with 3 risks for their first real mission. A worry surfaced. Portal C7, the event's location, held up to 16 people. It's a shame Hei Wonriang isn't here, he thought. But with Flame, Hong Bayan, and Acel, we won't fail. He stepped forward. I don't need to join the strategy to defeat the final boss anyway. The portal loomed ahead. All I need is the hidden reward. Enchanting tree petals suddenly stirred, transporting him elsewhere. Uziel's face showed surprise. A new interface appeared. Welcome to the Aharon Ball. A dazzling golden plaza unfolded before him. Everyone gathered at the large central carpet. Hong Bayan's group quickly moved there, as did Uziel. Eyes scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation, when a voice rang out, capturing attention. Hello. A maid steward raised her hand, beaming brightly. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Hearing this, Hong Bayan sensed something off, suspiciously asking, a dress? Shoes? What do you mean? A thought interjected. Has a ballroom ever appeared in a persona portal? She quickly adjusted her mindset. Now's not the time for that. We need to analyze the portal and check the guidance. Complex symbols appeared on the interface. Anxiety crept in. Huh? Wait, they're giving such a complex formula for a first-year test. The steward handed out instructions. Miss, it's almost time for the banquet. Please hurry. Hong Bayan, still confused, asked in surprise, Steward, why are you talking like that? Is that a scripted phrase? A thought cut in. I don't know if this is a real NPC in the persona portal. I heard people in portals created by mages don't show individual actions. Seeing the steward's free smile and earlier words, Hong Bayan's mind wavered. No, impossible. This is Stellar Academy. There's no way a real persona portal would appear here. It's probably just Stella's advanced technology. The steward's smile remained. Why would you say that? Hong Bayan changed her tone. Don't worry, go get the dress. The steward replied. Yes, I understand. She left under the princess's gaze, anxiety lingering. Maybe it's my mood, but this training feels like it won't end easily. Time passed quickly, and footsteps approached. Hong Bayan, now in her dress, her silver-pink hair blending with its color, looked stunning. Her eyes caught a figure, Uziel, in an elegant vest. His gaze turned elsewhere. Hong Bayan's cheeks flushed slightly. He looks good, very fitting. But focus took over. Memories surfaced. This was Uziel's academic submission. I heard it's his past story. She touched her hair, reviewing the data. Is that so? Back to reality. She kept watching Uziel. Is it because of the personal info I got about him days ago? He seems different. Uziel yawned repeatedly. Hi. His eyes met hers, while her thoughts continued. Overcoming such a past, the knight's path at Stella. Uziel's blank expression interrupted her. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn. Hong Bayan, startled, looked away embarrassedly, saying, No, it's nothing. A voice cut in. Everyone's here, right? Someone approached their position. All eyes turned to the newcomer, a red-haired lady with a fan, continuing. From now on, you'll attend the ball hosted by Duchess Aharon. Her gaze shifted to a wall. They say those 4 paths lead to the manor's basement, but it's a maze full of traps. If you get lost, the manor's knights will move. She smiled. You can only trust your intuition and knowledge. Can you do it? Uziel, standing aside, replied curtly, yes. The lady glanced at him, surprised. You're quite confident. I like that. That boldness makes one feel a bit guilty. I love it. Uziel said, thank you. The natural exchange shocked other students. What? She talks like a real person? Do original NPCs have such dialogue? The lady continued. Good luck. She turned, leaving her silhouette for all to see. Male students exchanged glances. All right, let's go. Anxiety loomed as they approached the portal, starting the mission. A voice rang out. Wait, everyone. It was Flame, asking about the training test. Doesn't it feel odd? She calmly detailed. It's hard to explain, and these NPCs act too real. I can't analyze this persona portal either. Normally, a first-year practical test wouldn't be this hard. Students ahead agreed. Actually, I thought it was weird too. I barely understand it. Yeah, that NPC seemed too real. As they concurred, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll convince them to go this way. A voice interrupted. Wait, Flame. Jackie appeared, arms crossed, displeased. You're not saying this is a real portal, are you? Scared already. To me, this is what the professors want. In real combat, you can't always fully decode a persona portal, right? This confusion is part of their plan. She analyzed further. Besides, Stella trains the best magical warriors with top-tier magic knights. Would they miss a real portal in the academy? Others began believing Jackie. Oh, makes sense. So that's it. Anxiety gripped Flame. This is bad. By protocol, this portal is real. But no one will believe me. She tried to signal unease, glancing at Jackie's smug look. What now? Silence enveloped the space. Uziel looked over, pensive. So we're following this path after all. He recalled data. E006, Jackie's corruption branch. In the original novel, Jackie doesn't exist, so Flame must be confused. But Flame's interference here is one of many game branches. Either way, one of the three students must become a corrupted sacrifice. A new worry arose. Though Uziel hoped no one would be corrupted, could fate be changed? Seeing the opposition, he thought. Even helping Flame won't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to step back. They locked eyes briefly, then Jackie turned away. Whatever you say, I'm going. Flame tried to stop her. What? Wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, her gaze cold. Even in this situation, it's the professor's setup. Just handle it calmly. You guys just stand there clueless. Jackie chose a portal and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. Male students exchanged worried glances. One decided, I'm going too. I'm always ready for this. Uziel stood, arms crossed, assessing. No one's acting systematically. His fingers twitched slightly. If it's come to this, we just move forward. He smiled, stepping toward the portal. As Uziel confidently strode forward, he suddenly paused, noticing something behind him. A group of male students had gathered, slightly too close. He asked, why are you all trailing me? They grew flustered, sweat beading. No reason. Seeing their shared expression, he sighed indifferently. Are they planning to follow me? Kids always have schemes. He continued walking, thinking, I don't care much about this. Nothing important here anyway. A long, dim corridor lay ahead, lit by purple glowing energy lamps. In the quiet space, footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted to a voice. What's with this creepy hallway? It was Princess Hong Bayan, accompanied by two other girls. He mused, seems everyone's here. The princess's gaze fixed on something. The trio moved ahead, standing before a closed door. Beck asked, where'd the others go? Glancing down, he realized, as expected, we can't all appear at once. Analyzing further, 16 students, split into 4 groups of 4, each taking one of 4 paths. 2 familiar figures joined, Izel and Flame, apparently grouped elsewhere. Beck glanced at those with Princess Hong Bayan, thinking, didn't expect to be teamed with her. The two exchanged words. We should move now. Yes, Your Highness. The princess caught his stare, asking with a puzzled look. What? Got a problem? He sweated. No, nothing. Maintaining her expression, she teased. Gods, so boring. Ignoring her, Beck's gaze shifted elsewhere. Hong Bayan and Izel splitting up is a good thing, right? Suddenly startled, he raised a hand, halting the group. Wait, something's ahead. Golden light revealed dancing statues, resembling decorative mannequins. The group wondered, are those dolls? Hong Bayan stayed silent, but flinched, her attention locked forward. A gate lay within the room. The two girls beside her opined. Will our unlock spells work? I doubt it. We can't even read this gate. Our level's too low. It's so dark, I'm scared. The situation seemed tough. Hong Bayan glanced at Beck. Commoner, decoded the gate yet? His reply disappointed. No, her face showed it clearly. Is it too much to expect from a commoner? But surprise replaced her frown when he spoke again. But I've got a rough idea how to get out. Intrigued, she asked, really? You serious? Staring at the statues, he pointed. Look closely. Each statue's pose differs, but they're all in the same dance. He questioned, know the dance? Her eyes locked on the statues, and an answer formed. Serena's soul-calling dance, she said, describing the tragic performance Serena gave before her death. Beck pressed. You remember the moves, right? Startled, she grasped his intent, exclaiming, no way. To calm her, he looked ahead. She's noticed the statue's sequential movements, with some interruptions. After a moment, he asked, ready? The other two girls took empty spots, starting the dance. Done. Me too. Hong Bayan followed, filling the missing position. Beck watched intently, and the gate opened perfectly. Cheers erupted. We did it. The door revealed another dark corridor, with light glimmering afar. They hurried through. Attention shifted to Hong Bayan as they advanced. A grand room appeared, bathed in golden light, with knight armors wielding swords, arranged variably. Strange patterns marked the floor beneath. One girl pointed. Maybe the armors hold clues. Another added. Let's check them closely. They split up, inspecting the armors, but found nothing. No matter how I look, I don't get it. Why is it different this time? Yeah, nothing's off. Hong Baien's gaze landed on Beck, who was touching a tapestry with unique designs. Commoner, what are you doing? After observing, he stood. The armors are decoys. The real clues the tapestry. Surprise gripped the group. He explained, the dance on the tapestry's the key. Look closely, and figure performs specific moves. If we sequence them correctly, we solve this. The girls peered intently, one saying, you're right. I know this, Serena's silent tango. They spread out, studying the tapestry's moves. Beck and Hong Baian examined closely. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. The sequence aligned, light flared, and a familiar sound rang. The gates open. A new path appeared. Beck urged, let's go. Hong Baian's gaze lingered on him. He's truly different. I knew it when taught to shift perspectives, but not this impactful. His breakthrough speed's uncanny for an unreadable gate. Strategy, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this a first year's level? It's like he's tackled a persona gate hundreds of times. At the new area, her thoughts persisted. Before entering this academy, he said his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He muttered, more stone statues here. She analyzed, a remote village, unknown, yet famed for brutal battles against dark mages. Now I get why he lacks basic academic knowledge, but excels in strategy and combat. Watching him, he must have fought on fierce battlefields against dark mages. Whether true or not, he's leagues above other students. Ahead, chatter arose. Go there and adjust the weight balance. Got it. Surprise crossed Hong Baien's face. Everyone's striving for high scores, yet he blatantly guesses scribble on tests, flaunting it. He skips homework, acts poorly in class. But noticing his handsome features, she wondered, why is he trying so hard now? Princess Hong Baien's expression darkened. There must be a reason. Don't tell me you sensed a change in the atmosphere. Beck Uziel turned to her, pointing to draw her attention. Hey, why were you zoning out? Get over there. But she sharply questioned him. Tell me, commoner. Uziel looked confused, unsure of what she meant. Hong Baian voiced her suspicion. This persona gate we're challenging, is it real? She paused, awaiting an answer, met with Uziel's pensive silence. He assessed her. Your eyes have gotten sharper, Hong Baian. Normally, she wouldn't see the truth until the end, and would keep interfering with Melian. A smile formed. This proves she's straying from the villainous path. Noticing his smile, she asked, what are you grinning at? He replied, nothing. The two other girls looked around, confused. Why isn't the princess coming? What's going on? Turning away, Uziel answered her earlier question. As you said, this place is real. You could get hurt or die. If we don't clear it, it'll synchronize with the outside world. So, I plan to get through this as fast as possible. Hong Baian paused for a moment. I knew it. Beck Uziel always acts with purpose. Her lips pursed as she thought, I won't accept help like this. Her eyes narrowed, sweat beading. I'll survive on my own strength. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room was littered with fallen knight armors. Flame and Acel were teammates in this trial gate. Seeing them, someone called, hey Flame. Flame looked over as a girl waved. Over here. Flame approached the three rushing toward her. Is everyone okay? Where's the other one? The girl hesitated, well, then added. Jackie suddenly vanished. Flame's eyes widened in shock. What? Jackie? The girl, sharing the group's expression, explained. Thanks to Jackie, we made it this far. But after passing the final door, she disappeared. We couldn't find her. Panic gripped Flame. Have you searched long? A thought struck. That means she cleared this gate faster than Acel and me, without a scratch. Another added. But this isn't our first time. Flame couldn't believe her ears. What? Back to Beck Uziel. He sat cross-armed, leaning against a pillar, eyes closed. Someone approached, prompting him to open them. Hey, when'd you get here? Flame asked. He replied, not long ago. She pressed, have you seen Jackie? Haven't seen her. Disappointed, Flame sighed. I see. And left, Uziel watching her go. Though unclear on the details, he pieced it together. I could have stopped Jackie's disappearance if I'd gotten here sooner. But now, I can't do much else. At this point, I can only help the heroines clear the stage. At Stella Academy, a voice shouted, what? A Real persona gate mixed into the students' training. Headmaster Beck Uziel rushed to the training area, shock and worry etched on his scarred face. The once blue gate now glowed blood red. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security the best in the world? A professor nearby explained. It's like someone completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The wave appeared simultaneously with the gate, so it wasn't detected in time. Security's enhancing the system. Headmaster Beck Uziel cut in. Damn it. That's not what matters now. Another voice interrupted. He's right. A figure appeared, catching the headmaster's attention, a new presence. Recognition hit. Commander Arian. Arian Black Swan, supreme leader of Stella, the world's strongest knight order. The man said to create seas of blood from dark mages' corpses. Rarely seen on campus. Arian approached coldly. What's the situation? Have reinforcements entered? The professor replied, no, it's impossible. The students inside are facing a tough challenge. Arian asked, what's the gate's risk level? The answer came, estimated between level 4 and 5. Arian raised an eyebrow. Estimated? Give me an exact number. The professor, clutching documents, said, initially level 4, but it spiked to 5 once the students entered. Arian noted, unusual, but not rare. the gates emitting false waves. Get me the registered students list. The professor handed it over. Here. Arian scanned the names intently. Class 1S students stood out. Beck Uziel, Hong Bayan, Flame, Acel, Likey. Reading them, Arian's eyes narrowed. A level 5 risk persona gate. Even seasoned mages need thorough preparation to clear it. These are first years, only at level 2 or 3 mage skill. They're nowhere near capable. His voice grew colder. Prepare 16 foam coffins for the students' bodies. Headmaster Beck Uziel shouted, Commander Arian. But Arian turned, leaving. It's just protocol for efficiency. With a dangerous glint, he added, Don't tell me you believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 gate, Li Hanwall. That's like saying ants can kill a tiger. Arian vanished, leaving the headmaster more anxious for his students. I know it's a crazy bet, but I still hope those kids make it out safely. The red gate remained unchanged. Inside, Acel and Flame simultaneously noticed a direction as someone called, Hey, everyone. Jackie returned, dust on her clothes, saying, So this is where you all are? Uziel, arms crossed, stood pensive, while others cheered. I'm so glad you're safe. Why'd you vanish like that? It scared me. Uziel turned aside, thinking deeply. Now that everyone's here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss. While deep in thought, Beck Uziel's attention was suddenly drawn to something emerging nearby. Red status panels flashed repeatedly. You've arrived at the dancing clock tower. Descend the stairs to reach the ballroom. The party has just begun, so hurry. The group moved toward a staircase leading downward. I guess we need to go down these steps, someone said. As the others focused on the path below, Flame glanced upward nervously, sensing something ominous. A monstrous spider formed in her mind. At the top of this clock tower lives the Great Sword Spider, a level 4 risk boss. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. That thing's dangerous. I can't keep relying on Beck Uziel. He's lost his memories, so he knows nothing about the Great Sword Spider. But I've researched it, so I'll try to stop it somehow. She glanced at Acel nearby. If Acel and Beck Uziel faced the final boss, we could clear this with minimal losses. Determined, Flame called out, Wait, everyone. But a voice interrupted, startling her. Hold on. It was Beck Uziel, looking up at a high corner. Something's up there. Flame froze for a moment. He turned, breaking the silence. You all go down first. I'll check around here and follow. No one objected. Led by Princess Hong Bayan, who moved slowly at the rear, they descended. Flame's anxiety lingered. Beck Uziel probably doesn't even know about the Great Sword Spider. His silhouette flashed in her mind, yet he sensed its presence. Impossible. Hesitating, she thought. I didn't know his senses were that sharp. Well, he did deflect magic. As she wavered, the group moved deeper. A male student paused, noticing something. What's that sound? Others shared his expression. Hong Bayan pinpointed the odd noise, shouting, It's coming from above. All eyes turned upward, gasping as the Great Sword Spider lunged toward them. It's the Blade Spider. Another corrected. No, it's the Great Sword Spider, a level 4 risk. Seeing it, Flame's panic grew. What? Where's Beck Uziel? Thinking of him, Hong Bayan and Acel exchanged glances. Don't tell me. Suddenly, a foot appeared on the spider's body. Beck Uziel leapt from above, slamming it down with a heavy kick. Golden light from his flash step glowed, his sword gripped tightly. Someone below shouted, Beck Uziel. Seeing their hesitation, he yelled, I'll handle this. Get downstairs now. Acel, doubting, muttered, Can he stop it alone? Gritting her teeth, she decided, I should go help. A voice interrupted, I don't know what you're thinking, but we need to get to the ballroom. Fast. Hong Bayan approached Acel, adding, That's the best way to help the commoner. Still reeling from Uziel's actions, Flame was stunned by Hong Bayan's words and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched Hong Bayan's back. In the original story, was Hong Bayan like this? Flame's wonder was justified. Normally, Hong Bayan would be jealous of Izel's strength and plotting. Instead, she helped her. The group didn't linger, opening the door to the ballroom below. Music and melodies filled the space. Someone gasped, Wow, understandably so. The grandeur exceeded expectations for this special ball. Crystal chandeliers gleamed midair, masked nobles danced hand in hand in the vibrant atmosphere, and a red carpet stretched across the stairs, enchanting all. Amid the festivity, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the music stopped. Silence fell. The nobles froze, awaiting a central figure. Slow footsteps emerged from the darkness, stunning everyone. Hong Bayan spoke, shifting attention. Someone's coming down the stairs. Flame guessed, maybe the final boss, Duchess Iharon. Stay alert, but something shattered her view, leaving her shocked. Under a central spotlight stood someone. Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Jackie Iharon. It was Jackie, previously missing, her smile unsettling. Unlike the students' unease, the nobles cheered. Duchess, you're stunning today? Give me a smile, and I'll offer my heart. Despite knowing the original novel, Flame couldn't predict this. How is this possible? This development doesn't exist in the original romance novel. Jackie didn't even exist initially. Seeing Hong Bayan's worried expression, Flame realized a normal person becoming an NPC, let alone the final boss, was impossible. Izel's expression suggested only one way. Jackie was a dark mage. Flame pursed her lips, understanding why Beck Uziel's earlier words were odd. So that's how he warned me about Jackie. But I can't give up. Determined amid anxiety, she shouted, Jackie, if you're consumed by that power, you'll become something horrific. Please calm down. Jackie cut her off. Huh, nonsense. She declared, I am a heron now. A dangerous smile hid behind her paper fan. She asked, and the nobles below replied, my head is a heron. My chest is Jackie. My heart is. Jackie's face flushed unnaturally. It's so thrilling, it feels like everything's melting. Hong Bian realized, it's too late. Her mind's corrupted by dark magic. Acel added, at this point, the only way is to clear the gate and bring her back. Flame gripped her staff tightly, golden mana glowing. Got it, she said, focusing. Wait, Jackie, I'll save you to make up for this. A red lightning bolt flashed near Jackie. Enough chatter, she said, her smile widening as mana surged. Let's start the party. A critical update appeared. The battle with the Masquerade Temptation boss has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a streak of green blood appeared on the screen, where the great sword spider's massive blade had been slashed across its upper abdomen. The blood came from that wound, a result of Uziel's flash step attack. Anxiety enveloped him, sweat dripping down. This is tough. Analyzing the situation, he realized the great sword spider was a subspace entity, not critical to clearing the gate. Yet, two reasons compelled him to face this challenge. His eyes narrowed. First, to obtain the enchanting tree petal embedded in the spider's dessert-like crest. As he pondered, the spider suddenly swung a leg down at him, but he was prepared. Using Flash Step, he dodged effortlessly, checking the item left behind as the beast missed. Simultaneously, he hurled 3 vials of different colors: orange, spark potion; green, sleep slip potion; purple, oil potion. The result was immediate. The spider convulsed, struck by electric shocks, white light flashing as lightning hit its body. The second reason, Uziel thought, swinging his sword at the creature's energy barrier. Miraculously, it began to crack in moments, his target the pink petal on its forehead. His expression shifted with the tide of battle, a hidden strategy unfolding. To clear Chapter 6, Jackie's Dark Magic Path, additional info suggested, the enchanting tree petal, when absorbed, significantly boosts mental strength. It enhances perception speed, activates the Whispering Glass's critical point, and slows mana flow. A vital item with intriguing story elements. As another blade struck, he attacked, reinforcing his earlier analysis. The petal links to the final boss, Duchess Aheron. The spider lunged, he leapt to dodge. Focused on combat, his thoughts split. The great sword spider is actually the Duchess's husband. But I don't care much for that. I skipped the story to focus. Annoyed by constant attacks, his face showed frustration as he used Flash Step repeatedly, repositioning above the spider. Attacking the barrier before the petal causes the Duchess to show similar signs, making it easier for the heroines to strategize. Yet, he worried, I'm not sure if my attacks will hit at the right moment. A faint smile locked on his lips. I'll hit it as much as I can to take it down. In previous clashes, the spider struck first, so Uziel decided to act preemptively. Flash Step activated repeatedly, leaving only afterimages. 3 consecutive Flash Steps turned the area into his stage. The spider emitted eerie screeches at this shift. Exhausted from the performance, Uziel slowed. Before he could strategize further, his expression turned to shock. The spider moved erratically, green liquid trailing, and he realized the issue. I threw so many slip potions out already. With no choice, he charged again. Seeing the spider's odd movements and lack of footing, unease hit. Damn, the ballroom's below. Accelerating from inertia, he decided to act. Think, I need to track its direction. Speeding up, he caught up, their eyes locking, sweat dripping, teeth gritted in anger. His pupils flashed a unique color. Flash Step rewinding minutes to when the critical alert appeared. The battle with the Masquerade Temptation boss has begun. Following the alert, Hong Bian's group formed a tight combat cluster. Jackie gripped her black dress, blood-red music playing as her dance began, drawing all attention. Each step summoned red lightning, forming a bizarre magic circle beneath her. As she shifted her dance, the lightning altered the surroundings. Everyone dodged. The warning came too late. Lightning converged, striking. Nearby nobles were blasted back. Hong Bian, witnessing the powerful attack, turned to check. Everyone okay? A male student replied, yes. Calming herself, she analyzed. No time to hesitate, it's time to fight. She drew her staff, its tip glowing, facing a dark mage. As Jackie danced above, fire magic attacks targeted Hong Bian. Jackie scoffed, her confidence justified. Not so easy. A strange black formation appeared before her, effortlessly blocking the fire attack. But more came. Acel summoned 3 small ice formations, launching large ice pillars. Other students joined, unleashing spells. Unfortunately, similar magic circles blocked them all. The students were stunned. Our magic has no effect. As the group attacked, Jackie shifted to a new move. Red lightning formed overhead, startling them. She's attacking again. Be careful. 2 exclamation marks appeared in Flame's mind. Miraculously, she formed a complex magic array. Jackie noticed, recognizing something. Mimicking Jackie, Flame grasped her dress. Music played, and with an indifferent expression, Flame began the required dance. Others watched, puzzled. Acel spoke. Why are you dancing? Flame didn't answer, continuing. After a moment, she stopped, eyes half lowered, staring at Jackie. From her array, a golden light attack shot past Jackie, who stood frozen, fan in hand, eyes wide. Flame rejoiced inwardly. It worked, just like the novel. She shouted, "Everyone dance." Hong Bian and Acel looked stunned, and Flame explained, "We got hints from earlier stages. This isn't just a magic duel, it's a dance too. We can only cast spells through dancing." Hong Bian grasped it quickly. "So, the Duchess's dance can't be broken by normal magic." Acel added, "The dance counters Serena's silent dance, tied to Serena's farewell." Without hesitation, Hong Bian began dancing to the somber rhythm. Others, familiar with the dance, joined. Notes blended with their movements, and soon, magic attacks launched toward Jackie. Stunned, hiding behind her fan, Jackie faced a massive explosion centered on her. The music still echoed, and Acel, caught in its rhythm, felt a new wave of anxiety. Will that attack even work? But the music abruptly shifted, mirroring her unease. Huh? Wait. Amid the blood-red melody, a dark silhouette emerged from the smoke of the prior explosion, stirring new thoughts. The music's tempo is speeding up. Two other students noticed the same thing as Acel. "Look over there, what's that?" A foot stepped forward, revealing two additional legs protruding from beneath Jackie's dress. Her eyes glowed an eerie red. Someone warned, "Her legs have grown to 4 now, right?" The dark feet, stained from the blast, resumed dancing, shifting rapidly with the rhythm. Through the new cadence of her 4 legs, Jackie formed a denser, more intricate magical array behind her. "All right, let's do this properly," Jackie said, her face growing increasingly sinister. Seeing her like this, Flame couldn't hold back, shouting, "Stop, Jackie. If you keep embracing the role of Duchess Aheron, you won't come back." Jackie retorted, "What exactly do you want me to stop?" Look around. As dark magic spread, the nobles' chants grew relentless. "Jackie Aheron, Jackie Aheron." The group stood frozen, witnessing the scene. It was no longer beautiful, but grotesque. The nobles cheered to the music's beat. "As expected, you're stunning. The best answer. Punish those foolish challengers." Noticing Flame's stunned expression, Jackie added, "Full Flame, are you really that cruel?" Flame flinched. What? Old memories surfaced, mingling with strange, selfish thoughts. This sweet, exhilarating feeling. You've monopolized it, kept it for yourself. Flame always smiled, while Jackie, standing aside, harbored sadness. Now, her pent-up anger erupted. "I'll never let go of this heart, this feeling." Red lightning surged again. Sensing a massive mana release, Hong Bian warned, "It's coming. Protect yourselves." Jackie acted swiftly, energy beams bursting from her arrays. Thanks to the warning, Hong Bian and Acel raised protective shields, blocking the attack. But unexpectedly, a student beside Acel was hit. Acel noticed, but couldn't help. As she faltered, another force surged toward her, too fast to react. She closed her eyes, bracing, but opened them when nothing struck. A light shone on her face, confusion rising. Hong Bian, using her power, had formed a massive firewall, shielding Acel from danger. After helping, Hong Bian turned urgently. "Hey, idiot, why were you standing there distracted?" Acel stammered, "What?" Still dazed, Hong Bian raised her voice. "Fire magic defense is more effective for me, so let me handle it. You focus on blocking those lightning spells." Acel understood. "Oh, got it." Hong Bian continued. "Stay behind us and attack when you can." Flame noticed this shift in the princess, especially her addressing her. In that fleeting moment, Flame was baffled. What's going on? In the original story, Hong Bian's jealousy of Izel's abilities ruined teamwork, causing major losses. But now, she was reading the situation best. A blood-red energy attack surged toward Hong Bian, blocked by Izel's ice shield. Hong Bian, startled, glanced at her. Flame's thoughts raced. No way, Hong Bian and Acel are working together? Acel spoke casually. "Don't let your guard down either." Hong Bian, teased, snapped, "What?" Then Flame joined from behind, supporting both attack and defense. "I can't lose to them." With a defense in place, Flame counterattacked, forming a grand magic array and unleashing golden energy beams. Jackie's 3 dark magic barriers blocked them. Useless. But Flame smirked. The beams pierced through, causing another massive explosion at Jackie's center. Peering through the thicker smoke, the familiar question arose. Is it over? But a new black silhouette appeared, now with horns. Acel noticed first, then Hong Bian, then Flame. "Jackie." Jackie's voice changed, calling, "Flame, Flame." Her legs had fully transformed into those of the spider from the hallway. "Do you hate seeing me this happy?" The NPC nobles shifted, trembling, some vomiting. Jackie was losing control. "Why won't you leave me alone?" Feeling partly responsible, Flame shouted, "Jackie, that's not it. Please, snap out of it." But Jackie's rage peaked. "Shut up." Instantly, a blood-red magic layer formed, followed by a second divine array beneath. The red music resumed, and Jackie's smile locked in place. Hong Bian, stunned, exclaimed, "No way." Flame, equally shocked, thought, "This is..." Facing the danger, she analyzed. At least a level 5 risk. "I can't think straight. What do we do?" Looking ahead, Flame glanced upward, sensing movement. The sound grew louder, and she asked, What's that noise? Acel, sensing it, interjected. Flame flinched at her words, but another event unfolded. Jackie screamed, as if struck. Hong Bayan asked, what's happening? Flame, half glancing from afar, explained, I don't know why, but Uziel's fight with the great sword spider above is affecting Jackie down here. Jackie clutched her head in pain. Flame, disbelieving, thought, is Uziel fighting that beast alone to help us defeat this boss? As Jackie wailed helplessly again, Hong Bayan seized the moment. Now's our chance. After issuing the command, the three unleashed their magic skills once more. Princess Hong Bayan's flames, Izel's ice, and Flame's light surged forward. Ice struck first, freezing the legs of the leader sword spider. Hong Bayan's fire enveloped it next, followed by Flame's radiant blast. A massive explosion erupted as the elements clashed, dispersing the resulting smoke. Jackie shouted furiously, this is all you've got, brats? Her rage peaked. How dare you? At that moment, the original leader sword spider appeared in the room. Sensing something new, Hong Bayan asked anxiously, what's happening? Flame, equally puzzled, said, I don't know, something just dropped. Recognizing a familiar silhouette, Flame froze. No way, that's the great sword spider leader? Its massive body crashed from above, unconscious, cracking the ballroom floor. The group questioned, is it dead? A male student, trembling in disbelief, muttered, ridiculous. Uziel, a first year like us, hunted a level 4 monster alone. Not only the spider fell, behind them, Uziel lay unconscious. Before everyone's eyes, the giant spider had landed where Jackie stood. A friend of Jackie's, Flame, ascended the steps with sorrow. Jackie, pinned under the spider, struggled to rise, trembling as she confronted Flame. Why do you always ruin things for me? Her anger flared. I'll never forgive you. A new thought emerged. Oh, I get it. You couldn't win at dancing, so you resorted to tricks? Because no one dances better than me, right? Pathetic. You're just like me, jealous of someone prettier. With a manic grin. Haha, not just me. You're no different. Flame's sadness deepened, watching her friend's unraveling mind. Jackie, confused by Flame's gaze, asked, why were you looking at me like that? To shift her emotions, Flame turned to Acel. Can you summon an ice mirror? Acel replied, yes. Jackie smirked. No matter what nonsense you pull, I'm still prettier. At Flame's request, Acel conjured an ice mirror before Jackie. She stared, stunned. Huh. Half her face had morphed into a spider's. Disbelieving, she stammered. This? A male student checked on Uziel, now stirring. You okay? Ugh, my head. Jackie's screams shattered the silence. Is this my face? You're lying. This isn't a mirror, is it? Uziel, awake, pressed a finger to his lips as Jackie ranted. You're tricking me with this image, right? It's disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Her cries escalated. Please, remove the mirror. The nobles who'd supported Jackie at the ball now fell silent. The Duchess was no longer beautiful. Knowing what came next, they bowed their heads, letting Jackie rage in agony. No, I don't want this. I hate it. This isn't me. Her spider-like hand reached out, pleading, Flame, please, do anything, save me. Her tone shifted. You think I'd beg? A sword-like spider leg emerged, her transformed arm lunging at Flame. It's your fault I'm like this. Dot. Red-white flames clashed, but Jackie was the one wounded. Something beneath Flame pierced her. Jackie's dazed eyes widened, recalling joyful moments with Hei Wonriang. She couldn't be saved. The group could only end her suffering through sacrifice. Hong Bayan's flames ignited. Acel lowered her head in guilt for her role, and Hong Bayan shared the same regret. Flame, the saddest, knew she'd partly caused this death. As Jackie faded, Flame whispered, I'm sorry, Jackie. Truly sorry. As she fell, a notification appeared. The tale of Duchess Aharon, who achieved supreme beauty and fame, ends. You've conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Outside, where teams entered gates, another announcement sounded. Team A6, simulation training complete, students exited. Group B3's simulation training also concluded. Emerging students heard instructor Uziel order. Evacuate them immediately. A teacher replied, Yes, sir, all clear. Uziel's gaze fixed on the last gate, worry forming. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate beside him flickered, red lightning crackling around it. Sensing danger, Uziel turned to an assistant. The waves are shifting. Prepare now. Yes. Before more could be said, the gate warped, its space expanding, the red hue fading. Uziel watched intently, then smirked. The ant defeated the tiger. Following his words, students emerged, save one, and the red gate vanished. Seeing them escape, such perils sparked chatter. They conquered a level 5 persona gate as mere students? Even seasoned veterans find that tough. Questions arose. Is that boy the leader? Arian, surprised, retracted her earlier jest, then laughed at herself. Let's retreat. Yes, ma'am. Outside, Uziel raised his sword to his chest. I report. Persona Gate conquest complete. 16 participants, 1 casualty, 15 safely returned. Instructor Uziel's face soured. One sacrifice, after all. Refocusing, he ordered. Well done. I'll summon a healing mage. Rest now. Yes, sir. A voice interrupted. What happened while I was gone? All eyes turned to the familiar tone. A figure appeared. Seems something went down, huh? Uziel froze, caught off guard. Principal Stella Elman Eltwin, the great 9th-tier mage, approached with a smile. You'll tell me everything, right? The scene shifts to Stella Building Number 1, the principal's office, where Beck Uziel walks alongside Principal Elman Eltwin down the corridor. As he moves, his face carries an indescribable hint of bewilderment, tinged with a new concern. A private conversation with Elman Eltwin. No way. Why am I feeling so anxious? His eyes darted to the side, as if complaining about some decision. That's why I didn't want to be the leader. Flashing back to before they left the Persona Gate, Princess Hongbian gathered everyone as if to address a major issue. Wouldn't it be better to appoint a leader to report the situation before we leave? With a nonchalant expression, Beck Uziel's thumb pointed toward Acel. How about Acel? Having just woken from a fainting spell, Acel looked bewildered at the sudden responsibility directed at her. However, from the start, neither Hongbian nor Flame had any intention of letting him escape the role. Both wore matching expressions, arms crossed casually, and said, Commoner, I've been watching closely, and you dare openly dismiss your own contributions? Your Highness, no matter how you look at it, that's not right. Sweat dripped down Beck Uziel's face, and for some reason, as if a special task had been pinned on Acel, he added, I think I'm pretty good, but not this time. He froze, his thoughts trailing off vaguely. You think so too, right? His eyes shut tightly. So, in the end, I was forced to become the leader. What the hell happened while I was unconscious? But his thoughts were quickly interrupted as the principal's voice rang out, bringing a new topic. Is this the third time we've met? Beck Uziel's eyes widened as he looked at the principal, who continued. You've grown taller since last time, haven't you? Slightly confused and still young, not quite grasping the principal's meaning, he froze again. What's he talking about? As he tried to process this, old memories suddenly flooded back. A small village ravaged by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink. In that snow-covered place, Beck Uziel stood alone. At that time, despite having a body unable to wield magic, he diligently trained in his one and only magical skill, blink. In that moment, his gaze shifted to the side as a voice called out. You're incredible. A figure wrapped in heavy clothing appeared, adding to Beck Uziel's newfound bewilderment. You have an interesting talent. I'll write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my academy and take the entrance exam. There'll be bonus points. That figure was none other than the current principal of Stellar Academy, Elman Elthwin. Snapping him back to reality, the principal spoke again. The reason I called you here is? Beck Uziel jolted slightly. Teacher Lean smiled and continued. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Academy for preventing that potential crisis. Beck Uziel sat there, deep in thought. It started with me, but the principal's words are still there, and I have no intention of revealing this to the outside. Of course, if the damage to the students had been severe, things would have been different. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. And there's one thing I need to confirm. Beck Uziel instinctively focused on these words. In an instant, the principal's expression turned cold. Was there anything wrong inside that gate? In that moment, cold sweat began to trickle down Beck Uziel's body. What's with that look? No wonder they call you the Black Witch Slayer. Even so, I'm not even a Black Witch. Caught between hiding the truth and speaking it, Beck Uziel chose to tell the truth, though his anxiety lingered. Yes, a student died. Jackie showed signs of corruption from black magic. With an expression devoid of empathy, the principal replied, Is that so? That's unfortunate, isn't it? Being affected by corruption means there were dark emotions in their heart from the start, and no one can resist that. Beck Uziel could clearly sense there was no real regret in his tone. Before he could fully process the situation, the principal brought up another matter. Oh, look at my mind. He chuckled. I haven't even offered you a drink yet. With his characteristic bright smile, he asked, Coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks? Others might not notice, but from this point on, it would be a proper conversation. Seizing key information, Beck Uziel made his choice. I'd like tea, he said nonchalantly. Is there a tea called Liddy? The principal looked at him with curiosity about Liddy, then immediately flashed a knowing smile. There is. Wait just a moment. Beck Uziel let out a soft sigh of relief. Lucky break. Time passed, and the principal brought out a cup of tea, placing it on the table. That's right, Lai Tai is quite surprising. Not many people know about it, and even fewer enjoy it. Beck Uziel responded. Thank you. He picked up the cup and took a sip. Savoring the tea, he showed no particular expression, but his thoughts revealed the atmosphere. As expected, it's pretty bland. Compared to earth foods, it's like durian or fermented skate. It's a matter of taste, but it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. Its distinct aroma turns them off, and they won't even try it. But those who love it become obsessed. The reason he chose Liddy was because this private meeting with Elman Elthwin was a branching point and an opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised magic lessons. Acel, who picked a carbonated drink, gained magical enlightenment. And Liddy was Elman Elthwin's favorite tea. The only issue was that he glanced over, waiting for the principal to continue. About Liddy, you see, it was exclusively enjoyed by the El tribe in the Western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune along with the Lai tribe. The recipe for Lai tea was said to have vanished. The principal smiled, looking at the cup in his hand. This must be one of the last light teas in the world. If humans hadn't been so greedy, we could still enjoy it today. Such a pity, Beck Uziel said. But his next words caught the principal off guard. Is that so? But it's strange. Because I'm still drinking it now. As he set the cup down, the principal hurriedly asked, "WL, is there more of it?" Beck Uziel replied, curtly, "No." At this, Elman Eltwin's expression shifted, revealing disappointment. "I thought as much. But it was too early to despair," as Beck Uziel interjected. "But I know about it. The recipe for Lai tea." The principal's eyes widened, the quiet atmosphere shattered as he couldn't contain his excitement. "What? Really? How did you get that recipe?" Beck Uziel, realizing he'd spoken too quickly, grew slightly flustered. "Well," he thought, "this is a bit hard to explain. I can't exactly say I got it from a game." Under the principal's expectant gaze, he slowly said, "My late mother taught me, so that's how I know." With a hint of sadness, he shared this. The final touch, mentioning his mother's nurturing, tugged at his emotions. The principal's mood softened. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Beck Uziel brushed off the sadness. "It's fine. No need to apologize." His thoughts returned. Thankfully, things were going smoothly. Regaining his usual composure, the principal cleared his throat and asked again. "So, would you consider selling that recipe to me? I'll pay you handsomely." Elman Eltwin couldn't hide his eagerness, but Beck Uziel had been waiting for this moment. "Finally, the moment I've been waiting for," he said immediately. "Actually, there's something I want from you more than money." "Principal," he continued, and the principal asked, "Oh? What is it?" Surprising him again, Beck Uziel revealed, "Your spatial enchantment technique. I'd like your help with it, even just once." Stunned by the choice, the principal questioned, "What? Why not reconsider? The Lai tea recipe is no longer in production, and it could fetch a much higher price than that. But my magical technique isn't practical. You understand what that means, right?" Beck Uziel sat quietly. "I understand perfectly about Elman Eltwin's spatial magic and Antareis's alchemy techniques. And by using a mana vessel controlled by a soul mage, I could create an incredible multidimensional space. It would be a storage space, one that could only be created by a mage who mastered 8th tier spatial attributes. As such, very few in this world could achieve it. But with the help of 9th tier mage Elman Eltwin, he could create the most advanced storage space in his imagination." Smiling brightly, he continued, "More than a few coins. As an alchemist mage seeking the truth of matter, understanding the essence of magic and its principles, I consider this the most precious gift of my life. So please, I'm asking for your guidance." Hearing these repeated surprises, the principal let out a sigh and a smile. Under Beck Uziel's expectant gaze, he replied, "All right, if that's truly what you want, let's make a deal." Beck Uziel's joy was evident. "Fantastic." Meanwhile, at the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden sat in his chair, facing someone. Clenching his fists, he addressed the other party. "I heard a story. The Persona Gate was quite a challenge, and you failed to open it, didn't you, Raiden?" As the Vice Principal spoke, the person engaging with him was Professor Raiden from the Crescent Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I'm afraid the cult leader will be furious if they learn the truth about this." The Vice Principal adjusted his coat, cutting in, "You tried to be overly rigid, and that's what caused the trouble. I'm not particularly sorry about your failure, but there were still other ways." Professor Raiden remained indifferent, as if sensing something. Under the dangerous gaze of Aki Hayden, Raiden voiced his suspicion. "Are you planning to make Professor Maizen lose control?" An eerie silence hung in the air, and the conversation ended with Professor Raiden's departure. "If there's nothing more to report, I'll take my leave." Down the long corridor, the professor walked silently. During this, he began forming new judgments. The only practical reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with a few students capable of participating in the upcoming Aslan seminar. Though they had opened a gate with a level 5 risk, far beyond their capabilities, who could have imagined that Flame, Acel, Princess Adalovit, and even Hongbayan would all emerge safely? Glancing at a nearby window, the professor quietly assessed. None of this was part of the plan. Lost in these thoughts, the professor suddenly turned as someone spoke. "Professor, it's been a while." Raiden slowly turned to see the polite smile of a student, Mao Song. Crossing his arms, Mao continued, "When I was younger, you seemed like a dangerous beast. But now, I hardly recognize you acting so human." Before Raiden could respond, Mao Song raised a serious issue. "Really, my friends nearly got hurt recently. Was that planned by some old man weighed down by burdens, moving too slowly?" At these words, Professor Raiden turned to Mao Song with a cold expression. "Even if you're a young master, please refrain from disrespectful words and actions." "Friends, you say?" Mao Song's face darkened. The professor ended with a question. "Are you too immersed in playing the role of a student?" But Raiden was taken aback when Mao Song's tone shifted entirely. "So it's not just your appearance that's changed? You dare speak so arrogantly and rudely in front of me." An invisible yet tangible pressure began weighing down on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but his expression grew tense as beads of sweat appeared on his face. Mao Song's demeanor and aura had completely transformed. Raiden felt the spirit of a king emanating from him, accompanied by a warning. It'd be wise to be careful. A smile followed. "You lot are such a nuisance and an eyesore. See you next time." Mao Song walked away slowly, step by step, the sound of his footsteps oddly unsettling. The professor pressed a fist to his chest. When Mao Song had completely disappeared, Raiden gasped, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. If it's for the sake of the Moonshadow cult, this is nothing. The scene shifts. The focus moves to Princess Hong Baiyan's group, standing somewhere. Two female classmates, visibly worried, addressed the princess. Princess, we're glad you're safe. We heard the academy made a mistake in setting up the Persona Gate. Is that true? Honestly, what kind of work are they doing? At these words, Princess Hong Baiyan looked down, her contemplative expression unsurprising. As expected, the other students don't know about this. Considering the academy's stance, it's understandable. Just then, someone called her name in a voice impossible to ignore. The princess turned to confirm. Senior. A male student approached with a smile. This was Edmund Adalek, a third-year student at the academy, still wearing his bright smile. Edmund continued. No need to be so formal and stiff. He felt a bit awkward with overly formal language. Despite this shift, Princess Hong Baiyan responded calmly. The academy maintains a strict hierarchy. Hearing her cold tone, Edmund quickly changed the subject. Haha, I'm just glad you're safe. I was really worried something might have happened to you. With her usual expression, the princess replied, curtly. I'm fine, senior. No need to worry. A sudden thought crossed her mind. This cunning old fox isn't worried about me, but rather his own interests. The two major powers of the Adalovic kingdom, the Orkan ducal family supporting Princess Hong Baiyan and the Adalek ducal family, the only one capable of rivaling and opposing the Orkans. Among them, Edmund was the sole heir of the Adalek ducal family. His likely goal was to help her become queen and marry her. Realizing his previous approach wasn't working, Edmund shifted topics. Oh, right. Would you like to play soul chess? There's a tournament coming up for students. Though Princess Hong Baiyan had little interest in soul chess, she nodded in agreement. Sure, let's do it. Seeing an opportunity to get closer, Edmund placed a hand on her shoulder and said coldly. All right, today I'll teach you a move. Watch closely and learn it. Caught off guard by this action, Hong Baiyan bit her lip, unwilling to yield. As she followed Edmund, who was greeting others ahead, she closed her eyes, calmly thinking. The painful truth is that I can't become queen without the help of someone like him. If only I had some kind of power, even if it came from someone with strength equal to the Adalek Duke standing by my side. At that moment, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze to the window. Beck Uziel. By chance, he passed by outside, catching her eye. But she quickly turned back to Edmund as he spoke. Hong Baiyan, what are you doing? Hurry up. Still hesitant, she glanced back at the window. It seemed he had already left. Princess Hong Baiyan moved from her spot. Yes, senior. The scene shifts to Beck Uziel holding a flower petal, pausing in a corner, hands on his hips as he examined it, pondering. Let's see. Is this enough? The surroundings turned pink, and the petal in his hand floated upward. A status window appeared. Absorbing the enchanting tree's petal will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently grant a small boost to resistance against charm-based magic. Beck Uziel status. Strength, 2 stars, 73%. Perception, 2 stars, 57%. Agility, 2 stars, 42%. Stamina, 2 stars, 19%. Endurance, 0 stars, 99%. Mental strength, 2 stars, 24%. Magic power, not applicable. Seeing the change, he smiled slightly. Not bad at all. More information followed. The Constellatio project grants you a special reward. Beck Uziel rubbed his chin, forming a new judgment. Thanks to completing a new stage, I got this special reward. So what should I take this time? Should I use another growth item? Suddenly, he realized something. Could I take Marikan's necklace? The system responded. Possible. He nodded, satisfied. Then I'll take it. New information appeared. You have received Marikan's necklace, superior grade. Description, a necklace crafted by Mekin, a future alchemist engineer, designed to create a barrier at its limit to protect the wearer's life. Special function, Marikan's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below, usable only once. Without hesitation, he put the necklace around his neck. It's a shame it's one-time use. But ensuring my survival isn't a bad deal. With the 8th episode approaching, he would have to face the awakened professor, Mazen Tyran. More information followed. The hatred branch has accumulated 78% of its value. Beck Uziel smiled brightly. Good. Preparations for fighting Mazen Tyran are going smoothly. Then I guess I'll rely on Alterisha for the rest. The scene shifts to the International Alchemy Organization. Beck Uziel arrived at the location, standing before an area. A cheerful person greeted him. This is the 13th branch of the Cordon Vitalist School, the annex by the Great Elm Tree in Alchemy City. He responded, I'm here to meet Alchemist Alterisha. The receptionist's expression was clear. I'm very sorry, but you can't meet her right now. Knowing this might happen, he looked slightly puzzled, slipping his hand into his coat and muttering, I knew it. Immediately, he produced a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Alterisha. The receptionist was flustered. Oh my, the exchange that followed was simpler. My apologies, I'll guide you right away. This way, please. Thank you. At the door to Alterisha's research room, the receptionist called out. Miss Alterisha, you have a visitor. There was no response. The receptionist spoke again. We're coming in. At that moment, Beck Uziel flinched, startled by a sensation. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, releasing immense pressure. The explosion caused the door to shake violently, but fortunately, it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the view, but thankfully, it didn't seem like a major accident. Beck Uziel stood there, remarking, "That was unexpected." Having pulled the receptionist aside just as the door trembled, he felt a twinge of concern for himself. We almost got into trouble there. Waving away the smoke in front of him, Beck Uziel stepped cautiously into the room. With the smoke still thick, he called out loudly, "Assistant, are you okay?" A quick response came. "Hey, is that you, Beck Uziel?" Despite the chaos of the explosion, Assistant Altarisha was unharmed and greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Welcome. I want to show you something." At the same time, a familiar figure appeared beside her, none other than the Golden Alchemist, Waysek Gordon. Beck Uziel hadn't noticed him yet, but he did catch Altarisha's expression, thinking to himself, the explosion didn't even faze her? Their attention shifted to the Golden Alchemist as he noticed something about the bracelet on his wrist. "Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet." On the silver bracelet was a button, which he pressed with his finger. A green shield materialized, enveloping his entire arm. Excitedly, he explained, "If we press this button twice, even in this state alone, it boasts third-tier strength." Beck Uziel was surprised, but the demonstration wasn't over. Waysek continued, "Oh, but what if we press it one more time? Isn't it amazing? Even if your mana is low or you're an ordinary person unable to use magic, you can still deploy this shield magic at least once." Its defensive power reached only 500, but it could be incredibly useful in a critical situation. Before the three of them, a shield 3 times larger than Waysek's face appeared, replacing the smaller one. Notably, there were no magical runes etched onto it. The Golden Alchemist couldn't hide his amazement. If this is revealed to the world, it'll turn everything upside down. All thanks to this genius child, Altarisha. He noticed Beck Uziel's presence. "Oh, come to think of it, you're a co-author too." He pulled Beck Uziel closer. "How about joining the world of alchemy, as an alchemist?" Beck Uziel wanted this, but his response left them both stunned. "I can't survive as an alchemist because I have no mana." Witnessing a prodigy in alchemy who lacked mana, Waysek Gordon exclaimed, "What? What did you just say?" This secret, up until now, seemed unknown to anyone in the academy, though it wasn't exactly a secret. Beck Uziel explained, "A congenital condition that prevents me from absorbing mana, slowing the leakage of mana." Waysek Gordon pushed up his goggles, still in disbelief. "What you just said? You don't mean..." Altarisha finished his thought. "Is that what they call a limited lifespan?" Beck Uziel calmly accepted this, but his eyes drifted elsewhere, thinking, "Yes, it's a big deal. But is that really true?" To ease their tension, Beck Uziel added, "My time may be limited, but I don't plan on dying. I'll handle it, so don't worry." Hearing this, Altarisha sighed in relief. "Oh, right." To dispel the heavy atmosphere, Beck Uziel raised his hand. "Also, can I take a look at that shield bracelet?" Waysek Gordon was startled. "Huh? Oh, sure." After receiving the silver bracelet, Beck Uziel examined it with his encyclopedia glasses. Information about the bracelet appeared. He noted, "It's definitely still in its early stages, with plenty of rough and unnecessary parts." Smiling at Altarisha, he asked, "Hold on, can I borrow your magic soldering pen?" Surprised but unopposed, Altarisha handed it over. "Oh, here." Waysek Gordon's eyebrows twitched, unsure of what Beck Uziel was planning. "Oh, what's the kid trying to do?" The silence was broken by Altarisha, who knew what Beck Uziel intended and didn't want anyone to interfere. Returning to Beck Uziel, after taking the magic soldering pen, he carefully applied it to the silver bracelet containing special information. His thoughts interrupted. "With the connection point from the magic soldering pen and the encyclopedia glasses, I'll engrave the complete shield bracelet of the future, erasing the original, creating a more efficient structure, and enhancing the quality." Everything was done. When he activated it, a shield far larger and stronger than before was created. Waysek Gordon's jaw dropped as he checked it with his measuring glasses. "This can't be." In excitement and anticipation, he announced, "The defensive value has risen to 800, nearly 1.5 times more effective." He exclaimed in admiration, his face flushed. "No wonder she called you a co-author. Have you ever considered working as my equal? Don't worry about not using magic. I'll assign a few alchemists to craft magic shuttles for you." Beck Uziel was grateful, but declined. "Haha, sorry. I have my own reasons for pursuing my dream of being a magic warrior." Waysek sighed regretfully. "Oh, that's too bad." Beck Uziel added, "But I do have a favor to ask." He held up a purple orb, the mana vessel. "Can you create an item with this?" Altarisha took it, asking, "A kind of charm?" Without rushing, Beck Uziel surprised them both. "It's spatial magic." The principal of Stella also said he'd lend a hand. Both froze. Altarisha composed herself. "First, what?" The principal. Waysek Gordon was speechless. "Oh, that old man decided to help you? You're really a troublemaker." Altarisha hesitated. "I want to help you, but I've never tried working with elemental attributes." Beck Uziel smiled. "I know. I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time as you master the skill." His thoughts. It might take a few months. Both agreed. All right, leave it to us. It's time to create a masterpiece. Back at Stella Academy's classroom, Acel sat at her desk, flustered. Things aren't looking good. She glanced at Beck Uziel, sitting absently nearby. Seeing him yawn, Acel hesitated. Should I ask him? Before she could act, someone approached first, a familiar voice calling. Commoner Beck Uziel. Princess Hong Bayan appeared at his desk, saying, I have something important to discuss. Are you free? Acel watched them, puzzled. Another important matter? Beck Uziel replied. Nothing too big. Acel saw Princess Hong Bayan lead him out of the classroom. After they left, Acel sank back into her gloom. What they're talking about doesn't concern me, does it? Why do I feel so strange? The two walked down the corridor in silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Beck Uziel broke the silence. So, what do you want to talk about? Princess Hong Bayan stopped and replied. In the world of alchemy, they say an alchemical technology product has been developed. She turned to look at him, finding him somewhat handsome, then got to the point. I heard you're a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused, considering, given the information network of the Adalabit royal family, this is an obvious outcome. Staying calm, Beck Uziel responded. So what? Do you want a direct connection to the ink trade through me? Seeing he'd guessed her intentions, Princess Hong Bayan crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and spoke with noble coldness. I won't deny it, but don't misunderstand. The item is important, but building a relationship with someone like you is even more so. Beck Uziel was taken aback. Oh, huh? His thoughts interrupted. I didn't expect her to think so highly of me. This is definitely different from the original story. Maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hong Bayan's death. As cold as she'd been before, she now showed a hint of shyness. So, how about having lunch with me? Suddenly, someone interrupted. Oh, is that Hong Bayan? Both turned, startled, to see third-year student Edmund Adalek. His tone was annoyed. You turned down lunch with me, saying you had something important? I didn't expect you to be with a commoner like this. What a disappointment. Behind Edmund Adalek's cold expression, the three of them stood in silence for a long while. But soon, that stillness was swiftly broken by the thoughts, and the intense gaze locked onto the other from Beck Uziel. That man, Beck Uziel had seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags leading Princess Hong Bayan to her destruction. Edmund Adalek, judging by his attitude just now, seemed unaware that he was a co-author of the report generated by that random algorithm. At that moment, Princess Hong Bayan suddenly spoke, startling Beck Uziel and interrupting his thoughts. He's not an ordinary commoner. I'm considering connecting with the alchemist Anirissa through this commoner. So please don't interfere right now. However, Edmund Adalek wouldn't let that happen. A dangerous smile spread across his face. Hey, Hong Bayan, do you really think that? What kind of power could a mere commoner like him have to help you? Am I not far better than that? Beck Uziel listened to the criticism directed at him, but as always, indifference dominated his thoughts. It was almost amusing to glance at the princess beside him. His thoughts continued. Well, I'm used to being looked down on as a commoner by now. Though he knew the other was a significant supporter, Princess Hong Bayan coldly countered Adalek's earlier remark. What exactly do you mean by that, senior? Seeing the princess's less-than-pleasant expression, Beck Uziel didn't want things to escalate too far and immediately cut into their conversation with his own words. All right, let's just pretend we never discussed the item exchange. Princess Hong Bayan jolted and spun around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmund Adalek was quite pleased with this. Good thinking. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Beck Uziel suddenly brought up another important matter. Oh, by the way, regarding the item trade, I'll make sure to tell them that Duke Adalek flat out refused to supply the Adalavit kingdom. At this, Edmund Adalek's face turned cold, though his dangerous smile remained. Hey, you're getting a bit too cocky. Do you know what happens when a first year dares to challenge a third year? Beck Uziel replied nonchalantly. So what? That's not my concern. Worried by his direct confrontation, Princess Hong Bayan found herself in a slightly awkward position. Commoner, you know the hierarchy at Stella is strictly enforced. Besides, he's known as the most influential among the third-year students. What were you thinking, saying those things without regard for either of us? Beck Uziel turned to leave. Then I'll take my leave. The gazes of the other two locked onto his retreating figure. Then, a clear look of disdain appeared on Edmund Adalek's face. How can a first year not know how terrifying his seniors are? It seems I need to make this guy's school life a bit more enjoyable. Seeing her efforts come to nothing, Hong Bayan's face showed clear disappointment. Meanwhile, Beck Uziel had stepped out into the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he carried a private sorrow. Sorry, Hong Bayan. But if that guy isn't brought down, Hong Bayan will never have a happy ending. Whether she inherits the throne or Duke Adalek falls, in the end, death will come. It's inevitable. His steps suddenly halted, his gaze sharply turning to one side. At the very least, I won't let Hong Bayan bow to that guy. His eyes shifted toward the moving students in the distance. Far off, it was Hong Bayan, hiding behind a corner of a wall. Feeling utterly helpless, Princess Hong Bayan could only slap her forehead. Should I just throw away everything tied to this princess's honor? The reason Edmund Adalek kept interfering with her was clear. Maybe he wants me to never stand on my own 2 feet. That way, I'd have no choice but to depend on him. Her helplessness grew as she stood there alone. Looking at her clenched fist, The earlier sadness deepened. I missed a good opportunity. Am I really incapable of doing anything on my own? At that moment, Princess Hongbian's eyes suddenly widened as if realizing something. Wait a second. The figure and voice from earlier flooded back into her mind. I'll make sure to tell them that Duke Adalek flat out refused to supply the Adalovit kingdom. Thinking back, as a commoner, why would he say something like that? Normally, he shouldn't be drawing attention to himself like this. But instead, he directly provoked him. She had a strange feeling about this. Don't tell me. The scene shifted to nighttime, in a row of rooms at the academy. Beck Uziel appeared, holding something in his hand, opening a gift box, and smiling brightly. Great, it arrived safely. A 3-compartment box revealed itself, a bracelet, a necklace, and a ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like accessories, their integrated capabilities were remarkable. Sitting there, staring at them for a long time, Beck Uziel fell into deep thought. Antareis's prototype items arrived faster than I expected. Hesitating, he added a question. Now, what were these for again? An information panel appeared instantly. The necklace, a shield layer, low to medium level. Description: activates a protective layer covering the entire body when worn. Agility effect plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: body shield level 1, 125 BP, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Beck Uziel's excitement was evident. Oh, this is better than I expected. The ring in his other hand displayed new information. Unidentified dagger ring, medium level. Description: when used, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and generates a new mana dagger. Agility effect plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function: magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item among the three was detailed. Shield bracelet, low to medium level. Description: when activated, it transforms into a protective forearm brace. Strength effect plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function: shield level 1, 1000 BP. He gave the bracelet a compliment. As expected of Antarissa, she's already making mid-tier items. Clenching his fist, a new smile appeared. I need to test these in real combat to send feedback to Antarissa, and I've already informed Dr. Hans Gordon. Now, everything's ready. It's time to slowly crush Duke Adalek. A few days later, the second exam approached. This exam was divided into 2 parts, practical and theoretical. In the practical part, the magical combat test was graded differently depending on the type of magic used. For example, lightning magic was graded based on maximum voltage and number of connections. Wind magic was scored based on the explosive force generated. Ice magic was evaluated by maximum coldness and coverage range. For healing magic, light magic, and other special attributes, there were many aspects to consider, but the most anticipated was still the fire attribute. Who else but Princess Hongbian? Watching everyone continuously showcase their abilities, Beck Uziel couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the main characters, they're on a completely different level. Then, in front of him, an instructor looked back and spoke. Beck Uziel, it's your turn. Beck Uziel stepped into the testing area. The supervisor signaled, prepare to begin. Use exactly one of your abilities. From his position, Beck Uziel dashed forward toward the pillars and a slightly large red button on top. Using his flash step, he easily moved to the pillars and pressed the red button. His focus and lack of wasted movements made each button press effortless. At the evaluation corner, the supervisors couldn't hide their surprise at his performance. Every time I see it, it's unimaginable. No delay in executing the flash step, and he orients and performs it perfectly right away. Truly remarkable. When Beck Uziel stopped, the supervisor's announcement rang out. Beck Uziel's test is complete. Standing there alone, looking off indifferently, he sank into new thoughts. With this, I've completed part of the practical test. I can't use magic, so the rest is pretty much a bust. But if I score high on the theoretical test with my glasses, it'll balance out. At that moment, Beck Uziel flinched, looking back in confusion as someone approached and called his name. So you're Beck Uziel, huh? A group of students approached, clearly mocking him. Heard a first year like you dared to argue with a third year? You're beyond help. Man, if I were a freshman, I couldn't even imagine doing that. Looking at the group that came to pick a fight, Beck Uziel's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking to himself. So it started, huh? Adalek's lackeys. As expected, one of them got close and spoke right in his face. Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us. The guy's face then seemed to pale. Not planning to look away, huh? Despite the taunts, Beck Uziel remained calm, thinking, I saw this coming. Still, a hint of irritation showed on his face. He felt slightly annoyed at having to take a beating from these punks. Still maintaining that intense stare, Beck Uziel silently observed the person approaching to provoke him further. The guy smirked perfectly. Look at this kid. I told you to lower your eyes. Beck Uziel calmly listened as the other hurled insults at him. This damn brat is even more insolent than I thought. A commoner, huh? And I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, get on your knees, you bastard. At that moment, Diane, a second-year senior, passing by, noticed the commotion. Since she was already looking, she thought for a moment. What's this? A fight? The distance wasn't far, so Diane quickly recognized that the group was Edmund's lackeys. More importantly, she noticed Beck Uziel was there too. Huh, isn't that the freshman we met at the Mate's graveyard? His name was Beck Uziel, if she recalled correctly. After thinking it over, she put her hands on her hips and called out loudly, "What are you guys doing over there?" As she approached, the guy turned to Diane and said, "Can't you see? I'm teaching my junior a lesson. Don't interfere." Diane, this kid dared to talk back to a third-year senior. As seniors, it's our duty to discipline juniors. Hearing the argument, others nearby noticed her presence as well. Is that Diane? Isn't she from Class S? Quickly grasping the situation, Diane turned to look at Beck Uziel, showing clear surprise. But after observing him more closely, a new thought emerged. Beck Uziel, is he about to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a 5th-rank summoner, he should easily handle these guys. Why is he letting himself get caught up in this mess? No way she'd hesitate any longer. Diane decided to intervene. "No, don't do that." The guy was taken aback by her decision. "What?" Diane continued calmly, closing her eyes. "If, as you say, a freshman defied a third-year senior, this isn't a small matter. In a mage army unit, that would be considered insubordination. So, what I'm suggesting is, why don't we hold a special training session for the junior?" Hearing this, both sides were momentarily stunned, exchanging puzzled glances. That kind of training needs approval from the student council president. Having made her suggestion, Diane decided to take charge. "I'll go get the approval. So let's do this properly." Suddenly presented with a more legitimate course of action, the guy flashed another perfect smile. Adding a hint of menace, he looked straight at Beck Uziel and said, "All right, sounds fun." The group then left, leaving the scene behind. Both pairs of eyes followed them, leaving only Diane and Beck Uziel. Diane spoke up next. "Sorry for stepping in, but if I hadn't, they wouldn't have let you off so easily." Beck Uziel didn't say anything, but showed clear surprise. "Huh, she's saying they wouldn't let me off?" Without getting a response, Diane ventured a guess. "You're planning to use this humiliation to strike back hard, aren't you?" Someone smart enough to defeat a summoner wouldn't pick a fight without reason. There's only one reason: to put an end to Stella's stupid traditions. The senior ritual. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Beck Uziel stood there silently listening, then looked bewildered. "Me? What? Who am I and where am I? Why am I in this situation?" Back to the main issue. Looking at the group that hadn't yet disappeared from view, Diane continued analyzing her earlier words in more detail. But among them, some have no choice but to follow Edmund. They're called the coerced, bound by their family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like that be punished. She then placed a hand on his shoulder, offering encouragement. "So I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president." Hearing this, Beck Uziel sensed impending danger and started sweating profusely, unsure of what to do, a helpless smile stretching across his face. What's she been talking about this whole time? Time passed quickly, and some green drawings were vividly sketched out. It was a different form created by some professor. This was the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. The students below began their written tests. Among them, some couldn't help but complain. "Ugh, I don't understand any of this. Can I even finish it today?" However, one student stood out by standing up and leaving their seat. It was Beck Uziel. When he put on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed that of forgetful professors. "Add it up, and I'm done." The test supervisor, receiving his paper, was a bit flustered. "Huh? It's only been 20 minutes. Are you giving up?" Beck Uziel, walking away, turned back to explain, "No, I've finished." It sounded absurd, so the supervisor looked at his answers. "What? You mean?" From initial confusion, it turned into outright shock. This, tucking his glasses into his coat, Beck Uziel calmly walked away, saying, "I didn't study at all, but finishing feels refreshing." However, things grew slightly complicated as he paused, looking in one direction where people were talking about him. "That's Beck Uziel, right? I heard a freshman dared to defy Edmund Adalek. Looks like he's about to get properly disciplined." Standing there stunned, he knew something bad was brewing again. Looks like the whole school knows now. His gaze dropped, and now Diane's gotten involved, talking about special training for juniors. Simply put, it was a place where seniors could directly challenge juniors. They'd duel one-on-one. At Stella, seniors were forbidden from insulting or attacking juniors. But in the training session, seniors could legally discipline juniors through challenges. In reality, it was just seniors using magic to beat up juniors. That's why it required approval from the student council president to prevent abuse. However, Class S students could propose it directly to the council. "I should have just knelt and gone to bed." Recalling that moment, he sighed. Throughout his walk back to his room, Beck Uziel gradually came to a decision. Things have come to this. He opened a box containing a special item, a teddy bear. Holding it in his hands, a confident smile flickered. "If I can't avoid it, I'll just enjoy it slowly." The scene shifted to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was reviewing documents and noticed the commotion outside. This was Moreau Yoon, the second-year Class S Student Council president. And as expected, the person who had confronted Beck Uziel earlier was now present, exuding seriousness. The president promptly asked, "Diane, what brings you here?" Without wasting a second, Diane placed a piece of paper on the president's desk. Her tone softened slightly. "I'd like to request approval for a special training session for a junior, targeting Beck Uziel, a Class S freshman." The president, surprised, responded, "Huh? I thought you hated these ridiculous things. Why now? Showing no emotion, Diane replied. That's exactly why I'm doing it. Since this was a serious matter, the president cautioned, I don't know what you're planning, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't possibly beat a second year. The gap created by experience isn't something stats can bridge, yet you still want to request this training session. Waving the paper, Diane smiled and said, if you want to know why, come watch, it'll be fun. Seeing her sudden change, the president's eyes narrowed, and she sighed. Seriously, what are you scheming? Meanwhile, a voice approached from outside. Oh, student Moreau-yoon. The figure of Baek Yuziel's earlier test supervisor entered, holding a paper. Could you review this report? It's a student's thesis submission. Recognizing the person, the president greeted. Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. Did this exam produce a thesis worthy of the academy? However, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. Last time, what you submitted wasn't quite up to par, but you insisted on sending it. The professor laughed. Haha, just take a look. I was a bit flustered before, but now I'm even more so. The president understood why. Isn't this Professor Prokey's circuit overlay design? Truly impressive. It reduced the reverse model parsing loop formula by half, using such a simple equation. Looking closer, a thought emerged. The circuit overlay was already perfected by countless scholars, yet it's been pushed even further. This can only be called genius. Unable to wait, the president asked, who wrote this? Raising a hand, the professor smiled. Student Baek Yuziel. With this level, he could be invited to the Aslan seminar. The room fell eerily silent. Holding the test paper, the president stood stunned for a while, connecting the two incidents to one student. She remarked, Baek Yuziel, huh? More interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald held Baek Yuziel's exam paper and immediately went to find the vice principal. Teaching a student who produced such an outstanding thesis wasn't just about boosting Stella's reputation. It was a matter of honor and achievement for him. The document was placed on the desk. The vice principal frowned and asked, are you planning to recommend student Baek Yuziel for the Aslan seminar? Professor Gerald, delighted, responded, yes, as you can see, it's truly remarkable. However, the vice principal's tone suddenly darkened, cutting him off. That's a bit difficult and troublesome, Professor Gerald. Unconsciously, Gerald replied, yes. The vice principal adjusted his mood and began explaining his earlier statement. Currently, Stella has many other candidates besides that student, especially the first-year students this year. They're highly promising and would stand out anywhere they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students who can attend Aslan, excluding those with established prestige or fixed enrollment rights, is 2. But you're nominating Baek Yuziel for that spot? A magical warrior who can't even use magic. That's an insult to mages. Professor Gerald stood stunned, then closed his eyes as the vice principal continued. If you understand, you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Baek Yuziel to attend Aslan. I understand. Gerald left the vice principal's office exhausted. Meanwhile, the vice principal's frown deepened. The exam paper on the desk was crumpled without a second glance. Humph, who would let a pest like that into Aslan? Not a chance. With a cold expression, the paper was immediately set ablaze. Time passed quietly and silently. The second round of exams concluded, and the rankings were announced. Baek Yuziel blended into the crowd, standing before the large results board, pointing with his finger and muttering with a blank expression, let's see here. Oh, I found it. After scanning the results from the bottom up, Baek Yuziel was selected, ranked 419th in Class S. He looked at it with a hint of pride, though the number was a bit high. I'm ranked 419, so I'm pretty great on this leaderboard, even though I got a perfect score on the written exam. However, his eyes suddenly focused, locking onto a specific spot in his line of sight. By the way, this time the top rank goes to Isn't That Ma Yuziong? The rankings displayed. First in Class S, Ma Yuziong. Second in Class S, Flame. Third in Class S, Acel. Fourth in Class S, Hei Wonriang. Fifth in Class S, Hongbian. The top ranks were all from Class S, so the results weren't surprising. But something bothered him. Hei Wonriang, who had ranked second last semester, had now dropped to fourth. Was it because Acel and Flame had focused more on their studies than before? At that moment, Princess Hongbian appeared at the scene, standing beside him without him noticing, lost in thought. Since Jackie had taken the path of a dark mage, the dark mage routes for Acel and Flame had vanished. Seeing him overly focused, Princess Hongbian suddenly spoke up, addressing him directly. Are you trying to adjust your ranking strategically? I think it's pretty obvious. Princess Hongbian waited for his response, but it seemed somewhat impossible as a bead of sweat appeared on Baek Yuziel's face at her sudden presence. That was unexpected. Asterisk, what's she talking about? Why is she here all of a sudden? Is she up to something bad? Asterisk, as if reading his thoughts, Princess Hongbian spoke immediately. Still, seeing that you made it into the top 600, it seems like you're planning to join the academy tournament. Hearing this, Baek Yuziel vaguely realized something and propped his chin, thinking further. Oh, now that I think about it, there's something like that too. The academy tournament is an event where selected students compete against students from other prestigious magic academies. After these calculations, he immediately turned to the person who had just evaluated him. At that moment, he only saw shyness, a flushed face, and the princess brushing her hair. He thought, asterisk, what's going on? What's this feeling? Asterisk naturally closing the distance to the princess. Baek Yuziel confidently voiced his earlier thoughts. What's that? Got anything else to say? Hong Bayan's eyes widened, her face growing redder, and she quickly turned away as if pouting. Her clenched fist tightened further, proving it even more. Amid Baek Yuziel's continued confusion, a question arose. Why did you do that? Baek Yuziel was clueless. Huh. Her eyes narrowed further, and Princess Hong Bayan pressed on. Why did you do something like that with Edmund? He's influential and holds grudges. He'll probably keep making things difficult for you until graduation. Her tone grew stern, adding another issue. Are you confident you can handle this? Seeing Princess Hong Bayan's concern surprised Baek Yuziel, his gaze following her changing emotions. Without much thought, Baek Yuziel answered bluntly. No, I don't think I can handle it. Her heart seemed to tighten at his response, disappointment evident, while Baek Yuziel's confusion returned. Instead of being harassed by kids a few years younger than me, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Returning to the princess's mood, her clenched fist trembled, and two questions came in quick succession. Then why did you do it? What do you gain from me? Instead of answering quickly, Baek Yuziel once again created a silent pause, his eyes still fixed on the princess. Only when his gaze shifted elsewhere did his answer come. It's because I value our relationship more. The world around Princess Hong Bayan instantly turned pink after that statement. Knowing he hadn't finished, he scratched his face, looked elsewhere, and added, and besides, I'm not doing this for you for free. After this is over, you'll have to sign a contract with me to buy an item. Princess Hong Bayan, facing him, was slightly flustered because she knew one thing clearly. Item contracts could be made anywhere, not just with a dollar-bit. But why? Baek Yuziel's inner thoughts wavered after that question. Honestly, I shouldn't say I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes darted elsewhere. That, I'll tell you later. Curiosity gave Princess Hong Bayan a new question mark, but she couldn't press further on the topic. She decided to switch to another subject. All right, by the way, do you have any plans for the freshman training session? This time, he answered quickly. Yeah, I'll have to do something about it. Unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't have to hold back. Baek Yuziel was puzzled. Gaining confidence with sparkling stars, Princess Hong Bayan let out a string of words. Yes, you can fight the seniors to some extent with your natural abilities. It's fine. I'll do my best to handle the consequences. Baek Yuziel sweated slightly. Alright, thanks. A new thought arose. Asterisk, it seems like she's trying to be considerate to help me. But why does she think I can win? Asterisk, while they were talking, someone stood in a hidden corner of the hallway, overhearing everything. That person was none other than Ars Huang, a prodigy in fire magic. She left and headed to a special training area. A massive flame suddenly roared to life at the magic practice grounds. Ars Huang was there, training under Professor Hong Gel. Praise accompanied by a smile followed. Your control is truly excellent, Ars Huang. Though lacking in firepower, this can be easily compensated with precise control. You'll pass this test. It'll work well against sensitive enemies or for silent missions. Her gaze then shifted elsewhere for comparison. But your magic is still lacking. Princess Hong Bayan looked down sadly. Meanwhile, the other's nagging continued. Fire magic. I've said countless times that destruction isn't everything, yet you're ranked first in fire attribute compatibility. It's absurd. Do it again. Ars Huang looked past the criticism, a hint of defiance showing outwardly. Magic flames kept forming and blazing. The training dummies ahead were engulfed in flames even more. Ars Huang relentlessly trained her fire magic specialty. Yet, dissatisfaction lingered on her face. I lost again this time. If it's about effort, I didn't lose. So why is it like this? She let her staff drop, looking at the destruction she'd caused. Ars Huang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Returning to A cell, she overheard the chatter of a few nearby students. Come to think of it, isn't today the day? I'm talking about the sparring match between the first years and second years. Shall we go watch? A cell kept a private thought about the matter. Is this about Baek Yuziel? Meanwhile, she had missed her chance to talk to him since Princess Hong Bayan had whisked him away first. A tinge of sadness marked her face. But that doesn't matter much to me. I still have to attend class. With that, Acel trudged off alone to another place. However, her inner thoughts were filled with significant hesitation. Then, stopping somewhere, Acel gave a faint smile and regained her composure. I finally made it here. Suddenly, another event cropped up. Acel glanced at the person next to her who started a conversation. Oh, you're here too? A question mark formed in her mind. It was a girl with brown hair and bright green eyes, smiling cheerfully. Rumor has it that Baek Yuziel likes you. This was Hari Len, a first year from Class B. Without hesitation, the girl sat beside Acel, flashing an even brighter smile with a teasing edge. You two aren't secretly dating, are you? That's why you're here, right? Acel, already shy, turned bright red at these words. It's not like that. From the start, her words carried hesitation. Baek Yuziel and I aren't. She couldn't finish. Hari Len, still smiling, had new thoughts about Acel. This is surprising. I wonder what kind of person she is, carrying the title of the trader's daughter. But isn't she cuter than I thought? Hari Len couldn't push Acel to talk more about it. Instead, she realized she hadn't done something yet. Oh, this greeting's a bit late, isn't it? I'm Hari Len from Class B. Nice to meet you. Acel responded blankly. Yes. Oh, nice to meet you. At that moment, a loud gasp from someone drew both their attention to one direction. Looks like it's about to start. Down on the large field, Beck Uziel appeared, standing stock still with a backpack slung over his shoulder. As the chatter grew louder and focused on him, he looked as bewildered as ever. Why are so many people gathered here? And that wasn't all. A senior from the light faction shouted encouragement from the stands. Hey, brave kid, I don't know the details, but go easy on them, alright? Hearing such lofty praise, Beck Uziel felt lost, a new thought forming. Wait, aren't I the one getting beaten up by the seniors? Why should I go easy? Meanwhile, Diane, standing nearby, remained oddly calm. Only Diane was like that. The other students were thrilled about a match like this. That jerk Beck Uziel's finally going to get a lesson he won't forget. A commoner who thinks he's the center of the universe. Serves him right. Once a senior marks you, that's the end of the story. At this, one of the two froze in expression. Hearing Beck Uziel being badmouthed, Hong Bian shot a chilling glare at the culprits. Her coldness intensified, as if warning that one more word would land them in deep trouble. And it worked. When Princess Hong Bian left, the two students who had been mocking hid in a corner, too scared to do anything more. Like the others, Hong Bian was invested in Beck Uziel's match and chose a good spot to watch. But when she thought of him, her eyes narrowed slightly. The commoner couldn't take her eyes off the calm Beck Uziel below. Not long after, Beck Uziel's gaze locked forward. Someone standing opposite him spoke up. Hey kid, you ready? His opponent revealed himself, Caliban Kadan, a second year from Class C, glaring with sharp eyes. Around rank 300 or so. Even though I'm in Class S, if we're talking pure combatability, he's stronger than me. I'd better avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Beck Uziel casually replied, I'm ready. Probably. Hearing his confirmation, Caliban flashed a dangerous, stubborn smile. Humph. As the tension escalated, a professor stepped forward to officiate. Since both parties are here, I'll explain the rules. This match will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you collapses. If there's any sign of life-threatening danger during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Additionally, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to surrender, and the match will end immediately. Let the match begin. As the signal sounded, both were transported to a vast forest with green trees. A clock with 4 zeros marked the start of it all. Caliban remained confident, pulling out his wand. Beck Uziel, facing him, grew serious, wielding a light sword to ease some tension. Harilyn glanced at Acel and asked, who do you think will win? Acel had her answer ready. The senior, of course. After all, Senior Caliban is an heir to the Earth attribute. Earth magic has strong defensive capabilities, and Beck Uziel's firepower isn't exactly overwhelming. Harilyn nodded, analyzing further. Not to mention, Earth magic excels at terrain control, manipulating the battlefield's layout. Attacks can become more versatile. Can Beck Uziel's sword pierce the defense of a third-tier Earth mage? Though she had given her earlier assessment, Acel felt a deeper sadness. Harilyn, you're right. There's no way Beck Uziel can win this fight, at least not by normal standards. But I still have a bit of faith in him. Back to the fight, Caliban's face grew more menacing. Today, I'll show you what fear feels like. Earth domain. At that, confusion washed over Beck Uziel. The ground cracked, but the words flash step repeated in his mind. His first choice was to keep his distance. Once he secured a safe gap, Beck Uziel realized something. His opponent, Caliban, felt something similar. A new smile crept onto Beck Uziel's face. Smile and run as far as I can. Caliban, left behind, couldn't believe how fast he moved. What the? Sharing the same sentiment, Harilyn spoke up, stunned. Wow, running right from the start without a shred of pride. Acel agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. Yet, her worry for Beck Uziel lingered, though in this situation, it might be the right move. Back in the fight, Caliban chased after him, anger flaring as he shouted, Hey, you jerk, get back here. Normally, turning back would be the strange thing. Who would listen to that and actually return? Once the frustration built up enough, it was time to unleash it. Caliban gritted his teeth, and from his position, 3 simple, green magic circles formed. Flying Stone. Beck Uziel was caught off guard as his opponent swiftly shifted the situation. Realizing it, the attack struck ahead, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Princess Hong Bian, the Light Faction Senior, and Diane paused their emotions, anxiously waiting. Stopping at a slightly green bush, Caliban smirked, thinking, good, that hit landed for sure. But as his confidence peaked, the slap of reality hit harder. Caliban froze. What's this? Before his eyes, a monkey puppet hung upside down by its tail, swaying. A monkey doll? In confusion, people lose their sharp judgment. What the heck is this? Why is it here? As he stood unsure of what to do, the doll's claws began closing in. A dangerous pressure quickly hit Caliban's senses. Boom. A burst of light exploded, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself.
In line with his earth mage nature, a green glow enveloped Caliban's entire body, his form unshaken but a sense of unease growing stronger. I almost bit the dust there. Lucky I increased my body's weight to match the Earth's gravity. But that no longer mattered as his instincts detected a strange shift. A wall of earth rose right behind him. As Caliban predicted, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and Beck Uziel appeared at that spot, swinging a slash with his light sword. A cracking sound rang out, but unfortunately, the sword could not pierce through. Caliban turned back, grinning smugly with his wand raised high. Die, rockbreaker. The earth wall he created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of an imminent explosion. Caliban was certain he would not miss this time, but the slap in the face would soon shift his perspective right where the explosion formed. Nothing appeared there, not even the slightest trace of anything unusual. Nothing. Caliban scanned his surroundings, pouting and adding a taunt. Hey, rookie kid, is running away all you have got? All that talk about knightly spirit is just empty words. Huh. The slap in the face updated again as he stepped on something odd, and holy heavens, his body suddenly reacted bizarrely. Once heavy as a rock, now he was lifted off, teetering, confused as he stammered, why's my body so stiff, losing balance? He wobbled, tilting to one side, his eyes darting forward. From afar, hiding in the bushes, Baek Yuseol watched intently. A confident smile grew on his face, but to Caliban, it felt like a provocation. Yeah, that kid. He is laughing. Mustering all his strength to cast magic, Caliban crouched and gritted his teeth. Earth's gravity. His wand pointed straight at where the boy had been, but he had vanished. Annoyed, frustrated, and mad at himself, Caliban scanned around to find him again. This infuriating brat wants to play hide and seek. Come out now. Whether by choice of angle or not, another strange object, like a tennis ball, came flying from afar. Spotting the movement, Caliban dodged and sliced it in half with his wand. Stop with these cheap parlor tricks. Wrong pick. From the halved ball, a bright light flared out. Instead of an explosion, it was a smoke bomb. Arg, smoke what now? It stings my eyes. And so, Caliban was temporarily blinded. Tears streamed, and the game seemed over. But no. Caliban still stood there, just looking a bit pathetic. Is this a CS gas grenade or what? Though barely injured, his focus inadvertently hit a bell swaying on the ground that he had not noticed before. And what was bound to happen, happened. The light flashed for all to witness. Instead of just affecting Caliban in combat, it now impacted everyone watching outside. Harry wondered, what is that? Azel squinted and replied, it is like a flash device, temporarily blocking vision and sound. From CS gas to a lightning-fast attack, this second-year senior seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hong Byun, standing in a corner, pursed her lips with her own judgment. It is over. Now if he can approach slowly and land the finishing blow, that commoner will win. Suddenly, something changed, making the princess widen her eyes at the scene below. What now? Below, Baek Yuseol casually pulled out more round objects, ready to throw. Bingo, the first hit one side of the face, deforming with spreading pain. The rest were not wasted either. Baek Yuseol repeatedly used his blink skill to change attack directions. From another angle, Senior Kwang and Senior Deon voiced their doubts. Another CS gas bomb seems mixed with just plain smoke. What should I say? Baek Yuseol's attacks are not exactly lethal. Well, he has already lightly injured the opponent. Instead of just tears like before, this time there was drool too. Cursing was the only way to vent temporarily. Baek Yuseol, you bastard. Channeling most of his mana, Caliban pulled an entire chunk of earth underfoot straight into the sky. Baek Yuseol below was somewhat shocked by this impact. His earlier cursing was not enough, so Caliban raised his volume for the next words. Forget that training nonsense. I do not need it. I will fight you seriously here and now. Baek Yuseol knew what was coming, so bewilderment was unavoidable. This time, he drew the short straw. A massive green magic array with countless overlapping symbols enveloped the entire area. From earlier confusion, Baek Yuseol froze solid with a new drop of sweat. Even so, is not a meteor shower a bit much for a first year? Already furious and fed up. Hearing such unpermitted words now, Caliban's eyes reddened, teeth grinding. Are you insane? I do not know about others, but you should not say that. Both Kwang and Deon empathized. Fair point. When words could not change things, small, sharp stone pillars emerged from the array. The countdown began. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand arm raised high, preparing to strike. As his arm lowered and pointed forward, pouring more strength and shouting, die. The timer kept ticking. 14 minutes 55 seconds. The dense meteor shower in the sky closed in on Baek Yuseol. At 14 minutes 57 seconds, he still stood there without any move to prepare. Not just that, Baek Yuseol seemed sleep-deprived, his eyes gradually drooping. Time crawled, 14 minutes 58 seconds, 14 minutes 59 seconds, and the critical moment arrived, 15 minutes. A smile stretched across his lips. As the stone pillars were mere inches away, Baek Yuseol raised his hand and declared, I surrender. Instead of stopping before him, all magic halted under Stella's intervention. The entire plaza fell eerily silent. Because no one believed he would say those words at the crucial moment. And the one suffering most now was Caliban. From the start, he was the only one taking hits, staggering, eyes stinging, coughing violently. One frustration after another. After a while, he finally regained some composure. The announcement came, training match concluded. Both returned to reality, standing face to face. First year Class S student Baek Yuseol surrendered, so the winner was Caliban, Class C, second year. Caliban still could not believe it was real, that is it. In contrast, Baek Yuseol felt his body lighten. Phew, I survived at last. Poor him still stood there, listening to the ongoing announcement. The special training match ended here, his body trembling naturally, followed by a helpless roar echoing across the plaza. The match concluded, and as most students predicted, the second-year student emerged victorious. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Wow, did you see the look on that second year's face? He seemed furious, like he was about to lose it. Right, if I were in his position, I would start throwing punches regardless of the match's outcome. You are so right. The first year looked like he practically defeated the second year. This has got Stella's students analyzing that fighting style. But what exactly were those things Baek Yuseol used? Could they be some newly developed items? Baek Yuseol did great, but I was completely drawn to those tools instead. Senior Deon was caught up in the conversation, as expected. Is it because he likes using magical tools, while ordinary alchemists fight using terrain features? Baek Yuseol planned the placement of his magical tools from start to finish. Thanks to his superior mobility, he created an advantageous terrain by setting up items in his area. As expected, that kid is truly remarkable. Senior Kwang suddenly interjected, "Oh, Miro Yoon said you requested this training, right? So, did you get the result you wanted?" Deon glanced at the crowd around. "The result I wanted? Well, now second years won't easily mess with first years, right? Sometimes, even a second year might lose to a first year." More small talk from other students. I am in a bad mood. I could not see that arrogant first year get humiliated. Such a pity, me too. Senior Deon concluded, "At this level, I guess this is the result I hoped for. Things have gotten really interesting. Haha, everything's going well." Switching to the Red Hawk Club room, someone slammed the desk. It was Aidman Adalek, clenching his fist with a distorted expression. "Caliban, that idiot." Not far from there, Princess Hong Byun was sitting, reading a newspaper about Assistant Professor Altarisha. Alchemist Altarisha develops new magical technology for the future. Amid the discussions about Baek Yuseol, Princess Hong Byun was lost in her thoughts, replaying the bottle's images. Is this the final result of surrendering to let the opponent win? In the 15-minute duel, Baek Yuseol did not even use his sword properly and only humiliated the senior with various magical tools. In other words, if he wanted to win, he could have won any time. Yet he chose not to and deliberately surrendered. The reason is clear. It would be odd for a first year to defeat a second year. So, he is showing that not everything is settled by strength. Personally, I thought Baek Yuseol would get angry and crush the senior, but I never imagined he would humiliate him before withdrawing. Seriously, that commoner is unpredictable. Nearby, Aidman and his faction members were discussing what to do with Baek Yuseol. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't I say they should privately deal with Baek Yuseol? Well, actually, the second years have not touched Baek Yuseol individually. What? A flustered student scratched his face, cautiously explaining, contrary to rumors. Baek Yuseol greets seniors politely and treats them kindly. I planned to scold him, but he is so good at striking up conversations that I ended up buying snacks for him instead. An absurd situation unfolded. What the hell? Aidman was speechless, unable to believe it. As they started thinking about what to do next, a hurried voice suddenly called out, "Young master." Caught off guard, both looked in the same direction. It was one of Aidman's followers at the academy, and her appearance gave him a bad feeling. "What is wrong?" She hesitated but spoke clearly. "I just got a call from the Duke. You should contact him." A phone appeared at the needed spot. Aidman made the call as planned, connecting both sides. "Oh no, it is getting serious. Father's contacting me first." Once connected, he responded, "Yes, father, it is Aidman." His father's voice replied, "I just got a call from Alchemy City." From Alchemy City. Holding a newspaper, he said, "I received critical news. The alchemists at Altarisha's Institute stopped transferring items to our country because Duke Adalek refused." "Regarding this, do you know anything?" He replied, "Of course not. Why would I say such a thing to Altarisha's alchemist faction?" Though Aidman denied it, his father reiterated, "But it is true. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said so himself." In an instant, he fell silent, a strange feeling creeping into his mind. A co-author, it did not take long for him to panic. "Wait, father, I really do not know. I have never met anyone like that." Then another thought flashed in his mind, his heart pounding, a familiar figure emerging. Could it be Baek Yuseol? At that moment, a chill ran down his spine, sweat beading on his face, unable to speak until a spark of hope flickered. "Oh, one thing," he said directly to his father. "Even so, it is absurd to dare refuse a Dolbit kingdom. Father, you know our influence over the Alchemy Guild, right?" Not letting his son continue, he cut in with a cold tone. "It is a technological revolution. This is unprecedented technology, capable of creating objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is researching alongside Altarisha." Aidman gritted his teeth, facing a dangerous situation. "The Golden Alchemist too? This is bigger than I thought, is not it?" His father interrupted. "As you said, the country will soon restore trade, but Adalek's name won't be in it." He got serious about prior issues. "I will ask again. Are you involved in this incident?" Aidman had no answer. And that alone was answer enough. Back to Princess Hong Byun. She was startled when someone called her name, Hong Byun. The speaker was none other than Aidman Adalek. Confusion was clear on her face as she responded. "Yes, senior." With no other choice, Aidman could only rely on Princess Hong Byun now. "Can you arrange a meeting with Baek Yuseol?" She could not believe Aidman uttered the name he himself found repulsive and hateful. After a moment's thought, she narrowed her eyes. "Yes, I will do it. To the southern continent, Howell Plain, Lower Moon Prairie." A stunning landscape unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl with long red hair gazed at the vast space ahead. Jelliel. Expressionless, she said to herself, land prices are rising. At that moment, another figure approached, trembling and kneeling before her. Lady Jelliel, please, I beg you. Just this once, show mercy. Above his head appeared a strange number 3. Jelliel, with a special info panel showing the number 3, had new knowledge updates, assigning value points to everything. This ability allowed one to see all beings, humans, animals, or objects as numbers. The lowest value was 0, the highest 100. She sat near him. But this person only had a 3, equivalent to a street pebble. She spoke to him, see, why go bankrupt like this? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses. Yet he gritted his teeth with a different thought, lies. This business was supposed to succeed, and you ruined everything. But things seemed beyond salvage. Bury him. Yes. That voice rang out, marking the peak of his despair. Guards stepped in, dragging him away amid his desperate screams. No, please spare me. Lady Jelliel, Lady Jelliel. Jelliel gave him one final glance. When his cries faded, she flashed a satisfied smile. But it quickly vanished, returning her to her usual demeanor. So boring. Kids these days have no willpower. Just as that thought formed, a familiar voice called, Jelliel, are you there? Hearing it, Jelliel beamed with rosy cheeks. Unlike earlier introductions, this person's appearance was a question mark, none other than Starcloud Malian's chairman. My dear daughter. Have you been well lately? Jelliel rushed forward to hug Melian tightly. Father, was your trip fun? My cheeks are even redder now. How did the deal go? Is everything alright? Seeing her bright smile, he cheerfully answered, it is still in progress. This time, the Altarisha Alchemist faction developed a new item by combining special magical techniques. There is a video of a real battle using an item code developed by alchemists. Want to see it? Her smile still beaming, Jelliel replied, that'd be so much fun. A thought crept into her mind, honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with father, but I can't tell him that. Then let us go to my room. Okay. Entering the new room, a glowing purple orb radiated brilliantly. Melian gave a brief introduction before showing the video. He is a first-year student at Stella Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelliel was slightly surprised by her father's introduction. A magical alchemy co-author and just a first-year student, Jelliel started feeling intrigued about this person. What kind of guy is he? When the screen lit up, Jelliel snapped out of her surprise. Oh, there is Baek Yuseol in 4K clarity. Yet, through the screen, like her father, he also had a question mark panel, and her perspective shifted. What is this? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of Skelven or the King of Adolbit, I have seen their values with my own eyes. There are 2 cases where an object's value can't be measured. She looked at her father closely, specifically at his small question mark panel. One is when it is a beloved family member, then she snuck a glance back at the screen with the boy. The other is when the value is so hidden it can't be measured. Holding a poster with countless cool gas orbs, knowing her father had not mentioned his name yet, Jelliel asked with interest, Father, what is his name? He smiled warmly at his daughter. His name is Baek Yuseol. Remember it well. Who knows, you might meet him someday. She could not disappoint her father. If father says so, of course I will remember. Adding a bit more, also, father, before you leave, want to play a game of sun chess with me? Maybe, huh? Tapping her fingers on her hand. Jelliel snapped out of her thoughts about the boy. A value I can't measure, her face turned cold. Baek Yuseol, I will remember that name. Back at Stella Academy, specifically with the person recently remembered in secret, Baek Yuseol. He was holding a glass cup, sipping something dark with a serious expression. On the other side, Aidman Adalek showed clear awkwardness, stammering, unable to let time pass in silence. He spoke first, setting down his cup, I am done with my coffee. If you have got nothing to say, I am leaving. Aidman could not believe his decisiveness and bluntness. Ah, wait, hold on. Not daring to look at him, Aidman said, I regret what happened before. It was my fault. I deeply regret and reflect on looking down on you just because you are a commoner. So please, forget what I said before and retract your statement, alright. He remained indifferent as the other spoke, maintaining that expression, his deeper thoughts unfolding. What is this? An apology or whatever does not matter much, but to avoid a tragic end for Princess Hong Byun as much as possible, I need to strip Aidman's political power. To do that, Aidman was surprised when his voice turned oddly cold. I won't do it for you. Right now, it is better to raise the stakes. With a charming tone, so what should I do? Let us see. Baek Yuseol reached into his coat. How about this? He pulled out a paper with writing, an offhand introduction. This was not ordinary paper but magical paper, a mysterious sheet where anything drawn could miraculously come to life. Baek Yuseol continued, this is a magical oath written on magical paper. Let us make a bet. Aidman was puzzled. A bet, he explained further, though nothing changed. The game will be sun chess. If I lose, I will retract my statement. I will only supply items to Adolbit Kingdom through the Adalek family. Aidman wanted to confirm again, sun chess. You also set a counter condition, but if I win, please transfer the Aslan seminar ticket to me. Aidman sensed a dangerous undertone in those words. What? He calmly listened to the response. Now, do you think that is fair? Aidman's eyes squinted. Of course not. The Aslan Seminar, a public discussion forum where members of prestigious magical families gather for academic group discussions. Only truly reputable magical families can participate, with 3 conditions: having attended last year and presented an outstanding thesis to be approved for the next, having a paper presentable at Aslan, or being one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Globally, it is where genius mages gather to determine superiority. Attending Aslan and maintaining that status proves one's ability. The Duke Adalek family has attended the Aslan seminar for decades, a key factor in sustaining their power. I am aiming for that, tucking the paper back into my coat. Baek Yuseol closed his eyes and added, "If you do not like it, fine." As he walked a few steps away, a hesitant voice firmly stopped him. "Wait." Aidman's face sank, almost depressed. "You said Sun Chess, right?" If he said so, a smile stretched across his lips, dangerous with a glint in his eyes. "All right, I will sign it. We will meet here at this time tomorrow." He studied his expression long to challenge the opponent who'd slipped into his coat pocket. A day passed, leading to an important event. The next day, students gathered in far greater numbers than usual. They were clearly drawn to an event, with those unaware being told by others, "Why are there so many people at the cafe today?" Senior Aidman, a final year, is betting a Sun Chess match with his junior. Something like that. The focus pointed straight behind Baek Yuseol, buzzing. Senior Aidman at Stella Academy. Who could play Sun Chess better than him? Who is the fearless junior? He had the answer but did not say it. Me. Taking a light breath and glancing elsewhere. "You guys think I like it? From the start, I had no interest in Sun Chess." "But what?" He's startled, looking toward a student signaling, "He is here." Senior Aidman and Princess Hong Byun, plus another student holding something, arrived, with Aidman Adalek exuding confidence as today's center. He was concerned about the same, as expected. He brought Princess Hong Byun along. Today, Princess Hong Byun was very irritable, doubly so when the chatter included her. "Wow, the princess looks stunning today." Are they secretly dating? The bright day suddenly darkened over his shoulder, carrying all her frustration and anger. Princess Hong Byun glared at Baek Yuseol, who understood. "What is this? Why is she staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong?" Nothing could be done after so much sulking. Princess Hong Byun crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and chose a seat. Another student brought out a checkered board of black and white squares. Until now, she had not understood much about him. This time was the same, feeling a bit anxious. What is Baek Yuseol thinking? Aidman's been playing Sun Chess since age 5 and is called a Sun Chess prodigy. Not just at Stella but across. A dolbit, few play Sun Chess better than Aidman. So why choose the sport Aidman excels at? It is like Baek Yuseol read her mind. Aidman smiled at her like a familiar item, maintaining that smile and turning to the fateful chessboard. Honestly, it is surprising that Baek Yuseol suggested the Aslan ticket condition, placing his hand on the white pieces. But this is better. Now's the time. I will make you feel ashamed in front of Hong Byun, picking up a piece. His smile slightly less humane. Let us start the game. Finally, one last check and confirmation. Aidman, confident in victory, reiterated the bet. Once you sign the magic contract, breaking the oath means losing all your mana. You understand, right? Baek Yuseol showed no odd reaction, replying, "Of course." But in this, he did feel he was playing a bit dirty. "I have no mana, so breaking the deal won't affect me." Aidman placed the final piece at the center tip, released it, and invited. "The setup is complete. Your move." Baek Yuseol thought briefly, giving up the first move advantage in such a critical bet. He reached into his coat. He has completely underestimated me. He used the encyclopedia glasses to the last breath. "Alright, things are looking better for me. At this point, let us briefly explain some rules of Sun Chess. Sun Chess is played on an octagonal board. You select 20 pieces from 200 types and place them on the board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, every piece and square has its own attributes and abilities. Combine them strategically to capture the opponent's king and win. That is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a 10-year veteran of Sun Chess, it is no easy feat, but PvP is far more fun than this game." Baek Yuseol chose black pieces, his gaze locking onto his opponent. Moreover, Aidman Adalek was one of the top Sun Chess players not just at Stella but across Adolbit. That confidence had fully bound Aidman's reason. I am shocked he bet Aslan seminar eligibility on Sun Chess. An arrogant commoner brat. I will crush him so he will never dare challenge me again. Interrupting that thought, Baek Yuseol, granted the first move, began. Let us start. Isolated in a void-like space, both were cut off from external awareness. Aidman noted Baek Yuseol's setup. It showed unusual surprise but was utterly unpredictable. What is this layout? It feels like his pieces are arranged to subtly dismantle my strategy. No way it is random coincidence, right? A commoner like him can't have played enough Sun Chess to gain experience. Baek Yuseol adjusted his starting piece well. Since you let me go first, I will take it. His opening move stunned a player like Aidman. He did not just move his queen early, he charged straight into Aidman's formation. He lifted a knight-like piece. This proves he is an idiot. Aidman's lips curled confidently. He placed the white piece firmly on a white square. As it landed, a special change vaguely revealed the move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked back one of Baek Yuseol's pieces, the leading knight. Aidman felt he had the advantage. Foolish pushing his queen into sacrifice so early. Piece attribute revealed. Swift knight can move across the board with special mobility. Baek Yuseol played seriously. Aidman moved confidently and meticulously. The knight charged, scattering and vanishing Baek Yuseol's pieces in its path. Still the knight, advancing relentlessly. At that moment, Aidman could not hide his inner glee, covering his face and trembling with laughter. The tremor passed, revealing his true nature. Unbelievable you are this reckless. I can end this before my symphony's next phase. In this match, Aidman Adalek deployed a favorite tactic, Flames of Destruction. Its core was tight coordination of 3 swift knights. Step 1. Use swift knight's mobility to disrupt the enemy. Step 2. Use 5 fire pawns to safely control the board. Create burning terrain. Burning terrain is a special map that reduces defense for units weak to fire and boosts damage for fire units. If reached, Baek Yuseol would have no chance. Though planned, when Baek Yuseol moved his arm for a new step, Aidman sensed a mistake. It should have been like that. In a white square on the black side, a piece suddenly appeared without warning. Aidman knew the error, an invisible pawn. It had its own info. Iron chain trap creates a prison in a designated range. Trapped units can't move for 5 turns. The 3 white knights rampaging earlier were now chained in red when aligned horizontally. Panic began for Aidman his swift knights. The invisibility should end after 3 turns. Why? And surprise was not over. The next info appeared. Invisible pawn remains invisible during the match. Invisibility ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before it ends, the effect extends 7 more turns. Sweat dropped, but a dangerous smile emerged. The bastard sacrificed his queen early to trigger this. Aidman's hands froze. No problem, the effect only lasts 5 more turns. Plus, this turn I will activate burning terrain. The white piece landed on a black square. Flames erupted across the board. Burning terrain reduces defense of all non-fire units by 30%. Fire units gain 200% damage. An environment weakening fire-weak opponents and boosting the owner's fire attacks. Completing it was extremely hard, requiring control of 5 specific points. Once done, dominance tipped one way. Aidman stared at Baek Yuseol. How's that? Baek Yuseol, terrain activated next turn. You're done. Baek Yuseol remained unnaturally calm, then moved his hand again, unease flooding Aidman's thoughts. Aidman watched intently for more tricks, another invisible pawn, cunning bastard. But no matter what he placed, after this turn Aidman missed Baek Yuseol's move. When it landed, Aidman froze, thinking, Aidman had not noticed the ordinary pawn somehow controlling a specific point. A black piece manifested in a white square, seizing terrain reversal. Occupying while the opponent's terrain is active grants reversal effect. In other words, the blazing land instantly became frozen land. Frozen terrain activated. Flames vanished. Ice pillars rose. Aidman gradually lost control. With reversal, ice elemental damage increased 200%. Hidden reversal condition met. Gain an extra attack turn. 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights and a terrain neutralized. Aidman tried self-reassurance with earlier arrogance. What the hell? He saw through my entire tactic. He glanced up at Baek Yuseol. No, impossible, just coincidence. Adjusting his glasses, Aidman saw Baek Yuseol had him in his palm, a true chess monster. His face paled. His mouth gaped uncontrollably. Coincidence, right, 1 white knight remains free. Wake up, he can't have you in his palm. Aidman pitifully gripped his pants, another sweat drop. He pressed his lips. I have faced countless opponents. Just survive the next turn, I will reverse it. Hold on and I win. Swallowing, his face hardened. That is it. The once bright confidence sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of confidence, despair isolated Aidman. Can I really beat him? Will my turn come? Baek Yuseol's piece moved without hesitation. Aidman shrank in the scene. If Aidman was a king, Baek Yuseol was Saitama. Arms crossed, serious mode on, he thought. Aidman's skill is no joke strong, even. In this world, beating him in Sun Chess is one of the hardest challenges. But after 10 years, insane veterans emerged. This guy's truly mad. A veteran played thousands of games against Aidman and wrote a perfect counter-strategy. No longer hiding, Baek Yuseol smiled brightly, the strategy stored in these stative glasses. In other words, I am playing Sun Chess with an entire encyclopedia guide in hand. The next black piece landed on a black square. It differed from known pieces. Thunder Bishop. Launches lightning attack, dealing 200% damage to frozen enemies. If frozen targets are linked, the strike becomes chain lightning. Under the piece's hood, a lightning slit appeared. Yellow lightning energy converged. The ice-covered board turned yellow with lightning. Aidman watched the rapid change in despair. Gasp. All white pieces vanished, only black remained. Ha ha ha. His earlier coldness turned to bitter acceptance. I lost, Baek Yuseol. The voice concluded with a statement. Yes, thank you for this match. Absolute silence. On the chessboard now lay only black pieces in darkness. Even turning off the lights could not help Aidman anymore. Very quickly afterward, gasps of astonishment erupted one after another from the students. One of them mustered the courage to speak directly. Wait, the first group of 3 turned to each other in commotion. Are you crazy? Did you just see that? Senior Amon actually lost. How did that happen? Was it a tactic or a joke? His strategy was that insane. Amon sat motionless, ignoring the disruptive noises. For the first time facing an opponent who moved pieces coldly and with flawless logic, Those traits had turned an arrogant player into an emotionless one. And then the unwanted scene unfolded. Hong Byun was exchanging words while standing beside the main character. Thoughts swirled in M1's head. Did I really lose? And to chess, no less. Amon could not accept this reality as the two walked away. The product contract was gone, and he would even lost the right to attend the Aslan seminar. His hands trembled, thoughts growing increasingly chaotic. What do I do now? If my father finds out, will my life end right here? The student in charge of the board, while resetting the pieces, noticed the change in Senior Aidman. With a decisive motion, the table remained intact despite the dangerous punch Aidman slammed onto it. Pent-up anger exploded instantly. Damn it all. Because of this action, a few students outside did not dare intervene further. They could only leave before things worsened. Very quickly, the silent space held only Amon covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just when it seemed he would fall into despair, a familiar voice broke the uncomfortable knot. The senior looked up. Amon was not mistaken. It was indeed Hong Byun. Noticing him, Hong Byun adjusted and spoke in the calmest tone. I will try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We will secure the rights to the product. I will ask him to retract the statement he made about the Adalek ducal family. Amon, stunned as if disbelieving his ears, felt a surge of excitement that loosened his next words. Really, is that true? Thank you, Hong Byun, thank you so much. How can I ever repay this help? The princess's gentle voice cut in slightly. Repay, I was born destined to be queen. After one final emotional loop, Amon returned to the feeling he had right after losing to Baek Yuseol. It had been a long time since Hong Byun revealed danger in her expression. Thus, caring for someone who will become my vassal is only natural. Hong Byun turned and left coldly. Next, I will meet Baek Yuseol. M1's voice suddenly dropped unusually low. I have not served yet, Hong Byun. Just after she would walked a short distance, M1's heart-wrenching scream shattered the final silence. Yes, initially their relationship was like king and vassal. Aidman had used his power to manipulate it, trying to change the dynamic. But now, with the balance of power broken, they reverted to original positions and roles. Hong Byun's confident smile dispelled all the tension she would carried for so long. The story's direction shifted back to the main character, Baek Yuseol. Stella Academy actually had a phone booth. Baek Yuseol was currently speaking with the owner of a phone on the other end. Hello, yes, please suspend all transactions with merchants in Adelavet for the next month. We plan to distribute only through royal channels for now. Would that work? A quick response came from the other side. Of course I will. Anything you want. Thank you, assistant sister. Having finished his planned task, he disconnected, stretched multiple times to breathe in the fresh, comfortable air. Finally done. Good that everything ended safely. But the Aslan entry ticket is not really that useful, is it? So what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically be placed among the 12 rising stars. While he sank deep into those thoughts, someone interrupted. Commoner. Who else could call him so bluntly besides Hong Byun, who is still here, though he said that Hong Byun hoped he would stay nearby. Approaching Baek Yuseol, he reached inside his coat for something. Ah, perfect timing. A sheet of paper was held out. Here's a new contract. Hong Byun's eyes widened in confusion. He openly stated his intentions. The Alteratia school will be distributed exclusively through the Adelavet royal family for 1 month. How you use it is up to you. Hong Byun carefully examined the new contract's details, then gripped the paper tightly when he suddenly said something harsh. Well then, goodbye. Not wanting him to leave so quickly, the princess mustered her courage and spoke. This time I owe you. Her cheeks flushed, her voice softening. Thank you. Noticing the clear change in her behavior, Baek Yuseol looked back, slightly flustered, and replied briefly, sure. A thought interrupted. Lucky I got a thank you from her. Knowing she was not good at controlling emotions, Hong Byun spoke more cautiously, though shyly. Hey, you said earlier there'd be a price for helping me. If you tell me what it is, I will pay it right away. On this, Baek Yuseol apparently had not thought ahead. He touched one cheek and looked away. The price. Well, actually the price Baek Yuseol wanted was quite simple. He stared at Hong Byun. It was too obvious. Hong Byun would not be tainted by evil. Instead, she would choose good things and, together with him, build the best possible happy ending. This time it was Hong Byun's turn to avoid eye contact. Seeing the princess like that, he did not dare say it aloud but kept it inside. I hope you become a good person. Thus, based on 29 years of life experience, he gave the most appropriate and exemplary response for the situation. So then, Hong Byun, come back expecting results. The two chatted cutely. Buy me a meal. What? Touching his stomach, he smiled innocently. Just treat me to a meal. I want to eat until I am full from a meal bought by the princess. Hong Byun was surprised and had not expected such a strange price. She froze for a long moment, then a small smile replaced it, her cheeks flushing once more. All right, then follow me. Baek Yuseol's steps changed, and he arrived at a new place. Certainly, he had come here with the princess via the car parked nearby. He stared at the car, sweat pouring before he could wipe it. In the 10 years he would play this game, cash items appeared everywhere. The cars in E were luxurious. He could not let Baek Yuseol keep staring at the car and riding in it. Hong Byun turned back to remind him, her confident smile sparkling like stars. He had to tear his eyes from the car and follow the princess inside. Bringing me all the way here, she already planned something. Huh, with the princess's current funds, I should pick at least the 5 best dishes in E. Right, but reality seemed about to slap him hard. Standing to the side, Hong Byun showed him a special eatery. Black bean sauce noodles. We are here. Surprised, shocked, what more than countless question marks and his dumbfounded face, he would even dreamed a beautiful dream. Where's my huge salmon belly, my salted egg yolk caviar, and the black truffle cream risotto? When the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into opposing sides. The shining stars had shifted to Hong Byun, buzzing with disappointment. The waiter stood waiting for their orders. Though surrounded by many stars, the princess's expression was unusually serious. These dishes look a bit unfamiliar. Ah, found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about what would make Baek Yuseol happiest. Hong Byun recalled her conversation with Tiran. It said there was a story from his past tied to this place. Really, expensive food means nothing to Baek Yuseol. From the past I accidentally glimpsed, I learned the dish he cherished most confidently, pointing to one item on the menu. This one, please. Zooming in closer, it was black bean sauce noodles. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol calmly raised his hand to order, though not what the princess expected. Ah, 3 bowls of jampong and 1 portion of Australian tendon, please. Hong Byun was confused. Her eyes widened as she asked, why, can't I order 3 bowls? Hong Byun similarly. No, that is not the issue. This time Hong Byun forced herself to rethink. Why did not he order black bean noodles? Isn't that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Byun realized her mistake. Impossible, right? Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He has not overcome the past. He still regrets those things. Because he could not repay his mother's kindness that he did not understand as a child. The waiter brought the requested dishes. The food had arrived. Thank you. Hong Byun lowered her face, gradually feeling ashamed for bringing him here. To him, black bean noodles were not nostalgia. They were a symbol of regret. And she had not even realized it. Though she noticed a bit late, the princess chose to speak to him right away. Sorry for treating you to a meal in a place like this. Baek Yuseol, unaware of what the princess was thinking, opened his mouth slightly. It is fine. His hand shot up, eyes widening again. Life sometimes has moments when your wallet is not working well. But since she is a princess, adding more food is okay, right? He spoke. Sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the Sun chess match between Aidman Adalek and Baek Yuseol had been widely spread by the students present at the scene. A massive rumor quickly swept through the academy, growing uncontrollably. What? Senior Aidman actually lost to Baek Yuseol. Naturally, the question of why was raised. The reason was revealed by numerous students who had eavesdropped on the conversation at the cafe. The truth was even more shocking than the rumor itself. I heard this from Arkan, a retainer from the Adalek family. In fact, it seems Senior Aidman did it because Baek Yuseol is the co-developer of the Delta Augmentation Alchemy technique. Just the rumor that Aidman Adalek had apologized to a first-year student. The fact that Baek Yuseol was a co-author of the Delta Augmentation technique sent shockwaves through Stella Academy. His name not only spread to Arcanium but even reached the Dark Mages. At the first tower, in the Deputy Principal's office of Tower 1, a Kai Hen stood with arms crossed, his face cold and expressionless. That guy is really quite annoying. Just a commoner, and did not he interfere with Mason Tiran's plan? The mysterious figure, fully concealed, asked, should we handle this quietly? A Kai Hen's face hardened as he dismissed the idea. HMPH, nonsense. If a Stella student disappears without reason, everything will be turned upside down. Handing the Aslan seminar participation right to someone like him displeases me. But taking it from him would be easier than taking it from the Adalek family. We need to keep an eye on Baek Yuseol from now on. For the time being, monitor him. A new exchange replaced the previous one, more important than Mason's condition. The mysterious figure replied succinctly. She is suppressing her dark mana with the cult leader's control magic, but it could erupt at any moment. A Kai Hen was forced to reassess everything. It is not the right time yet. The Familia contract signing ceremony is about to take place. If she truly goes berserk and causes trouble with the Spirit King, the consequences will only become more complicated. Raiden, monitor Mason's condition. That way, we can use it to divert Elm Elwin's attention when necessary. Professor Raiden nodded seriously, understood. With a Kai Hen's final instructions, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the department building. An area almost devoid of people, with the lights off, formed a dimly lit laboratory. Broken glass tubes lay scattered, experimental tools including the microscope were dismantled in a pitiful state, though a few sheets of paper remained usable. Professor Raiden clenched his fists in the room, staring at something on the floor emitting dark energy, groaning in anger. Since this was a mission, priorities needed to be addressed. Right before him was the transformed state of Professor Mason Tiran, who could no longer stand steady amid everything happening. Professor Raiden thought, this is quite serious. Mason, with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, did you come here to tell me to wait longer? If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position? Outwardly calm, Raiden inwardly revealed great contempt. How laughable. After a lifetime of stealing what belonged to others, does she still dream of reclaiming a position that was truly hers? Nevertheless, Raiden decided to show mercy. Your usefulness is over. Once the plagiarism investigation begins, you will be stripped of all positions and expelled from the academy. Mason Tyran panicked, regaining her senses and speaking with arrogant tone. Then why did Akai Hen leave me here? Raiden replied coldly and decisively, you have been completely corrupted. For another purpose, you can certainly fulfill that role. That is why you were left here. Mason Tyran trembled, gradually losing control of herself. Ha, are you trying to drive me insane and out of control, you damn bastard? As Mason bared her fangs, ready to erupt in rage, Raiden interrupted once more, then leave here. Mason, stunned as if disbelieving her ears, what? A deep green orb rolled across the long carpet toward the west. To the Garden of Fallen, Raiden turned his back, our comrades are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release the magic suppressing your corruption. As Raiden reached the stairs, Mason's voice stopped him. Why are you letting me live? Raiden did not turn around. I just do not want to see our own die so pathetically. Once Raiden had completely left, Professor Mason stood up and took steps toward the crystal. Without hesitation, she picked up the orb and continued walking in an undetermined direction, stopping beside a table containing the annual plan, observing it longer. More precisely, the notes she herself had left. But upon focusing deeper on one item, uncontrolled dark magic surged outward, pent-up resentment building. Mason gradually unleashed dark claws, her domineering nature emerging. How dare you? You really think I will leave after turning me into this without doing anything? I will tear everything to shreds. What Mason had just torn was the Familia contract signing ceremony. Time passed quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students had their first field trip to the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Tree to participate in the Familia contract signing ceremony. Massive airships began departing on a new journey. In one room, Azel and a few other classmates were enjoying a meal. Across from Azel, two classmates exchanged glances, speaking of which, about Baek Yuseol. He was scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him anymore. Ah, I heard about that too. I also heard he is really the co-developer of the alchemy magic technique. Right, after the rumor spread, some seniors even personally apologized to him. The classmates looked at Azel and asked softly, Azel, do you know about this? Azel held a pastry and answered naturally, no. The classmates continued. Anyway, is it really related to Baek Yuseol? Taking a small bite of the pastry. Azel was lost in thought, pondering a bit about him. Is it my mood? For some reason, I feel like I am growing further apart from Baek Yuseol. It gives me a sense of loneliness. But the other classmates thought differently. A smile appeared. To be honest, I thought Baek Yuseol and Azel were dating. Just as she bit into the pastry without chewing, Azel spat everything out. Seeing Azel's strange reaction, the classmates grew concerned. Azel, are you okay? Here's some water. Thank you. He seems really close with Princess Honggyun lately, does not he? Hey, no way the princess would be seduced by a commoner, right? Someone drinking water continued listening. But lately, the way the princess looks at Baek Yuseol is not normal. This time, Azel coughed repeatedly. Azel, drink slowly. Nearby, Flame noticed, it is Azel. Azel was currently being cared for by her classmates. Flame paused, thinking something more, but decided to continue on his way, though concern could not escape. Azel seems to get along well with her friends. Normally, she would be here alone, arguing with Hongbyun by now. Has something changed in a place I do not know? Are all these things influenced by Baek Yuseol? Speaking of, you showed up, I have been looking for you. Hey, can you do me a favor? Flame jumped at his sudden presence. You scared me, who'd expect you to appear like that? In the midst of his mood, Flame asked, what is it? Something was pulled out, and confusion took over. Pick a flower for me here. Han Baram flower. The One Direction wind flower. Flame paused to confirm. Han Baram, the flower that always faces one direction. Do you think I am a flower vending machine? Though he said and thought that, his hand reached for the soil box held out. Moments later, Flame's magic activated, emerald light illuminating a spot. Very quickly, a beautiful, shimmering 5-petaled white flower grew in the box. Baek Yuseol's eyes squinted in a wide smile upon getting what he wanted. Thanks. Flame crossed his arms, knowing something was off. What exactly are you planning to use this for? As soon as he asked, Flame vaguely realized something. A direct question replaced it. Hey, do not tell me you are going to the 4th floor. Baek Yuseol was surprised Flame figured it out. Of course I am, why else would I need it? Flame involuntarily added a few more words, cautioning himself. But this time it was abruptly cut off. He showed a question mark, not understanding. Flame, knowing you would slipped, quickly looked away, and no, nothing. However, he was slightly startled when Baek Yuseol proactively asked, what about you? Are you okay? Confusion took over, asking if I am okay. What do you mean? He stored the flower in his bag, smiling. Just that you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned his face away. That is not it, you are so nosy, his face flushing uncontrollably. If you are worried about me, I won't thank you. Baek Yuseol looked back with a small smile. From a hidden corner far away, someone was secretly watching their exchange. Looks like you are thanking me. I told you it is not, you are so dishonest. Oh, give me the flower back. Right now, in the Menon Tower area, the figures of 2 people dressed like the 13th Division are looking toward the lights ahead. The whereabouts of Mason Tyran, who disappeared under the name Stella, are no longer known. Starting today, first-year students in the research major will begin extracurricular activities. Menon Tower, 13th Division, Commander Kan. Special activities related to dark magic will begin there. There is a possibility Mason will participate, so please pay attention. The isolated space for both, along with that information, quickly dissipates, returning them to the endless plane. Additional information, instant spatial teleportation, a unique technique of Menon Tower that allows rapid travel over long distances, is a type of magic only high-level masters in the world can use. However, even with that astonishing magic, the two begin walking without any special signs. And then the person standing beside the commander, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, who is currently complaining a lot about that news. Oh heavens, why is the Ivory Tower's master so obsessed with Stella? Commander Can, displeased with the way it was said, seriously adjusts his tone. The Ivory Tower's master possesses prophetic abilities. Do not stand there spouting nonsense and follow me. How could Vice Commander Hazen Macaron tolerate that tone? She immediately makes a super huge pout and snaps back. Yeah, right. It is a prophecy more than half of them are always wrong. Though that is true, Can still holds his ground. In most cases, this is because we resolved the issue before those disasters occur. Or perhaps it was prevented by other factors before we even arrived. Hazen Macaron concedes in that way. A light magic has appeared in her hand. Anyway, our captain is too obsessed with the Magic Tower's master, and it seems you are also troubled by those words. Can does not want time wasted here with back and forth. Alright, let us move quickly. Immediately, linked magic circles form. And then the two vanish in an instant. Returning to the main issue, Stella Academy often has more field trips than expected throughout its development. They have set up teleportation gates at over 20 locations dedicated to airships. One notable example is the Cradle of the Celestial Spirit Tree, which also nurtures cloud flowers. This time, homeroom teacher Lee has gathered the students in a fairly wide area. His voice carries a sense of responsibility. Everyone, pay attention. After participating in the World Tree's birthday commemoration ceremony, the familiar contract signing will take place and begin tomorrow. Please relax and make good use of your time until the assembly. The 12 students respond in unison, yes. With no constraints on time or space, each student splits off to do what they want. And this time, attention turns to Flame. She is looking around as if searching for something. When gazing at the lush green treetops, Flame dispels her tension and smiles. Maybe because I am surrounded by nature, I am feeling very relaxed. But then Flame's target appears as she shifts her gaze elsewhere, and the one she is aiming for is none other than Baek Yuseol. Flame notices Baek Yuseol, but Baek Yuseol is completely unaware of it. Flame feels disappointed by that, but she has no intention of approaching and watches his back as he walks farther away. Is he wandering alone, lost in thought? Flame completely fails to notice another person. Jeremy Scanvin smiles and radiates brilliance. Hello, Flame. Immediately, Flame's face starts to scrunch up. Of course, she is very annoyed. She steps past lightly without even glancing at that handsome smiling face. Yeah. Jeremy keeps the same expression despite being ignored so quickly. Just as Flame completely walks away, Jeremy hurriedly stops her with his words. Aren't you going to show me that face from earlier again? You are upset and getting teased. Flame looks back in confusion. What are you talking about? Jeremy steps closer. One step at a time. If you have time, could you walk with me a bit? Flame stands still. I do not have time. A silence forms. But quickly, Jeremy fully reveals his not-so-good boy nature. More precisely, it is like a killer who gets something unwanted. One more time. Why do not you think about it again? Flame realizes she is bewildered, unable to believe Jeremy has that demeanor right now. Very quickly, it merges with her own thoughts. This guy is indeed dangerous. Jeremy does not just want that. In a situation where she does not know what to do, unexpectedly, another person steps in to block for Flame. Flame can hardly believe this person is appearing too. It is Haewon Ryang. He helps Flame untie this knot. Prince, that is enough. Do you know your actions are quite rude and coercive? Jeremy smiles with mockery. Oh, how would I not know that? When Jeremy speaks with a smile, ordinary people would naturally turn away and avoid him. However, it won't work on the one standing at the pinnacle of the magic world as the heir to the magic tower. As the two boys stare at each other, Flame sweats profusely in the middle, analyzing, oh god, what the heck is this situation? Having confronted each other, some scheme gradually brews in Jeremy's expressions. Leaving behind a serious person and a confused one, Jeremy walks away, returns to normal, and waves. It seems your friend misunderstood something, so I will head back first today. See you next time. Okay, with that, Jeremy completely leaves, abandoning the two there. Though everything seems to have gone in a fairly stable direction, Flame fully senses something uneasy. Right after, she expresses it loudly with some reproach toward the one left. Haewon Ryang, what the heck are you thinking, daring to block Jeremy's way? Do you think making enemies with the Scanvin family is wise? Haewon Ryang seems unbothered by the criticism. Flame, you are the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it. And right now, you have become what he wants most. Flame knows that better than Ha, so currently, she is indeed calculating what she needs to do. However, a new perspective from Haewon Ryang confuses her, or perhaps you really trust him. Indeed, Flame did not expect Haewon Ryang to say those words. This time, surprisingly, Flame retorts, who are you talking about? Haewon Ryang is stunned. From his position, he turns his back and tries to walk away hastily. Sorry, I misspoke. Flame looks on in full suspicion. Hey, who is he? Yeah. Haewon Ryang suddenly realizes his body is gradually losing control due to something very strange. Right after, he supports his forehead with his hand and kneels on one knee. Flame knows the situation is bad and hurriedly calls Ha's name, Haewon Ryang. Flame concernedly moves closer. Are you okay? However, Haewon Ryang quickly raises his hand to stop her. The headache recurs. Ha still stands up and continues leaving. I am fine. How could Flame believe that is fine? What do you mean fine? As he leaves in the same way Baek Yuseol did earlier. Flame tries to hold him back. Wait a second. Haewon Ryang, and that cannot happen. When the other has left, Flame still does not know what that was all about. Haewon Ryang, another unease envelops her already bad mood. Something feels very off. She tries to leave. Haewon Ryang has moved into an alley that attracts little attention from passers-by and leans against the wall. He supports his body and analyzes within his consciousness. He does not know since when this unexplained symptom has become increasingly severe. His vision gradually blurs. Damn it, at this rate, how can I complete the familiar contract ritual? Right when he is confused, suddenly Ha startles as a familiar voice speaks. Oh, who do we have here? Though Ha has only heard that voice a few times during their encounters, as Ha slowly turns his head, he confirms it is Professor Mason. Half his face obscured by a black cloak, his appearance seems hidden in darkness. Professor Mason steps closer, full of surprise for himself. I was wondering where my seed had gone. Turns out there is a seed right here. Perfect timing. I did not expect the erosion to have progressed this far. Ha panics at those words. Professor, what are you saying? Professor Mason's hand, along with dark magic, extends forward. The danger escalates to a high level. Come on, do not resist, because from now on, you will become my limbs. Ha understands the predicament he has fallen into. No, he tries to push himself to awaken. Don't come closer. Ha's consciousness gradually darkens. Fragments of memories standing and talking with Flame appear. They keep filling that memory, but gradually lessen and merge into the darkness, leaving finally the image of Flame waving goodbye to Flame. Moving to the colossal twin towers belonging to the Elf Kingdom, a long-eared member of the winged race stood before a certain gate. He was the aide to the Elf King Orana. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door and said, Your Majesty, if you do not appear at this birthday ceremony, the Council of Elders will make things difficult for you. Their intention was to strip away the authority to manage the gate leading to the Sacred Trees Garden. Inside, the Spirit King Seorin was cradling something wrapped in green cloth against her chest. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally replied to Orana. I understand. I will come out right away. You may withdraw. Orana let out a soft breath and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of retreating footsteps left behind a slightly heavy atmosphere around the Spirit King. A long while later, she turned her back, a long veil already draped over her head. A thought arose. When was the last time I could freely enjoy true freedom? Even hiding my body like this, I can only hold out for about an hour at most. Adding another veil to cover my face. Yet none of it can conceal the sorrow weighing heavily inside me. Please, just let everything this time pass peacefully. Seorin walked forward, followed by a few attendants. The Spirit King appeared amid falling white snowflowers. At the same moment, the concealment of her identity created a strangely abstract beauty. The long-eared tribespeople who followed bowed respectfully before the one believed to be the Spirit King. The trailing veil resembled a wedding dress spread over the beautiful flowers. Crossing a bridge made of wood was the next step. She would only stop once the continuously flowing white spring came into view. Seorin stared intently at it. Almost done now. The prayer is finished. All that is left is to return the way I came. However, things no longer seemed to be going smoothly. A terrifying pressure was pressing down on her very body. And then, precisely, the silhouette of an academy male student locked his gaze deep into her mind. That aura was strangely discreet, but it was unmistakably black magic. She shifted her gaze elsewhere. An extraordinary dark magician had infiltrated this heavenly land, yet it could also be said that only she, the Elf Queen, was able to sense it. The others still maintained their roles without change. Seorin's eyes shifted. Unease gradually seeped in, and she began calculating her next move. Judging from the knight's reactions, it seems I am the only one who can feel the black magic. During the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Spirit King must not convey any personal will, but she could not simply allow a dark magician to violate the cradle of the celestial flower forest. Her own fist clenched tighter. No other choice. I will have to step in personally. Seorin once again adjusted the angle of her observation. Though it was still the Elven Kingdom, elsewhere. Flame was hurriedly searching for something along the wide road. Beads of sweat fell, and her thoughts revealed what she intended to do. I followed because Haewon Ryang was acting strange, but where did he disappear to? Flame scanned around but had lost sight of him. Suddenly, from an alley, a low voice called her name loudly. Flame. She flinched. The person who appeared was exactly the one she had been looking for. Haewon Ryang. A heavy pressure gradually spread from his body. Flame unconsciously exclaimed, Huh, Haewon Ryang. Her heart pounded wildly. Her pupils dilated abnormally. She frantically tried to think. This ominous aura. Could it be black magic? From a certain angle, Hei's eyes had changed. A deep, mysterious black had overtaken his snow-white pupils. Damn it, I do not know what is happening, but thankfully the corruption of Haewon Ryang is not complete yet. Right now, I can still bring him back to normal. The moment the thought struck her, Flame shouted desperately at the figure before her. Calm down, Hey One Ryang, calm down. That is right, all the feelings and emotions you are experiencing right now are not yours. You hate losing, don't lose to the black magic. Hey One Ryang fell silent for a long time and said nothing more. Instead, his body slumped. Suddenly, a continuous thumping sound rang out, and afterward the pressure of dark black magic spread even more intensely. Flame could not dispel the tension on her own. It only grew worse than before. As expected, Hey One Ryang stared fixedly at Flame and asked, "Why have you been avoiding me?" Flame answered reflexively, What do you mean?" The situation rapidly worsened, causing Flame's face to pale. She took one step back, instinctively looking for an escape route. But at that moment, the encroaching darkness revealed what Hey One Ryang had been hiding. "Do you hate me? Am I unreliable?" Her mouth formed a small circle in confusion. Flame declared firmly, "No, that is not it. Please do not think that way." A white light mixed with faint purple suddenly flashed from behind her and moved in front of Flame. An indescribable sensation and the thumping sound returned once more. At that instant, black magic surged to its peak. As expected, a bolt of black lightning shot down, triggering a massive explosion. The light just now signified someone rushing forward. That person had shielded Flame from the blast. Blinking rapidly, Flame adjusted her emotions to see who had protected her. To her greatest surprise, the person who appeared was a familiar academy student, and she shouted his name. Ma Yusung. With crimson eyes, he turned back to look at Flame and asked, "Are you okay?" Instead of answering the question, Flame posed another. "That black lightning just now." Ma Yusung gave an awkward smile and quickly cut her off. "Sorry, please forget about it. Please." Hey One Ryang's body swayed unsteadily in front of them, his gaze lowered to the ground. Ma Yusung added seriously, "Anyway, why did not you fight? You almost died." Flame calmly replied briefly, "I was trying to resolve it by talking." Ma Yusung looked at Flame in bewilderment. "Talking?" And he was even more shocked when Flame reaffirmed it. "Yeah, talking." She did not explain why. Her eyes no longer dared to meet Ma Yuseong's directly. Instead, a flood of inner thoughts surfaced. According to the original story, Azel purified countless dark magicians solely through dialogue and was once nicknamed the Saintess of Absolution. That is why I thought maybe I could bring Hey One Ryang back too. In the end, with my abilities, can I really not save anyone? Ma Yusung noticed she had no intention of continuing, so he shifted his gaze to the person on the verge of becoming a full dark magician right in front of them. "I do not know what your plan was, but first you had to be able to fight, right?" Flame pressed her lips together. A bead of sweat formed on her face. She drew forth the Zon mystical magic staff she regarded as her weapon. "Yeah, I can do it." A surge of determination rose within her. "This time, I absolutely won't let him die like Jackie did. I will definitely save you, Hey One Ryang." Flame was not sure how she ended up in this situation, but at the very least, things were still looking somewhat favorable since she was fighting alongside Ma Yusung, the one who possessed the power of the main character. On the other hand, right in front of her, Hey One Ryang had already been overtaken by dark demonic energy. One of his hands had transformed into a demonic form, and his face had darkened as if to avoid being caught off guard. Hyper jump burst from Ma Yuseong's wand in a surge of light, or more accurately, blinding lightning bolts. From where he stood, he flashed forward in a unique way under Flame's gaze, acting on his own as always. His mana grew thicker and denser by the second. Instead of charging straight ahead, Ma Yusung slipped along the wall and reappeared directly above Hey One Ryang. The energy was nearly flawless. Massive lightning surged outward, triggering the spell. Ma Yuseong's wand pointed straight at Hey One Ryang, whips of the earth. Through the decorative green vines, the strands transformed and launched toward their target. A major surprise happened instantly. Hey One Ryang's now blackened eyes lifted, staring right at the incoming strike. And from that very spot, a shockwave erupted, kicking up debris and smoke faster than Ma Yusung. Hey One Ryang slipped behind him. A flicker of surprise crossed Ma Yuseong's face. Hey One Ryang retaliated, and as expected, Ma Yusung dodged and shifted back to his position in front of Flame below. Thin white smoke drifted around them as the two prepared to crash into each other again, continuing their fight as if they had never been separated. Feeling a bit frustrated at being pushed to the sidelines, Flame grew displeased and began casting a type of binding light magic, countless beams locking onto Hey One Ryang with no openings. The flow of the battle shifted in favor of Flame and Ma Yusung. The mystic staff trembled slightly, but Flame still held it firmly. Hey One Ryang tried to break free, his voice involuntarily calling the name One Flame immediately exploited. Ma Yusung flashed behind him. A blazing fist was summoned, his pupils shrinking. The strike landed, sparks burst from the impact and sent Hey One Ryang flying far away. The two regrouped, preparing for the next steps. And of course, seriousness was necessary. Up ahead, Hey One Ryang sat on the ground, part of the aftershock having cracked the structure behind him. Pain spread through him, drawing a groan. Seeing that, Flame turned to Ma Yusung to speak for them. "This is when we need to act." But Ma Yusung cut her off. "It is not over yet." Because Ma Yusung still had not taken his eyes off him. Flame quickly shifted her attention as well. Urgency surged inside her. She could not believe things were suddenly taking a turn for the worse right before them. Now, Hey One Ryang's joints twisted unnaturally. He stood up, but the blackness had transformed him into something no longer human. A longhorn proof of the corruption unique to dark demonic magic. Hey One Ryang, her voice rose, trying to pull him back, but it was completely useless. Instead, the unease only grew thicker. This was bad. The corruption had already spread so far. She blurted out a warning, Ma Yusung, that is dangerous. Get away quickly. Before she could finish the sentence, the corrupted Hey One Ryang silently appeared right where the two stood. His hand clamped onto Ma Yuseong's face, catching him in fresh surprise. When the force burst forth, Hey One Ryang released him, sending Ma Yusung flying. He crashed into the structure, dust rising again. Instead of calling only Hei's name as before, Flame now switched targets, calling out Ma Yuseong's name. She had not expected things to escalate this quickly. She froze for a second, not calming down but feeling her heart race as the dark silhouette loomed over her. Just moments before there had been two people, and one of them had been knocked away, leaving only Flame. So Hei's red eyes could not leave her. Powerless against what was happening, Flame's eyes revealed clear panic. Hey One Ryang. The corrupted Hei seemed to understand the call, and he forced out a name, Flame. As the two were about to speak to each other, Ma Yusung ruined it with a flaming punch blasting forward. His mana and emotional state remained unchanged. Hey One Ryang did not move. He simply stood there and took the hit, the explosion erupting directly on his body. Flame was stunned speechless. He seriously attacked him head-on. Ma Yusung locked his gaze, but a bead of anxious sweat escaped him. His fist was still pressed against Hey One Ryang's face, but nothing had happened. Then, Hei's red eyes opened again. The difference in power was no longer surprising. In a natural, effortless motion, the corrupted hand shot up and grabbed Ma Yuseong's neck too fast for either of them to perceive, his grip firm and unshakable. Hey One Ryang slowly lifted him up. Aside from casting binding magic earlier, Flame could now only speak, she could not do anything. Ma Yusung bit his lip lightly, his anxiety doubling. If things continued like this, Hey One Ryang might really kill him, but with his current power, there was nothing he could do to stop him. What am I supposed to do now? Hei maintained his corrupted stance, but his hazy consciousness still recognized the person he was holding up. Suddenly, Hey One Ryang's grip tightened. Ma Yusung started to lose air, his emotions distorting, but a voice nearly reached Hey One Ryang again. I can win. I can beat Ma Yusung. In the end Ma Yusung. A faint smile curled at his lips, and Ma Yusung abruptly cut him off with a strange line. Something's not right. At those words, Hey One Ryang paused in confusion, his pitch-black face resembling some character from another story. He muttered, huh, observing from the side. Flame also noticed Hei's expression shift. There is a moment of silence from Hey One Ryang. Is not there. A determined resolve formed as she prepared to act. If it is now, then. But sensing the changes in both Ma Yusung and Flame, Hei raised one hand straight toward her. Flame's movement halted on instinct. Ma Yuseong's expression turned cold, his pupils contracting again. I thought you were the only one living in a world like mine, but is this really all you have got? How disappointing. A sudden surge of killing intent burst from Hey One Ryang. The blackened Hei was not afraid, far from it, yet his expression twisted even more strangely than before. Ah. Ma Yusung must win. Time flowed backward into the past first year of middle school, spring. At that time, Hey One Ryang was only 14 years old. A trace of innocence still showed on his face. He was standing before Ma Yusung, who was also 14, whose expression was even more bewildered and childish. Irritated by that expression, Hey One Ryang frowned, his voice turning slightly cold. Fight me. Ma Yusung froze, a bead of sweat forming as he grew extremely flustered. To shake off that awkwardness, he looked left and right to see if anyone was nearby. When he realized it was just the two of them, he gently asked a few questions. Are you saying that to me? Why do you suddenly want to fight me? Hey One Ryang answered without changing his expression. I can't acknowledge that you are ranked above me. So let us make the rankings clear. A look of surprise rarely seen on Ma Yusung appeared. Make the rankings clear. However, that was exactly what he wanted as well. A smile bloomed on his lips. All right. Let us give it a try. Once the challenge was accepted, the two decided to use the school's training grounds as the venue for their match. Ma Yusung looked at the black wand. So it is a magic duel. He waved the wand experimentally. After finding it suitable, he broke into a bright smile. Then you attack first. Facing Hey One Ryang, the serious noble, Ma Yusung tilted his head. What kind of stance is that? Hey One Ryang narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he a genius? From the moment he was born as the heir to the Full Moon Tower and began learning letters, I had studied magic. I trained relentlessly every day to become the greatest magic warrior. And yet, on the freshman rankings, Ma Yusung was first, and I, Hey One Ryang, was second. The existence of the genius Ma Yusung struck my inner world like a bolt of lightning. My attention shifted when a classmate called out to someone. Yusung, let us go together. Sure, let us go, Ma Yusung replied cheerfully. So that is Ma Yusung. But the more I observed him, the more disappointed I became with his behavior, reading strange books unrelated to his studies, wasting time every day without making any apparent effort. I could not accept it. And yet he is better than me. Then I need to prove something that my efforts were not meaningless. However, the result was utterly bleak. The wand fell to the ground. Haewon Ryang stood there dazed, disbelief and doubt crashing over him at once. I can't believe it. Did I really lose to him? Not a single scratch. Not a speck of dust. In contrast to his usual cheerfulness, Ma Yusung had been completely focused. When the outcome was decided, he happily walked over to Haewon Ryang. Oh, I won, by the way. That magic duel was really fun. He placed a hand on Haewon Ryang's shoulder, standing beside him with narrowed eyes and a smile. Thanks to you, this was a fun outing. Let us do it again next time. And just like that, he left without waiting for Haewon Ryang to say a single word. The fist that remained clenched tightly. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who does not even try or study? Is this what a genius is? Bending down, he picked up his wand. This time, the problem was simply training. If I work harder, I can win. From that day on, I trained myself until I had not a shred of strength left. I trained and trained and trained, yet the results never changed. Haewon Ryang lost his spirit. How ridiculous. It was a duel I requested after fully understanding and analyzing all of Ma Yuseong's magic. I can't believe it. The gap between me and him is really that wide. At that moment, Ma Yusung extended his hand toward Haewon Ryang, laughing as he spoke. This one was even more fun than last time. Right, do better next time. Haewon Ryang listened to those words in silence. He paused for a moment, sinking into deeper thought. Changing his decision, the two shook hands, exchanging a brief promise. Next time, I will definitely win. Ha ha, I am really looking forward to it. I was forced to admit that Ma Yusung was a genius. Even so, I would never give up. I would prove that the time I spent striving was not meaningless. Someday, I would defeat Ma Yusung. And now, Ma Yusung lay within my grasp. That memory dragged Haewon Ryang, now darkened, back into the present. This time, I can win. That is what I thought, isn't that right? Ma Yusung broke into a bright smile, one whose meaning was unmistakable. So you have already drowned in the power of the dark demon and lost yourself, how disappointing. Haewon Ryang, I trained hard too to fight you. The darkened Hae blinked in confusion. You. Trained. Digging through old memories, Ma Yusung continued. Do you remember, during our training inside the dungeon, we fought evenly matched? I was shocked then, too. Turns out I am more competitive than I thought. After that, for the first time, I began training seriously and I have always been waiting for a rematch with you. Haewon Ryang grew deeply flustered. I have never beaten you even once. This is my chance now. But things were about to go further when a cold, indifferent voice came from Ma Yusung. Then kill me, use that power to pierce my heart and enjoy the victory you desire. And then regret it because this will be the last battle between us. With the repeated provocations and the inevitable consequences, Haewon Ryang regained the light in his eyes. Flame, standing outside the battle, waited for the most critical moment. Ma Yusung, too, narrowed his eyes as he waited. The mark on Ma's neck became visible. That showed that the darkened Hae had released him. Haewon Ryang regained his reason, his expression weary as he spoke. I won't kill you to win against you in this state. That would be no different from denying my own efforts. Outside, Flame rejoiced at those words. Thank goodness Haewon Ryang's emotions have returned to a human state. Now we can save him. But once again, everything changed. A wave of magical pressure crashed down upon the spot where the three of them stood. Darkened Hae let out an uncomfortable grunt. Ma Yusung was not in much better shape. KH. He raised his head, narrowing his eyes as he realized something. This power is. He turned his gaze when someone spoke. Oh my. Footsteps approached a girl dressed in black, wearing a golden ring earring, her hair a reddish brown. The vice commander, holding a magic staff, calmly spoke. Isn't this Mazen Tiran? Hazen Macaron gently held the magic wand and stood there, inadvertently creating immense pressure that forced Flame to kneel, unable to move. Slightly annoyed, Flame, with eyes half closed, vaguely yet accurately recognized who the opponent was. I have seen that character in the original novel Hazen Macaron, vice captain of the 13th Black Star Team. Just then, the sound of another person's footsteps approached. Hazen turned around and complained with her signature air of ditziness. So the prophecy was completely off, was not it? The team captain, clenching his fist, walked forward coldly, his expression unchanged, only his words shifting. Kan spoke up, stop talking nonsense. Hazen scrutinized that face. Added her own analysis of this character. Indeed, that man has arrived too. Kan, captain of the 13th Black Star Team. The two now stood side by side. Looking toward the target, the blackened Haewon Ryang and Ma Yusung, who had just been fighting though he said nothing more. Kan quietly activated a detection charm to sense the peculiar dark fluctuations. Hazen's gravity magic was perfect. Just that alone had trapped their movements. Kan commented on the target. The fluctuations are so faint, it is surprising they could unleash such power. Hazen confirmed. Exactly, so what do we do? Kan nodded, opened a spatial rift to retrieve his wand, and said coldly, the target has been confirmed. Execute on-site disposal. The target Kan aimed at the newly blackened entity that had just regained a sliver of consciousness left Hae, Ma Yusung, and Flame in an awkward predicament. More accurately, they were taken aback by such decisiveness. However, Hazen still felt something was slightly off and turned to seek clarification. Kill them right away, it is still the early stages. Maybe we should observe a bit more. But Kan completely cut her off. He maintained his earlier stance. If they can unleash such power at this level, Once they revolt later, the consequences would truly be catastrophic. Eliminating them now is the right move. Kan's approach was not wrong. Once individuals tainted by dark magic are corrupted once, they become prone to a second or third corruption. Even if temporarily purified, the corruption remains, and eventually, they will be influenced by dark magic and incite slaughter. Once a decision is made, it must be carried out immediately. But coincidentally, one among them refused to accept it. Stop. Hazen took note of those words. Oh my, while they were conversing, Ma Yusung mustered his remaining strength to stand up. Genuinely surprising Vice Captain Hazen, a first-year student enduring this much. You're Ma Yusung from Stella. As expected of the top freshman, truly impressive. But Hazen's expression darkened, her gaze turning unpleasant. Crack. Ma Yusung felt an even greater pressure gradually bearing down on his body. Just as he struggled to lift himself, Hazen snapped her fingers, forcing him to collapse once more. Showing no pity, stay down a little longer. Okay, interfering with my work is not allowed. Gasp. In truth, the power disparity was absolute. Ma Yusung was now on the verge of collapsing flat. Though Flame was in a slightly better state, not overlapped by gravity, she could not feel any more at ease. Gritting her teeth, she deduced another truth. This won't do Ma Yuseon's condition. Though recent events had diverged significantly from the novel she knew, Ma Yuseon's earlier magic was undoubtedly dark magic. If this continued, once Ma Yusung exhausted his blue mana, his dark mana would be exposed before them. Then, along with Hei Wan Ryang, Resist Flame forced herself to act, gripping her own staff tightly. I can't lose both of them here, please. Please, just move. Please. Guilt surged in her heart because they were individuals with promising futures. And then Kan pointed his wand directly at Hei Wan Ryang's head. It ends now. Hei seemed resigned to his fate, but Flame still hoped for a miracle. Squeezing her eyes shut, please, save them. The mana surging from Kan's wand showed no hesitation. Perish, dark magic spawn. Hold on, one more time. Kan halted his action due to a somewhat familiar voice. He turned to confirm the direction of the sound. You. Only one could change the situation. Baek Yuseol, a side character from the novel, Kan vaguely recalled him, his face unmistakable. You are. Rewind to 10 minutes earlier. Baek Yuseol was patting the head of a young elf. But his main goal was buying food. The head patting was just because of the cuteness. Before leaving, he offered a friendly smile. Wishing you prosperous business, madam. The middle-aged woman happily accepted the blessing. Thank you, dear. Just as the student walked a short distance away, the familiar ding of the system echoed in his mind. 2 consecutive reports appeared. Variables had emerged in episode 8. The plotline of Hei Wan Ryang's dark corruption had begun. Baek Yuseol abruptly turned around, exclaiming loudly. What? Doubt gradually eroded his understanding. What is going on? Wasn't the dark corruption arc supposed to end after completing Jackie's dark corruption plotline? In the original game, 3 students in total were affected by Professor Main's dark magic corruption. Among them, Hei Wan Ryang's dark corruption plotline had a 99% probability of leading to a bad ending. Despite such extreme and terrible difficulty, Baek Yuseol hesitated should he intervene or let it happen. Unable to think further, Baek Yuseol decided to hand the food he just bought to another elf. Here, this is delicious. Have it. The person was slightly surprised but accepted it, watching Baek Yuseol leave. Baek Yuseol's choice reflected new contemplation. Even so, I can't just stand by and let a bad ending unfold. And so, at this moment, pressure bore down on the 2 main characters, Hei Wan Ryang and Ma Yusung. Flame breathed a sigh of relief because the one who could help had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions, all focused on one person, Baek Yuseol. Baek Yuseol, who had just arrived, was still thinking well of his classmates, still breathing, thank goodness. But now that I am here, what next? Kan remained coldly in place. Hazen. Understanding his meaning, Hazen flashed a smile and took small steps forward. Got it. I will handle that kid. Her wand, like a mini scythe, tapped lightly with each step, stopping at a place she deemed appropriate. A cheerful, somewhat positive demeanor formed. She made an offer. I will show you a truly beautiful illusion too. Hockey Overlord unleashed. The special illusion Hazen created was an immensely powerful magic. It harbored the risk of directly harming the target. Very quickly, its effect cascaded onto Baek Yuseol. But nothing happened at all. Proof that special effects applied to special individuals become ordinary. A black cat scurried about. Hazen's eyes widened as she muttered to herself, unbelievable. She waved her wand several more times. Cha-cha-cha. This time, it had a slight effect. An effect that made Baek Yuseol view the world with half an eye, unable to explain it himself. Hazen looked toward the person slightly taller than her. Captain, that kid does not seem affected by the illusion. But Kan did not believe it. His tone grew even more impatient, laced with sarcasm. Stop joking around. Do it properly. Hazen protested, but her demeanor remained unchanged. I am not. I am being serious. Looking more closely, the kid's expression remained as wooden as ever. She needed to reanalyze the problem. Basic illusion magic disrupted the opponent's mana. These kids were just affected by her gravity magic, creating the illusion of pressure on their bodies. But for some reason, she felt there was not a single speck of mana in that kid's body. How to put it, it felt like using a joint lock on a slime. Frowning even more, my magic is at least S-class. What kind of ability does that kid possess? After a series of changes that had no effect on Baek Yuseol, Hazen forced herself to get serious again. My magic is at least level 5. What kind of ability does that kid have? That illusion was completely neutralized. She had no choice but to retreat. Unusually, Kan took a step forward. Please step aside. The vice captain's voice was cold as he held his wand ready. Kan questioned Baek Yuseol. Reveal your identity. Baek Yuseol replied quickly. Stella Academy first year, Class S, Magic Combat Department student. However, Kan did not want to hear what he already knew. No, I mean tell me your real identity. Baek Yuseol was puzzled. A bit of confusion running circles in his head. Real identity. I am a Stella student, is not that right? Seeing him look clueless and offer no other answer. Kan's eyebrow twitched. Alright, I guess you can't say. A slightly oversized question mark returned to Baek Yuseol. Wait, what did I just say? When unable to get information, the only way was to get straight to the point. Kan changed his approach. I won't interfere with your connections or your reasons for infiltrating Stella Academy. However, you are not to interfere with our work. Baek Yuseol lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the other party, and likewise changed his tone. That is a bit difficult. Are not you planning to kill that student? Kan did not deny it, even letting a killing intent leak out. That is right, we will kill him. Haewon Ryang, even while tainted, could still perceive how that voice sounded. This only further placed Baek Yuseol in a predicament. He clearly knew that if he fought those people right now, he definitely would not last 5 seconds and would die. Taking another step forward, Baek Yuseol drew his sword. But he is someone worth risking my life for. I can't lose him right now. He said, you are about to kill my classmate, so it seems there is no reason for me to let this go. Kan, facing him with a still indifferent demeanor, reiterated a point, or more accurately, the thought Baek Yuseol just had. If you really fight us, you will die. But Baek Yuseol had a solution. With a calm face, he replied succinctly, at first glance, it seems you two are not people who like to actively reveal yourselves. Should I attract a bit of attention, I am also somewhat confident. Even if I die, I can at least make a big fuss. Kan now realized the person standing opposite him was not just some ordinary kid. He was silent for a long moment before looking over and asking, what do you want? Baek Yuseol, not wanting things to escalate further, was determined to speak out, just one chance for her to purify that friend. Kan listened intently to his words, then shifted his gaze to the location of the tainted hay. Without hesitation, he then pointed his wand towards Baek Yuseol and said, that is a futile effort. Even if you could purify the dark magic, the emotions would not return. A bit scared, Baek Yuseol brought his sword up defensively in front of him, seeking an opinion. Once is enough. That friend's magic might even be able to restore the emotions to their original state. Flame silently watched Baek Yuseol, sweat dripping, but above all, she doubted those words. Can I really help Haewon Ryang return to his original state? Flame doubted not only the words but also herself. But the more important thing now was whether Kan would accept it. What if the purification fails? Baek Yuseol offered an answer. I will withdraw decisively. For Kan, that was not a bad proposal. At least the two of them would not need to cause trouble with someone who could overcome Hazen's illusion magic, avoiding attracting attention while letting the other party leave on their own. So, it seemed that taking a step back at this moment was the wisest course. He said, fine. If you break your promise, I will give you the most painful death possible. Regardless of whether it causes a big commotion or not. Hazen beside him could not believe her captain could say those words, captain. But Kan did not care and immediately gave the order, Hazen, dispel the illusion. Before following the captain's order to dispel it, Hazen still asked for permission to ask one question. Can we trust his words? The answer was still coldly indifferent. If it is a lie, then it is not too late to kill that kid. Letting her staff clash heavily with the ground, me too, if the captain says so, there is nothing more I can do. Shaking her staff, Hazen withdrew the illusion. Both Ma and Hae were able to regain their freedom and gasped for breath. Flame, though under less pressure, still found it a strain to resist it. With eyes half open, half closed, Flame next realized someone was standing in front of her. More accurately, Baek Yuseol had approached and sat down facing her. You know what state Haewon Ryang is in, right? If it is you, you can bring him back to normal. But Flame had no confidence at all. She hung her head low. Sorry, I do not have that kind of ability. But Baek Yuseol dug deeper into Flame's pain. Are you planning to repeat Jackie's incident again? Flame wavered for a moment. She said what she truly wanted, number. Baek Yuseol looked at that change. And then a smile dispelled the tension. Help Haewon Ryang, you can do it. If someone else said it, Flame might not believe it, but coming from Baek Yuseol, it was a different story. Regaining her determination along with a familiar feeling, Flame picked up her staff. If Baek Yuseol says I can do it. Slowly stepping forward and standing in front of Hae for a moment, as if Baek Yuseol's affirmation meant she truly possessed that ability. There was still one person nearby. Flame looked over and warned, step back a bit. Once the preparations were complete, Flame looked at the tainted Hae, and then the haunting memory of Jackie's tainted moment came flooding back. Golden mana began to envelop, and a new thought arose. I won't stand by helplessly like that time anymore. Her eyes opened, Flame formed a magic circle on her own. Angelic wings added on, plus a bit of her own hope into it. This time I will definitely save Haewon Ryang with my own power. The miracle of the angel was manifested through song. Flame closed her eyes and immersed herself in the flow of mana. Light appeared unusually. Hazen, observing from outside, turned to the person next to her and asked, "Captain, is that light magic?" Without blinking, Can replied, "Yes." Doubts increased, but that girl is not from the Holy Church. Power of that level seems on par with a saintess. Can seemed to recall, "I heard among the new students enrolled at Stella this year, there is someone who can use angelic power, the light attribute. That must be her." Light gradually vibrated around Flame, and immediately a light enveloped the dark gloom where Hay was. A pillar of light spread everywhere, and Hay was suffering pain from the opposing attribute acting on his body. But that alone was not enough for absolute trust. The thought was just slightly different now. Using angelic power and eliminating a dark demon seed are two completely different things. At most, it can only suppress it. But Can was contradicting himself. Now that recognition was slapping the very illusion he had just thought of. Ahem, a cough came from Hay One Ryang. And now the black covering was gone, consciousness had returned. Hay One Ryang looked at his own hands. Almost having gone to see the chickens naked, Hay One Ryang then heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing before him. "Thank goodness you are back to normal." Another second passed, and then Flame fell sideways due to losing too much mana. Hay One Ryang, confused, tried to reach towards Flame. However, Can's sharp iron staff was immediately pointed at his neck, stopping any action. The purpose now was singular, then let me verify immediately. Very quickly, a team of 3 people was formed. Ma Yusung and Baek Yuseol were concerned about Flame. Can and Hazen were focused on Hay. A moment later, Can voiced his doubt. "What is the result?" Stopping the inspection motion, Hazen looked over and replied, "Completely normal." "He is as normal as can be. It is unbelievable he was ever tainted." No, to put it more accurately, that kind of emotion did not originally exist. It feels like emotions were forcibly added. It seems the host is quite strong. "Captain, what now?" Can turned his back and retreated, standing up helplessly. Hazen adjusted her own inner thoughts. Our captain seems quite bewildered. It is understandable. He had always firmly believed that once tainted, there was no cure, so he killed them all. And now it has been completely overturned by those kids. "Flame, I am sorry. I am okay. Aren't you worried about me?" A smile emerged as the kids were happy with each other again. Before leaving, he winked at Baek Yuseol. "Anyway, kids, see you next time." Saying that to anyone else might make them think, but saying it to Baek Yuseol, it would be strange if he dared. "I do not want to see you guys again, you know." After everything had concluded, night enveloped the entire elf world. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful section of a path. And then, a figure walked stealthily along that very path. Thankfully, it was not Professor Mason Tiran, but rather Seorin, the flower fairy king. A sense of perplexity lingered. Though alone, the confusion remained. Glancing around, a bewildering thought surfaced. This is truly strange. I clearly followed the dark magical energy I sensed right at that moment, so why is there no trace of it now? She looked at her own hands before deciding on her next move. Finally, Seorin arrived at the clearing where the dark magic had been detected. She closed her eyes and spread open her palms. "Oh wind, bring me the memories." Then, the faint scent of memories drifted around her nose and swiftly flooded her mind. This is... But she could not see anything. The wind's memories were saturated with black and white tones. She pondered again. Did someone intentionally erase the memories using magic? Memories wiped away cannot be restored even with high-level magic. However, Hua Seorin is the greatest master among them. She would not yield to such ordinary magic. Pinpricks of light flickered in the pitch-black night. "Oh wind, I beseech you as the fairy king. Whisper and tell me a little more of your recollections." Seorin repeated the gesture. The ground, the wind, the flowers and leaves, the trees and rocks all were whispering to Seorin about the situation here. Although the memories had been erased so thoroughly that almost no trace remained, a few fragmented memories still vaguely lingered, and the silhouette of Baek Yuseol was the largest among them, but his face could not be seen clearly. That uniform. It is from Stella, right? Suddenly, a strange sensation ran through her mind. What is this scent? It was a fragrance she could never forget. No matter how hard she tried, that scent undoubtedly belonged to Lahaven. But had not Leafhanel fallen into eternal slumber within his own garden? Could it be that someone entered the secret garden sometime before? Is there a connection? However, as time passed, the memories faded even more severely, and a sharp pain surged into her mind. This is bad, I can't read any more memories. But with the amount of memory she had gleaned, Hua Seorin forced herself to suppress her emotions and analyzed a possibility she needed to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day, and the name of the one who stole Leafhanel's heart. Could they be the same person? If so, then it makes sense that the memories here were erased. Her fist clenched tightly. Seorin bottled up her rage. I will never forgive him. I will surely repay that debt in kind. No more of Seorin's story for now. The scene now shifts to the next morning. After recovering his state and no longer surrounded by darkness, Haewon Ryang had a peaceful sleep at the Celestial Flower Hospital. Haewon Ryang opened his eyes, and then noticed there was another person in the room. He recognized Flame. Flame, smiling, was peeling an apple and spoke upon seeing him awake. "Oh, you are awake." Looking around once, Haewon Ryang asked with a confused expression, "Where am I?" Flame, sitting on a chair, looked at him intently. "This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened?" "Only vaguely." Receiving that answer, Flame let out a small, relieved sigh and passed over the plate of fruit she had just finished cutting evenly. "I have spoken a bit with teacher Lee Hanwon. I also told Ma Yusung and Baek Yuseol to keep it secret, so do not worry. In the familiar contract ceremony, if you want to participate, you still can, but it is better for you to rest more. The after effects have not completely disappeared yet. Haewon Ryang now complied with everything Flame requested, whatever it was, yes. If you tell me to rest, I will rest. This confused Flame, what is going on? Why are you listening to everything I say now? Not wanting to disturb Haewon Ryang's rest further, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving with a smile. I have thought about it carefully. Letting go like this is better than getting hurt. Rest more from now on. Okay, it is almost time to meet the others, so I will go ahead. Haewon Ryang watched Flame as she was about to leave and immediately called her back, Flame. Accordingly, Flame stopped and looked at him, questioning. Haewon Ryang seemed to have decided and prepared to say something, but then swallowed all those words back into his heart. After a long pause, he uttered something puzzling. No, it is nothing. Flame showed no particular expression. What are you talking about? How bland. But she still had to smile. When you get discharged, remember to treat me to a big feast, okay? You are someone with a lot of money, so have that prepared and ready. Got it. Haewon Ryang was dazed, not quite believing it. Flame saying such things again, no longer sad. A gentle smile curled, and he immediately answered Flame back. Alright, you can look forward to that. Having something to eat, she did not think anything more. Flame was happy, even happier. See you later, Haewon Ryang. And then in the room, only he remained. Flame had left. The atmosphere was quiet, but there was something different that made him look at the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The fruit was cut evenly and beautifully. Since it was already cut, not eating it would be a waste. He picked up a piece, delicious. Aside from Haewon Ryang's matters, there was now the main task everyone needed to attend to immediately. Instructor Lee had gathered the students in one place, his face cold, his voice solemn. From now on, all of you will enter the roots of the heaven tree to establish the divine covenant. It is a type of a soul space. In the environment there will differ from reality. The time given to you is 1 week. The space you are permitted to access is up to the 3rd floor. The 4th floor is surrounded by a barrier. Therefore, do not even think of approaching it. Well then, I wish you luck. After hearing the warning from Teacher Lee, the students lined up and entered a gate. Episode 7. The familiar contract ceremony. The space inside the tree was there. Baek Yuseol, with a dazed expression, slipped in. His expression changed very quickly, and his cheeks immediately flushed red. A scene of lush green unfolded before his eyes. It was not an ordinary green. If Baek Yuseol were to describe it in a cheap tone, it was like a space overflowing with radiant fluorescent blue-green. Every green plant emitted its own light, and firefly-like creatures drifted gently through the air. Switching to the outside, at the exact location of the students' covenant entry point, 2 guards were standing there. When no one else was around, they exchanged a few words. It seems all the students have gone inside. So, should we close the barrier now? The other raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of someone else slowly approaching them both. I think there is still one more person about to arrive. Again, someone obscured their identity, but this gate was very familiar. To be precise, a new danger had arrived.